August 25th, 2009 lunar calendar. Dezhou City, Shandong Province, Xi'an Nation, City Hospital. Li Mu, age 20, stood before the mirror in the hospital bathroom, touching his youthful cheeks and staring at his reflection. He had finally confirmed it. He was reborn. Yes, Li Mu, aged 31 from 2020, had returned with all his memories to the year 2009. However, the timing of this rebirth made Li Mu feel somewhat uneasy. This was the year Li Mu became a son-in-law to the Shi family because his father fell ill. This was the year Li Mu's father passed away 3 months after discharge because he couldn't afford the surgery. This was the year Li Mu divorced Shi Xiaoping due to the burden of his father's medical bills and his subsequent death. This was the year Li Mu won third prize in the lottery 3,000 yuan. This was the hardest year of Li Mu's life. Since I've been reborn, history must not repeat itself. There could be no more regrets, absolutely none. Li Mu braced his hands on the sink, his eyes and expression hardening with determination. Xiao Mu, Xiao Mu. Just then, his mother Meng Shumin's voice came from outside. Li Mu turned and walked out of the bathroom. He saw his mother entering the ward, carrying a thermos flask. "Mom, what's wrong?" Li Mu asked softly, gazing at his mother's still youthful face. In his previous life, after his father's death, his mother, already in poor health, had eventually passed away from grief. Meng Shumin placed the thermos under the bed and pulled Li Mu outside the ward. "Xiao Mu, I just ran into a nurse. She was teaching us to pay the fees, saying that if we don't pay soon, they'll stop administering medication," Meng Shumin said anxiously. Back in 2004, when Li Mu was just starting high school, his father had fallen ill. Over the years, his father's illness had drained their family's savings and left them deeply in debt. It was precisely because of this that earlier this year, Li Mu had become the Shi family's son-in-law in order to raise money for his father's treatment. "Mom, don't worry. I'll handle the money situation," Li Mu reassured her. "Your father's surgery will cost 120,000 yuan. Where on earth are we going to get so much money?" Meng Shumin choked up. After graduating from high school in 2007, Li Mu had been working with his second uncle, doing construction and renovation jobs in nearby villages, earning only 50 yuan a day. Though the pay was meager, Li Mu could take care of his sick father and help his mother tend to their dozen or so acres of farmland. Still, the little money he earned was a mere drop in the bucket for a family in their situation. "Maybe," Meng Shumin hesitated, "that maybe you should go to your wife's family and see if they could lend us some money?" In his previous life, Li Mu had also gone to borrow money from his wife, Shi Xiaoping's family, at his mother's urging. But in the end, not only did he fail to borrow a single yuan, he was humiliated by the Shi family and driven out. That incident had planted the seed that eventually led to his divorce from Shi Xiaoping. "All right, I'll go ask them for a loan later," Li Mu said. He knew full well that he wouldn't get any money and would be humiliated again, but he still intended to go. He wanted to expedite his divorce from Shi Xiaoping, had his own plans. "Xiao Mu, I'm so sorry to put this on you," Meng Shumin wept. "It's okay, Mom. Everything I do is to help Dad get better," Li Mu smiled. Meng Shumin wiped her tears and nodded. "Mom, you stay and take care of Dad. I'll head back to Guda County and go to Shi Xiaoping's family," Li Mu said. "All right, go then. Be careful on the road," Meng Shumin instructed. Li Mu nodded and turned to leave. Downstairs at the hospital, Li Mu found his family's 125 cubic centimeters motorcycle based on his vague memories, mounted it, and rode off. Around 2009, most people still traveled by motorcycle. Electric scooters were just emerging and were still considered a luxury. Even Li Mu's friends didn't start buying cars until after 2014. Li Mu wasn't originally from Shandong. His hometown was Guda County, Huqing City, in Yin Province. Because Guda County was very close to Dezhou City in Shandong, most people from Guda County with serious illnesses would come to Dezhou for hospitalization. The distance between Guda County and Dezhou City was about 60 li 30 kilometers, roughly a 40-minute motorcycle ride. Li Mu's wife, Shi Xiaoping's family, wasn't from Guda County's main town, but from a village nearby, just 2 li 1 kilometer from the county seat. It was rumored that Shi Xiaoping's village would be demolished and relocated in the coming years. Li Mu parked his motorcycle at the gate, dismounted, and walked into the courtyard. The yard wasn't large and showed signs of age. To the east of the yard stood a newly built brick and tile house that was Li Mu and Shi Xiaoping's newlywed home. He entered the main room and walked into the west room, where all the Shi family members were gathered, except for Shi Xiaoping. His father-in-law, Shi Gusheng, was lying on the Kong, a heated brick bed receiving in 4, while his mother-in-law, Zhang Lanjin, sat beside him, keeping watch. Shi Xiaoping's eldest sister, Shi Shanyun, and her second sister, Shi Shanmei, sat on stools. You finally decided to come back? Mother-in-law Zhang Fengjin sneered. So, has your father been cured and discharged? In his previous life, Zhang Fengjin had spoken to him with the same sarcastic tone the moment he stepped through the door. At that time, Li Mu had swallowed his pride to borrow money. But the reborn Li Mu had no intention of enduring such humiliation. My father needs surgery. We're short on funds. Mom, could you lend me some money? I promise I'll pay you back, Li Mu said calmly. Borrow money? Eldest sister Shi Shanyun's voice immediately rose. Can't you see my father is sick too? Why don't you offer to pay for his treatment? In principle, I should support your father, Li Mu replied, but my father's case is more urgent. Besides, your father only needs a few days of treatment each year. It's not that expensive. Not that expensive doesn't mean it's free. Second sister Shi Shanmei sneered, pursing her lips. Since you married Champing, have you ever given a single cent to this family? Second sister, you know my family situation. I have to pay for my father's treatment. How could I have extra money to give to your family? Li Mu retorted. Just then, Shi Shanping walked in from outside. Seeing her, Li Mu felt a complex mix of emotions. After all, she was his wife, and they had shared a bed for several months. Li Mu and Shi Shanping had married at the beginning of 2009. In the countryside, it was normal for people to marry at age 20 if they weren't going to university. If someone hadn't married by 23, it became difficult to find a spouse. We won't lend you any money, Shi Shanping declared as soon as she entered, cutting straight to the point. We've inquired. Even if your father has the surgery, he'll only live another 3 to 5 years. It's not worth wasting money on. Chapter 2. The divorce requires 80,000 yuan. Everything unfolded according to the narrative of a previous life. In that life, Shi Shanping also entered from outside, uttering a similar statement upon her arrival. Upon hearing her words, Li Mu furrowed his brow in discontent. Shi Shanping, is this how you speak? He retorted with indignation. Regardless of the circumstances, he is still my father, your father-in-law. The Shi family was momentarily taken aback, their expressions reflecting shock as they regarded Li Mu. Throughout the months of his marriage to Shi Shanping, he had maintained a demeanor of propriety, refraining from any excessive actions or words. Even when Shi Shanping treated him with disdain and authority, Li Mu had endured in silence. However, having been reborn, he had no intention of continuing to tolerate such behavior. Armed with memories of the next decade, he was fully capable of achieving great success. Moreover, his visit to the Shi family to request financial assistance was deliberately aimed at inciting them into initiating a divorce. What is your attitude? His mother-in-law, Zhang Fengjin, exclaimed, hands on her hips, her voice booming. Let me make this clear, Li Mu. You are merely a son-in-law in our family. Do you truly believe you hold any significance? And what of being a son-in-law? Are we not human? Li Mu replied coldly. Since my arrival at your household, I have cooked and done laundry without a single complaint. Yet how have you treated me? You summoned me at your whim, berating me when displeased. Let me tell you, if it weren't for my father's illness, do you think I would willingly come to your home? If you don't want to be here, then you can leave. The eldest sister, Shi Shanyun, shouted angrily. Indeed, nobody is begging you to stay. Just hurry and go. The second sister, Shi Shanmei, added in frustration. Shanping, hurry and divorce this useless man. Yes, divorce him. It is imperative. Zhang Fengjin echoed in anger. A mere son-in-law acting so arrogantly, what does he think he is? Li Mu scoffed internally. They had finally brought up the divorce, and he was on the verge of leaving the Shi family. Fine, if you want a divorce, then let's proceed. Whoever does not want to leave is a fool, he declared loudly. Let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau right now. With that, he turned and strode toward the courtyard. Divorce must happen. Shanping, you should go and finalize the divorce with that good-for-nothing immediately, the eldest sister insisted. Her voice filled with ire. Shi Shanping bit her lip, remaining still, lost in thought. While divorce was indeed necessary, it could not be so simple. After a moment of silence, her father, Shi Guosheng, finally spoke up, drawing the attention of the Shi family. Initially, when that boy married Shanping, it coincided with his father's illness, and we provided his family with 30,000 yuan. Yes, that money must be returned, Shi Shanyun stated firmly. It cannot be just a matter of repayment. Shi Shanmei interjected. That boy has also taken advantage of Shanping for several months. He should give us an additional 50,000 yuan. Exactly, what Shanmei said is right. Shi Shanyun concurred. Shanping, tell that man he must provide 80,000 yuan if we are to proceed with the divorce. Do you all truly wish for me to divorce him? Shi Shanping asked, her lips trembling. Shanping, you wouldn't possibly want to stay, would you? The second sister, Shanmei asked, astonished. Indeed, Xiangping. Did you notice the attitude of that young man just now? Where can we find such a son-in-law? Shishanian remarked. Look at how respectful your elder and second brother-in-law are when they come over. The two uncles exchanged glances, silently acknowledging each other's thoughts. Xiangping. That young man is truly ungrateful. He has forgotten the kindness we extended to him. Just look at how he treats our family now, Zhang Fengzhen added in agreement. In truth, if it weren't for the financial issues and the serious illness of Li Mu's father, Shi Shinping would still think quite highly of him. However, given the circumstances of his upbringing, Li Mu is indeed pressured by financial constraints. If in the future, as your father and I age, won't he turn the tables on us? Zhang Fengzhen continued to advise. Yes, Xiangping. The purpose of choosing a son-in-law is to ensure our parents' comfort in their later years. Isn't it? Shishanian stated. Even if you do not consider yourself, you must think of our parents, right? Ultimately, persuaded by her family, Shi Shinping made her decision. Fine. I want a divorce. Shi Shinping declared through clenched teeth. Yes, let him come up with 80,000 yuan, and we shall proceed with the divorce. Shishamai added. Indeed. He must provide the 80,000 yuan. Otherwise, he should not even think about divorce. Shishanian echoed her sentiment. Subsequently, Shi Shinping stepped out of the courtyard and arrived at the entrance. Li Mu was waiting on his motorcycle, prepared for Shi Shinping to bring the marriage certificate to the Civil Affairs Bureau for the divorce. Let us go. We are getting divorced now. Li Mu said coldly. Divorce is acceptable. Shi Shinping replied with a blank expression, but first, return the 30,000 yuan our family gave you, and produce an additional 50,000 yuan. Then we can divorce. The Shurs were demanding money, something Li Mu anticipated. In his previous life, when Li Mu's father was gravely ill and hospitalized, the Shurs did not come. Even when Li Mu's father passed away, they were absent. This led to a fierce confrontation between Li Mu and the Shurs, resulting in the divorce. However, at that time, both parties were consumed by anger, and the Shurs' actions were indeed excessive. Perhaps even the Shurs felt a sense of guilt, for they ultimately only processed the divorce certificate without any further demands. Very well, I agree, but I currently lack the funds. I can provide you with an IOU for 80,000 yuan, and I assure you I will gather the amount within a week, Li Mu stated flatly. Shi Shinping initially believed Li Mu would refuse to divorce over the sum of 80,000 yuan. After all, it is not a trivial amount. In 2009, most people in Guda County earned only about 15 to 1600 yuan a month. Those earning slightly better made just over 2,000. With an annual income not exceeding 20,000. 80,000 yuan amounts to nearly 4 years of salary. Shi Shinping pondered this, then turned and returned to the house, relaying Li Mu's words to her family. Gather it in a week? Will he manage that? Shishamai scoffed. Exactly, if he could raise 80,000 in a week. He wouldn't need to come to us for his father's surgical expenses, Shishanian added. If he cannot produce the money now, will we proceed with the divorce or not? Shi Shinping felt uncertain. Let us proceed with the divorce. Father Shi Guosheng declared. Let him write an IOU. And he has 1 week to gather the funds. Father, even if he writes the IOU, what if that rascal fails to pay up? Shi Shamei questioned. Fail to pay? Does he have the audacity to do so? Shi Guosheng retorted darkly. If he dares to renege, your uncle's elder brother will be sent to collect. Chapter 3. Lottery after divorce. Shi Shanping's uncle's elder brother, Shi Hongyi, owned a storefront in Guda County, well acquainted with all sorts of people. In the past, Li Mu had exercised restraint in the Shi household partly due to this man's influence. Indeed, brother Hongyi possesses the capability. Should that scoundrel truly refuse to pay, let him stir trouble at their home. Shi Shanyan added. Shi Shanping nodded and then went out to inform Li Mu, urging him to return and write the IOU. Naturally, Li Mu readily consented to the divorce and returned inside, where he drafted an IOU for 80,000 yuan in front of everyone, clearly stating the payment due date. Mark my words, should you dare to withhold the payment, do not expect us to be lenient, Shi Shanmei threatened. If you refuse to pay, we shall send brother Hongyi to collect. Think wisely, Shi Shanyan echoed. Rest assured, I shall repay every last cent, Li Mu assured Shi Shanping, then added. Let us proceed to the Civil Affairs Bureau with the marriage certificate. Subsequently, Shi Shanping went next door to retrieve their marriage certificate from their new home. Li Mu had assisted in the construction of this new residence and had spent considerable time helping out. Before long, Li Mu and Shi Shanping arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau and completed the divorce formalities. Holding the divorce certificate, Li Mu felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He was finally free from the Shi family. In truth, had it simply been Li Mu and Shi Xiangping living together, their life could have been manageable. Although Shi Xiangping had a fiery temperament and often bossed Li Mu around, he had noticed that in the months following their marriage, her disposition had softened considerably. However, the Shi family held Li Mu in disdain, and despite their wealth, they never offered assistance for his father's medical treatment. While it was understandable that they would not lend money, it was rather unforgivable that they failed to visit his ailing father in the hospital. When his father eventually passed away, the absence of the Shi family at the funeral only deepened Li Mu's sense of betrayal. Hence, it was prudent to part ways as early as possible to avoid further heartache. "I'll give you a ride back," Li Mu offered. Shi Xiangping lowered her head, remaining silent as she took her place on the back of the motorcycle. Previously, when Li Mu had ridden this motorcycle with her, she would cling tightly to his waist. Now, however, following their divorce, she refrained from doing so, instead gripping the rear frame firmly. Upon arriving at the Shi family residence, Shi Xiangping dismounted the motorcycle. "Please gather your belongings," she said, her expression devoid of emotion. "No need. You can dispose of those items yourself," Li Mu replied. "Once I have the funds, I will contact you." After speaking, Li Mu turned his motorcycle around and rode towards the county town. In his previous life, after enduring humiliation from the Shi family, he departed, lacking funds. As he passed a lottery ticket shop, he combined his own birthday with his parents' birthdays to create a set of numbers. He spent 2 yuan to purchase a lottery ticket, hoping for a stroke of luck. Li Mu vividly recalled winning third prize, which awarded him 3,000 yuan. Although he could not remember the exact winning numbers, the combination he created from his own and his parents' birthdays remained etched in his mind. If he were to buy this number again, perhaps 100 or 200 times, he could amass a substantial sum, easily covering his father's medical expenses and the 80,000 yuan demanded by the Shi family, leaving him with a considerable surplus. This surplus would represent Li Mu's first pot of gold. Following his memory, Li Mu arrived at the same lottery shop from his past, wrote down the combination, and presented it to the shop owner. "Please play this number," Li Mu said. "How many times would you like to play?" The shop owner asked without looking up. With less than 400 yuan remaining, after reserving enough for dinner and travel expenses to Shishir, the capital of Yin province, Li Mu could only afford 150 times. 150 times, he replied. The shop owner turned to Li Mu, smiling, and cautioned, "There's a risk in playing the lottery. One must be cautious." While it wasn't uncommon for someone to spend hundreds on lottery tickets, playing a single number 150 times, costing 300 yuan, did indeed pose a significant risk. The shop owner was merely offering a friendly warning to Li Mu. "It's fine, just proceed," Li Mu said. The shop owner did not press further and proceeded to fulfill Li Mu's request for 150 times the selected number. Holding the ticket, Li Mu exited the shop and passionately kissed the ticket, praying to the heavens for fortune. Although Li Mu's memory was accurate, he had divorced Shi Xiangping prematurely. The course of history had shifted, and he wondered whether the lottery's outcome would also be altered. He had no desire to win the lottery only to find himself divorced from Shi Xiangping, as that would mean she would claim a portion of his winnings. Thus, he was also gambling on the hope that his divorce would not affect the lottery's outcome. Upon returning to Tianxiu City, night had fallen. Li Mu purchased dinner and returned to the hospital room. Seeing him arrive, Meng Shumin took the dinner from him and placed it on the table, then pulled Li Mu into the hallway. "Xiao Mu, did Xiangping's family lend you the money?" Meng Shumin inquired. "Don't worry, Mom. I'll pay the money tomorrow and ensure Dad gets his surgery," Li Mu responded vaguely. "So, Xiangping's family really did lend you the money?" Meng Shumin exclaimed joyfully. "Even though your father is hospitalized and the Shi family hasn't been around, they still showed their loyalty at a critical moment." Li Mu refrained from elaborating, not wanting his parents to know that he had already divorced Shi Xiangping. "After all, disclosing this matter at this moment would surely agitate my parents. Once my father recovers and is discharged from the hospital, I shall seek an opportunity to clarify everything to them." Around 9 o'clock, Li Mu ventured into a nearby internet CAF to check the lottery results. With practiced ease, he opened the browser, swiftly typed in the words lottery, and hit search. "Oh heavens, you have bestowed upon me the chance to relive my life. Please grant me this fortune." Li Mu closed his eyes, clenched his fists, inhaled deeply, and silently offered a prayer. Having divorced early and purchased numerous lottery tickets, he wondered whether these actions would affect the lottery's historical outcomes. Suddenly, Li Mu tightened his fists, took a deep breath, and held his breath, his heart racing intensely. Abruptly, he opened his eyes wide, fixating on the screen, gazing at those 6 red numbers and 1 blue number. Did I win? Chapter 4, Bitcoin. Indeed, I have won. Limu relaxed his clenched fists, exhaling a long sigh of relief as his racing heart gradually calmed. It appeared that the lottery's historical results had not been altered by my early divorce from Shi Xiangping. A smile crept across Limu's face as he carefully tucked the winning ticket into his pocket. This was not merely his first pot of gold, but also a lifeline for his father. Moreover, it would serve as a catalyst for his future destiny. Limu took another deep breath, striving to compose his excitement. It was now 2009, and the housing prices in Gouda County hovered around 1,000. By 2020, the prices had surged to 6,000. In a mere 11 years, the property prices in this obscure county had multiplied 6-fold. A sum of several $100,000 was considered wealthy in 2009. In his previous life, Limu had toiled for 11 years and barely managed to save $200,000. Such a comparison naturally fueled his exhilaration. Once he calmed down, Limu registered for a stock trading account online. In his past life, after graduating high school, he had remained at home doing odd jobs due to his father's illness. It was not until both parents had passed away that he left his hometown to seek work. During his time away, Limu had laid bricks, worked in factories, sold real estate, set up street stalls, and engaged in stock trading. These 11 years of struggle had equipped him with a myriad of survival skills. Stock trading was his envisioned pathway to rapidly amass wealth using his lottery winnings. Although only a select few truly profited from trading stocks, Limu was confident he belonged to that fortunate minority, for he possessed memories of the next 11 years. While not entirely clear, he retained a firm grasp of the overarching trends and directions. In his previous life, when he began learning about stock trading, he had researched the annual high-performing stocks. In 2009, there was one remarkable stock that skyrocketed by over 500%. If Limu were to invest all 36,000 of his winnings, he could potentially yield an astonishing 18 million. Certainly, this is after Limu has invested all his stocks and must wait until the end of the year. However, time is of the essence for Limu, as he intends to engage in short-term trading. Ultimately, the only capital he has at his disposal is a mere 160,000. Limu is confident that, with the foresight granted by his memories of the next 11 years, he can swiftly transform this sum into 360,000, or even possibly into 3,600,000. As he perused online information from 2009, Limu, drawing from his own experience, selected several promising short-term stocks. Suddenly, he stumbled upon the term Bitcoin. His heart raced with excitement. Bitcoin. This was truly an opportunity for fortune. Bitcoin emerged in March 2009, which is also referred to as the year of Bitcoin's inception. Initially, Bitcoin was valued at 1 cent, approximately 0.7 of a cent. Thus, during 2009, a single Bitcoin was worth about 7 cents. By 2020, Bitcoin skyrocketed to $12,000, equivalent to over 80,000 yuan. In just 11 years, its value surged by over 1 million times. Had anyone invested a little over 1,000 yuan to purchase 20,000 Bitcoins in 2009, by 2020, they would have amassed billions, transforming into a billionaire. The true surge in Bitcoin's value began after 2011, requiring an additional 2 years. Limu, unable to contain his eagerness, sought the fastest method to accumulate wealth. Nevertheless, he could initially spend around 10,000 yuan to acquire 30 to 50,000 Bitcoins and simply hold on to them. Even if he did nothing after 2011, he would inevitably become a billionaire. Suppressing his excitement, Limu checked the train tickets from Tianqiu City to Shi City. Perhaps it was due to his previous life experiences of living in poverty that he felt a sense of urgency to claim his reward. His immediate goals were to fund his father's surgery and to enter the stock market swiftly to generate profits. He examined the train schedules and routes to the prize collection center. Ultimately, he purchased a ticket for the train departing at 3:30 in the morning, determined to be the first to collect his reward during the center's operating hours. After disembarking and greeting his mother at the hospital, he hurried to the train station. Tianqiu train station, a first-class station, serves as a hub for several major rail lines and operates around the clock. Limu rushed to Tianqiu train station to buy a ticket for the early morning train. After approximately 3 hours of waiting, he finally boarded the train to Shi City to claim his prize. Once seated, he noticed a young lady across from him, her head bowed over her backpack, seemingly asleep. Instantly, Limu was struck with disbelief as he recognized her. It was Chun Qiuqing. He could hardly believe that in his rebirth, he had encountered her 2 years earlier than in his previous life. In his past existence, Li Mu had begun working in Tiandu City in 2011. In a factory known as Tianyu, Li Mu encountered a girl named Chun Xiuqing, a native of Anhui Province, 2 years his junior. Upon his arrival at the factory, he began working as a quality inspector. At that time, Chun Xiuqing was of modest height, standing just above 160 centimeters. Her slender figure rendered her both petite and charming, and her striking appearance earned her the title of the factory's belle. At first sight, Li Mu was instantly captivated by her. Chun Xiuqing hailed from an ordinary family, which harbored aspirations for her to marry into wealth. Ultimately, due to the issue of bride price, Li Mu and Chun Xiuqing were unable to unite, leaving a significant regret in Li Mu's heart. In a moment of fervor, he declared, "Xiuqing, in this lifetime, I shall not forsake you again." At that instant, Chun Xiuqing stirred, seemingly uncomfortable in her sleeping position. Groggily, she opened her eyes, and upon seeing Li Mu across from her, she offered a faint smile before turning her gaze to the outside. It was 3:30 in the morning. Aside from the lights at the station, darkness enveloped everything else. Chun Xiuqing covered her mouth with her hand, stifling a yawn, and mumbled, "Where are we now?" "This is Tiandu City. The next stop is Zhang City, followed by Tiandu City," Li Mu replied with a smile. "Which stop will you be getting off at?" "Tiandu City," she confirmed, just as Li Mu recalled her mentioning that she had gone to Tiandu City in 2009. "Are you going there for work?" he inquired, feigning ignorance. Chun Xiuqing simply nodded in acknowledgement. "What is your name?" he asked again, fully aware of the answer. Instantly, Chun Xiuqing became wary, clutching her backpack tightly and casting a cautious glance at him. Li Mu was taken aback by her expression, and a wave of regret washed over him. He realized he had acted impulsively. At merely 18 years of age and fresh in her journey, Chun Xiuqing was understandably on guard. "Please, do not misunderstand," he hastily added. "I am Li Mu, and I merely wish to befriend you. When venturing out, it is beneficial to have mutual support. The more friends, the more pathways." Chun Xiuqing scrutinized him closely, noting his tall and handsome stature along with his friendly demeanor, which eased her vigilance somewhat. "Hello, I am Chun Xiuqing," she murmured softly. Due to the earlier hasty exchange, a sense of caution lingered in her demeanor. Li Mu, mindful of this, refrained from overstepping boundaries and engaged in light conversation with her. Eventually, as they approached their destination, Li Mu successfully acquired Chun Xiuqing's QQ chat number. Since she had just embarked on her journey and did not possess a mobile phone, she could not immediately verify their friendship. At that moment, an announcement echoed through the train. "Dear passengers, we are approaching Tiandu Station. Those disembarking at Tiandu Station, please gather your belongings and prepare to alight." Upon hearing this, Li Mu felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. How could they have arrived so soon? "I am about to disembark. Farewell," Chun Xiuqing remarked. After speaking, she rose to retrieve her luggage from the overhead rack. "Allow me to assist you. Which of these bags belongs to you?" Li Mu inquired, already standing. Chun Xiuqing indicated 2 pieces of luggage, and Li Mu kindly helped to take them down. Furthermore, he accompanied her, delivering the bags directly to the train platform. "Thank you very much. You are truly a good person." Chun Xiuqing expressed her gratitude. "No need for thanks. As I mentioned, we ought to look out for one another when we are out and about," Li Mu replied with a smile. "Well, goodbye," Chun Xiuqing said. With that, she hoisted her 2 hefty bags and, appearing somewhat fragile, moved forward. "Xiuqing, wait for me. Once I earn a substantial amount, I will come find you. Rest assured, it won't be long." Watching Chun Xiuqing depart, Li Mu felt a pang of reluctance before turning to board the train. Eventually, the train resumed its journey. Shortly after 7 o'clock, it arrived at Shishir Station. Upon exiting the train station, Li Mu followed the route he had meticulously prepared to the bus heading to the lottery center. He purchased a ticket, boarded the bus, transferred midway, bought another ticket, and finally reached the lottery center. Miraculously, he arrived over 10 minutes early. Having not slept the previous night, he was quite famished. And as the lottery center had yet to open, he seized the opportunity to buy a stuffed egg pancake nearby to satiate his hunger. Standing not far from the lottery station, Li Mu munched on his egg pancake while waiting for the center to open. At last, just as he took his final bite, the lottery center's doors swung open. Li Mu quickly chewed a few more bites, swallowed the remnants of his pancake, checked the lottery ticket in his pocket, and briskly made his way towards the center. After explaining his purpose, he presented his identification and ticket to the staff for verification. Once confirmed, he proceeded with the registration and was asked to sign for acknowledgement. When the staff inquired whether he would like to make a charitable donation, Li Mu hesitated. His reluctance stemmed not from a lack of desire to give, but rather the concern that donating a portion would reduce his available funds. Ultimately, he symbolically donated 30,000 yuan. After taxes were deducted, Li Mu received a bank check for 330,000 yuan. With the check in hand, he carefully stored it away and sought out the nearest bank to cash it. At that moment, Li Mu found himself with 330,000 yuan in his account. This marked the first significant sum he had acquired since his rebirth. It is worth noting that in his previous life, Li Mu had managed to save less than 200,000 over the span of 11 years. In those early years, he had indeed earned a fair amount. Yet his father's prolonged illness had depleted their savings, leading to substantial debts that needed repayment. Li Mu truly began to accumulate wealth only after 2013. Subsequently, he visited a large mobile phone store and purchased a smartphone, the iPhone 3. In his past life, Li Mu was a fervent admirer of mobile technology. Without a smartphone, accessing information was exceedingly cumbersome. Smartphones began to gain popularity after 2010, with widespread adoption commencing in 2013. In 2009, the advent of smartphones was indeed a luxury, costing Li Mu over 4,000 yuan, an amount equivalent to nearly 2 months' salary for an average person in Shishir. At that time, the capabilities of smartphones were quite impressive. However, for Li Mu, who had returned from a rebirth, such a device felt merely adequate. There was no denying the fact that smartphones in 2009 were simply at that level. Perhaps spurred by a sense of patriotism, Li Mu suddenly conceived an ambitious idea to create the most formidable domestic smartphone in Xia country. In an instant, he even devised a name for it, the Qiangxia phone, the most powerful smartphone of Xia. With newfound confidence in the future, Li Mu concluded his purchase and promptly returned to Tianxiu City. Upon arriving at the hospital, Li Mu hurried to his father Li Jiangwen's ward. As he entered the corridor, he spotted his mother, Meng Shumin, embroiled in a heated argument with a nurse. Your medical expenses have been exhausted. According to hospital regulations, I must discontinue the medication for the patient, the nurse stated coldly. Meng Shumin grasped the nurse's arm, pleading, please. Nurse, I beg you. The medication cannot be stopped, otherwise my husband will be in grave danger. The nurse harshly shook off Meng Shumin's grip, retorting, keep your filthy hands off me. I've already told you that your medical expenses are up. I am merely following the hospital's regulations. If you cannot settle the payment today, I will have to expel you from the premises. The nurse's voice was icy as Meng Shumin continued to beseech her. I implore you, do not stop the medication. I am begging you. I will kneel if I must. As she spoke, Meng Shumin clutched the nurse's arm tighter and, with a sudden movement, fell to her knees before the nurse. Once again, the nurse forcefully pushed her away, shouting, get away from me. Your pleas are futile. Kneeling changes nothing. At that moment, Meng Shumin collapsed to the floor in despair. This treatment was utterly unacceptable, even without the means to pay for medical care. Such behavior towards the family of a patient was inhumane. This is not a hospital. It is a hellish nightmare. Others murmured in agreement, expressing their outrage at the nurse's conduct. Witnessing this scene, Li Mu furrowed his brows, fists clenched, veins bulging, and with an intense gaze. He approached with an air of determination. Chapter 6. Leveraging opportunities, Li Mu quickly rushed to help his mother to her feet, concern etched across his face. Mom, are you all right? Did you hurt yourself? Upon seeing Li Mu, Meng Shumin clung to him as though he were her last hope. Xiaomu, please urge the nurse. We cannot allow your father's medication to be halted, she sobbed. Mom, it's all right. I have secured the funds. I will settle the payment immediately, Li Mu replied, his throat tight with emotion. Just don't pay a mere 300 or 500, or I will be hounding you for payment again in a day or two. The nurse sneered dismissively. Li Mu turned sharply, his expression darkening as he directed a fierce glare at the nurse. What are you staring at? She retorted nervously. You must apologize for your recent actions, Li Mu declared in a stern voice. Why should I apologize? The nurse retorted disdainfully. An apology is imperative. Indeed, it is essential. Otherwise, you shan't leave. Humph. If you refuse to apologize, we shall collectively file a complaint against you. Instantly, those around rallied in support of Li Mu. The nurse, taken aback, realized she had incurred the wrath of the crowd and hurriedly approached Meng Shumin to offer her apologies. Subsequently, The nurse huffed in frustration and turned to leave. Li Mu chose not to pursue the matter further, offering comfort to his mother before proceeding to settle the medical fees. After completing the payment, Li Mu conferred with the attending physician, Wang Zuoren, regarding the upcoming surgery before returning to the ward. He informed his parents about the payment and the surgery scheduled for the following day, allowing them to finally rest easy. Xiaomu, although Shan Ping's family hasn't come to visit your father, they have contributed financially. Do not harbor resentment. Make sure to express gratitude later, Meng Shumin remarked. With Li Jiangwen's surgery imminent, Li Mu refrained from disclosing his marital troubles at such a critical juncture, as it might exacerbate his father's condition. All right, Dad, please rest now, Li Mu said, bidding his parents farewell before departing. The surgery fee had been settled. All that remained was to await the procedure. However, Li Mu could not afford to be idle, especially with the substantial sum of 200,000 yuan in his possession, a portion of which was earmarked for Shan Ping's 80,000 yuan. Li Mu had promised to repay Shan Ping within a week, specifically by September 2nd. He resolved to capitalize on this interval to make the most of the 8,000 yuan owed to her, intending to employ it to generate further gains. Arriving at the internet CAF, Li Mu powered on the computer, logged into his stock trading account, and opened the market trend charts. Glancing at the stocks he had selected the previous day, he chose one and purchased 10,000 shares at 20 yuan each. Mere minutes later, the share price ascended to 22 yuan, prompting Li Mu to sell all without hesitation. Earning 2 yuan per share, the total profit amounted to 20,000 yuan. In his past life, it took Li Mu 6 or 7 years to amass 200,000 yuan. Yet now, within mere minutes, he had earned 20,000 yuan, filling him with a sense of pride. Being reborn truly felt wonderful, and making money was astonishingly effortless. Subsequently, Li Mu employed the same strategy, swiftly buying and selling stocks. Within minutes, sometimes merely a matter of a dozen minutes, he would sell as soon as the stock price rose, regardless of the amount. This was no longer simply short-term trading, it was ultra-short-term trading. Ultra-short-term trading hinges on precision, speed, and decisiveness. Identifying the right stocks, executing rapid purchases, and as soon as the stock price increased, placing firm sell orders was crucial. With his future expertise in short-term trading applied to the current market, Li Mu found himself virtually unstoppable. While the majority of patrons in the internet CAF were engrossed in video games, Li Mu's dazzling trading maneuvers caught the attention of observant onlookers. Not far behind Li Mu, a man in his 30s, sporting a buzz cut and a square face, was staring in astonishment at Li Mu's operations on the computer. This young man, adept at short-term stock trading, seemed to have mastered the art of precision, speed, and decisiveness, truly impressive. As Li Mu continued his dazzling maneuvers, the buzzcut man, unable to suppress his curiosity, swiftly approached him. Startled by the sudden appearance of the newcomer, Li Mu instinctively switched the webpage interface. Having been reborn, he was keenly aware of the need to avoid drawing too much attention, lest he invite unnecessary trouble. Hey, don't be alarmed, the buzzcut man quickly reassured him. I'm Wu Yukai, a seasoned stock trader, though my journey has seen both losses and gains over the years. I noticed your trading skills are quite extraordinary, and I was hoping to exchange insights with you. Wu Yukai, with a name like that. It's hard to believe you possess any talent, Li Mu thought, suppressing a chuckle. Observing that Wu Yukai didn't seem malevolent, he relaxed his guard. Hello, I'm Li Mu, he replied. Seeing Li Mu's demeanor soften, Wu Yukai eagerly pulled out a chair and sat down. I've been trading short-term stocks full-time for about 5 or 6 years now. To be honest, I invested 500,000, but my results have been rather stagnant, mostly breaking even. Goodness, a 500,000 investment in full-time trading. Wu Yukai must be quite wealthy. In comparison, Li Mu's modest 200,000 seemed rather paltry. Moreover, Li Mu noticed a hint of embarrassment on Wu Youcai's face as he spoke those last words, suggesting that his experience over the years had likely resulted in more losses than victories. Li Mu chose silence, glancing at the time as the market was about to close. Without hesitation, he proceeded to execute a trade right in front of Wu Yukai. After all, a man who invested 500,000 must be affluent. So there was little need for Li Mu to conceal his own activities. Transaction successful. At that moment, Li Mu's trading account displayed a balance of 280,000. Wow, 280,000. How much did you start with? What have you earned? Wu Yukai exclaimed in shock. This seemingly ordinary man had managed to invest 200,000 in stocks at such a young age. Could it be that, like him, He had also received money from family to trade. I started with 200,000 and have only made a small profit, Li Mu replied nonchalantly. 8,000 in just 2 hours? Wu Yukai stared at Li Mu in disbelief. And you refer to that 8,000 as merely a small amount? You're impressive. Though Li Mu maintained a calm exterior, inside he reveled in the excitement. Indeed, earning 8,000 in 2 hours was quite remarkable. Wu Yukai gazed at him with admiration, exclaiming, in all my years of trading, the most I've made in 2 days is over 60,000. Yet, in comparison to you, I feel utterly insignificant. Please, share your trading secrets with me. At that moment, Li Mu could not help but furrow his brow. Chapter 7. Are we familiar enough for such familiarity? We have only known each other for less than 2 minutes, and yet you act so ungraciously. Li Mu remained silent as he grasped the mouse and carelessly scrolled through the web page. Observing Li Mu's actions, Wu Yukai paused for a moment, then suddenly slapped his forehead. Expressing regret, brother, my apologies. It is I who have been thoughtless. As he spoke, Wu Yukai produced a box of Yushi cigarettes, offering one to Li Mu. Habitually, Li Mu reached out to accept the cigarette, but his hand halted midair. Must he abandon the habit of smoking altogether? In his previous life, Li Mu had smoked for a decade, having taken it up after venturing out to work in 2010. However, once one learns to smoke, it becomes exceedingly difficult to quit. Li Mu had attempted to stop several times, yet none of those efforts lasted long. Since he had not yet taken up smoking in this life, Li Mu decided against it. His hand lingered in the air for a moment before he quickly waved it away, smiling. Haha, thank you, but I do not smoke. Wu Yukai was taken aback. He noted that Li Mu's gesture was indeed one of acceptance, yet he claimed not to smoke. This only deepened Wu Yotsai's self-reproach, leading him to believe that his earlier request had been too abrupt and had upset Li Mu, prompting his refusal. Brother, I apologize. I was too reckless just now. Wu Yukai lamented. Li Mu understood that Wu Yukai had misunderstood him and hurriedly clarified. No, Wu Gu, do not misconstrue. I truly do not smoke. I am not deceiving you. Let us do this. Since the stock market has closed for the day and there is little else to do, let us find a place where I can treat you. Firstly, to apologize for my earlier recklessness, and secondly, as fellow stock traders. It would be good to get acquainted and make a friend. Wu Yukai spoke earnestly, adding, you must not refuse my invitation. Seeing Wu Yotsai's sincerity, and recognizing that declining would mean being forcibly taken along, Li Mu pondered that he had nothing pressing to attend to. He decided to accept the invitation, also wishing to learn how individuals in 2009 engaged in stock trading. Although Li Mu possessed memories of the next 11 years, those insights were often too advanced for the current historical context. Sometimes, being ahead of one's time can lead to adverse outcomes. Much like Wang Mang from over 2,000 years ago, whose ideas were too progressive for his era, resulting in his brief 15-year reign before meeting his demise amidst chaos. After settling the bill, the two emerged from the internet CAF, with Li Mu taking a seat in Wu Yotsai's BMW 3 Series. At this moment, Li Mu was quite certain that Wu Yukai was indeed a wealthy second-generation heir. However, what intrigued Li Mu was why such a privileged individual would choose to engage in stock trading at an internet CAF instead of at home. Wu Yukai selected a serene tea house, and the two settled in a quiet corner before engaging in conversation. When Li Mu learned that Wu Yotsai's father was the owner of the Tianta Group, he was utterly astonished. The Tianta Group, once a leading enterprise in Guda County specializing in environmental protection equipment, relocated to Tianqiu City due to certain policy changes. In 2014, Tianta Group successfully went public. Subsequently, as the nation intensified its environmental initiatives, Tianta Group soared, emerging as one of the top 100 enterprises nationwide and a leader in its industry, boasting a market value exceeding 100 billion. Even the Prime Minister of Xia Nation visited Tianta Group in 2016, underscoring the formidable potential of this company. Li Mu never anticipated that upon his rebirth, he would become acquainted with the young heir of Tianta Group through stock trading. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, given your family's wealth, why are you not trading stocks at home, but instead in an internet CAF? Upon hearing this, Wu Yotsai's expression turned awkward. My brother, to be honest. Wu Yukai chuckled sheepishly. My father has always looked down on me. To prove my worth, I deceived him into giving me 500,000 for entrepreneurial funds. Li Mu nodded slightly, taking a sip of tea, patiently awaiting Wu Yotsai's continuation. In my eagerness to prove myself, I chose to invest in stocks. Initially, I indeed made a considerable profit. However, Over the past 2 to 3 years, my losses have far outweighed my gains. The 500,000 my father provided has dwindled to less than 300,000. Li Mu felt a sense of amusement. His suspicions were confirmed. I have tirelessly studied the stock market, yet the results have been disheartening. Today, witnessing your dazzling trading skills at the Internet CAF, I hope to learn from you. I need to demonstrate my capability to my father. Therefore, Brother Li Mu, I truly admire you and hope you can assist me. Rest assured, I will not let you help me in vain, Wu Yukai earnestly added, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Li Mu had already grasped the essence of Wu Youcai's words midway through his explanation, particularly upon learning that Wu Yukai was the future heir of Tianta Group. Li Mu was keen to forge a friendship with him, believing it could be immensely beneficial in the future. All right, I shall agree to assist you, Li Mu replied readily. Really? Wu Yukai exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Li Mu smiled and nodded. Thank you, Brother Li Mu. I am immensely grateful, Wu Yukai responded joyfully. You can rest assured. I will not let your efforts go unrewarded. Wu Gu, earlier you mentioned that we are friends, and friends help each other. Your words seem a bit distant. Li Mu feigned annoyance. Wu Yukai paused momentarily before responding with enthusiasm. Good brother, meeting you today is truly a privilege. Allow me to toast you with tea in place of wine. With that, he lifted his cup and drank in one gulp, as if it were alcohol. Li Mu signaled in agreement and finished his tea as well. Rest assured, Brother Li Mu, your assistance is a favor I will remember. Should you ever need anything from Wu Gu in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Hee, I have been waiting for your words. Just hearing you mention Wu Gu is enough. I toast to him. Li Mu also raised his teacup, returning the gesture with tea in place of wine. Brother Li Mu, please enlighten me on the intricacies of short-term stock trading, Wu Yukai eagerly inquired. Li Mu pondered for a moment before responding. First, tell me how you approach short-term trading. Subsequently, Wu Yukai divulged his stock trading experiences from the past few years in one breath. Upon hearing Wu Youcai's account, Li Mu shook his head slightly. Brother, is there something amiss with my trading? Wu Yukai immediately asked. You lack decisiveness. Chapter 8. Settle the score with him. What do you mean? Wu Yukai asked, bewildered. Your method of selecting stocks is not the problem, Li Mu explained. The issue lies in your order placements. Wu Youcai's eyes widened in realization. He recalled that while his stock selections had indeed risen after purchase, many of his order placements were merely loss-cutting actions. We are engaging in short-term trading, not medium or long-term, Li Mu asserted. Yet you often hold stocks for over 2 to 3 months, which is already approaching a medium-term strategy. Moreover, you mentioned that you have held one stock for over 6 months. Ultimately, it boils down to this. We are in short-term trading. A duration of 3 days is optimal. Beyond that, numerous uncontrollable factors may arise. In essence, you simply lack the necessary decisiveness. Brother Li Mu, you are absolutely correct. Your words have truly awakened me. Wu Yukai exclaimed with excitement. Come, I will toast to you once more. Following this, Li Mu imparted additional stock selection techniques that would prove beneficial in the future. As dusk approached, signaling it was time for Li Mu to return home to buy dinner for his parents, Wu Yukai finally ceased his inquiries. Upon learning that Li Mu's father was hospitalized, Wu Yukai initially contemplated visiting him. However, considering the customary avoidance of patient visits in the afternoon, he resolved to go see Li Mu's father early the next day. In the end, Wu Yukai and Li Mu exchanged phone numbers before Wu Yukai escorted Li Mu back to the hospital. After dinner, Li Mu utilized a stock trading app on his phone to sift through potential short-term stocks for purchase the following day. The next morning, promptly at 8, Li Mu went to the medical office to inquire about his father's surgery. Upon arriving, as he was about to knock on the door, he heard a voice inviting him in, prompting him to enter. Wang Zuoren looked up and, upon recognizing Li Mu, displayed a faint, disdainful smirk. Oh, yesterday you bullied my precious one. Let me show you how I will deal with you. The nurse whom Li Mu had coerced into apologizing the previous day was, in fact, Wang Zuoren's lover. Wang Zuoren had been plotting how to avenge his beloved since then. Hello, Dr. Wang. I came to ask when my father's surgery will take place today, Li Mu inquired politely. Oh, I'm afraid it will have to wait another 2 days. Wang Zuoren replied. Another 2 days? Li Mu queried in confusion. Wasn't it agreed upon yesterday that the surgery could be performed today? Well, let us forget about that. It would be best for your family to come in. They understand the protocols, Wang Zuoren stated. Protocols? Li Mu gazed at Wang Zuoren, his expression increasingly perplexed. Suddenly, He noticed Wang Zuoren casually gesturing with his hands in a manner unmistakably akin to counting money. Indeed, it was the action of counting money, not making a heart sign. In an instant, Li Mu comprehended that this scoundrel, Wang Zuoren, was soliciting a red envelope from him. Feigning ignorance, Li Mu remarked, "Dr. Wang, what are the rules? Wasn't it stated that payment must be made before the surgery?" Wang Zuoren cast a sidelong glance at Li Mu and replied, "Forget it. Let your elder handle this. You are too inexperienced to grasp the rules." "Humph, am I the one lacking understanding?" "You are the one seeking a red envelope," Li Mu retorted coldly. Wang Zuoren smiled faintly and said, "Since you understand, why must you articulate it? This creates an awkward situation for everyone, doesn't it? Are you embarrassed to ask for a red envelope?" Li Mu scoffed. "What are you saying?" Wang Zuoren replied, his displeasure evident. "So, no red envelope means no surgery?" Li Mu inquired in a low voice. "Precisely, and it must be a generous amount," Wang Zuoren replied with a frosty demeanor. Li Mu fixed his gaze on Wang Zuoren, remaining silent before turning on his heel and exiting the office. Wang Zuoren had a habit of demanding red envelopes, and given the situation with his nurse mistress, he felt compelled to insist on it this time. Naturally, Li Mu was unaware of this matter. Although Li Mu was not short on funds, he absolutely refused to indulge such behavior. If no red envelope meant no surgery, he could always transfer to another hospital. As Li Mu reached the corner of the corridor, he spotted Wu Yukai, who was holding some items and inquiring with a nurse about his father's hospital room number. "Brother Wu, what brings you here?" Li Mu approached and asked. "I heard yesterday that your father was hospitalized, so I wanted to come and check in, but the timing was not right." Wu Yukai waved the items in his hand and smiled. "Thus, I came early this morning to visit your father." "Thank you, Brother Wu," Li Mu forced a smile. "Your complexion doesn't look too good. What is the matter?" Wu Yukai inquired. Li Mu pulled Wu Yukai into a safe passage and recounted the earlier incident. "Damn it. This scoundrel is as despicable as his name. He is a disgrace to humanity." Wu Yukai exclaimed angrily. "Brother, don't worry. I will ensure he performs the surgery immediately on your father." "Forget it, Brother Wu. If it comes to that, we can transfer to another hospital," Li Mu said. "No way, we cannot tolerate this," Wu Yukai asserted. "Come, let us confront him." With that, Wu Yukai grabbed Li Mu and headed toward the medical office. Bang! Wu Yukai kicked open the door to the medical office and entered forcefully, dragging Li Mu along. Li Mu was taken aback. He had not anticipated Wu Yukai to be so audacious. Inside the office, Wang Zuoren was equally startled. Upon seeing Li Mu and Wu Yukai, his expression darkened. "So, no red envelope means no surgery?" Wu Yukai demanded loudly. "Who are you? Do you think you can cause such a commotion? I can have you arrested." Wang Zuoren frowned. "Oh, do you believe I can have you expelled from this hospital?" Wu Yukai retorted angrily. "Fine, I would like to see how you plan to expel me." Wang Zuoren scoffed. "All right, just you wait." Wu Yukai pointed at Wang Zuoren and scoffed. "Very well, I shall await your arrival here," Wang Zuoren replied disdainfully. Without delay, Wu Yukai retrieved his phone and swiftly dialed a number. "Second uncle, I'm at the hospital. There's a doctor refusing to perform the surgery unless I provide a bribe. I assure you, this is indeed the case. Please hurry over and intervene." Yes, all right, I will be waiting here." After a brief exchange, he hung up. "Humph. Don't think that even your second uncle or your granduncle will make a difference," Wang Zuoren mocked. "When they arrive, let us see if you can maintain such a demeanor." Wu Yukai retorted with a smirk. He then pulled over 2 chairs and sat down with Li Mu. "Wu Gu, whom did you call? Is it reliable?" Li Mu inquired softly. "Rest assured, today not only will I have him removed, but I will also secure the best doctor for my uncle's surgery," Wu Yukai asserted confidently. Chapter 9. I guarantee you will profit. As Wu Yukai stirred up commotion, a crowd of relatives of patients began to gather at the office entrance. "What is happening? It seems that young man is threatening to expel Dr. Wang from the hospital. Goodness, is that lad boasting?" Moments later, 2 individuals squeezed through the crowd. Make way, make way." A middle-aged man in a white shirt led a younger man in his 30s. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Wang Zuoren paused for a moment and quickly stood to greet him. "Director Wang, what brings you here?" Wang Zuoren said with utmost respect. Wang Guobin, the deputy director of the Tianxiu City Health Bureau and Wu Youcai's second uncle, nodded slightly and shook hands with Wang Zuoren. "Second uncle, you've come," Wu Yukai exclaimed with a beaming smile. Upon hearing the term second uncle, Wang Zuoren's mind buzzed. The director was indeed the second uncle referenced by this young man. "You troublemaker," Wang Guobin admonished. Now, what is the situation? Wu Yukai proceeded to explain Li Mu's condition to Wang Guobin. After listening attentively, Wang Guobin's expression turned serious as he directed his gaze at Wang Zuren. Is this true? He asked in a grave tone. Director, that is not the case at all. How could I possibly ask for a bribe? Wang Zuren replied, flustered. You have no evidence, so do not make baseless accusations, or I shall be forced to take action against you. He believed that as long as he adamantly denied the allegations, they could not take any action against him. Do you have any evidence? Wang Guobin inquired. Both Li Mu and Wu Yukai were momentarily at a loss for words. I can testify. At that moment, a family member of a patient stepped forward. I can attest that last week, when my mother underwent surgery, this Dr. Wang hinted that I should give him a bribe. I can also testify. That scoundrel directly asked me for a bribe last month. And instantly, Wang Zuren was left speechless. He had indeed accepted bribes from these individuals. Wang Guobin's expression darkened as he coldly remarked, What do you have to say for yourself now? Just then, several more individuals entered from outside, including the hospital's director, Li Guizhong, along with several deputy directors such as Zhao Dezhou. Director Wang, why didn't you inform us of your arrival in advance? We could have prepared a warm welcome for you. Li Guizhong smiled as he approached. Humph. Ask your doctors what kind of good deeds they've been up to. Wang Guobin retorted angrily. Li Guizhong and the others had only heard reports that Wang Guobin had arrived, but they were unaware of the specifics. Upon seeing Zhao Dezhou, Wang Zuren rushed over as if he had found a savior. Brother-in-law, save me. Wang Zuren lamented. What on earth have you done? Zhao Dezhou demanded with a fierce voice. With a woeful expression, Wang Zuren recounted the events. Slap. Zhao Dezhou raised his hand and struck Wang Zuren across the face. You scoundrel. I had only heard rumors, but I never imagined you would actually accept bribes. Zhao Dezhou exclaimed angrily. After such a scandal, no one can save you. Zhao Dezhou then approached Wang Guobin and declared, Director Wang, Wang Zuren's transgressions are unforgivable. I request his immediate dismissal to prevent further tarnishing of our medical system. Not only should he be dismissed, but his medical license must be revoked permanently, Wang Guobin stated. The authorities are currently seeking examples, so let him serve as a cautionary tale for all healthcare personnel to avoid similar situations. Should any further incidents arise, severe punishment will ensue. Li Guizhong and the others nodded solemnly in agreement. Wang Guobin turned to Li Mu with a smile, saying, I sincerely apologize for the distress this has caused you and your family. We will promptly arrange for superior doctors to attend to your family's medical needs. Wang Guobin's apology was motivated not only by Wu Yukai's situation, but also by his current position. He had to demonstrate a firm stance. Indeed, his attitude immediately garnered applause from numerous patients and their families. Thank you. Li Mu expressed gratefully. I shall personally perform the surgery for the patient, Zhao Dezhou announced. Given the serious situation involving his brother-in-law, Zhao Dezhou felt compelled to take a stand and volunteered himself. Very well, let Vice President Zhao undertake the surgery, Li Guizhong concurred. Soon, Li Jiangwen was wheeled into the operating room for his procedure, while Wang Zuren was taken away for investigation and disciplinary action. These matters were no longer relevant to Li Mu. As Li Jiangwen underwent surgery, Li Mu lost interest in stock trading and handed over the short-term stocks he had selected the previous night to Wu Yukai. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Wu Yukai said. Feeling shy. Brother Wu, you've done me such a great favor. Consider this my way of thanking you, Li Mu replied. Additionally, I will need your assistance in managing my account. Are you suggesting I take over your stock trading account? Wu Yukai asked in astonishment. Li Mu nodded earnestly. But what if I incur losses? Wu Yukai replied awkwardly. As long as you remember my advice, don't be greedy. I assure you, you will earn profits, Li Mu reassured him. All right. Since you trust me so much, I won't let you down, Wu Yukai promised. Li Mu expressed his gratitude, offering a few words of advice to Wu Yukai before he took his leave. More than 2 hours later, the surgery concluded, and Li Jiangwen was wheeled out. The operation had been remarkably successful, and after a week's recovery in the hospital, he would be discharged, as Zhao Dezhou informed. Thank you so much, Li Mu said appreciatively. Not at all, Zhao Dezhou replied before departing. With the successful surgery of Li Jiangwen, Li Mu felt a weight lift from his heart. In this lifetime, he would no longer bear the regret of losing his father due to financial constraints during surgery. At noon, Li Mu purchased lunch for his parents and then went out to eat with Wu Yukai. Inquiring about the morning's events, Wu Yukai excitedly revealed, I earned over 60,000 this morning, and your account has even more. exceeding 70,000. You now have more than 350,000 in your account. Thank you. Wu Gu, Li Mu replied with a smile, satisfied with the outcome. I should be the one thanking you. Wu Yukai said. You've allowed me to earn several tens of thousands. Li Mu merely smiled in response. Curiously, he pondered how Wu Yukai had the audacity to entrust him with a stock account worth several 100,000. Aren't you afraid I might cash out and disappear? Wu Yukai chuckled. If I had intended to run, I would have done so long ago. I wouldn't be here discussing this with you, Li Mu replied with a grin. Affirming that his judgment had proven correct, Wu Yukai was indeed a trustworthy individual. Chapter 10. Sure shopping comes for money. In the afternoon, the stock market opened, and Wu Yukai closely followed Li Mu's lead. Whatever Li Mu purchased, Wu Yukai did the same. Whenever Li Mu sold, Wu Yukai promptly followed suit. The two were nearly in perfect sync. By the end of the afternoon, after just 2 hours, Li Mu's account had soared to 430,000, while Wu Youcai's account reached over 420,000. As the market closed, both let out a long sigh of relief. Li Mu, I truly admire you. You are a veritable stock market genius, Wu Yukai exclaimed. Li Mu simply smiled faintly without replying, then began browsing other information. Bitcoin? What is this? Wu Yukai inquired, leaning in with curiosity. This is a valuable asset. Would you like to invest in some? Li Mu smiled. Are you purchasing? Wu Yukai asked. Li Mu nodded with a grin, then spent over 1,500 to buy 20,000 bitcoins. Seeing Li Mu's successful purchase, Wu Yukai did not hesitate and also acquired 20,000 bitcoins. Hee hee, Wu Gu, aren't you going to research before buying? Li Mu chuckled. What is there to research? If you buy, I trust you. Wu Yukai laughed. You have such faith in me? Li Mu replied with a smile. If you can entrust me with several 100,000 for stock trading, then I naturally have complete trust in you, Wu Yukai stated. Besides, even if this investment of over 1,000 doesn't yield profit, is it truly a significant loss? In 2009, the average salary in Guda County was slightly over 1,500 yuan, while in Tiansu City, it was only around 2,000. For the vast majority, this sum was indeed significant. However, for the son of the Guda Group's owner, it was hardly worth mentioning. Li Jiangwen's health was improving day by day, and Li Mu and Wu Yukai spent their time together engaged in stock trading. On September 1st, at 3 in the afternoon, as the stock market closed, Li Mu and Wu Yukai shared an exuberant high five. Li Mu, I truly admire you to the utmost, Wu Yukai exclaimed excitedly. During these days of trading with you, I have not witnessed a single loss on your part. These have been among my most profitable days in years. After these few days, the balance in Wu Youcai's account had swelled to over 950,000, just slightly less than Li Mu's. You've done well too. There were times when you even outperformed me, Li Mu chuckled. That's due to your excellent guidance. A great teacher produces outstanding disciples. Wu Yukai replied with a grin. By the way, I see that your uncle is recovering nicely. You must be feeling less burdened now. Therefore, I insist on treating you tonight. I must properly arrange something for you. Let's wait until my father is discharged from the hospital. I'm still a bit concerned. Li Mu responded. That's fine. Wu Yukai conceded without pressing the matter. As they spent time together, their bond deepened considerably, and their conversations became more casual. At that moment, Li Mu's phone rang, and the caller ID displayed the name Shi Xiangping. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately decided to answer the call. Li Mu, tomorrow is September 2nd. Have you prepared the money? Shi Xiangping inquired as soon as the line connected. Upon hearing her words, Li Mu felt a wave of displeasure wash over him. Originally, he intended to deliver the money after the stock market closed the following afternoon. But now he felt he had been too accommodating towards Shi Xiangping. Rest assured, you can come to collect the money tomorrow. I will not withhold a single cent. Li Mu replied coldly. With that, he ended the call and tossed his phone onto the table. What is going on? Wu Yukai asked curiously. Li Mu sighed and briefly recounted his situation with Shi Xiangping. After listening, Wu Yukai was taken aback. He never imagined that at just 20 years old, Li Mu had already been married and divorced, and was even a son-in-law by marriage. Why have you never mentioned this before? Wu Yukai inquired. It's not exactly a matter of pride, is it? There's no need to discuss it, Li Mu replied with a wry smile. The Shi family must be blind to have let go of such a fine son-in-law. That's truly their loss, Wu Yukai said, patting Li Mu on the shoulder. Don't worry, brother. Given your current worth, I will introduce you to someone even better in the future. Thank you, Wu Gu. But I'm not considering that matter at the moment, Li Mu replied. Meanwhile, Shi Xiaoping glared at her phone after the abrupt hang-up, visibly angry. How dare he hang up on me? She fumed. Yet, soon after, she recalled that she had already divorced Li Mu and could only sigh in resignation. What did that brat say? Shi Guoxing asked. He said, let me go tomorrow to pick it up. I will give you every penny. Shi Xiaoping remarked. Shi Guoxing replied, I will call brother Hongyi and have him accompany you tomorrow. That way, you won't have to face that brat alone. After saying this, Shi Guoxing took out his phone and called Shi Hongyi. All right, you will go to your brother Hongyi's shop tomorrow morning. He will drive you to Tiansu City. Shi Guoxing instructed. Shi Xiaoping responded with an affirmative sound and then rose to return to her new home. Upon entering, she suddenly felt a wave of nausea, retching a few times but bringing nothing up. The next day at noon, Li Mu and Wu Yukai exited the internet CAF, their spirits high. Li Mu purchased lunch to deliver to his parents. Just as they entered the hospital grounds, the sharp sound of a car horn pierced the air behind them, prompting Li Mu and Wu Yukai to swiftly step aside. In an instant, a red Songhua Jiang van sped past, nearly brushing against Li Mu. The van halted, and a woman along with 4 men disembarked. The woman was none other than Shi Xiaoping, accompanied by a robust man wearing black-rimmed glasses and sporting a buzz cut. This man was Shi Hongyi, the older brother from Shi Xiaoping's uncle's family. How could you drive like that? Wu Yukai shouted in anger. This is how I drive. If you don't like it, come and take it up with me. Shi Hongyi retorted arrogantly. Why do you think you're so tough? Wu Yukai exclaimed, moving to confront him. But Li Mu restrained him. Why are you holding me back? Wu Yukai protested, fuming. That woman is my ex-wife, and the man beside her is her uncle's older brother, a notorious thug in our county. They are here to demand money, Li Mu explained. Taken aback, Wu Yukai realized the visitors were Li Mu's former spouse and, recognizing the personal nature of the situation, chose to refrain from escalating matters. You, a man living off someone else's family, dare to mention divorce? You truly are audacious. Chapter 11. Whose child is it? Shi Xiaoping and Shi Hongyi approached Li Mu and Wu Yukai. You, a man living off someone else's family, have the audacity to mention divorce. How bold you are? Shi Hongyi sneered. Li Mu glanced at Shi Xiaoping, who kept her head lowered and remained silent, prompting him to emit a contemptuous huff. Cut the nonsense. You are simply here for money, Li Mu stated bluntly. I will deliver this meal first, and once I return, I will get you your money. I'll be waiting for you. Once you have the money, we can discuss your divorce, Shi Hongyi coldly remarked, pointing at Li Mu. Li Mu said nothing further, shouldering the lunch as he entered the hospital. Wu Yukai did not follow him, but instead moved aside to make a phone call. Soon after, Li Mu emerged again. Upon reaching the ground floor, he spotted Shi Hongyi and his companions surrounding Wu Yukai. Instantly alarmed, Li Mu rushed over. What are you doing? He demanded, pulling Wu Yukai behind him. Get out of the way. I need to teach this kid a lesson today. Shi Hongyi seethed, pointing at Wu Yukai. Do you dare to point your finger at me again? Believe me, I can ensure you won't leave Tiansu City. Wu Yukai exclaimed, his voice laced with fury. Shi Xiaoping intervened, blocking Shi Hongyi's path. Brother Hongyi, we are merely here to collect the money. Once we have it, we shall depart. Shi Hongyi cast a cold glance at Shi Xiaoping and retorted, you two better wait for me. Once I have the funds, I will deal with both of you accordingly. Let me make this clear. Wu Gu is not someone you can provoke. It would be wise for you to apologize to him, or else you will receive nothing. Li Mu said with a stern expression. Apologize? Not a chance. Shi Hongyi thundered, seizing Li Mu by the collar, raising his hand to strike. Fortunately, Shi Xiaoping managed to restrain him. Brother Hongyi, please, no fighting. She pleaded. Step aside. I need to teach this brat a lesson first. With that, Shi Hongyi forcefully pushed Shi Xiaoping away, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground, rendering her unconscious. Xiaoping has fainted, Li Mu shouted. Shi Hongyi halted, turning to see Shi Xiaoping lying motionless on the ground. He immediately released Li Mu and rushed to her side. Xiaoping, Xiaoping, he called out repeatedly. Get her to the emergency room, Li Mu declared, swiftly lifting Shi Xiaoping and hurrying towards the hospital. After a thorough examination, Shi Xiaoping regained consciousness. What happened? She's over a month pregnant. How could you let her fall? This is a critical time for the child, the doctor admonished, his brow furrowed. Stunned by the doctor's revelation, Li Mu was taken aback. Pregnant? How could this be? In his previous life, he was certain that Shi Xiaoping was not with child. But now, in this life, she was indeed pregnant. Had she been unfaithful, or had history taken a different course? Shi Hongyi seized Li Mu with fury. You scoundrel. Shopping is pregnant. And you still intend to divorce her? I swear I will make you pay. Li Mu forcefully pushed Shi Hongyi away and approached Shopping's bedside. His brow furrowed as he questioned, how could you be pregnant? Tell me, whose child is this? With a resounding slap, Shi Shopping struck Li Mu, tears streaming down her face as she cursed, you bastard. Li Mu was once again taken aback. He could see her implication, that this child was indeed his. But how could that be? Shi Hongyi strode forward, ready to unleash his wrath upon Li Mu. At that moment, Wu Yukai arrived with several companions. Cursing as they dragged Shi Hongyi away, Li Mu furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on Shi Shomping. We have always been cautious. How could this happen? It was when we celebrated my birthday last month. That was the one time we didn't take precautions, Shi Shomping choked out. Last month, during her birthday celebration, Li Mu and the Shi family had gathered to honor her. That evening, both Li Mu and Shi Shomping had indulged in alcohol, and in a moment of excitement, they had forgotten about contraception. With this realization, Li Mu's brow furrowed even deeper. Even under those circumstances, it should not have occurred. Why was Shi Shomping not pregnant in her previous life, yet finds herself expecting in this one? Li Mu endeavored to recall the details from his past, particularly the period following his father's discharge from the hospital and until his divorce from Shi Shomping. During that time frame, he and Shi Shomping had met on 2 occasions. Once shortly after Li Jiangwen's release when Li Mu returned to the Shi household to collect his belongings, and the other when they were finalizing their divorce. On the first occasion, upon arriving at the Shi residence, Li Mu found Shi Shomping lying on the bed, her complexion pale and her demeanor fragile, speaking in a feeble voice. He distinctly remembered inquiring about her condition, to which she merely cast him a sidelong glance without uttering a word before turning away. After gathering his clothes, he departed. Reflecting on this, a sudden realization struck Li Mu. What if during that encounter, she had just terminated a pregnancy? If Shi Shomping had concealed from him the fact that she had aborted their child, it would explain much. Enraged by this thought, Li Mu seized Shi Shomping and exclaimed, why did you terminate the child? In his previous life, Li Jiangwen's greatest regret had been not witnessing the birth of Li Mu's offspring, a sorrow that had become Li Mu's own profound anguish, thus igniting his fury. Shi Shomping, feeling the pain of his grip, forcefully pushed him away and cried, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever abort a child? Although she protested, deep down, she was already contemplating the necessity of such an action, especially now that she was divorced from Li Mu and could not let her parents discover this predicament. Upon hearing her words, Li Mu regained his composure. He had been reborn, and this was no longer the previous timeline. Unlike before, when he was oblivious to Shi Shomping's pregnancy, he now possessed this crucial knowledge and could not allow such a calamity to transpire. I want this child. Can you carry it to term? He inquired gently. Shi Shomping was taken aback, incredulously responding, Li Mu, are you out of your mind? Why should I bear a child just because you desire it? Especially since we are divorced? Rest assured, Shi Shomping, if you bring this child into the world, I will take responsibility for both you and the baby. Li Mu asserted earnestly. Chapter 12. A sum of 80,000 Shomping. Trust me, if you deliver this child, I will take responsibility for you both, Li Mu said, his expression serious. Shi Shomping gazed at him with a complex mix of emotions before finally replying, you must understand, I cannot make this decision alone. Li Mu recognized that Shi Shomping was greatly influenced by her father, adhering to his wishes. All right, just give me the money for now, she stated. Very well. I shall retrieve the funds for you, replied Li Mu. As she responded affirmatively and attempted to rise from the bed, Li Mu swiftly moved to support her. Shi Shomping hesitated briefly, withdrawing her arm from his grasp as she descended. They made their way to the emergency room, intent on locating Shi Hongyi, when a cacophony of curses erupted from a nearby parking shed. The 2 individuals turned towards the sound and beheld Wu Yukai and his companions encircling Shi Hongyi and his trio. Li Mu and Shi Shomping approached to find Shi Hongyi and his companions kneeling on the ground, their faces bruised and battered. Brother Hongyi, Shi Shomping called out, rushing into the throng. Are you all right? Is everything okay? She inquired anxiously. Shi Hongyi, with a grim expression, shook his head. His eyes filled with fury as he glared at Wu Yukai and his associates. Wu, what is the meaning of this? Why did you engage in a brawl? Li Mu questioned urgently. That brat was so arrogant before. I simply wanted to teach him a lesson, Wu Yukai retorted angrily. While you were delivering food, I got into a quarrel with him. When my people arrived to confront him, seeing him about to strike you, I became even more incensed. Li Mu recalled that had it not been for Wu Yukai's timely arrival at the hospital, he might have received a couple of punches from Shi Hongyi. Thank you, Wu, Li Mu said. Please take care of them. Shopping, and I have some matters to attend to. Wu Yukai paused momentarily before sneering at Shi Hongyi. Kid, if it weren't for my brother's face, I would have thoroughly beaten you and then treated you. With that, Wu Yukai and his companions moved forward to assist Shi Hongyi and his friends. Shi Xiangping watched with concern, fearing they would again be assaulted by Wu Youcai's group. Rest assured, Wu and his crew will not trouble Shi Hongyi, Li Mu reassured her. With his words, Shi Xiangping felt somewhat relieved and followed Li Mu to the bank. Upon arriving at the bank, when Li Mu requested to withdraw 80,000 yuan, he was informed that any withdrawals exceeding 50,000 required prior appointment. At once, Li Mu smacked his forehead, realizing his oversight. In his previous life, it took him several years to save up 200,000, and he had only ever withdrawn a maximum of 20 or 30,000 at a time without the need for an appointment. He explained the situation to Shi Xiangping, who immediately became anxious. What should we do? If I don't bring the money back, my father will surely scold me. Li Mu shrugged, expressing his helplessness, and suggested, how about I deliver it to you tomorrow? Shi Xiangping shot him a skeptical glance. Li Mu, are you just making excuses, postponing today for tomorrow? And tomorrow for the day after? Do you even have the money? I do have the funds. Just wait until I withdraw it tomorrow. And I will certainly bring it to you, Li Mu asserted. Shi Xiangping remained uncertain about the veracity of his words, so they both returned to the hospital. Outside the hospital, Wu Yukai and Shi Hongyi were waiting for Li Mu and Shi Xiangping. So, did he give you the money? Shi Hongyi inquired. Shi Xiangping shook her head. Li Mu, are you looking for trouble? Shi Hongyi erupted in anger. Kid, I think you are the one looking for trouble, Wu Yukai interjected. Shi Hongyi cast a glance at Wu Yukai, suppressing his anger, and coldly replied, just wait. We will settle this once you return to Guda County. Wu Yukai stepped forward and kicked Shi Hongyi, angrily exclaiming, how dare you threaten my brother in front of me? You seek death. Shi Hongyi felt the urge to retaliate. Yet he was aware of the wisdom in avoiding immediate conflicts, and thus suppressed his fury. It's just 80,000 yuan, I'll give it to you, Wu Yukai declared. Brothers, quickly gather 80,000 yuan for me. Instantly, Wu Youcai's companions dispersed, some heading to the car for cash, while others rushed to the bank for withdrawals. Wu Yukai also approached the car and retrieved 20,000 yuan. Upon seeing Wu Yukai and his associates' vehicles, Shi Xiangping and Shi Hongyi were momentarily taken aback. Who were these individuals, and why were they driving either BMWs or Audis? How could Li Mu, the impoverished youth, possibly be acquainted with such affluent individuals? In less than 20 minutes, Wu Yukai presented 80,000 yuan to Li Mu. Count it, it must be 80,000, Wu Yukai stated. I trust you, brother Wu. No need to count, it is certainly 80,000, Li Mu replied with a smile. Having said that, Li Mu approached Shi Xiangping and Shi Hongyi, handing the money to Shi Xiangping. This is 80,000 yuan. Please verify, Li Mu remarked. Upon seeing the substantial amount, Shi Xiangping and her companions were left dumbfounded. How could he gather such a sum in such a short span of time? Shi Hongyi took the money, counted it, and then handed it back to Shi Xiangping for her to verify as well. Once confirmed, Shi Xiangping placed the money into her bag, and she and Shi Hongyi prepared to leave. Wu Yukai called out and took a few steps forward, placing an arm around Li Mu's shoulder. Listen, kid. Remember my name, Wu Yukai. If there is any trouble, come to me, don't target my brother. If I find out you cause him trouble, you will deeply regret your existence. Upon hearing Wu Youcai's words, Shi Xiangping and Shi Hongyi were astonished. How could this impoverished youth be so closely associated with the son of the Tian Tower Group's owner? How did they come to know each other? The Tian Tower Group, originating from Guda County, was a well-known enterprise, and few dared to offend it. Although the company had relocated to Tiansu City, it had established significant connections over its many years in Guda County, connections that a rogue like Shi Hongyi could not dare to provoke. Shi Xiangping and Shi Hongyi quickly departed the hospital. Xiangping, how could Li Mu possibly know someone like Wu Yukai? I've never heard of this before, Shi Hongyi questioned. Perplexed, Shi Xiangping shook her head. He has never mentioned it. Shi Hongyi realized he had bitten off more than he could chew this time and could only swallow his pride. Brother Hongyi, can you please not tell my parents about my pregnancy? Chapter 13. Bring another 100,000 yuan. Shi Xiangping was a daddy's girl, always obedient to her father's wishes. When Shi Guoxing said he had found her a son-in-law, she married Li Mu. When Shi Guoxing advised her to delay having children with Li Mu, she complied and practiced contraception. When Shi Guoxing suggested that she be a bit tougher with Li Mu, she followed his counsel. In her previous life, Shi Xiangping secretly terminated her pregnancy, a fact unknown to Li Mu and even her own parents. However, upon his rebirth, Li Mu discovered that many circumstances diverged from their former reality. Not only was he aware of Shi Xiangping's pregnancy, but it was likely that even her parents could no longer remain oblivious. "Brother Hongyi, could you please refrain from informing my parents about my pregnancy?" Shi Xiangping implored. "Absolutely not." Shi Hongyi replied sternly. "This matter must be brought to uncle's attention. We cannot allow that rascal Li Mu to escape unscathed." Shi Xiangping sighed in resignation. She had initially intended to terminate the pregnancy. Yet, Li Mu's words instilled a flicker of uncertainty within her. In her eyes, Li Mu's desire for the child signified that he still harbored feelings for her. Moreover, her divorce from Li Mu was never her intention. It was her elder sister, Shi Shanmei, who had urged such a decision. Upon returning home, Shi Xiangping placed a sum of money on the bed, leaving Shi Guoxing and Zhang Lanjun in shock. How could that little scoundrel Li Mu truly produce 80,000 yuan? Shi Guoxing exclaimed. How is that even possible? How could he acquire such a large sum? Zhang Lanjun echoed, equally astonished. Shi Xiangping sat quietly nearby, her head bowed in silence. Just then, Shi Hongyi entered, his face bruised. "What happened to you, Hongyi?" Zhang Lanjun inquired anxiously. Furious, Shi Hongyi recounted the earlier events. Li Mu is fraternizing with the son of the Tian Tower Group's owner? How could he possibly know such a person? Zhang Lanjun exclaimed in disbelief. Shi Guoxing turned to Shi Xiangping, asking, "Has Li Mu mentioned this to you?" Shi Xiangping shook her head. "Humph. No wonder Li Mu could produce 80,000. It appears the son of Boss Wu lent it to him," Zhang Lanjun scoffed. Shi Guoxing shared the same sentiment, but was puzzled. Given Li Mu's ordinary background, how could he be on such familiar terms with Wu Dezhen's son? If he truly had such solid connections, he would not have needed to become a son-in-law for a mere 30,000 yuan. At that moment, Shi Hongyi spoke up. "Uncle, we must have a serious discussion with Li Mu regarding Xiangping's pregnancy." Instantly, Shi Guoxing and Zhang Lanjun turned to Shi Xiangping, their faces filled with shock. "Xiangping, you are pregnant?" Zhang Lanjun exclaimed as she rushed forward. Shi Xiangping nodded. "This matter must be addressed, and Li Mu must provide an explanation," Zhang Lanjun declared angrily. Shi Guoxing remained silent, casting a stern gaze at Shi Xiangping for a considerable time. After a moment, he produced 10,000 yuan, handing it to Shi Hongyi as compensation and to cover his brother's expenses. Despite his protests, Shi Hongyi accepted the money and departed after exchanging pleasantries. Shi Guoxing took a deep breath and asked, "Is Li Mu aware of your pregnancy?" Shi Xiangping responded affirmatively. "He only learned of it today." "What did he say?" Shi Guoxing inquired. "He expressed his desire for the child and assured me he would take responsibility for both me and the baby," Shi Xiangping replied. "Responsible? How? Does that mean he intends to remarry you?" Zhang Lanjun pressed. "That he did not mention," Shi Xiangping admitted. Shi Guoxing pondered for a moment and said, "You must summon him here. He needs to provide you with a clear explanation in person." Shi Xiangping nodded in agreement. To express his gratitude, Li Mu arranged for Wu Yukai to invite the guests to a meal. After dining, Li Mu and Wu Yukai bid farewell to everyone. "Well, the money has been given. You and your ex-wife are completely severed from each other now," Wu Yukai remarked. "She is pregnant," Li Mu replied calmly. Wu Yukai was taken aback, exclaiming, "Really?" Li Mu smiled faintly. "What are your thoughts? Do you want the child or not?" Wu Yukai inquired. At that moment, Li Mu's phone rang. It was Shi Xiangping calling. "My father wants you to come over and clarify the situation regarding the child in person," she stated. "All right, I'll head over now," Li Mu responded. After hanging up, he stood up, smiling. "Whether to keep the child or not will be revealed when I return." Subsequently, Li Mu hailed a cab and proceeded to Shi Xiangping's home. Shi Guoxing and his wife, along with the 3 Shi sisters, were present, except for Shi Xiangping, who glanced at Li Mu before lowering her head. The others regarded him with disdain. "Humph, who would have thought that this useless man would have a friend like Wu Dezhen's son?" Shi Shanmei derisively commented. Li Mu snorted coldly and retorted, "He would never befriend someone like you. Even if you know a person of Wu Youcai's caliber, you remain an ineffectual waste." Shi Shanmei sneered. "Sister, stop it." Shi Xiangping interjected. "You two are divorced. Why are you helping him?" Shi Shanyan added. "Enough. Let us not waste time on these trivialities." Shi Guoxing interjected. The reason for calling Li Mu here is to demand an explanation regarding the child in Xiaoping's womb. Instantly, Shi Shangyun and Shi Shanmei fell silent. Shi Guosheng then turned to Li Mu and stated, "When you divorced Xiaoping, we were unaware of her pregnancy. Now that she carries your child, you must provide us with an explanation." "What explanation?" Li Mu inquired. "You are divorced. The child cannot be kept. You should bring an additional 100,000 yuan, which will serve as Xiaoping's nourishment and compensation for emotional distress," Shi Guosheng declared. "Fine, no problem," Li Mu replied with a cold smirk. After all, Li Mu and Shi Xiaoping had once been husband and wife, and she was now with child. If Shi Xiaoping chose to keep the child, Li Mu, as the father, must assume responsibility. However, if she decided against it, Li Mu should still provide some form of compensation. "Humph, can you even come up with 100,000 yuan?" Shi Shangyun scoffed. "Sister, do not forget that he is acquainted with the son of the Tian Tower Group's owner. He could easily borrow it," Shi Shanmei taunted. "Humph, it is none of your concern where my money comes from. I will provide it, and that is sufficient," Li Mu replied coldly. Consequently, both Shi Shanmei and Shi Shangyun were rendered speechless by Li Mu's retort. "You are already divorced. You must demonstrate that you can indeed provide this money," Shi Guosheng insisted. With a sense of helplessness, Li Mu reluctantly retrieved his mobile phone to show Shi Guosheng the text message. Chapter 14. "I have already repaid the money. What is this?" Shi Shanmei and Shi Shangyun crowded around. "What is the balance on the bank card?" "Stop counting. It's over 950,000. Li Mu replied nonchalantly. Shock enveloped the Shi family. They had never anticipated that the worthless son-in-law they so derided possessed more than 950,000 in his account. To put it into perspective, the lifetime savings of Shi Guosheng and his wife amounted to just over 200,000. In the rural context of 2009, that sum was considered quite affluent. Yet here was Li Mu, with a staggering fortune, undeniably a wealthy individual. My heavens, how did this happen? How could he suddenly acquire such wealth? Did he always possess this amount, or has he recently come into some windfall? If he had this much money all along, he would never have come to be a son-in-law for a mere 30,000. At that moment, Shi Shanmei scoffed derisively. "Humph, who knows if this money is even yours? Perhaps it was lent to you by Wu Yukai, just for you to flaunt." Upon hearing her words, the Shi family members nodded in agreement, finding her reasoning plausible. "Indeed, that money surely isn't yours," Shi Shangyun echoed. "It must be borrowed, and you will have to pay it back eventually." Li Mu chuckled coldly. "Even if it were borrowed, someone was willing to lend it to me. As for repayment, that is my concern and has nothing to do with you." His words incensed Shi Shanmei, leaving her at a loss for a retort. Li Mu then turned his gaze to Shi Guosheng and coldly remarked, "I can fulfill your request. However, I must ask, have you ever considered Shi Shanping's feelings while making decisions for her? Do you know what she truly desires? Does she want this child?" Shi Guosheng was taken aback, not expecting Li Mu to voice such sentiments. He had always made decisions for Shi Shanping without consulting her. Suddenly, he pondered, does Shi Shanping feel the same way? He glanced over at Shi Shanping, who was staring down, fiddling with her fingers. Li Mu continued, "If Shi Shanping decides that she does not want this child, I can provide 10,000 as compensation for nutritional expenses and emotional distress. However, if she wishes to keep the child and bring it into the world, that is an entirely different matter." He then addressed Shi Shanping directly. "Shi Shanping, I now ask you, do you want this child, or do you not?" At that moment, Shi Shanping raised her head to meet Li Mu's gaze, her eyes reflecting a tumult of conflicting emotions. The decision before her was exceedingly daunting. "Shanping, you've divorced Li Mu. There's no need to have his child." Shi Shanmei interjected. "Indeed, Shanping, you cannot keep this child. If you do, it will complicate your future prospects for marriage," Shi Shangyun added in counsel. Instantly, Li Mu furrowed his brow and coldly declared, "Silence." The decision of whether to have a child rests solely with Shi Shanping. As Shi Shanmei attempted to retort, she was intimidated into silence by the formidable presence of Li Mu. "I need to ponder this matter," Shi Shanping said, biting her lip. "Very well. Once you have made your decision, inform me. Should you choose to terminate the pregnancy, I shall present you with 100,000 yuan. Conversely, if you decide to keep the child, I will assume full responsibility for both you and the baby," Li Mu stated, entrusting the choice to Shi Shanping. If she opted against the child, he would readily dispense the money, thus clearing their obligations. However, if she chose to keep the child, Li Mu would embrace his duties as a father. With that, he turned and departed. 2 days later, under the insistence of Li Jiangwen, Li Mu facilitated his discharge from the hospital. As they were leaving, Li Mu sent a text to Wu Yukai before heading back to Li family village with his parents. This quaint village, home to approximately 300 souls, was modest in size, comprising around 100 households. Upon learning of Li Jianwen's return home, many neighbors came to pay their respects. Li Mu's second uncle, Li Jianwu, and second aunt, Ma Huanying, also visited. After being informed of Li Jianwen's surgery and his recovery, Ma Huanying remarked, "Elder brother, since you've incurred over 100,000 in medical expenses, shouldn't you consider repaying the money you borrowed from our family?" "What are you talking about?" Li Jianwu replied, displeased. "He just returned home from the hospital, and you bring up money? What of it? If he can afford such a hefty surgery, surely our few thousand should be recognized as well," Ma Huanying retorted sharply. "Elder brother, do not worry about the money. There's no rush," Li Jianwu awkwardly interjected. At that moment, Li Mu frowned and said, "Aunt, rest assured, I will repay the money you lent us in the next couple of days." "That is good to hear," Ma Huanying replied, "but do not forget the interest." "Enough. We are family. How can you speak like that?" Li Jianwu was genuinely angered. "Did I say anything wrong?" Ma Huanying responded defiantly. Subsequently, Li Jianwu took hold of Ma Huanying and urged her to leave swiftly. "Why must she be this way?" Meng Shumin expressed her displeasure. "There's no helping it. We did borrow their money," Li Jianwen sighed. Li Mu took a deep breath, bid farewell to his parents, and rode his motorcycle into town to withdraw some money. Upon his return, he promptly repaid the 5,000 yuan he had borrowed, along with the interest. This action left both Li Jianwu and Ma Huanying astounded, as they had not anticipated Li Mu would indeed return the money. "Aunt, I have repaid the loan, including the interest," Li Mu declared solemnly. Ma Huanying scoffed. "That is what you ought to do." Li Mu huffed in response, saying nothing further as he turned to leave. Li Jianwu hurried after him, saying, "Xiao Mu, do not take your aunt's words to heart. She is simply that kind of person." "Rest assured, uncle, I shall not take it to heart," Li Mu chuckled. While he may choose to disregard Aunt Ma Huanying, he holds a deep respect for Uncle Li Jianwu. Over the years, as Li Jianwen battled illness, Li Jianwu extended considerable assistance. Despite the presence of such an aunt, Uncle Li Jianwu remains quite commendable. That is good, that is good," Li Jianwu replied with a simple smile. "Well then, uncle, I must take my leave," Li Mu said. With that, he turned and exited Uncle Li Jianwu's courtyard. Upon stepping outside, he noticed a BMW 3 Series parked at his doorstep, from which Wu Yukai was alighting. "Wu Gu, what brings you here?" Chapter 15. Li Mu's WeChat ambition. "How can you even ask? You didn't inform me of Uncle Li's discharge from the hospital," Wu Yukai replied with mild irritation. "I was merely trying to avoid causing you trouble." "Wu Gu," Li Mu responded awkwardly. "Trouble? Nonsense," Wu Yukai retorted. "Come along with me. I shall treat you to dinner tonight, and I'll also introduce you to a few friends." Previously, Wu Yukai had mentioned that he would like to take Li Mu out to dinner following his father's release from the hospital. "All right, let us return home first," Li Mu said with a smile. The two then walked into the courtyard together. After greeting his parents, Li Mu and Wu Yukai drove to Guda County. The Jintian Pavilion Hotel, in 2009, was renowned as the finest establishment in Guda County, with an average expenditure exceeding 100 yuan per person. Seated in a private room, Li Mu turned to Wu Yukai and inquired, "Wu Gu, who exactly are these friends?" "Patience, you'll find out once they arrive," Wu Yukai replied with a mysterious smile. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, revealing two individuals of similar age to Wu Yukai. One was dressed in a white shirt, dress trousers, and leather shoes, clearly identifiable as a civil servant. After some pleasantries exchanged among them, Wu Yukai introduced the two to Li Mu. The civil servant was named Huang Wenxiang, while the other was Liang Zhengqiao. "Let me introduce this young brother to you," Wu Yukai said, draping an arm around Li Mu's shoulders with a grin. "This is Li Mu, a remarkable and highly capable young man." Li Mu politely shook hands and exchanged greetings with Huang Wenxiang and Liang Zhengqiao. Subsequently, the four took their seats. Wu Yukai himself hailed from Guda County, and his family had prospered there before relocating to Tiansu City due to certain policy changes. As such, many of his relatives and well-connected classmates resided in Guda County. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, Li Mu grew more acquainted with Huang Wenxiang and Liang Zhengqiao. Both held significant status. Liang Zhengqiao was a second-generation affluent individual, albeit not as wealthy as Wu Yukai. Moreover, he had established his own company focused on e-commerce, generating a respectable income of several 100,000 annually. What astonished Li Mu the most was Huang Wenxiang. who was, in fact, the chief secretary of Guda County. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Li Mu raised his glass in a toast to Wu Yukai. He understood that Wu Yukai introducing friends to him was a way to help expand his network. Wu Yukai briefly recounted how he had met Li Mu and how Li Mu had guided him in stock trading, allowing him to earn hundreds of thousands in just a few days. Earning such a sum in merely a few days. How impressive, exclaimed Liang Zhengqiao, giving a thumbs up in astonishment. You are practically a stock market deity. Huang Wenxiang chuckled, though added, however, the stock market carries significant risks. Surely, Brother Li Mu does not intend to trade stocks for a lifetime? Li Mu nodded, responding, indeed, I plan to develop a mobile social networking application. The next decade will be the zenith of the mobile internet, an era where traffic reigns supreme. Having been reborn, Li Mu possessed initial capital, and his first step was to seize the opportunity for traffic. Naturally, the most popular social application in the coming years would be WeChat. Originally, WeChat was set to launch in over a year, on January 21st, 2011. However, with his second chance at life, Li Mu intended to be the pioneer. Of course, creating WeChat was merely the first step. He had subsequent plans to gradually establish his business empire. Are you intending to compete with Tencent? Liang Zhengqiao scoffed. Not to dampen your spirits, but I believe this endeavor is quite daunting. Wu Yukai nodded in agreement. Indeed, your idea appears rather impractical. Huang Wenxiang also shook his head slightly, indicating that the three of them were not optimistic about Li Mu's ambition. At that time, the social networking domain was monopolized by Tencent, with no competitor in sight. Li Mu, I advise you to reconsider, Wu Yukai urged seriously. Brother Wu, there's no need to persuade me. I have already made up my mind, Li Mu asserted resolutely. Seeing Li Mu's unwavering determination, Wu Yukai chose not to press further. Since you are resolute, what will you name this software? Huang Wenxiang inquired. WeChat, Li Mu replied nonchalantly. WeChat, WeChat. The others echoed, repeating the name in disbelief. Which major city do you plan to establish your company in? Kyoto, Shanghai, or Shenzhen? Huang Wenxiang asked. In Guda County, Li Mu stated. The group fell silent, taken aback by the idea of developing software in a county. Could it truly succeed? Li Mu had considered this. Although major cities offered a wealth of talent, the costs of labor, rent, and utilities would be exorbitant. While he could earn money through stock trading, his earnings were hardly sufficient. Thus, he resolved to launch WeChat right there in the small county. If you are setting up in the county, I can introduce you to a talented individual, Huang Wenxiang offered. My cousin, Zhao Chongbin, specializes in software and has been tinkering with it at home for several years now. Your visions align closely. He might be able to assist you. Zhao Chongbin. The name rings a bell. Wasn't he the one who developed several impressive programs a few years later? Li Mu said excitedly. In that case, Brother Huang, could you introduce me to him? Absolutely. Huang Wenxiang replied. Suddenly, Li Mu exclaimed with excitement. This meal is on me. No one should try to compete with me. After dinner, we shall indulge in singing and bathing, all on my account. Although the others were somewhat skeptical of Li Mu's intentions, they felt compelled to lend a hand given his insistence. After the meal, Li Mu settled the bill, and everyone hurried to the largest establishment in Guda County. After singing a few songs, Wu Yukai rose to use the restroom, and Li Mu accompanied him. Standing at the urinals, Li Mu turned and smiled. Brother Wu, thank you for introducing me to these two friends. As brothers, we shouldn't stand on ceremony. Wu Yukai replied. Indeed, let's not be formal. However, he continued, I still advise you to think carefully about that WeChat venture. Brother Wu, there's no need for concern. I am well aware of my own thoughts, Li Mu responded. Just then, a young man with dyed yellow hair entered, paused upon seeing Li Mu and Wu Yukai, and promptly turned to flee. Neither Li Mu nor Wu Yukai paid him any mind, and after finishing, they were about to leave when Shi Hongyi appeared with 7 or 8 others, blocking their exit from the restroom. Chapter 16. The fight. The young man with the yellow hair was the same individual who had accompanied Shi Hongyi a few days prior to demand money from Li Mu. Li Mu and Wu Yukai had not noticed him, but as they attempted to leave, they found themselves cornered by Shi Hongyi and his entourage. Upon seeing Shi Hongyi's group, Li Mu furrowed his brow and urged, Brother Wu, we must flee. Flee? Does he dare to touch me? Wu Yukai scoffed. Li Mu then recalled the individuals they had been singing with. They were well-known figures in Guda County, certainly not someone Shi Hongyi could easily confront. What a small world. Shi Hongyi remarked with a mocking smile. Last time in Tianxiu City, you managed to strike me, Your audacity is commendable for coming to good account. What will you do about it? Wu Yukai derisively responded. Damn it. Shi Hongyi cursed, stepping forward, but Li Mu was quicker, stepping in to block him. You useless son-in-law. Get out of my way. Shi Hongyi shouted, striking Li Mu on the head and pushing him aside. Li Mu. Wu Yukai called out, about to intervene, but was restrained by Shi Hongyi's associates. How dare you touch me? Wu Yukai seethed with anger. With a resounding slap, Shi Hongyi struck Wu Yukai across the face. Witnessing this, Li Mu's brow tightened. He realized that he was no match for Shi Hongyi and his gang. Without hesitation, Li Mu turned and sprinted towards the private room. Upon entering, he shouted, This is bad. Brother Wu is being cornered. Who dares to be so bold? Where are they? Liang Zhengchao and the others, having consumed some alcohol, instantly sprang to their feet, grabbing bottles and rushing after Li Mu to the restroom. Upon their arrival, they found Wu Yukai hunched over, curled up on the floor. Brother Wu. Li Mu stepped forward and quickly helped Wu Yukai to his feet. Who on earth has the audacity to do this? Who is responsible? Liang Zhengchao demanded angrily. Shi Hongyi. Wu Yukai gritted his teeth, revealing a vivid red imprint of 5 fingers on his face. This little brat is courting death. Liang Zhengchao exclaimed furiously. Let us go find them. With that, Liang Zhengchao and his companions turned and began to search for Shi Hongyi in the private rooms, with Li Mu supporting Wu Yukai closely behind. What about Huang Wenxiang? Wu Yukai inquired. It was only then that Li Mu realized Huang Wenxiang was not among their group. I don't know. When I went to summon people earlier, Brother Huang was already missing, Li Mu replied. Wu Yukai chose not to comment further. Li Mu was now witnessing the sheer audacity of these individuals as they kicked open doors with bottles of alcohol in hand, searching for their adversaries. The patrons within the private rooms were initially irate, but upon recognizing Liang Zhengchao's identity, their tempers quickly dissipated. Finally, upon kicking open the door to the 5th room, they discovered Shi Hongyi and his associates. Realizing the gravity of their predicament, Shi Hongyi's group wasted no time in retaliating, brandishing bottles of liquor. The two factions, numbering over a dozen individuals, clashed violently within the confines of the room. Although Li Mu was no stranger to brawls, the 20-year-old version of himself from his past life would have never dared confront Shi Hongyi head-on. However, the present circumstances were different. Wu Yukai and his companions were no pushovers, especially with Huang Wenxiang in the mix. Li Mu felt no trepidation. They would fight without hesitation. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, revealing a bald man adorned with a large gold chain and a protruding belly. Chapter 17. The Mediator Wang Haifeng. A man in his 40s, bald and sporting a gold chain around his neck, was the proprietor of the establishment. Being the owner of the largest venue in Gataxi County, he possessed extensive connections and was well known among the locals. With a wave of his hand, a group of over 10 individuals swiftly separated Li Mu and Shi Hongyi's factions. Li Mu and Wu Yukai were escorted to an adjacent private room. Wang Haifeng was familiar with both Shi Hongyi and Liang Zhengchao, who frequently visited Gataxi County. One was a local thug with whom Wang often dealt, while the other was a regular patron from a well-to-do family. However, during the negotiations, it was evident that Wang Haifeng leaned in favor of Shi Hongyi. Are we expected to apologize and cover their medical expenses? Liang Zhengchao scoffed. Who will apologize to us and pay for my medical bills? Gentlemen, Shi Hongyi has a small measure of notoriety in our county. If you maintain this attitude, resolving this matter will be quite challenging, Wang Haifeng cautioned. Nonsense notoriety. Wu Yukai retorted angrily. Is he not just a petty thug? Should I call Brother Zhao to mediate? Which Brother Zhao? Wang Haifeng asked, bewildered. There are several in Gataxi County, Liang Zhengchao sneered. Of course, I mean Brother Zhao Dao. You know Brother Zhao? Wang Haifeng asked. Astonished. Then who are you? I am Wu Yukai. Wu Yukai stated coldly. Wang Haifeng was taken aback. The name sounded somewhat familiar, yet he could not quite recall where he had heard it before. My father is Wu Dezhing. Wu Yukai added. What on earth? Wang Haifeng gasped, realizing that he was indeed the son of the Tian Tower Group's owner. This situation could become quite troublesome. I shall go over and speak with them to ascertain their intentions. Wang Haifeng's demeanor softened considerably. No need. Wu Yukai replied sternly. We demand a compensation of 100,000 for medical expenses and an apology on their knees. Otherwise, they should not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Wang Haifeng inhaled sharply, recognizing that this matter was unlikely to resolve amicably. Let me approach them first, he suggested. Having said this, Wang Haifeng exited the private room and made his way to the adjacent room where Shi Hongyi was. Brother Wang, what do they mean by this? Shi Hongyi inquired solemnly. Wang Haifeng relayed Wu Youcai's intentions to him. What the hell, he is really pushing it. Shi Hongyi exclaimed. In that case, we shall retaliate until they are subdued. He declared loudly. Indeed, what is there to fear? Let us do it, shouted several of Shi Hongyi's companions, cursing and clamoring. Hongyi, I advise you to reconsider. Wang Haifeng cautioned in a low voice. After all, Wu Youcai's father is Wu Daijing, the owner of the Tian Tower Group, a figure we cannot afford to offend. Moreover, he has invoked the name of Zhao Dahu, Brother Zhao. Bah, does he think he is the only one who knows Brother Zhao? I know him too. Shi Hongyi shouted back. If necessary, we shall summon Brother Zhao to determine who holds greater influence. It was evident that Shi Hongyi had indulged in copious amounts of alcohol. For under normal circumstances, he would never dare to speak so boldly. After all, Zhao Dahu was a significant figure, while Shi Hongyi was merely a ruffian. Wang Haifeng felt despair wash over him. He regretted ever involving himself in this affair. Chapter 18. The auntie comes to collect debt, although Shi Hongyi was merely a rogue. If he continued to cause disturbances frequently, Wang Haifeng would find himself at a loss. Yet, the situation with Wu Youcai was one that Wang Haifeng could never afford to offend. He felt as if he were at his wit's end. Damn it. Why were these fools instigating fights? They had left him caught between two opposing forces. Exiting Shi Hongyi's room, Wang Haifeng sighed and took out his phone, deciding to call the police. Downstairs, Huang Wenxiang was engaged in a phone conversation. All right, I will convey this to him. Yes, just like that, goodbye. This call was to his cousin, discussing Li Mu's desire to find someone to develop software. After hanging up, Huang Wenxiang turned to enter, only to be met by two police cars pulling up at the entrance. Team leader Zhou Jianbin stepped out with his team and headed inside. Team leader, Huang Wenxiang called out. Secretary Huang. Zhou Jianbin replied with a smile. Are you here to unwind? Yes, just a few classmates gathered for a meal. And they insisted on singing together. Huang Wenxiang chuckled. What brings you here? Oh, nothing much, just a minor scuffle. Probably fueled by too much drink, Zhou Jianbin remarked. Huang Wenxiang responded with an "oh," but was interrupted as his phone rang. Please answer the phone first. We will head inside and discuss later, Zhou Jianbin remarked. All right. We will talk later, Huang Wenxiang replied, then answered the call. It was his wife urging him to return home. With a smile, Huang Wenxiang spoke kindly until he finally ended the call. As he tucked his phone away and turned to enter, he spotted Li Mu and Wu Youcai being escorted out. Huang Wenxiang paused for a moment before rushing forward, exclaiming, What on earth is happening? I step away for a moment, and you all get into a scuffle? Wu Youcai succinctly recounted the situation. Just as he finished, Zhou Jianbin and Wang Haifeng emerged as well. Secretary Huang, do you know them? Zhou Jianbin inquired in surprise. Witnessing the acquaintance between Li Mu and Huang Wenxiang, Wang Haifeng felt a wave of frustration. Had he known Wu Youcai had such connections, he would have insisted that Shi Hongyi yield. They are my classmates and friends, Huang Wenxiang said, his brow furrowed. Is the situation serious? Not very optimistic, Zhou Jianbin replied. All right, Wenxiang, we can handle this ourselves, Wu Youcai interjected. You need not get involved. Given Huang Wenxiang's stature, Wu Youcai could not afford to jeopardize his future. Rest assured, Secretary Huang, we will manage it well, Zhou Jianbin assured him. Huang Wenxiang hesitated briefly but ultimately decided to accompany them. The ordeal persisted until after 1 a.m. before Li Mu and the others were finally released. Except for Huang Wenxiang. The rest did not return home and instead rented several rooms to spend the night at the hotel. The following morning, as Li Mu listened to Wu Youcai and the others discussing the previous day's events, he learned that they had leveraged family connections to detain Shi Hongyi. Moreover, if Shi Hongyi failed to meet their demands, he might remain incarcerated for an extended period. After lunch, Wu Youcai departed for Tiansu City, while Li Mu was entrusted to Liang Zhengchao, who would take him home. During their journey, Li Mu conversed with Liang Zhengchao and discovered that his family was also in business, and Liang himself owned a company specializing in e-commerce. Brother Liang, since you have your own company, you must be knowledgeable about company registration and trademark registration, right? Li Mu inquired. Are you thinking of starting a company? Liang Zhengchao replied with a smile. Didn't I mention last night that I wanted to develop software? Li Mu explained. I need to establish a company and register a trademark for that, don't I? So, you are truly intent on creating that WeChat project of yours? Liang Zhengchao expressed in surprise. Li Mu nodded firmly. Very well, I will help you find someone to get it sorted, Liang Zhengqiao said. Thank you, brother Liang. Li Mu responded. When the time comes, let me know how much it costs, and I will transfer the money to you. Let me give you a heads up. Registering a company requires capital verification, so you need to prepare at least 500,000. The rest are minor expenses. Liang Zhengqiao informed him. Understood. No problem, Li Mu replied. Liang Zhengqiao was taken aback by Li Mu's response. 500,000, and he displayed little reaction? Is he genuinely wealthy, or is he merely putting on a facade? The policy of registering companies without capital verification has been in effect since March 1, 2014. Back in 2009, capital verification was indeed required. Funds had to be deposited in the bank for a fortnight before being returned. Moreover, Li Mu was not well versed in the registration process of that time, and it would be far more expedient to seek Liang Zhengqiao's assistance, sparing Li Mu the confusion of floundering aimlessly. Upon returning home, Li Mu invited Liang Zhengqiao in for a glass of water, but Liang graciously declined, exchanging pleasantries before departing. Watching Liang leave, Li Mu turned and entered the courtyard. He was taken aback to find a brand new electric bike parked there. Who could this belong to? As he stepped inside, he saw his aunt, Zheng Shufan, and his cousin, Meng Kursin, seated on the heated bed. Li Jiangwen and Meng Shumin were perched on stools, their expressions far from pleasant. Instantly, Li Mu grasped the situation. In his past life, due to Li Jiangwen's illness, he and his mother, Meng Shumin, had borrowed 500 yuan from Aunt Zheng. Later, when they lacked funds for surgery, Li Jiangwen was discharged, and it was then that Meng Shumin, accompanied by Meng Kursin, came to demand repayment. At that time, merely 400 yuan remained in the household, all of which was extracted by Zheng Shufan, leaving nothing behind. Li Mu had been infuriated, yet repaying debts is a matter of principle. Since that incident, he had not visited Aunt Zheng's home. Aunt Kursin, what brings you here? Li Mu inquired with a smile. Well, your cousin Kursin is about to begin her internship, and we find ourselves short on funds. We were hoping you could repay the money we lent you previously, Zheng Shufan explained. Aunt, my father has just been discharged from the hospital, and you're here asking for money? It seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? Li Mu replied with a wry smile. Oh, I would rather not be in this position. But I have no choice, Zheng Shufan retorted, her eyes betraying a sense of disdain and mockery. Sister-in-law, Xiao Mu's father just had surgery and was discharged yesterday. How could we possibly have any money? Meng Shumin lamented. No money? Then why did you borrow it in the first place? Why did you fall ill? Honestly, Zheng Shufan scoffed, rolling her eyes. Mother, please do not speak that way, Meng Kursin whispered. Why shouldn't I? Am I mistaken? Besides, repaying debts is a fundamental obligation. I am not in the wrong here, Zheng Shufan exclaimed. I don't care. You must repay the money you borrowed today, she insisted. Li Jiangwen glared at Zheng Shufan, seething with anger, but was restrained by Li Mu. Father, you've just been discharged. Please do not let this upset you. I will handle it, Li Mu assured. After speaking, Li Mu took out his wallet and extracted 500 yuan bills, tossing them directly into Zheng Shumin's arms. Aunt, this is the 500 yuan we borrowed. Li Mu stated coldly, from now on, we are even. Zheng Shufan was momentarily stunned, checking the bills for authenticity before pocketing them. How can you speak like that, child? Shumin, look at how your son addresses his elders, Zheng Shufan exclaimed angrily, pointing at Li Mu. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. Xiao Mu is still young and doesn't understand. Please don't take it to heart, Meng Shumin hurriedly interjected. Humph, at 20, still not understanding? Not having received an education shows, Zheng Shufan scoffed. Look at our Kursin. She is a university student, far superior to those who merely graduated high school. Li Mu was about to retort when he was stopped by Meng Shumin. All right, sister-in-law, let's leave it at that. You should head out now, she said, pulling Zheng Shufan along. Zheng Shufan disdainfully huffed, and then left with Meng Kursin. Once Zheng Shufan had departed, Meng Shumin returned. How can there be such people? They truly infuriate me, Li Jiangwen exclaimed in anger. Enough, don't let it get to you. If you get too worked up, do you want to end up in the hospital for 20 days? Meng Shumin replied tersely. Mom, how could my honest uncle end up with such an aunt? Li Mu remarked discontentedly. Meng Shumin sighed, saying, what can be done with a daughter-in-law like this? Noticing that Li Jiangwen was still upset, Li Mu comforted him. Dad, you shouldn't be angry. All right, I'm not angry anymore, Li Jiangwen replied, looking at Li Mu with a puzzled expression. Xiao Mu, how come you still have money? To this day, Li Mu had not revealed to his parents that he had won money from a lottery and earned profits from stock trading. In fact, Li Jiangwen and Meng Shumin still believed that the funds for the surgery had come from Shi Xiangping's family. Li Mu felt it was necessary to share some details with his parents and prepare them in advance. Thus, he recounted his lottery winnings and his collaboration with Wu Yukai in stock trading. However, the amount he mentioned had been inflated to over 100,000 yuan, and he framed the narrative as Wu Yukai guiding him in trading. Upon hearing Li Mu's account, Li Jiangwen and Meng Shumin exchanged astonished glances, never having imagined the situation would unfold this way. Well, Xiaomu is fortunate to have benefactors, Li Jiangwen laughed, but make sure you don't forget to repay them. Dad, rest assured, I know what to do, Li Mu assured him, and Li Jiangwen nodded in acknowledgement. Dad, there's one more thing I need to tell you, Li Mu continued. Wu Gu introduced me to a friend who has a business in the county and wants me to help out, offering over 2,000 yuan a month. Therefore, I would prefer not to work with my second uncle anymore. I wish to go to the county. All right, go ahead, Li Jiangwen responded. But make sure to inform your second uncle, to avoid causing him unnecessary worry. Li Mu nodded in agreement. Xiaomu, if you are going to work in the county, you should stay at Xiangping's house since you'll be away for quite some time, Meng Shumin suggested. Yes, your mother is right, Li Jiangwen remarked. Although Xiangping's family did not lend us any money, it is crucial that you do not show them disrespect. Li Mu was momentarily taken aback and responded with a resigned hum. That evening, he visited his second uncle, Li Jianwu, to relay the situation. But Li Jianwu had little to say in response. Upon returning from his uncle's home, Li Mu received 2 phone calls. One was from Liang Zhengchao regarding the company registration, asking Li Mu to proceed to the county town the next day to handle the necessary procedures. The other call was from Huang Wenxiang, informing Li Mu that his cousin agreed to meet and discuss matters with him. The excitement from these 2 calls invigorated Li Mu, who began to meticulously plan the related details, such as the company's name and how to converse with Huang Wenxiang's cousin. It was not until the midnight hour that Li Mu finally succumbed to sleep. The following day, after having breakfast and bidding farewell to his parents, he rode his motorcycle straight to the county town. To register a company, one must first secure an office space, which Liang Zhengchao had arranged. Li Mu had 2 stipulations for the office. It must be located in the southern part of the city, and it should encompass an area of no less than 150 square meters. The location Liang Zhengchao found perfectly met Li Mu's criteria. After signing the contract and obtaining a copy of the property deed, Li Mu and Liang Zhengchao proceeded to an accounting firm. To Li Mu's surprise, he encountered his cousin, Meng Kursin, whom he had met just the day before. As Li Mu entered, he noticed Meng Kursin was engrossed in her work and had not yet seen him. This prompted Li Mu to reflect on how remarkably small good a county is. Xiaoming, please bring a glass of water for these 2 gentlemen, the receptionist called out. Coming, Meng Kursin replied. Soon, she arrived with 2 cups of water and placed them in front of Li Mu and Liang Zhengchao. Enjoy, she said, and upon lifting her gaze, her expression shifted to one of surprise. Xiaomu, what are you doing here? Do you know each other? The staff inquired, astonished. She is my cousin. Li Mu replied casually. Since you are relatives, that makes things easier. Rest assured, we will take care of everything meticulously, the staff assured them. Subsequently, Li Mu and the others engaged in conversation. Returning to her desk, Meng Kursin regarded Li Mu with a puzzled expression. What brings you here, Xiaomu? Once all matters were resolved, Li Mu, Liang Zhengchao, the staff member, and Meng Kursin proceeded to the government service center. What is the name of your company? Liang Zhengchao inquired. Sihai Network Technology. Li Mu replied. Does it hold any significance? It embodies the notion of traversing the 4 seas. Chapter 20. Li Mu's first employee, Sihai Network Technology, was a name that Li Mu had painstakingly devised the previous night. However, he was taken aback to discover that it had already been registered by someone else. Then let it be called Zongheng Sihai Network Technology, Li Mu stated. Isn't that name a bit too ostentatious? Liang Zhengchao remarked. Youthful exuberance calls for a touch of flamboyance, Li Mu responded. Liang Zhengchao paused, shaking his head in resignation. At this moment, Meng Kursin realized that Li Mu intended to register a company. However, where did he procure the funds for such an endeavor? Once all the formalities were settled, he merely awaited the issuance of the business license. Subsequently, Li Mu and Liang Zhengchao perused office equipment and supplies, which were scheduled to be delivered to the company in the afternoon. During lunch, Li Mu treated Liang Zhengchao to a meal as a gesture of gratitude for his assistance. After their meal, Liang Zhengchao had other commitments and departed, while Li Mu returned to the office. To Li Mu's surprise, his cousin Meng Kursin was waiting for him at the entrance of his company. Kersen, what brings you here? Li Mu inquired, puzzled. I, Ming Kersen, am here to apologize on behalf of my mother. She can be quite difficult. Please don't take her actions to heart, she replied, somewhat bashfully. Is that all? I thought it was something serious, Li Mu chuckled. It's no trouble at all. I hardly gave it a second thought. Although Zheng Shufan was not the most agreeable person, Li Mu shared a good rapport with Ming Kersen. Ming Kersen was 2 years older than Li Mu, and they had grown up together, sharing a bond akin to childhood sweethearts. Even after Ming Kersen went to university, they maintained their connection. In his previous life, Zheng Shufan had approached him for money, which caused Li Mu to distance himself from Ming Kersen. However, now that he had been reborn, he had gained a broader perspective on their relationship. You're really not angry? Ming Kersen asked. Not in the slightest, Li Mu replied with a smile. Come on in, don't just stand outside. Thus, Ming Kersen followed him into the office. Xiao Mu, you truly are impressive, Ming Kersen remarked as she explored the surroundings. You have your own company now. What kind of boss am I? I have no idea how successful this company will be, Li Mu responded sheepishly. By the way, does my aunt know about your venture? Ming Kersen inquired. And starting a company requires a significant amount of registered capital. Where did you acquire such funds? Kersen, I've told you, it's not something to discuss with others. Li Mu replied. Rest assured, I won't share it with anyone, Ming Kersen assured him. After a moment of contemplation, Li Mu shared with Ming Kersen the narrative he had crafted for his parents. Following his explanation, Ming Kersen remained silent, her eyes glimmering with unspoken thoughts. Let me come and help you, she suddenly proposed. Li Mu was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a request from her. Kersen, my company has just been established. I don't need an accountant just yet, Li Mu said awkwardly. But sooner or later, you will need one, Ming Kersen retorted, pouting. Unless you lack the confidence to expand your business, only small companies do without a dedicated accountant. Li Mu felt a flush of embarrassment. He recalled that in his previous life, Ming Kersen had interned in the county before moving to work in the capital. Through her diligence, she eventually became the financial director of a publicly listed company, a testament to her considerable abilities. Li Mu firmly believed that his company would grow larger in the future and would undoubtedly require a professional accountant. Finance is the cornerstone of any company, and Li Mu hopes to have someone close to him oversee this crucial area. Considering Ming Kersen's capabilities, she is indeed an excellent candidate. All right, Kersen, you're on board, Li Mu said with a smile. With a playful tone, Ming Kersen replied, May I inquire, Mr. Li, what position do you intend to assign to me? After a moment's contemplation, Li Mu responded, For now, Kersen, you will be in charge of recruitment and front desk duties. What salary are you proposing, Mr. Li? Ming Kersen queried once more. How about this? I'll offer you 1,800, with room and board on me. Next year, I'll raise it to 2,500. What do you think? Li Mu suggested. Without a moment's hesitation, Ming Kersen agreed. Li Mu couldn't help but chuckle internally. He never anticipated that his first employee would be his own cousin. When the office supplies arrived, Li Mu and Ming Kersen organized the items and tidied up the entire office. They worked diligently until dusk, finally completing their tasks. Sitting in the executive chair, Li Mu exhaled a long sigh of relief. Ming Kersen, seated opposite him, surveyed the surroundings before her gaze settled on Li Mu. How does it feel now, Kersen? He asked with a smile. Honestly, after tidying up the office, you do look quite the part of a boss in that chair, she remarked, laughing. In response, Li Mu straightened his posture and said, Manager Kersen, please fetch me a glass of water. Ming Kersen rolled her eyes. With a grin, Li Mu added, by the way, shouldn't we find an advertising company to design the front desk area? Li Mu nodded, adopting a serious demeanor. Indeed, Manager Kersen, that's an excellent point. I'll entrust this task to you. Taken aback, Ming Kersen replied earnestly, Understood, boss. I'll ensure it's done. Hearing her refer to him as boss delighted Li Mu. He had finally assumed that title. While he felt a surge of joy, he was acutely aware that the real challenges were just beginning. The company needed to hire personnel, develop WeChat, and promote it, among other expenses. Each of these endeavors would incur costs, and the over 1 million he had would barely suffice. Thus, his company needed additional profitable projects to sustain itself. What are you pondering? Ming Kersen asked. Nothing much, just imagining what it would be like when our company goes public, Li Mu chuckled. Ming Kersen rolled her eyes in exasperation. Enough daydreaming. Let us tackle the immediate issues first. What issues? Li Mu inquired. Of course, the matter of our basic sustenance, she replied, patting her stomach. At that moment, Li Mu's phone rang. It was Shi Xiangping calling. He quickly gestured for silence before answering the call. Have you made a decision? He asked directly. This isn't about that. It's regarding Hongyi, she replied. Chapter 21. Is this the attitude of seeking help? In recent days, Li Mu had not received any calls from Shi Xiangping, leading him to believe that she no longer desired a child. After all, it was Shi Xiangping who would be giving birth, and if she did not wish for it, there was little Li Mu could do. Nevertheless, he felt something was amiss. Even if Shi Xiangping did not want the child, given Shi Guoxing's character, he would surely seek some form of financial support. It was precisely this thought that kept Li Mu harboring a fantasy that Shi Xiangping intended to have the child. Therefore, when he finally received a call from her, a wave of happiness washed over him. Suppressing his elation, Li Mu asked in a neutral tone, Have you made up your mind? After a moment of silence, Shi Xiangping replied, I did not contact you regarding this matter. It is about my uncle and aunt. They wish to see you. Li Mu was taken aback and quickly recalled that Shi Xiangping's uncle was none other than Shi Hongyi's father, and their desire to meet him surely pertained to Shi Hongyi's situation. You should come to my house. They insist on meeting you, Shi Xiangping urged. I do not wish to go, Li Mu flatly rejected. Do you not want a child either? Shi Xiangping retorted. Li Mu furrowed his brow, realizing that she was leveraging their child against him, effectively threatening him. However, he had no choice. The child was his Achilles heel. Fine, I will arrive shortly, he acquiesced. Shortly? Where are you? Shi Xiangping inquired. Li Mu remained silent and abruptly ended the call. Standing in the courtyard, Shi Xiangping stared at her phone in disbelief, huffed in frustration, and then turned to enter the house. Her family was gathered there, along with her uncle Shi Guoyang and his wife. Xiangping, what did Li Mu say? Shi Guoyang asked eagerly. He said he would arrive soon, Shi Xiangping replied. Uncle, why are you seeking out that good-for-nothing Li Mu? Can he truly save Hongyi? Shi Xiangping scoffed. Indeed, Li Mu is merely our family's son-in-law. If he possessed any real ability, why would he come to our family as a son-in-law? Shi Xiangping added. Alas, I too am reluctant to beg that useless fellow, Shi Guoyang lamented, but we have exhausted numerous connections and still cannot rescue your brother Hongyi. It was Hongyi himself who suggested we let Li Mu give it a try. As the family disparaged Li Mu, the sound of a motorcycle echoed from outside. Before long, Li Mu entered the house. Li Mu, Hongyi is inside. He insists that only you can save him. You must find a way to bring him out, Shi Guoyang commanded. Instantly, Li Mu's brow furrowed as he said, I am sorry, but I cannot help. With that, he turned to leave. Hongyi's mother stepped forward to block Li Mu's path. Her voice raised in anger. As a son-in-law, what sort of attitude is this? What attitude should I have? And what attitude do you possess? Li Mu retorted with irritation. Is this truly how you seek help? If it were not for Shi Xiangping using the child as leverage, I would not have come at all. Now that I am here, and you maintain this demeanor, I see no reason to be cordial. Hey, you've got quite the temper, haven't you? Shi Hongyi's mother angrily exclaimed. Xiangping's father, has your family grown a temper with this door-in-law situation? Aren't you going to intervene? Clearly, Shi Guoyang and his wife were unaware of the fact that Li Mu and Shi Xiangping had already divorced. Upon hearing his sister-in-law's words, Shi Guoxing and Zhang Lanjun exchanged glances. I have divorced Shi Xiangping, Li Mu stated expressionlessly. After speaking, he turned and walked towards the courtyard. Upon hearing Li Mu's words, Shi Guoyang and his wife exchanged bewildered looks. Xiangping, is this true? Shi Guoyang inquired. Shi Xiangping nodded. Shi Guoyang was momentarily stunned before rushing forward to stop Li Mu, his tone considerably more humble, saying, Li Mu, Hongyi has gone inside. He said you are aware of this matter and that now only you can save him. Please, help him. I'm truly powerless, Li Mu replied. With that, he continued on his way. Instantly, Shi Guoyang and his wife grew anxious, yet felt helpless. Shi Guoyang hurried to Shi Xiangping and said, Xiangping, if you can call Li Mu, it shows he still listens to you. Quickly, plead with him. Gritting her teeth, Shi Xiangping called out to Li Mu and swiftly approached him. Could you, for my sake, save brother Hongyi? She implored. Li Mu took a deep breath and replied. Very well, but let me clarify. It is not for your sake. It is for the child's sake. Moreover, I cannot guarantee that I will be able to rescue Shi Hongyi. With that, Li Mu disregarded the complexity of Shi Xiangping's expression and walked outside, taking out his phone to dial Wu Youcai's number, relaying the situation regarding Shi Xiangping's plea. Brother Wu, could you, for my sake, spare Shi Hongyi? Li Mu concluded. There was silence on the other end, and Li Mu's heart raced. He was uncertain whether Wu Youcai would grant him this favor. All right, I will visit Guda County tomorrow. Wu Yukai replied. Although this matter originated with me, there are still faces to consider, including Huang Wenxiang and Liang Zhengchao, who are involved. I must ascertain their intentions. I appreciate it, Brother Wu, Li Mu responded. Shall I arrange a place for you to meet tomorrow? No, let's meet at your company. I'd like to see how you're managing things, Wu Yukai chuckled. Very well, Li Mu replied with a smile. After hanging up, Li Mu returned indoors to inform them that the specific outcome would be revealed tomorrow. Following this, he said no more and turned to leave. Back in the county, Li Mu found a small restaurant and casually ate something. Just as he was enjoying his meal, his phone rang. It was Huang Wenxiang calling. Li Mu quickly answered, apologizing. Ah, Brother Huang, I'm sorry. I've been busy all day and completely forgot about your cousin's matter. Truly, I apologize. No worries, Huang Wenxiang replied. I heard that Zhengchao mentioned you registered a company today and purchased office supplies. Sensing that Huang Wenxiang bore no ill will, Li Mu smiled and said, Brother Huang, at your convenience, feel free to bring your cousin to my company tomorrow. All right then, I'll inform my cousin and head over tomorrow, Huang Wenxiang stated. Very well. Let's leave it at that. I'll hang up now, Li Mu replied before ending the call. That evening, Li Mu did not return home. Instead, he organized his tasks for the following day and spent the night at the office. Chapter 22. A sense of accomplishment the next morning. Meng Kersen arrived at the company punctually. Sister Kersen, here is your agenda for today, Li Mu said as he handed her a piece of paper. Meng Kersen took the paper and began to read. First, find an advertising agency to design the reception area. Design requirements. Prominently feature the word Zongheng Sihai, creating a high-end and sophisticated atmosphere. Second, rent a 2-bedroom apartment. Third, purchase a high-spec laptop. Fourth, register trademarks for WeChat, Douyin, Tushio, Kuaishou, Honor of Kings, and Peace Elite. I can comprehend the first 3 points, Meng Kersen remarked, pointing at the fourth. But what are these trademarks you want to register? I don't quite understand. Sister Kersen, if you could grasp all of this, you'd already be the boss, wouldn't you? Li Mu chuckled. Meng Kersen rolled her eyes in response. Noticing that Meng Kersen remained still, Li Mu inquired. Why aren't you heading out yet? Come on, renting a house, buying a computer, and registering trademarks all require funds. Surely, as the big boss, you don't expect me to cover these expenses? Meng Kersen replied with irritation. Li Mu was momentarily taken aback, then sheepishly chuckled. Hee, Sister Kersen, just go ahead. I will transfer the money to you shortly. Transfer? How? Meng Kersen asked, puzzled. Li Mu inwardly cursed. It was 2009. And there was no QR code payment or WeChat transfer yet. He almost let it slip. With a grin, he retrieved a bank card from his wallet and placed it on the table. This card contains 50,000 yuan. Please take it. I will send you the password to your phone shortly, Li Mu stated. Meng Kersen gazed at him in astonishment. You are quite bold. Casually handing me a card with 50,000 yuan. Aren't you afraid I might abscond with it? Hee. Having grown up together, I have faith in your character, Sister Kersen. Li Mu replied with a smile. Well, I suppose you know how to flatter, Meng Kersen said. With that, she turned and departed. Once Meng Kersen left, Li Mu resumed jotting down notes, planning significant matters for the future. Time passed, and suddenly, he noticed the light dimming. Upon looking up, he found Wu Yukai standing before him. Goodness, Brother Wu, you could have given me a heads up before coming, so I could have prepared to greet you, Li Mu laughed. Wu Yukai did not respond but looked around, commenting, Your efficiency is quite impressive. In just a few days, you've made significant progress. Please, spare me the teasing. Li Mu said as he put away his notebook and stood up. Come, Brother Wu, have a seat. Li Mu invited Wu Yukai to sit and placed 2 cups of water on the coffee table. As Wu Yukai settled in, he curiously surveyed the surroundings. Brother Wu, I appreciate you making this trip, Li Mu remarked. Wu Yukai waved his hand and said, Let us refrain from speaking in such distant terms. Li Mu responded with a smile and an affirmative sound. Subsequently, Wu Yukai adopted a serious tone and stated, I spoke with a few of them, and they indicated that they were merely standing up for me, as it was evidently my intention. Li Mu remained silent, waiting for Wu Yukai to continue. I am curious as to why you chose to intervene, Wu Yukai inquired. Li Mu sighed, expressing his helplessness. To be honest, I did not wish to involve myself in this matter, but my ex-wife reached out to me and brought the child into the conversation, leaving me with no choice. All right. Since you have spoken up, I must honor your request, Wu Yukai replied with a smile. How about this? You arrange for them to set a table at Jintian Pavilion for noon, and I will call Huang Wenxiang and Liang Zhengchao. Upon hearing this, Li Mu sensed that the situation had eased and joyfully remarked, "Thank you, Brother Wu. See, you keep thanking me." Wu Yukai feigned annoyance. Li Mu smiled awkwardly, then took out his phone to call Shi Shanping, conveying the message to her. As noon approached, Huang Wenxiang and Liang Zhengchao arrived, while the other two who were on a business trip could not make it. Observing the ambience of Li Mu's company, both men offered their compliments. "Brother Huang, why hasn't your cousin come?" Li Mu inquired, puzzled. "I had planned for him to join me this afternoon, but a phone call just now necessitated my early arrival." Huang Wenxiang replied with a smile. "Rest assured, he will be here this afternoon." Li Mu nodded, glancing at the time, then suggested, "Shall we head over?" The group nodded in agreement and proceeded to Jintian Pavilion Hotel. Before leaving, Li Mu called Shi Shanping to inform her that his group was on their way. Upon their arrival at Jintian Pavilion Hotel, Shi Shanping and Shi Guoyang were already present. Initially, Shi Shanping had no desire to attend, but her husband insisted on bringing her along to prevent any unforeseen complications. The couple adopted a humble demeanor, inviting Li Mu and his companions into the hotel private room. Once seated, Li Mu introduced, "This is Wu Yukai, the young master of Tianta Group, and Liang Zhengchao, whose family is also in business. This is Huang Wenxiang." Li Mu merely mentioned Huang Wenxiang's name without further elaboration. It was only at this moment that Shi Guoyang and his wife grasped the magnitude of the individual their son had offended. "Young Master Wu, it is entirely our son Hongyi's fault," Shi Guoyang said humbly. "As parents, we apologize on his behalf and implore you to overlook his transgressions and allow him to settle the fine." Wu Yukai replied, "There is no need for concern. It suffices that he acknowledges the penalty." Shi Guoyang was taken aback by Wu Youcai's amicable nature, gratefully exclaiming, Thank you, young Master Wu. I raise this glass in your honor." As he attempted to drink from his glass, Wu Yukai intervened. Placing a hand on Li Mu's shoulder, he declared, "You need not thank me. If gratitude is to be expressed, it should be directed towards my brother Li Mu. Had he not spoken on my behalf, I would have certainly held Shi Hongyi accountable." Shi Guoyang and his wife were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that Wu Yukai would extend such courtesy towards Li Mu. Shi Shanping gazed at Li Mu in astonishment, pondering the nature of his relationship with Wu Yukai. How could Wu Yukai be so considerate of him? Li Mu, filled with gratitude, cast a thankful glance at Wu Yukai, recognizing that he had been afforded considerable respect, allowing him to hold his head high before the Shi family. Observing that Shi Guoyang and his wife remained motionless, Wu Yukai furrowed his brow and remarked, "What is the matter? Are you not going to thank my brother?" "Not at all. Not at all," Shi Guoyang replied, lifting his glass towards Li Mu. "Li Mu, thank you. I offer this drink in your honor." Chapter 23, Deception and Grand Promises. Initially, Li Mu had become the son-in-law of the Shi family out of necessity, driven by the need to cover his father's surgical expenses. Not only did the Shi family look down upon him, but even Shi Shanping's relatives and the villagers held him in disdain. Life in the Shi household was not devoid of darkness, yet he endured endless ridicule and scorn. However, now, Shi Guoyang was respectfully toasting to Li Mu, an act that truly allowed Li Mu to bask in a sense of pride. "You need not thank me, were it not for Shi Shanping's sake. I would not have summoned Wu from afar," Li Mu stated nonchalantly. Wu Yukai cast a surprised glance, realizing that while he had offered Li Mu a favor, Li Mu had in turn extended it to Shi Shanping. Yet, in a moment of clarity, Wu Yukai understood that this was not merely about favoring Shi Shanping, but rather about the child she was expecting. Shi Guoyang cast a grateful look at Shi Shanping before proceeding to toast to Wu Yukai and his companions. With afternoon commitments looming, none of them imbibed the drink offered by Shi Guoyang, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Nevertheless, the fact that Shi Hongyi was able to emerge from his predicament provided Shi Guoyang with a modicum of solace. After the meal, the four of them returned directly to the company, while Shi Shanping and her companions went to settle the payments and retrieve their loved ones. Upon their return to the office, as Li Mu and his companions engaged in casual conversation, Meng Kurson burst into the room with great enthusiasm. Xiao Mu, our business license has arrived," she exclaimed upon entering the office. Upon noticing Wu Yukai and the others present, a wave of embarrassment washed over her. The sight of Meng Kurson elicited hearty laughter from Wu Yukai and his companions. "I mentioned last time that I wanted to introduce you to someone. You were reluctant, yet it seems you already have such a beautiful girlfriend," Wu Yukai teased. Hearing Wu Yotsai's words, Meng Kursen's cheeks flushed crimson. Wu Ge, please don't say such things. Li Mu interjected with a serious tone. This is my cousin, Meng Kursen. Ah, we know, Wu Yukai replied with a chuckle. Afterward, the three of them exchanged knowing glances, clearly unconvinced by Li Mu's explanation. Subsequently, Li Mu introduced Wu Yukai and his companions to Meng Kursen. At that moment, Huang Wenxiang's phone rang. It was a call from his cousin inquiring about their specific location. After providing the address, a young man in his mid-20s soon entered the office. Clad in black-rimmed glasses, a checkered shirt, denim jeans, and athletic shoes, complemented by a laptop backpack, it is evident that he embodies the quintessential image of a programmer. Through introductions, Li Mu learned that Huang Wenxiang's cousin is Zhao Chongbin, a 25-year-old who has spent 3 years post-college immersed in software research at home. After the introductions, Li Mu settled into the executive chair while Zhao Chongbin took a seat opposite him, initiating a formal interview. Have you ever developed mobile applications? Li Mu inquired. Zhao Chongbin hesitated momentarily before responding. Yes, but not extensively. Is our company primarily focused on mobile software? Li Mu nodded and opened the drawer, retrieving 7 or 8 mobile phones. Among them were popular smartphones of the time, such as the Nokia 97, Meizu 8, and Motorola Lyra 710. What do you think distinguishes these phones from those released 2 or 3 years ago? Li Mu asked. They are increasingly intelligent? Zhao Chongbin replied, lacking confidence. Li Mu snapped his fingers and smiled. Precisely, they are indeed becoming more intelligent. I firmly believe that in the future, smartphones will dominate the market. While they may not completely replace computers, they will undoubtedly accomplish the majority of tasks traditionally requiring a computer. At that point, smartphones will become indispensable, making mobile software crucial. Zhao Chongbin nodded, glancing at the phones on the table. However, the market currently hosts various systems like Symbian, Android, and BlackBerry. Adapting to all these could be quite challenging, he remarked. Li Mu chuckled, producing an Android phone and his own Apple device. It needn't be so complicated. The mobile software you develop only needs to be compatible with these two systems, Android and... Zhao Chongbin interjected, why not develop for Symbian? Considering Nokia's current dominance with a 40% market share? This is a matter of foresight regarding the future market, Li Mu replied. I am confident that in the future, there will only be 2 prevailing systems, Android and... Zhao Chongbin nodded slightly, though he remained uncertain about Li Mu's confidence. However, recognizing Li Mu's youth and success in establishing a company, he acknowledged his exceptional capabilities. A monthly salary of 10,000, along with additional benefits, Li Mu stated. Do you have any further questions? Huang Wenxiang quickly stood up, exclaiming, Li Mu, is the salary you offer not rather high? Many programmers with 3 to 5 years of experience in Kyoto earn just over 10,000. Do not think that my recommendation should cause any hesitation, he added. Brother Huang, I am offering a fair price, Li Mu replied with a smile. If I pay him 8,000, he should be prepared to deliver 8,000's worth of work. Aside from software development, what else is expected of me? Zhao Chongbin inquired. As a software developer, you undoubtedly possess a broader network in this field, Li Mu explained. You must help me establish a technical department that will not only focus on mobile software, but also develop mobile operating systems. I aim to create the most powerful domestic mobile operating system. If you possess the capability, you could become a manager or even a director, earning $1 million in annual salary or even shares after the company goes public. Upon hearing Li Mu's words, Zhao Chongbin felt a surge of enthusiasm, nodding vigorously in excitement. Rest assured, Mr. Li, I will not disappoint, Zhao Chongbin declared as he stood up. Li Mu nodded and called Meng Kursen over. This is our future financial director, who is currently also handling recruitment. You two should get acquainted, he said. Meng Kursen and Zhao Chongbin shook hands and exchanged pleasantries. All right, you two can step out for a moment to discuss the company's next steps and come up with a plan as soon as possible, Li Mu instructed. Oh, and Manager Meng, please reserve a private room at Jintian Pavilion. Today not only have we secured our business license, but we also have a new future technical director joining us. It's a double celebration. We must commemorate this occasion properly. Meng Kursen responded with excitement and led Zhao Chongbin out. Ha ha ha, Li Mu, I didn't expect you to truly embody the essence of a boss, Wu Yukai laughed heartily. Brother Wu, please refrain from teasing me, Li Mu chuckled awkwardly. You have quite the talent for embellishing reality, but just don't lead my cousin astray. Huang Wenxiang also laughed. We're all in this together. How could that happen? Chapter 24. The company's predicament that evening at Jintian Pavilion. Li Mu and 5 others raised their glasses with cheerful expressions. Here's to our company. May it flourish across all seas. Li Mu exclaimed joyfully, also wishing everyone present a bright future. Cheers. Cheers. The group clinked their glasses excitedly and downed their drinks in unison. Subsequently, they settled at the table, enjoying their meal while engaging in lively conversation. Pardon my pessimism, Wu Yukai said, holding up his glass. This might be my last chance to enjoy such a gathering with all of you. It seems I may not have much time for this in the future. Instantly, everyone paused, looking at Wu Yukai with confusion. It turned out that due to the situation involving Shi Hongyi, Wu Yukai's father, Wu Dezhen, fearing that his son would become indolent, had retracted his entrepreneurial fund of 500,000 and planned to send Wu Yukai to Guangdong province as a regional manager. That is a good thing, Huang Wenxiang remarked. You've been playing around for years. It's about time you focused and learned about your family's business. Yes, with your child on the way and my wedding approaching, you're the only one still unanchored, Liang Zhengchao added. Brother Wu, I believe your father is acting wisely. Li Mu said, sales not only cultivates character, but is also the core department of the company. He is preparing you to take over in the future. Wu Yukai nodded, feeling somewhat dejected. I understand, but just thinking about how it won't be easy to meet up with all of you makes me feel a bit downcast. Upon hearing this, Li Mu, Huang Wenxiang, and Liang Zhengchao's spirits also sank. Blame me, it's my fault. Today is a day of double happiness for Li Mu's company, and I'm ruining the atmosphere. Come on, let us drink. Wu Yukai suddenly laughed. Soon after, they resumed their joyful eating, drinking, and chatting. Brother Wu, don't overthink it, Li Mu whispered as he leaned closer to Wu Yukai. Once you settle in Yangqing, I have a grand gift for you. What kind of gift? Wu Yukai asked, intrigued. Hee, I'll tell you once you arrive in Yangqing, Li Mu said with a mysterious smile. Wu Yukai rolled his eyes. After dining, the group proceeded to sing, reveling until nearly midnight. Recruitment, equipment procurement, and the establishment of regulations were all progressing in an orderly fashion. Li Mu finally comprehended why it is said that the most valuable asset in the 21st century is talent. Despite his reincarnation and knowledge of future trends, without capable assistance, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to achieve great things alone. After all, Guda County is a small town, and those engaged in software development are primarily high-tech talents, with few willing to develop in such a modest locale. Zhao Chongbin had reached out to numerous classmates, but upon learning it was a company in a small county, their interest waned. After listening to Zhao's report, Li Mu sensed his mood was rather low. Li Mu realized this challenge, though he had not anticipated the difficulty of recruiting talent. Do not rush. You've only been here for 3 days. Take your time. Good wine needs no bush. Li Mu reassured him with a smile. Zhao Chongbin nodded in agreement. By the way, do not limit your contacts to just your classmates, Li Mu added. You might also reach out to others you know, perhaps those in our county or beyond, as long as they can develop software and write code. Zhao Chongbin pondered for a moment, then his eyes brightened. I actually know someone, and he is right here in our county. Do tell, what is the situation? Li Mu inquired, intrigued. His name is Zhou Tao, 2 years my senior, and he is a self-taught software engineer, Zhao Chongbin explained. He has also started a software company called Sihai. Yes, Sihai Network Technology Company, a name quite similar to ours. Isn't that the name I intended to register for my own company? Li Mu realized. So this company is right in the county? Let us go take a look, he suggested. Thus, Li Mu and Zhao Chongbin arrived at Sihai Network Company. Though termed a company, it was essentially a storefront housing 3 computers and various office supplies, such as printers and copiers. A man, similarly bespectacled and sporting a buzz cut, was busily typing away at a keyboard. Tao Go, are you busy? Zhao Chongbin called out. Zhou Tao turned his head to glance at Zhao Chongbin, then at Li Mu, before returning his gaze to the computer screen. Ah, Chongbin has come, Zhou Tao remarked without turning around. What brings you out today? Tao Go, allow me to introduce you, Zhao Chongbin said. This is the owner of our Zongheng Sihai Network Technology Company, Limited. He knows you are quite talented and specifically asked me to bring him to visit you. Zhou Tao halted his typing, turning to face Li Mu with a mocking expression. Humph, Zongheng Sihai, you have quite the ambition, don't you? I didn't intend to be so ostentatious. I didn't expect you to register the name first. Li Mu chuckled. There's nothing to be done. I have to use this name now. Besides, isn't a bit of flair characteristic of my age? Zhou Tao paused, then smiled and said, you are quite an interesting person. Now, tell me, What brings you to me? As he spoke, Zhou Tao reached for a cigarette, pulling one from the pack and preparing to light it. I have come to acquire your company, Li Mu said with a smile. Upon hearing Li Mu's words, Zhou Tao paused in his action of lighting a cigarette, glanced at Li Mu, and then finally ignited the cigarette, taking a puff. How audacious of you to declare your intent to acquire my company upon arrival, Zhou Tao retorted sarcastically. To put it plainly, I am merely interested in you as a person, Li Mu replied with a grin. Oh, you want me to work for you? Zhou Tao scoffed. I prefer to be my own boss. Even if my earnings are modest, at least I have my freedom. Come now, let us not dwell on freedom, Li Mu interjected. For a small establishment like yours, earning 50,000 a year is commendable. After deducting rent, utilities, and living expenses, what do you really have left? And how much are you offering me? Zhou Tao asked disdainfully. 10,000, Li Mu responded. Zhou Tao halted his smoking once more, rolled his eyes, and declared, I'm afraid I must decline. With that, he turned his attention back to the computer screen. Why the stubbornness, Tao Ge? Li Mu inquired. You established this company to validate yourself, didn't you? And you taught yourself programming to affirm your worth, correct? If you join me, everything you desire can be realized here. Chapter 25. Fury against Shanmei. Zhou Tao had always been rebellious and headstrong, venturing out into the world before even completing middle school. 2 years ago, with the passing of his father, Zhou Tao returned to mourn and subsequently never left again. After a decade of wandering, he had not achieved much, leading many to look down upon him. However, through those 10 years, Zhou Tao had honed his survival skills, particularly in programming, which he had taught himself. In his determination to prove his capabilities, he bravely established this company. Yet, since its inception, it had shown little promise, fueling Zhou Tao's stubbornness and belief in his eventual success. So when Li Mu arrived, announcing his intention to acquire Zhou Tao's company, it was only natural that Zhou Tao felt resentful. I said no, get lost, Zhou Tao shouted rudely. Li Mu was about to say something further when Zhao Chongbin intervened. Tao Ge, you continue with your work. We can discuss this later, Zhao Chongbin said as he pulled Li Mu out. Why are you stopping me? Li Mu retorted irritably. Tao Ge is quite obstinate. If you don't leave soon, he might resort to violence, Zhao Chongbin cautioned. Li Mu furrowed his brow and took a deep breath, asking, how skilled is this person? He was weighing whether to invest time in Zhou Tao. I've spoken with him about programming, Zhao Chongbin replied. Though he is self-taught and somewhat unorthodox, his skills surpass mine. If he possesses such talent, why is he not out in the field? Li Mu mused, almost to himself, as if inquiring of Zhao Chongbin. His mother is unwell, which has kept him from venturing outside, Zhao Chongbin explained. Very well, keep an eye on him, and see if there is an opportunity to draw him in, Li Mu instructed. Understood, Zhao Chongbin affirmed. Ever since Li Mu and the Shi family discussed matters concerning the children, the Shi family has been rather silent, which has left Li Mu in a state of confusion regarding their true sentiments. During lunchtime, Li Mu and Meng Kersen were dining at a noodle shop. Meng Kersen transferred all the beef from her bowl to Li Mu's, stating, I'm on a diet and avoiding meat. Look at how slender you've become, Kersen, Li Mu remarked. If my aunt or your mother found out that you're losing weight here with me, they would certainly raise a fuss. As he spoke, he returned the beef back to her bowl. At that moment, a furious voice erupted. Li Mu turned to see Shanmei, exclaiming, Ah, good a county is indeed too small. What do you want? Li Mu replied curtly, Humph, I wondered why you chose to divorce. It turns out you have another woman. You shameless interloper. Shanmei retorted angrily. Instantly, Li Mu furrowed his brow and coldly warned, I advise you to watch your words. What have I said that is untrue? Shanmei mocked. I witnessed it with my own eyes. You two were here being all lovey-dovey, exchanging dishes. How shameless. I suspect you were already involved with her before the divorce. Shanmei. Li Mu sprang to his feet, his voice raised in anger. She is my cousin. If you continue to speak recklessly, do not blame me for my rudeness. And do not forget, it was you who initiated my divorce from Shanping. Although Li Mu had indeed sought the divorce, it was Shanmei who had first proposed it. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Shanmei's face, but she quickly shifted the topic, saying, Humph. Who knows if she is truly your cousin? Even if she is, how can we be certain there is nothing more between you two? Li Mu, incensed by her words, stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap to Shanmei. If you dare to utter another word, I will not be lenient, he bellowed. Shanmei, holding her face in shock, took a moment to regain her composure. You worthless interloper dare to strike me? I'll make you pay for this, she shouted. Lunging at Li Mu, Meng Kersen rushed in to mediate, and chaos erupted throughout the restaurant, drawing a crowd of onlookers eager to witness the commotion. Eventually, the police arrived and took both Li Mu and Shi Shanmei into custody. Not long after arriving at the police station, Shi Shanping's family, along with Shi Shanmei's husband, also appeared. Upon hearing the details, the Shi family erupted in outrage. Li Mu, your audacity has truly grown. Zhang Longjin exclaimed furiously. Now you've taken to violence. Thinking that your association with Wu Yukai has elevated your status? This matter is far from over. Shi Shanyan added. I warn you, unless you provide a satisfactory explanation, you shall not leave. Shi Shanping remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Meng Kersen, lost in her own thoughts. Enough shouting. This is a police station, not a marketplace, shouted Captain Zhou Jianbin, commanding immediate silence from the Shi family. Li Mu greeted Zhou Jianbin. Li Mu, what brings you here? Zhou Jianbin inquired, surprised. Li Mu offered an awkward smile and recounted the events that had transpired earlier. The Shi family was taken aback. How could Li Mu be acquainted with Captain Zhou? It felt utterly bizarre. Not long ago, during the altercation with Shi Hongyi, Zhou Jianbin had remembered Li Mu, the youngest and seemingly the most earnest among the group. You are too impulsive, Zhou Jianbin chided. Indeed, I regret it now, Li Mu hastily replied. Zhou Jianbin then turned to the Shi family, stating, he has already admitted his mistake and displayed a commendable attitude. Do you have any further objections? I can't let that slap go unpunished. He must compensate me, Shi Shanmei declared. Zhou Jianbin glanced at Li Mu, who nodded slightly, indicating his willingness to comply. How much do you intend to demand? Zhou Jianbin asked. 1,000. Shi Shanmei asserted, adding, I won't agree to a settlement without that amount. Without hesitation, Li Mu pulled out 1,000 yuan from his wallet and placed it on the table. The Shi family was instantly dumbfounded. How could he be so forthcoming with such a substantial sum? Meanwhile, Shi Shanmei regretted not asking for more, realizing that he would have readily paid. Subsequently, she begrudgingly signed the settlement agreement and departed with her family. Thank you for your help, Captain Zhou, Li Mu expressed gratefully. It's no trouble, it's my responsibility. Zhou Jianbin replied with a smile. Just then, Zhou Tao was brought into the police station. Zhou Tao? What trouble has he gotten himself into? Chapter 26. A talent indeed. Zhou Tao was taken aside to provide a statement, oblivious to Li Mu's presence. Captain Zhou, could you please inquire about the situation of the person who just came in? Li Mu requested. Is he your friend? Zhou Jianbin asked. Yes, he is, Li Mu affirmed. All right, I'll look into it, Zhou Jianbin responded. Thank you, Captain Zhou, Li Mu replied. Zhou Jianbin nodded and proceeded to gather information regarding Zhou Tao. Shortly thereafter, he returned to inform Li Mu of Zhou Tao's predicament. It turned out that Zhou Tao's mother was hospitalized due to illness and with limited funds. He had asked the doctors to begin treatment while he sought to raise the necessary money. However, the doctors informed Zhou Tao that treatment would only commence upon payment. In a fit of anger, Zhou Tao had argued with the doctors and even resorted to physical confrontation. Li Mu furrowed his brow upon hearing this and inquired, Captain Zhou, will this be difficult to resolve? As long as the hospital does not pursue charges, it should not be problematic, Zhou Jianbin replied. In that case, I would appreciate your assistance in mediating this situation, Captain Zhou. I will cover any compensation or fines that may arise, Li Mu stated. It seems you two have quite a bond, Zhou Jianbin chuckled. Very well, I will do my utmost to assist you. Thank you, Captain Zhou. I will arrange a proper thank you this evening, Li Mu promised. No need for that. This is merely part of my duties, Zhou Jianbin smiled. Li Mu understood that this was not solely Zhou Jianbin's responsibility. It also involved the reputation of Huang Wenxiang and others. Otherwise, such matters would hardly warrant Zhou Jianbin's personal attention. After expressing his gratitude, Li Mu exited the police station alongside Meng Kersen, intending to visit a hospital. As soon as they stepped outside, he spotted Shi Shanping standing at the entrance, seemingly waiting for him. Are you waiting for me? Li Mu inquired. Shi Shanping glanced at Meng Kersen with an impassive expression and asked, Who is she? This is my cousin, Meng Kersen, Li Mu replied. I have never heard you mention her before, Shi Shanping remarked, her brow furrowing. Have you ever met any of my relatives? Li Mu retorted disdainfully. Besides, it's not that I haven't mentioned them. Every time I bring up my family or matters concerning them, you always wear that impatient expression. Shi Shanping felt a surge of frustration. With a cold huff, she turned to leave. Li Mu hurried after her, blocking her path and asking, What have you decided regarding the child? My father said I should make my own choice, Shi Xiangping responded. Li Mu was taken aback. Shi Guoxing had never allowed her such autonomy. Could it be that what I said that day had some impact? What do you mean? He pressed. I intend to carry the child to term, Shi Xiangping declared. Li Mu was momentarily stunned. Why didn't you tell me? We're already divorced. This child is mine. Why should I discuss it with you? She replied, then maneuvered around Li Mu and walked away. Watching her retreating figure, Li Mu was filled with confusion. In his previous life, she had discreetly terminated the pregnancy. Why did she seem so different this time? At that moment, Meng Kersen approached. Is she your ex-wife, Shi Xiangping? Meng Kersen asked. Li Mu nodded slightly. Are you divorced? Why haven't you mentioned it? Meng Kersen probed. It's not exactly a matter of pride. There's no need to broadcast it to the world, Li Mu replied with a wry smile. Meng Kersen nodded in understanding. That makes sense, but I can't shake the feeling that she still harbors feelings for you. Does she? Li Mu asked, puzzled. Meng Kersen nodded earnestly. By the way, my parents are unaware of my divorce, so you must keep it a secret. Whether I can keep it a secret depends on your behavior, Meng Kersen said. Li Mu was taken aback. Was she trying to leverage him? Subsequently, he and Meng Kersen made their way to the hospital, where Li Mu paid for Zhou Tao's medical expenses and arranged for his mother to be hospitalized for treatment. Just as Zhou Tao's mother was settled in, Li Mu received a call from Zhou Jianbin, stating that the hospital agreed to settle but required a compensation of 10,000 yuan. Without hesitation, Li Mu consented and instructed Meng Kersen to go to the police station to pay the fee and release Zhou Tao, while he remained behind to care for Zhou Tao's mother. After more than half an hour, Meng Kersen and Zhou Tao arrived at the hospital. Seeing that his mother was already admitted, Zhou Tao felt a weight lift from his heart. After exchanging a few words with his mother, Zhou Tao pulled Li Mu into the corridor outside the ward. Thank you, Zhou Tao expressed gratefully. No need for thanks, as long as the elder is all right. Li Mu replied. Zhou Tao nodded slightly, contemplating for a moment before saying, I can accept your previous suggestion, but Tao Ge, let us not overthink it. We should focus on treating Annie first. Li Mu sincerely stated, if funds are insufficient, just let me know. Zhou Tao opened his mouth, ultimately managing only to utter a second thank you. He understood that Li Mu's actions were purposeful, aimed at winning him over. However, regardless of Li Mu's intentions, he had indeed offered assistance, and one must always possess a heart of gratitude. Li Mu said little more, giving Zhou Tao a reassuring pat on the shoulder before departing the hospital with Meng Kersen. Who is he? Why are you so kind to him? Meng Kersen curiously inquired. A talent, Li Mu replied with a smile. A talent? What kind of talent? Meng Kersen asked, puzzled. Just as Li Mu was about to respond, Meng Kersen's phone rang. Hello, Xiaoqi, have you arrived? You're already at the company? All right, I understand. I will return shortly, she said before ending the call. Who was that? Li Mu asked. A talent, Meng Kersen declared proudly. Li Mu shrugged and, alongside Meng Kersen, promptly returned to the company. Upon entering, he spotted Zhao Chongbin holding a glass of water. Standing before a girl, his gaze fixed intently upon her. The girl stood at about 1.70 meters, with flowing long hair and a statuesque figure, her legs elegantly elongated. From her silhouette alone, she was undoubtedly a beauty. Upon hearing footsteps behind her, Su Xiaoqi turned around. Upon seeing her face, Li Mu was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming inwardly, wow, she truly is a stunning beauty. Chapter 27. I am pursuing him. Do not be jealous. Her features were exquisite, her skin fair, her figure tall and curvaceous, with long, beautiful legs. Su Xiaoqi was indeed a remarkable beauty. Xiaoqi, why didn't you let me know you had arrived? I could have come to fetch you. Meng Kersen said as she approached. Haha, our county isn't large. A taxi only costs 5 yuan, so I didn't want to trouble you, Su Xiaoqi replied. Meng Kersen acknowledged this with a hum and then brought Su Xiaoqi over to Li Mu. Xiaoqi, this is our company's boss, Li Mu, Meng Kersen introduced. Li Zong. This is my dear friend, the marketing genius, Su Xiaoqi. Although Li Mu was captivated by Su Xiaoqi's beauty, having lived 2 lives, he had encountered many beautiful women and quickly regained his composure. Hello. Hello. Li Mu and Su Xiaoqi shook hands briefly. I had heard Manager Meng speak of your beauty, yet I was skeptical. Meeting you in person has truly left me astonished, Li Mu remarked with a smile. Within the company, Li Mu and Meng Kersen addressed each other by their respective titles, a practice that Li Mu had insisted upon. President Li certainly knows how to articulate. Su Xiaoqi chuckled, adding, however, I did not anticipate that President Li would be such a youthful and handsome young man. All right, let us refrain from mutual flattery and proceed to the office for a discussion, Meng Kersen suggested. With that, she took Su Xiaoqi's hand and led her into the office. Li Mu followed suit, settling into his executive chair. You have observed the situation here, and I assume Manager Meng has briefed you as well. Li Mu remarked with a smile. However, I am not yet familiar with the particulars on your end. Oh, I brought my resume, Su Xiaoqi replied, producing the document and placing it before Li Mu. Li Mu picked up the resume and began to peruse its contents. Su Xiaoqi, 22 years old, majored in marketing, and hailed from good accounting. The latter sections detailed her internship experiences, primarily in online marketing. Li Mu felt quite satisfied with Su Xiaoqi's resume, as he was in search of a talent in the field of marketing. Your major and internship experiences align quite well with my expectations, Li Mu stated. Upon your arrival, you will be primarily responsible for Weibo marketing and establishing a marketing department. Weibo marketing? What is Weibo? Su Xiaoqi inquired, puzzled. Weibo began its internal testing on August 14, 2009, and has been publicly launched for less than a month, Li Mu explained. In his previous life, he had registered for Weibo in 2011, during its initial surge in popularity, making him one of the platform's early users. However, at that time, Li Mu lacked the foresight and capability, treating Weibo merely as a pastime. Not long after, he discovered that the number of friends on his Weibo had reached several tens of thousands, with some even amassing millions of followers. Moreover, they had begun to monetize their presence on the platform. Li Mu was well aware of the immense popularity that Weibo would garner in the coming years and the substantial profits that a Weibo marketing account could generate annually. Thus, he sought to seize the opportunity to accumulate followers early on. Of course, his pursuit of Weibo marketing was not solely for financial gain. It also served as groundwork for promoting WeChat in the future. This is a newly launched product. Take the time to familiarize yourself with it, Li Mu advised. Understood. Su Xiaoqi replied. What about my salary? It will be the same as Manager Meng's, Li Mu stated. Su Xiaoqi was taken aback, realizing that Meng Kersen's base salary was 2,500. She had not expected her compensation to mirror that amount. It is worth noting that both Meng Kersen and Su Xiaoqi were merely interns, yet to graduate formally. Su Xiaoqi had previously interned in the provincial capital, Shishir, earning the same 2,500 as a fixed salary. In contrast, Good County was a small locale where most residents earned around 1,500. Li Mu's offer was significantly above the average wage. All right, you may both take your leave for now, Li Mu instructed. Subsequently, Meng Kersen and Su Xiaoqi rose and made their way out. Is it that you chose not to intern in Shishir because of this young and handsome boss? Is he your boyfriend? Su Xiaoqi whispered. Do not speak carelessly. We are not that kind of relationship, Meng Kersen whispered. If that is the case, should I pursue him? You mustn't feel jealous, Su Xiaoqi replied. If you have the capability, then go ahead and chase him. The two women engaged in hushed conversation as they exited the office. Although their voices were barely above a whisper, Li Mu heard them clearly, and a wave of embarrassment washed over him. When did he become so charming that he could attract the attention of beautiful women? Was it due to his rebirth? Shaking his head to dispel the odd thoughts, he reminded himself not to indulge in fantasies. Chen Xiuqing was still waiting for him in Tiandu City. Li Mu's endeavors were not merely to alter his own fate, but to gather enough resources to marry Chen Xiuqing and provide her with a splendid wedding. Just as Meng Kersen and Su Xiaoqi departed, Zhao Chongbin knocked and entered. Mr. Li, we received a response from Zhou Tao, he announced excitedly. What did he say? Li Mu inquired nonchalantly. Mr. Li, it feels like you anticipated Zhou Tao would reply, Zhao Chongbin remarked, puzzled. Enough chatter. Just tell me what Zhou Tao said. Li Mu urged. He mentioned that his mother is ill and cannot come for now, Zhao Chongbin continued, but he can recommend a few individuals with similar skills. He also said he would join us once his mother is discharged from the hospital. How many is a few? Li Mu asked eagerly, surprised that Zhou Tao would bring talent to him. He said around 7 or 8, all from Huqing, and like him, they are self-taught programmers, Zhao Chongbin replied. He also indicated that whether they stay depends on you, Mr. Li. That is only natural, Li Mu responded with excitement. Did he mention when these individuals would arrive? He said they should all be here by tomorrow afternoon, Zhao Chongbin informed him. All right, I understand, Li Mu said, rising with enthusiasm. You and Manager Meng should prepare the materials for tomorrow. Let us strive to keep them all. Zhao Chongbin nodded happily and then exited. Haha. Zhou Tao truly should not be underestimated, Li Mu mused to himself, elated. If their skills are commendable, with 7 or 8 new recruits, along with Zhou Tao and Zhao Chongbin, they would have a solid team of 10. With this team, developing a simple WeChat application should be relatively manageable. Chapter 28. Taming the Neophytes. The following afternoon, the 8 individuals recommended by Zhou Tao arrived at Li Mu's company. Clearly, they had coordinated in advance to come together. These 8 people were a motley crew, varying in height, weight, and appearance. The oldest was nearing 40, while the youngest was a couple of years older than Li Mu. Despite their diverse appearances, they shared a common trait. All were self-taught programmers, exuding a raw and unrefined aura. In the conference room, these individuals chatted animatedly, sitting in disarray, displaying little decorum. To put it bluntly, they were rough around the edges and lacked any professional experience. Upon seeing these individuals, Li Mu could not help but feel overwhelmed. Setting aside technical matters, managing such a group was indeed quite a daunting task. We have been waiting for quite some time. Where's your boss? Please, summon him swiftly. Indeed, we cannot afford to linger too long, or we will miss our transportation back. If your boss does not make an appearance soon, we may have to take our leave. Were it not for Zhou Tao's recommendation, we would not have traveled such a distance to be here. Evidently, these individuals had little regard for Li Mu, or perhaps they simply did not realize that this young lad, barely 20 years old, was the boss they were meant to meet. Li Mu stood up and cleared his throat, prompting immediate silence from the 8 individuals present. All eyes turned to him. With a serious demeanor, he scanned the room and introduced himself, stating, "I am Li Mu, the owner of Zongheng Sihai Company. He is the boss. How can he be so young? Is it prudent to trust such a youthful leader? I feel as though Zhou Tao has deceived us." The 8 individuals were taken aback, unable to fathom that this young man was indeed the company's owner. Li Mu cleared his throat once more, and the group again focused their attention on him. "I, like all of you, come from humble beginnings. My parents still farm back home, and in October, I too must return to harvest corn," Li Mu continued. "Nonetheless, regardless of my origins, I have built this company from the ground up. At present, I am in need of programming talent and wish to harness your skills to grow our company together. I will realize my dreams, and you will achieve your own value." Though the group was astonished by both Li Mu's background and his audacity, their expressions were filled with disdain and mockery. To put it plainly, you all pursued programming not merely out of passion, but primarily to earn a living, correct? Li Mu queried. "So tell me, after all this time practicing programming, how much have you earned?" Instantly, the 8 individuals fell silent, looking down. "What can you offer us?" One person suddenly inquired, prompting the others to lift their gazes towards Li Mu. "I offer 300 yuan per day for an 8-hour workday, with daily payment and overtime compensated separately." Li Mu responded, 300 yuan a day? That amounts to 9,000 yuan a month. Almost 10,000 a month is indeed a substantial sum. Yes, it is considerable. Even if we were to venture out for programming work, there is no guarantee we would be paid such amounts. Upon hearing Li Mu's words, the group began to converse in astonishment. "Quiet down," Li Mu commanded firmly, and silence fell once more. "The salary I offer is generous, but so too are my expectations." He continued, "If you do not meet my standards, I regret to say you will have to leave. However, should you exceed my expectations, I will gladly increase your salary." "Well, for that salary, I am on board," one individual declared. "Yes, I will join you too." Another chimed in. "Haha, my family is counting on me to build a house, so I'm depending on you." The room filled with enthusiastic affirmations. At that moment, the door to the conference room swung open, and Meng Kersen entered alongside Zhou Tao. "Tao Ge, what brings you here?" Li Mu inquired, puzzled. "I feared you might struggle to manage these individuals, so I came to lend my support," Zhou Tao replied. Zhou Tao gazed in astonishment at the crowd and remarked, "But it seems I have arrived rather late." "Indeed, you have come late. We have already decided to work with the boss." The others chuckled. At that moment, Li Mu's WeChat development team had been formed. After finalizing their start date and other employment terms, everyone departed. Li Mu took Zhou Tao on a tour of the company, eventually leading him to the office. "What do you think of my company?" Li Mu inquired with a smile. "It's quite impressive," Zhou Tao responded. "I never expected someone so young to possess such audacity." Li Mu chuckled and then asked, "By the way, how is your mother? Is the money sufficient?" "Everything is fine. My mother's situation isn't serious, and we have enough funds," Zhou Tao replied. "I will come to work with them in a couple of days." "Are you really sure there are no issues?" Li Mu asked. Zhou Tao nodded affirmatively. If you join us as well, that would be splendid, Li Mu said with a smile. After chatting for a while longer, Zhou Tao took his leave. Just as Zhou Tao exited, Meng Kersen entered. Xiao Mu, Meng Kersen said with a serious expression. In the office, only Li Mu and Meng Kersen were present, and she did not address him as Director Li. What's wrong, Kersen? Li Mu inquired. I wanted to ask how much capital you have for this company. Meng Kersen questioned. Li Mu looked at her in confusion, unsure of her intent. With the 8 new hires today, along with Zhao Chongbin and Zhou Tao, our technical department consists of 10 people. Their monthly salaries alone amount to 100,000 yuan, Meng Kersen explained. If they are paid daily, that is 3,000 yuan per day. Such labor costs are exorbitant, and I still do not know what software you intend to develop. I am quite uncertain, and I worry about what will happen if this software fails to materialize. Whether it's WeChat or Weibo marketing, these are lucrative ventures for the future. However, currently, Li Mu's company has no profitable projects, only expenditures, and the labor costs are a substantial burden. Li Mu was acutely aware of this reality, which was why he had not ceased his stock trading. The registered capital of 500,000 yuan would not be refunded for another week, and expenses for renting an office, purchasing equipment, and registering trademarks had already consumed a portion of it. Li Mu was left with just over 200,000 yuan, and with various daily matters to attend to, his time for trading was limited, yet the company's expenses remained manageable. Rest assured, Kersen, I have already contemplated these issues, so you need not worry, Li Mu assured her. All right, since you've considered these matters, you must have a plan, so I shall refrain from saying more. Chapter 29. In Xiaoqi 2 days later, at 8 in the morning, in the company conference room, Zhao Chongbin, Zhou Tao, and the entire WeChat development team of 10 were present. Li Mu sat at the head of the table, with Meng Kersen by his side. Now, Meng Kersen not only managed the company as finances and recruitment, but also assumed the role of Li Mu's secretary. Li Mu gestured to Meng Kersen, who distributed 10 documents to each individual present. Confidentiality agreement for the development of WeChat social software? A wave of perplexity washed over the faces of the attendees as they read the words inscribed on the documents. Before we discuss this software, let us first sign the confidentiality agreement, Li Mu stated. The room was filled with hesitant glances exchanged among the crowd. However, Zhao Chongbin and Zhou Tao exhibited no hesitation, promptly signing their names. After a brief moment of uncertainty, the others followed suit and affixed their signatures to the agreement. Subsequently, Li Mu rose to his feet and elaborated on the WeChat software he envisioned. Mr. Li, are we not competing with Penguin for market share with this social software? One individual queried. Indeed, Penguin has a substantial user base. Can we truly compete? Another added. Moreover, this software only allows for text, images, and voice messages. Lacking any viable profit avenues, several voices chimed in, expressing skepticism towards the WeChat project. Even Meng Kersen cast a doubtful glance at Li Mu. Li Mu motioned for silence before addressing the group. Rest assured, I have contemplated all the concerns you may have regarding this software. Your task now is to expedite its development. We must aspire to surpass Penguin's expectations. In the future, when our user base exceeds theirs, you will proudly tell others that the software you use was created by us. With unwavering confidence, Li Mu concluded, since you have chosen to join me in this endeavor, I ask for your trust. I envision a day when our company goes public, and I will lead you all to NASDAQ to ring the bell for our IPO. Though doubts lingered in their hearts, Li Mu's final words instilled a flicker of anticipation among the group. They eventually dispersed and returned to their respective roles, embarking on the intense journey of software development. Xiao Mu, are we perhaps misaligned in our strategy? Meng Kersen inquired, setting aside Penguin. It would be impressive if our software could even surpass Feixin. Li Mu smiled, replying, Kersen, Feixin is too limited, catering solely to China mobile users. I hardly regard it as a competitor. You should be more audacious. Our benchmark is Penguin. Just as Meng Kersen was about to respond, the conference room door swung open, and Su Xiaoqi entered. How has your research on Weibo progressed? Li Mu asked. I've conducted some analysis, and I must say, Weibo is quite impressive, Su Xiaoqi replied enthusiastically. I share Mr. Li's conviction that Weibo will experience significant growth, and Weibo marketing is undoubtedly a burgeoning trend. Li Mu nodded with a smile. Moreover, I have registered a Weibo account under the name Ing Xiaoqi Kai, a clever play on words, Su Xiaoqi continued. Ing Xiaoqi Kai? Li Mu responded, momentarily taken aback. Are you planning to share some marketing case studies on this Weibo account? You've caught on quickly, Su Xiaoqi exclaimed. That is indeed my intention, to share some of my future marketing cases and attract a following. As the number of followers increased, whether selling marketing courses or composing promotional articles, it became a commendable strategy. Indeed, she is the renowned Ing Xiaoqi. In a previous life, Li Mu had followed a Weibo account dedicated to marketing, aptly named Ing Xiaoqi, which boasted hundreds of thousands of followers. He recalled that this account was revered as a marketing Bible and a guide for novices in the field. To his astonishment, he discovered that the person behind Ing Xiaoqi was none other than Su Xiaoqi. This was truly a treasure unearthed. Then, let us register another Weibo account for the company. Li Mu proposed. What will be the focus of this account? What name shall we choose? Su Xiaoqi inquired. It will primarily feature humorous anecdotes. As for the name, Li Mu pondered for a moment and replied, let's call it that. In his previous life, Li Mu had also been a devoted follower, which had left him somewhat vexed for an extended period. Choosing this name served as a small consolation for a regret he harbored. Will our anecdotes be original creations or adaptations? Su Xiaoqi queried. Of course, they will be original, Li Mu affirmed. Alas, it seems I must exhaust quite a few brain cells, Su Xiaoqi lamented. All right, you may all return to your tasks, Li Mu instructed. Shortly thereafter, Meng Kersen and Su Xiaoqi exited the meeting room. Li Mu returned to his office, settled into his executive chair, and swiftly powered on his laptop. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly 9:30, prompting him to dive into the stock market. On the 15th of August, Li Mu had distributed mooncakes and other small gifts to everyone, granting a day off. During the National Day holiday on October 1st, he provided additional benefits and allowed for a 7-day break. Having not returned home for over 20 days, he felt it was time to visit, especially since it was harvest season for the corn back home. As he finished packing and prepared to leave, a call from Wu Yukai came in. Brother Wu, have you returned from your holiday? Li Mu inquired with a smile. Don't mention it. My father insists that I further familiarize myself with the market and prepare a market report, Wu Yukai replied. Huh. I was looking forward to welcoming you back. Li Mu laughed. It seems that we'll have to wait until New Year's or perhaps the end of the year, Wu Yukai remarked. By the way, I've been curious about that grand gift you mentioned. What could it possibly be? Huh. Just wait a little longer. After October 1st, I will reveal it to you. Li Mu chuckled. All right then. They exchanged a few more words before ending the call. Afterward, Li Mu exited his office and descended the stairs with Meng Kersen. He mounted his motorcycle, with Meng Kersen seated behind him. Just a reminder, Kersen, please do not mention my divorce or the company to your mother when you return. Li Mu cautioned. All right, I understand. You've mentioned it several times already. Meng Kersen responded impatiently. Li Mu refrained from further comment. Just as he was about to unlock the door, a notification sound from his phone indicated a new message on QQ. Upon checking, he discovered a friend request from Chen Xiuqing. Instantly, excitement surged through Li Mu. Chapter 30. The Shuzhong Tsuya after more than a month. Li Mu finally added Chen Xiuqing on QQ. Didn't he expect you to be online? I'm always online, just waiting for you to accept my friend request. Hehe. What were you waiting for? Li Mu and Chen Xiuqing engaged in a lively conversation, exchanging playful banter. Look at you grinning so mischievously. Who are you chatting with? Meng Kersen inquired, leaning closer. Li Mu quickly covered his phone and replied, no one. Let us go home. With that, he tucked his phone into his pocket and started his motorcycle. He first dropped Meng Kersen off at the village entrance before riding back to Lijiazwang. Mom. Upon entering, Li Mu called out, Xiaomu. Meng Shumin appeared surprised, then joyfully exclaimed, your father, Xiaomu is back. Soon, Li Jiangwen, leaning on a cane, stumbled out as well. Dad, Li Mu greeted. Ah, you're back. Come inside, Li Jiangwen replied. The family of 3 entered the house and began to chat. Xiaomu, you're back. What about your wife's family? Li Jiangwen asked. Li Mu hesitated for a moment, then awkwardly responded, Dad, their corn was planted late. It will be a few days before harvest. I thought I would finish our harvest first and then head over. Really? Li Jiangwen asked, sensing something amiss in Li Mu's tone. Of course it's true, Li Mu smiled. All right, Dad, let us not dwell on that. He then turned to his mother, Meng Shumin, and asked, Mom, I'm hungry. Have you made dinner? I was just preparing. I didn't know you were back. I'll go stir-fry a couple of dishes. Meng Shumin cheerfully responded before heading to the kitchen. Dad, when I came back, I noticed that our corn is nearly ripe. Li Mu said, I plan to start harvesting tomorrow. Once that's done, I need to hurry back. Harvesting corn and sowing wheat will take at least 7 or 8 days, and Li Mu was anxious to finish before the holiday. Are you quite busy there? Li Jiangwen asked. Yes, indeed. It's quite busy, Li Mu affirmed. Then, once our crops are harvested, you want to be going to your wife's family to help? Li Jiangwen remarked. Li Mu's expression froze, and he forced a smile. You're my son. How could I not know you? Li Jiangwen said with a hint of irritation. Now, tell me, what is the current situation between you and your wife? Dad, we do have some issues, Li Mu confessed. However, I cannot discuss it now. When the time is right, I will certainly inform you. Considering his father was still recuperating, Li Mu was reluctant to burden him with the truth, fearing it might cause undue stress. Li Jiangwen looked at Li Mu and sighed. All right, you're not a child anymore. It's already difficult for you to be a son-in-law. I want to pry further. But I do hope you and your wife can find a way to continue together. After all, it would be quite challenging to find another daughter-in-law for our family. I understand, Dad, Li Mu replied. A family joyfully concluded their dinner. After the meal, Li Mu tidied up the dishes. The three of them engaged in light conversation for a while, and then Li Mu rose to return to his room. Lying on his bed, Li Mu took out his phone and opened the messaging app. Why have you suddenly stopped talking? He typed. I have to log off in a bit. I'll catch you later, bye. Upon receiving a message from Chen Xiuqing, Li Mu promptly replied. However, at that moment, Chen Xiuqing's avatar had turned gray, indicating she could not respond immediately. Sighing, Li Mu pondered when she would next be online. With a hint of regret, he drifted into slumber. The next morning, Li Mu sought out the village's rice harvester to collect the corn from the fields. Driving the tractor, he transported the harvested corn back to his yard, load by load. As he maneuvered the tractor to fetch the last load of corn, he noticed a crowd gathered at the edge of his land. Li Mu approached the crowd, dismounted, and squeezed his way in. To his surprise, he found Meng Shumin sitting on the ground, confronted by a stout short-haired woman named Zhang Tsua. Zhang, known for her unruly demeanor and the fact that her husband was the village chief, had a notorious reputation for being a bully. Mom, what happened? Li Mu hurriedly helped Meng Shumin to her feet. You ran over a few corn plants belonging to Aunt Air, and she insists we compensate her. Meng Shumin whispered. It's just a few corn plants. We can pay for them, Li Mu replied. But I want to know why you're sitting on the ground. That Aunt Air pushed your mom down, someone in the crowd interjected. Instantly, Li Mu furrowed his brow and cast a cold glare at Zhang Tsua. Aunt Air, we will compensate for the corn you claim was damaged, but why did you push my mother to the ground? Li Mu asked sternly. I pushed her. What are you going to do about it? Zhang Tsua retorted defiantly. You will apologize to my mother immediately. Li Mu stated coldly. Compensate us for our corn first. Zhang Tsua sneered. Without hesitation, Li Mu returned to his field, picked a dozen ears of corn, and tossed them at Zhang Tsua's feet. Here is your compensation. Now apologize to my mother. He demanded angrily. You think I'll apologize? Not a chance, Zhang Tsua scoffed, her arrogance unabated. Li Mu stepped closer, glaring at her. Will you apologize or not? Taken aback by Li Mu's audacity, Zhang Tsua angrily shoved him and then plopped down on the ground, throwing a tantrum. Help! Li Jiangwen's son is attacking me, she wailed dramatically. At that moment, the village chief, Li Huaiming, hurried over. What is going on? He inquired. That brat. Zhang Tsua pointed at Li Mu, shouting, this little rascal struck me. No, our Li Mu didn't even touch her. Meng Shumin quickly defended. If Li Mu didn't hit her, why is my wife sitting on the ground? Li Huaiming retorted angrily. Hitting her would dirty my hands. Li Mu scoffed. What are you saying, you little rascal? Li Huaiming shouted loudly. Everyone, tell me, did that rascal Li Mu strike my wife? Instantly, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. It was evident that they all harbored a deep-seated fear of Li Huaiming. You see, no one speaks. This is an unspoken acknowledgement. Chapter 31. Does this scoundrel have connections in the county? Li Huaiming exhibited brazen arrogance in the village. With two sons, one engaged in business in the county town and the other running a small venture in the township, many villagers were intimidated by Li Huaiming, particularly his wife, Zhang Chui, who was notoriously unreasonable and boisterous. At this moment, anyone daring enough to contradict him would certainly find themselves targeted by Li Huaiming and frequently disturbed by Zhang Chui's raucous complaints at their homes. Adhering to the philosophy of avoiding trouble, none of the onlookers dared to utter a word. You see, everyone is silent. This is an implicit admission that you struck my wife, Li Huaiming taunted. Listen, if you don't come up with 1,000 yuan, I will not let this matter rest. No sooner had Li Huiming finished speaking than Zhang Chui collapsed onto the ground, moaning, "Oh, my head hurts. Oh, my back aches. Humph, I didn't hit anyone. Why should I pay?" Li Mu retorted with a sneer. "You, young man, are quite oblivious. Let us change our approach," Li Huiming declared as he retrieved his phone to make a call. "You should just pay. His brother-in-law is in the police station, and you cannot afford to provoke him," someone whispered urgently. We will pay, Meng Shumin said anxiously. "Mom, you must not involve yourself in this matter," Li Mu interjected, blocking Meng Shumin's path. "Go ahead and make your call. I am curious to see what tricks you have left." "Humph, just you wait," Li Huiming exclaimed furiously. At that moment, the call connected, and Li Huiming boomed, "Hurry over here. Your sister has been assaulted." "All right, I will wait for you." After hanging up, Li Huiming pointed menacingly at Li Mu. Li Mu chose to ignore him entirely and drove his tractor off to fetch corn. Upon his return, Li Mu was intercepted by Li Huiming. He dismounted his vehicle and demanded angrily, "What do you want? You have harmed my wife. What do you think I want?" Li Huiming replied. Li Mu was infuriated, wishing he could rush forward and deliver a sound thrashing to the shameless couple. However, recalling the incident with Shi Shanmei, Li Mu had learned to endure, otherwise he would suffer the consequences. Just then, a police car arrived, and an officer stepped out, none other than Li Huiming's brother-in-law, Zhang Peng. "What is going on? Who dares to assault my sister?" Zhang Peng swaggered forward. "It's this brat." Li Huiming pointed triumphantly at Li Mu. "He injured your sister and refuses to compensate her 1,000 yuan. You come down here." Zhang Peng yanked Li Mu down, stating, "Listen carefully. Either pay my sister 1,000 yuan or accompany me home for a few days." Li Mu discerned that Zhang Peng was utterly useless, arriving without inquiry and merely siding with Zhang Chui. We will pay. Meng Shumin rushed forward. "Mom, I already said, do not involve yourself in this matter," Li Mu insisted. Subsequently, Li Mu turned to Zhang Peng, a faint smile playing on his lips as he inquired, "Are you certain that your actions pose no issues?" "I call the shots here. What could possibly go wrong?" Zhang Peng retorted arrogantly. Li Mu then took out his phone, stepped aside, and dialed a number. Zhang Peng furrowed his brow and leaned closer to Li Huiming, whispering, "This guy doesn't have any connections, does he? He has no one. His family is quite ordinary. He has been working with his uncle since graduating high school," Li Huiyuan contemptuously replied. With this reassurance from Li Huiyuan, Zhang Peng felt at ease. Upon Li Mu hanging up, Zhang Peng exclaimed, "It seems you have no intention of paying now. Let us go." "Just wait another 20 minutes, Li Mu insisted. Fine. I shall wait 20 more minutes. I am eager to see which significant figure you manage to summon," Zhang Peng mockingly declared. "Xiao Mu, let us just give him the money. We cannot afford to provoke someone like this," Meng Shumin suggested. "Indeed, Xiao Mu, there is no need to engage in a dispute with such a person. Even if you refuse, what if that shrew causes a scene at your home every few days? Better to endure and pay him off." Several others joined in urging Li Mu, yet he remained unmoved. Not far away, another police car sped towards them, halting in front of the crowd. The sound of doors slamming echoed as Zhou Jianbin stepped out accompanied by two others. Li Mu quickly approached, greeting Zhou Jianbin and his companions with a smile and a handshake. Zhang Peng was immediately struck dumb. "Captain Zhou, what brings him here? Could it be that this fellow summoned him?" He hurriedly ran to Zhou Jianbin, saluting. They outranked Zhang Peng. It seems they are from the county. When did the Wen family's lad get acquainted with such prominent figures?" Witnessing this scene, everyone present was taken aback. "Captain Zhou," Zhang Peng shouted. Zhou Jianbin nodded in acknowledgement and returned the salute, asking, "Are you on duty? Why are you alone?" No, I was just passing by," Zhang Peng quickly explained. "Passing by in a police vehicle?" Zhou Jianbin frowned. Zhang Peng awkwardly nodded. "All right, return and write a self-criticism to submit to your superior tomorrow," Zhou Jianbin instructed. "I warn you, do not attempt to deceive me. I will verify with your leadership." "Yes, sir," Zhang Peng saluted in response. Following this, Li Mu and Zhou Jianbin approached Li Huiming, recounting the earlier events in his presence. Zhou Jianbin nodded and turned to Li Huiming, asking, "Do you have anything to add?" Li Huiming was at a loss for words, glancing at Zhang Peng. Noticing Zhang Peng shaking his head, Li Huiming lowered his gaze and did the same. "Do you have any further requests?" Zhou Jianbin inquired of Li Mu. "Forget it. We are all from the same village. I shall not pursue the matter of his extortion any further," Li Mu replied. Subsequently, Zhou Jianbin signaled to his companions and produced a settlement document for Li Mu and Li Huiming to sign. Well, this matter is settled. We shall take our leave now, Zhou Jianbin announced. Thank you for your assistance, Captain Zhou, Li Mu expressed. It is my duty, Zhou Jianbin replied with a smile. Subsequently, Li Mu and Zhang Peng bid farewell to Zhou Jianbin and others. Zhang Peng cast a glance at Li Mu, said nothing, and quickly retreated to his car. Leaving in a huff, Li Huiming and his wife, Zhang Chuiyi, also seized the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. Indeed, young Mu possesses remarkable abilities. Having summoned individuals from the county. Young Mu, how did you come to know those from the county? Indeed, we had no idea that anyone from your family had connections there. Chapter 32. The shrew comes to apologize. Have you heard? The shrew, Zhang Chuiyi, made a scene with Li Jiangwen's son, and both Li Huiming and his brother-in-law went to intervene, only to be sent packing by Li Jiangwen's son. How delightful it is to witness. What transpired? Please elaborate. Initially, Li Huiming's brother-in-law was about to take Li Jiangwen's son away, but the latter promptly summoned reinforcements from the county. Li Huiming's brother-in-law was rendered speechless, even saluting them. The tale of Zhang Chuiyi's disgrace and Li Mu's triumph soon spread throughout the village. Li Jiangwen was in his courtyard, perched atop a heap of corn, peeling the husks. At that moment, several villagers, both male and female, entered, each wearing a cheerful expression. Upon seeing the villagers, Li Jiangwen was taken aback and inquired, "What brings you all to my home? Is there something amiss?" "No trouble at all. We merely came to lend a helping hand. Indeed, your health is not the best. And with so much land to tend, relying solely on young Mu and his mother is simply unfeasible. Yes, your harvest is early. We have nothing pressing. And as fellow villagers, it is only right to assist one another." Hearing their chattering, Li Jiangwen was further perplexed. While it was customary for villagers to assist each other in times of need, never had he experienced such a sudden influx of over 10 people at once. Meng Shumin returned home, and upon seeing so many villagers working together, she too was taken aback. Li Jiangwen called her into the house to inquire about the situation in the fields. Thus, Meng Shumin recounted the events in detail. Li Jiangwen, upon hearing the tale, was astonished. Young Mu had managed to turn the tables on Li Huiming and his wife, leaving them humiliated. How had this lad, having only recently ventured to the county, forged connections with the team leader? Although puzzled, Li Jiangwen soon realized that the villagers' eagerness to aid his family stemmed from their desire to curry favor with young Mu. Understanding this, Li Jiangwen felt a surge of satisfaction and murmured to himself, "This child, Mu, truly possesses remarkable talent. He has brought honor to his father." The Li family, known for their honest nature, had often been subjected to the villagers' disdain, especially after Li Jiangwen fell ill and Li Mu had taken on the role of son-in-law. The villagers looked down upon them even more. If only young Mu were not a son-in-law, it would be perfect. At that moment, Li Mu was in the fields, watering the crops, blissfully unaware of the happenings at home. Holding his phone, gazing at the gray avatar of Chun Qiuqing in the messaging app, Li Mu could not help but sigh. Qiuqing, I wonder when you will be online again." In the evening, after finishing work at the well, Li Mu returned home for dinner. Upon entering, he was promptly drawn to the table by Li Jiangwen, who excitedly recounted how people from the village had come to lend a helping hand that afternoon. Li Mu understood well that their assistance stemmed from their interest in his connections with the county officials. "Ha, Xiaomu, you truly bring honor to your father," Li Jiangwen exclaimed joyfully. "Don't worry, Dad. I will continue to bring you honor," Li Mu replied. Li Jiangwen nodded approvingly and remarked, "Xiaomu, your relationship with the county officials must be through your wife's family. You ought to cultivate that connection diligently." Being a farmer with no relatives in the county, Li Jiangwen naturally assumed that it was Li Mu's connection through his wife's family. However, Li Mu, as the son-in-law of the Shi family, who lived close to the county, knew that his father was inclined to attribute this to the Shi family's influence. Actually, it is not through them. It is through Wu Yukai, Li Mu clarified. He briefly recounted his dinner with Wu Yukai and how he had aided in expanding his network, omitting any mention of his altercation or visit to the police station to spare his parents' worries. "That young Wu is indeed a benefactor of yours, not only introducing you to stock trading, but also facilitating friendships. Be sure to express your gratitude," Li Jiangwen advised. "I am aware of how to handle it," Li Mu assured him. After dinner, a few more villagers arrived, engaging in casual conversation with Li Jiangwen, praising Li Mu's capabilities. At that moment, Li Huiming and Zhang Cuiyi carrying items, also arrived. Seeing so many people at Li Jiangwen's home, a fleeting awkwardness crossed their faces. Yet, Zhang Zueya, known for her bold demeanor, was unfazed by such gatherings. She promptly set down her belongings and began chatting with Meng Shumin. Although Zhang Zueya did not explicitly apologize, her words carried an implicit contrition, expressing hope that Li Mu would not pursue the matter further. She also mentioned that if any difficulties arose in the future, they could turn to Li Huaiming for assistance. Witnessing the couple's attempt at reconciliation, the villagers became even more convinced of Li Mu's influence over them. Unable to tolerate the situation any longer, Li Mu excused himself and stepped outside. It was not until around 10 o'clock that he returned to rest. The following day, he resumed his work in the fields, while the events of the previous day continued to circulate through the village. Watering, fertilizing, tilling, and sowing wheat, with the help of the villagers, Li Mu finally completed all the fieldwork in a span of 7 days. In the village, expressions of gratitude were seldom verbal. Actions spoke volumes. Helping one another was the norm. One morning, after finishing breakfast, Li Mu rode his motorcycle to Meng Kursen's village. Just as he parked his bike, he spotted Meng Kursen stealthily approaching. "Quickly, let us go." As Meng Kursen settled into the back seat, she hurriedly spoke. "What's wrong?" Li Mu asked, puzzled. "Let us go first, and I'll explain later," Meng Kursen replied. Without further inquiry, Li Mu revved the motorcycle and sped away. "Sister Kursen, what is really going on?" Li Mu inquired, slightly turning his head. "My mother insisted on dropping me off at the village entrance, and I was afraid she would see me with you, so I sneaked out," Meng Kursen said, pouting. Hearing her words, Li Mu couldn't help but smile. In October, the weather had already begun to cool. Riding a motorcycle in the early morning without adequate clothing could indeed be quite chilling. Meng Kursen instinctively leaned closer to Li Mu. "Mr. Li, it's getting colder. When can we buy a car?" she asked. Buying a car? In his previous life, Li Mu obtained his driver's license in 2015 and subsequently purchased a second-hand domestic car for around 20,000 yuan. Now, having returned to this life, he certainly wished to buy a car, but the crucial point was that he still did not possess a driver's license. Chapter 33. Li Mu also issues kindness cards. Every man harbors a dream of luxury vehicles, and Li Mu was no exception. However, the current circumstances did not permit him to make such a purchase. He needed to allocate his finances judiciously. "Never mind, I'll manage. If it gets too cold, we can always take a taxi." Upon returning to the office, Li Mu instructed Meng Kursen to gather everyone in the conference room for a meeting after their arrival. At 8:30, Meng Kursen stormed into Li Mu's office. "Sister Kursen, what's the matter? Who upset you? Tell me, and I'll take care of it." Li Mu chuckled. "Humph, that's Su Xiaoqi. I don't know what her problem is. She came in acting all haughty," Meng Kursen huffed. "Did you ask her what's going on?" Li Mu inquired. "I did, but she ignored me," Meng Kursen replied. "All right, I understand. After the meeting, I'll have a word with her," Li Mu assured her. "Oh, by the way, everyone is already in the conference room waiting for you," Meng Kursen added. Li Mu nodded and then accompanied Meng Kursen to the conference room. Once inside, Li Mu smiled as he surveyed the attendees. Everyone was present, with no absentees or tardiness. Finally, he glanced at Su Xiaoqi, whose expression was indeed displeasing, as if everyone in the room owed her 8 million. Li Mu began with a few introductory remarks and then addressed the group, stating, "There are 2 matters at hand. To the WeChat development team, you must work diligently. The goal is to launch WeChat by New Year's Day, January 1st, 2010. Zhao Chongbin and Zhou Tao nodded emphatically. Then, Li Mu turned his gaze to Su Xiaoqi, saying, "Xiaoqi, your marketing department also needs to be established promptly. In addition to operating Weibo, you must devise a marketing strategy for WeChat." Su Xiaoqi responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement, not lifting her head. Li Mu proceeded to discuss various company policies before concluding the meeting. Just as Su Xiaoqi stood to leave, Li Mu called her back. Soon, the conference room was left with only Li Mu and Su Xiaoqi. "Now it is just the 2 of us here. You are 2 years my senior, so I shall address you as Sister Xiaoqi," Li Mu smiled. Su Xiaoqi looked up, momentarily taken aback by Li Mu's words. And after a brief pause, she acknowledged him with a soft "Sister Xiaoqi, you appear to be in a rather unusual state. Has something happened?" Li Mu inquired. "Would you care to share? Perhaps I could assist you." Su Xiaoqi suddenly raised her head, gazing intently at Li Mu, parting her lips as if to speak, yet ultimately uttering nothing. "Sister Xiaoqi, we are both young. Consider me your younger brother and confide in me," Li Mu encouraged, assuring her, "Rest assured. Our conversation today shall remain between us." Taking a deep breath, Su Xiaoqi began. I and Ku Xian were high school classmates, sharing an exceptionally close bond. I trusted her completely. However, I never anticipated that she would turn out to be duplicitous, saying one thing and doing another behind my back. What exactly is going on? Li Mu asked, having grown up alongside Meng Ku Xian, and he found it hard to believe that she possessed such a dual nature. Su Xiaoqi averted her gaze, hesitating for a moment before continuing. On the day I arrived, I asked her if she was your girlfriend, to which she replied no. Since she is not, I intended to pursue you. Li Mu was momentarily stunned. Could it be that Su Xiaoqi truly wished to court him? However, he recalled seeing her riding on a motorcycle with Meng Ku Xian that very morning, the latter clinging closely to him. Su Xiaoqi expressed her frustration. Tell me, is this not a classic case of saying one thing while doing another? Upon hearing Su Xiaoqi's words, Li Mu found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to laugh or cry. To speak frankly, Sister Xiaoqi, there is no possibility of a relationship between her and me, he clarified. Su Xiaoqi looked at Li Mu in bewilderment, asking, why not? Because she is my cousin, Li Mu replied. Cousin? Why has she never mentioned this to me? Su Xiaoqi exclaimed in surprise. It was my request. Within the company, our familial relationship must remain undisclosed, Li Mu explained. Su Xiaoqi nodded slightly, a smile breaking across her face. Well then, since she is your cousin, that changes everything. I can boldly pursue you now, she said, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue as she gazed at Li Mu with a smile. Sister Xiaoqi, you are indeed beautiful and a wonderful young woman, but... Li Mu hesitated. There remains an impossibility between us. You're issuing a good guy card to me. This was the first time in 2 lifetimes that Li Mu had ever issued such a card to a girl, and the sensation was decidedly unpleasant. We are both unmarried. Why is there an impossibility between us? Su Xiaoqi asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. I have been divorced and have a child, Li Mu stated candidly, adding, moreover, I already have someone I care for. Divorced? A child? And you have feelings for someone else? What a tangled web. Su Xiaoqi realized that she hardly knew Li Mu at all. Suddenly, she stood up and declared, regardless, I simply like you and I shall not give up. Understanding can come gradually. Being divorced with a child matters little, and having feelings for someone else is inconsequential if one is not married. Su Xiaoqi was undeterred by any of this. After speaking, Su Xiaoqi turned and exited the office. Li Mu stood there, gazing at her departing silhouette, shaking his head in resignation. What a determined young woman. Upon returning to his office, Li Mu took out his phone to check the time, only to discover missed calls. One was from Wu Yukai, and the other from Shi Xiaoping. Li Mu first returned Wu Youcai's call, explaining the reason for his absence. I'm just curious. What kind of gift are you planning to give me? Wu Yukai asked eagerly. It's nothing extravagant, Li Mu replied with a smile. Just regarding the opening of the growth enterprise market. He recalled that the market opened on October 30th, 2009, though he could only remember it was in October. Not the exact date. However, seizing the opportunity during the market's opening would surely yield substantial profits. Oh, I've heard about that, Wu Yukai remarked. Yes. Keep an eye on it. When the market opens, we can make a significant profit, definitely more rewarding than short-term trades. Li Mu declared. Haha, that truly is a great gift. Wu Yukai exclaimed. Brother, you're something else. You always think of me when good fortune arises. Of course, Li Mu said. And they exchanged a few more casual remarks before ending the call. Li Mu then called Shi Xiaoping back. Chapter 34. The most difficult kindness from a beautiful woman. Give me your card number, and I will transfer the money to you. Li Mu said coldly as soon as the call connected. However, he was met with a series of beeping sounds. Taken aback, he wondered why she had hung up. Wasn't she calling to ask for money? He redialed her number. What do you mean by hanging up on me? Li Mu asked in a serious tone. I didn't call for money. I need you to take me for a checkup, Shi Xiaoping replied. A checkup? Li Mu recalled the incident from early September when Shi Xiaoping had brought Shi Hongyi to him, demanding 80,000 yuan. After falling, the doctor had warned that a recent fall could lead to a miscarriage, necessitating regular checkups. All right, I'll come right over, Li Mu agreed without hesitation. He desired a child, but since Shi Xiaoping was the one who would give birth, he could not simply provide financial support without being involved. After ending the call, he greeted Meng Kurson and left the company. With the weather turning cold, Li Mu opted not to ride his motorcycle, but instead took a taxi to Shi Xiaoping's home. He had assumed that she would only need a checkup in Good County, but to his surprise, She insisted on going to the hospital in Tiansu City. Reluctantly, Li Mu complied and drove her there. During the journey, both maintained a proper demeanor, but on the return trip, Shi Xiaoping took the opportunity to lean against Li Mu's shoulder. He wanted to resist, yet for the sake of the child, he ultimately could not bring himself to do so. Are you no longer working with your second uncle? Shi Xiaoping inquired. Li Mu looked out the window and responded with a slight hum. So what are you doing in the county now? She pressed. Just working, Li Mu replied. Li Mu felt that the conversation between the two was rather awkward. By the way, please give me your card number, so I can send you money every month. Li Mu shifted the topic. Shi Xiaoping abruptly left Li Mu's shoulder, glaring at him in anger. Do you think I want this child just for the money? Shi Xiaoping asked. Is it not so? If it were not for financial reasons, why would you want to have this child? Li Mu looked at Shi Xiaoping in astonishment, perplexed by her meaning. Soon, Li Mu saw Shi Xiaoping off and took a taxi back to the company. As soon as Shi Xiaoping entered the door, her parents, Shi Guosheng and Zhang Lanjun, bombarded her with questions. Mom, I'm tired. I'm going to rest now, Shi Xiaoping replied with some impatience. Well, go ahead and take care of yourself, Zhang Lanjun said in surprise. Watching Shi Xiaoping's retreating figure, Zhang Lanjun sighed and remarked. It seems she hasn't mentioned it to Li Mu. After saying this, Zhang Lanjun turned to Shi Guosheng and continued. Perhaps you should find a time to talk to Li Mu. I want to go, Shi Guosheng replied with a stern face. Zhang Lanjun wanted to say more, but upon seeing her husband's expression, she chose to remain silent. Zhao Chongbin and Zhou Tao's WeChat development team was working diligently. Su Xiaoqi's marketing department was also nearly assembled, with personnel responsible for copywriting, operations, and promotions. Meanwhile, the Weibo account specifically managed by Su Xiaoqi was gradually showing improvements. After more than a month of operations, Su Xiaoqi's account had garnered several thousand followers. The company's humorous content account had also reached over 9,000 followers. Nearing the 10,000 mark, Li Mu was quite pleased with Su Xiaoqi's achievements. Truly a marketing genius, impressive. Li Mu praised Su Xiaoqi. Boss, with my outstanding performance, might there be any rewards? Su Xiaoqi approached Li Mu playfully. Li Mu shifted back awkwardly and replied, well, how about this? Everyone has been working hard lately. Let us have a dinner together tonight. You can notify everyone. Together? Su Xiaoqi muttered, slightly displeased. I thought you would treat me to dinner alone. Li Mu clearly heard her last remark and understood that Su Xiaoqi was hoping for an opportunity to spend time alone with him. However, he pretended not to hear and said, what is wrong with that? Fine, I didn't say it was unacceptable. I'll go inform everyone. After saying this, Su Xiaoqi stood up and turned to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Li Mu shook his head helplessly, sighing, it's so difficult to manage the affections of a beauty. Suddenly, Li Mu felt a blur before his eyes, followed by a wave of fragrance enveloping him. Shortly thereafter, he felt a warmth on his face. Stunned, Li Mu looked at Su Xiaoqi, wiping his cheek, and asked, what are you doing? Just rewarding you, Su Xiaoqi said. Her face flushed. After that, she dashed out of the office like a startled little rabbit. Li Mu was utterly speechless. Su Xiaoqi's audacity had grown bolder. Daring to steal a kiss when he least expected it. He resolved to be more vigilant next time, otherwise, he would miss the chance to truly experience the sensation of being kissed unexpectedly. That evening, they gathered at the Bai Xian restaurant. Though it could not be compared to the Jintian Go, it was commendably clean and hygienic, with a decent atmosphere. The most significant advantage was its affordability, which was a welcome relief since the company had yet to turn a profit. Li Mu, adhering to a principle of frugality, deemed it unnecessary to dine at the Jintian Go every time. With Li Mu, the company now boasted 17 members, necessitating 2 tables for their gathering. Li Mu occupied the seat of honor, flanked by Meng Kersen and Su Xiaoqi. This arrangement drew dissatisfaction from the male members of the WeChat development team. Boss, you are enjoying the best of both worlds. Look at our table. All we have are a bunch of men. Could you not grace us with a lovely lady as well? They clamored. Yes, we too desire a beauty. We want a beauty. Instantly, a ruckus ensued. A beauty is coming, Su Xiaoqi announced as she rose, effectively diffusing the tension. She approached, allowing Li Mu to finally exhale in relief. However, a twinge of displeasure crept into his heart, akin to having his most cherished toy wrested away by another. With this unease festering within him, his enthusiasm waned significantly. This was especially true when he witnessed several men pouring drinks for Su Xiaoqi, which intensified his irritation. All right, You all have had enough, Li Mu admonished. If you get the stunning Miss Su intoxicated, who will escort her home? Haha, taking a drunken beauty home? Now that is a delightful task. They laughed. But such a privilege will likely be bestowed upon our boss. Chapter 35. A fierce life needs no explanation. As Su Xiaoqi succumbed to inebriation, the others gradually dispersed, leaving only Li Mu and Meng Kersen. Where does she live? Li Mu inquired. Xiaoqi used to reside in a bungalow. I have been there before, Meng Kersen replied. However, I recently heard her mention that her family has moved to an apartment, but I am unaware of its location. What shall we do then? Li Mu pondered. Why not bring her to our place? She can stay with us for the night, Meng Kersen suggested. Very well, Li Mu conceded reluctantly. The three of them then hailed a taxi and returned to their rented apartment. Previously, Li Mu had arranged for Meng Kersen to rent the place, intending it for their shared living arrangement. The apartment was on the 3rd floor, accessible only by stairs, and Li Mu carried Su Xiaoqi up the steps. As she nestled against his back, she tightened her embrace around his neck and whispered, "It feels wonderful to be on your back." Had she not drunk too much? Was she merely pretending? Li Mu paused, feeling deceived. He wanted to be angry, but how could he when such a beauty was draped across his back? Upon arriving at the apartment, Li Mu gently placed Su Xiaoqi in Meng Kersen's room before retreating to his own. Just as he left, Su Xiaoqi stirred awake. "You're not drunk?" Meng Kersen asked in astonishment. "Shoo." Su Xiaoqi made a gesture for silence. "You're not drunk. Why are you pretending?" Meng Kersen queried, bewildered. "Humph. How could I get close to your cousin without employing a few tactics?" Su Xiaoqi declared with pride. Meng Kersen gave her a thumbs up and remarked, "Impressive. I knew your drinking capacity was commendable, yet how did you get drunk so easily?" With a playful grin, Su Xiaoqi hugged Meng Kersen and said, "Kersen, as best friends. You must help me." "Help you with what?" Meng Kersen inquired. "Why, to become your cousin's sister-in-law, of course." The following day, in Guda County, nearly all companies, aside from public institutions, granted 2 days off each month. Some even did not allow a single day of rest. However, Li Mu's company was relatively humane, providing 1 day of rest each week. Today was one such day off, and when Li Mu awoke, it was already past 9. Approaching the bathroom door, he heard sounds from the kitchen, accompanied by an enticing aroma. "Kersen, it's rare for you to make breakfast." Li Mu chuckled. Just as he was about to push open the bathroom door, Su Xiaoqi poked her head out from the kitchen. "Hee, it's not your Kersen, but your sister Xiaoqi," she said. Li Mu was momentarily taken aback, offering an awkward smile before retreating into the bathroom. When Li Mu emerged, breakfast was already laid out on the table, with Su Xiaoqi enjoying her meal while watching videos on her phone. "Brother, hurry up and eat," she called. As he approached, he was greeted by a spread of fried eggs, bread, ham, and soy milk, which greatly stimulated his appetite. "I must say, Xiaoqi's breakfast is quite delightful," Li Mu remarked after taking a bite. "If you want, I can make it for you every day," Su Xiaoqi replied. Upon hearing her words, Li Mu paused mid-bite, glanced at Su Xiaoqi, and quickly changed the subject. "What video are you watching, Xiaoqi?" "It's a speech by Teacher Luo at our university," Su Xiaoqi answered. "Teacher Luo? Which Teacher Luo?" Li Mu casually asked. "The one who says, 'A fierce life needs no explanation,'" Su Xiaoqi clarified. "Luo Yonghao?" Li Mu stared at Su Xiaoqi in astonishment. "Yes." She nodded. "Let me see," Li Mu exclaimed, grabbing Su Xiaoqi's phone, where the video of Luo Yonghao's university speech was playing. Though the recording was somewhat distant and the resolution not very high, Li Mu could still recognize, from the speaker's voice and physique, that the bespectacled figure on stage was indeed Luo Yonghao. This was the Luo who, from 2009 to 2010, was conducting his university tour. It wasn't until 2012 that he founded Smartisan Technology, despite the eventual failure of Smartisan and his debts amounting to 600 million. He managed to repay a significant portion through sheer determination. While he still had 200 million left to settle, it was merely a matter of time. Unlike certain individuals who absconded after accumulating debts in the billions. Regardless of others' opinions, Li Mu held great admiration for Luo Yonghao, and at that moment, he felt a surge of excitement. "Xiaoqi, can you get in touch with that chubby guy?" Li Mu inquired. "Teacher Luo is so renowned. How could I possibly reach him?" Su Xiaoqi replied. "Besides, why would you want me to contact him? Just leave it to me. You must help me get in touch with him. I need to find him," Li Mu exclaimed excitedly. After contemplating for a moment, Su Xiaoqi suggested, "Since it was our school that invited Teacher Luo, perhaps the school can contact him." Let me try reaching out to our school and see if we can connect with him. Thank you. Thank you so much, Xiaoqi. Li Mu responded, gripping Su Xiaoqi's hand with enthusiasm. Su Xiaoqi stiffened, her face flushing crimson as she lowered her head and nodded slightly. Realizing his actions might have been excessive, Li Mu sheepishly released her hand. He then hurriedly grabbed a few bites to eat before retreating to his bedroom, where he took out a notebook and pen, fervently writing. Around noon, Su Xiaoqi knocked on Li Mu's bedroom door. Li Mu, I've contacted Teacher Luo, she announced. Really? Li Mu replied, brimming with excitement. Yes. The person responsible for contacting Teacher Luo is our department head, Su Xiaoqi explained. I had to plead with our head for quite some time before I could reach Teacher Luo. Yay! Li Mu exclaimed, lifting Su Xiaoqi into the air and spinning her around joyfully. This scene was inadvertently witnessed by Meng Koexian, who had just emerged from the bedroom. Li Mu and Su Xiaoqi froze, staring at Meng Koexian. I didn't see anything. Continue, Meng Koexian said, covering her eyes and swiftly walking toward the living room. Li Mu quickly set Su Xiaoqi down, who, blushing furiously, shot him a playful glare before dashing toward the living room. A moment later, Li Mu joined them in the living room, where Meng Koexian and Su Xiaoqi were whispering to each other, occasionally breaking into fits of giggles. Upon seeing Li Mu, they promptly fell silent, pretending to be nonchalant. So, Xiaoqi, what did you say to Teacher Luo? Li Mu asked. Not much, just that we would meet him tomorrow, and he agreed. Su Xiaoqi replied. Tomorrow? Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry and buy tickets to Kyoto. Chapter 36. The unfeeling boss. There was only one morning bus from Guda County to Kyoto. Without the bus, the only option was to travel to Tiansu City or Huqing City to catch a train to Kyoto. Li Mu had intended to take the train yesterday, but was dissuaded by Meng Koexian and Su Xiaoqi. Reluctantly, he had to take the bus to Kyoto with Su Xiaoqi this morning. Initially, he had hoped to bring Meng Koexian along, but someone needed to stay back at the company, so he left her to watch over things. Moreover, since Su Xiaoqi was the one who contacted Luo Yonghao, he felt it was only fair to bring her along. Thus, in the end, Li Mu and Su Xiaoqi boarded the bus to Kyoto together. In his previous life, Li Mu had visited Kyoto multiple times, either for tourism or business, so he was quite familiar with the city. Koexian remarked that after graduating from high school, you have remained at home, never venturing into the workforce. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that you frequently go out, Su Xiaoqi pondered aloud. Moreover, when others first arrive in Kyoto, they are typically filled with excitement and curiosity. However, you seem utterly unfazed, as if you have visited Kyoto before. If I were to claim that I have been here in a dream, would you believe me? Li Mu chuckled. For Li Mu, the events preceding his rebirth are akin to a mere dream, something he chooses not to delve into further. Su Xiaoqi pouted in response. Subsequently, she strode purposefully towards the station exit, with Li Mu closely following her. As they stepped out of the station, a tall and handsome young man in a sharp suit approached them briskly. Xiaoqi, I've finally been able to catch up with you, Zheng Kai-xian exclaimed excitedly. I truly appreciate your assistance, Senior, Su Xiaoqi replied with a smile. Renowned for her beauty at school, Su Xiaoqi had numerous admirers, Zheng Kai-xian being among them. Additionally, both were members of the student council, which fostered a familiarity and camaraderie between them. It's no trouble at all. It's my honor to assist the beautiful Xiaoqi, Zheng Kai-xian responded with a grin. Senior, let me introduce you, Su Xiaoqi said, linking her arm with Li Mu's. This is Li Mu, my brother. Perhaps it was Su Xiaoqi's playful nature, but she introduced Li Mu as her sibling. Li Mu hesitated, intending to refute her claim, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. Noticing the closeness between Li Mu and Su Xiaoqi, Zheng Kai-xian's expression darkened momentarily, clearly perceiving Li Mu as a rival for Su Xiaoqi's affections. He is Zheng Kai-xian, my senior, Su Xiaoqi continued. The two young men exchanged a handshake and greeted each other. Zheng Kai-xian then led Li Mu and Su Xiaoqi to a second-hand Xiaoli vehicle. Wow, senior. You've even bought a car. Su Xiaoqi exclaimed in surprise. It's second-hand and quite affordable, Zheng Kai-xian replied with a smile. Initially, he intended for Su Xiaoqi to sit in the front passenger seat, but she chose to join Li Mu in the back seat instead. This decision irked Zheng Kai-xian further, though he refrained from commenting, moving around to the driver's seat and starting the car. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Let us go grab a bite, Zheng Kai-xian suggested. That would be great. Thank you, Senior, Su Xiaoqi said. Not a problem, Zheng Kai-Xian replied, casting a glance in the rearview mirror and feeling increasingly displeased at the proximity of Li Mu and Su Xiaoqi. Humph, this guy looks like a country bumpkin. What right does he have to be with Xiaoqi? Just wait, I'll show you how to be humiliated. Kyoto is renowned for its roasted duck, and Zheng Kai-Xian parked his second-hand Xia Li in front of a restaurant named Dadong Roasted Duck. Upon entering, the establishment's decor and scale suggested a high level of expenditure. Once inside, they settled at a table by the window. Naturally, the task of ordering fell to the sole female, Su Xiaoqi. How expensive? Upon gazing at the prices on the menu, Su Xiaoqi let out a soft gasp. Hee. We are in Kyoto, where the cost of living is significantly elevated, Zheng Kai-Xian remarked with an air of pride. But fret not, I shall treat you. As he spoke, he cast a smug glance at Li Mu. Li Mu, however, chose to ignore it and took a gentle sip of his tea. Never mind, I want tea order. You go ahead, said Su Xiaoqi, handing the menu to Zheng Kai-Xian. Or perhaps Li Mu should make the selections, Zheng Kai-Xian suggested, passing the menu to Li Mu. Li Mu accepted it without hesitation and began to place his order. Zheng Kai-Xian anticipated that Li Mu, upon seeing the prices, would react similarly to Su Xiaoqi. But to his surprise, Li Mu remained unfazed and ordered 6 dishes after perusing a few pages. 3 of us and 6 dishes. Might that be excessive? Su Xiaoqi inquired. Not at all. It's on me, Li Mu replied with a smile. Li Mu, don't you dare steal my thunder. I insisted on treating, Zheng Kai-Xian declared grandly. Li Mu merely shrugged, choosing not to elaborate further. The trio then engaged in conversation, predominantly between Su Xiaoqi and Zheng Kai-Xian. Upon learning that Zheng Kai-Xian was employed at a foreign enterprise with a salary exceeding 8,000, Su Xiaoqi expressed her envy. I consider myself to be doing poorly. I have classmates earning over 10,000. Though Zheng Kai-Xian spoke humbly, his tone and demeanor exuded a sense of self-satisfaction. Alas, I am not doing well, Su Xiaoqi sighed. My salary is only 2,005. I wonder when that unscrupulous boss will grant me a raise. As she spoke, she cast a proud glance at Li Mu. Unconscionable? How am I unconscionable? The other night, you drank too much, and I carried you back. Li Mu rolled his eyes discreetly and took another sip of tea. Such heartless bosses exist. They would rather keep your salary as low as possible than raise it for no reason, Zheng Kai-Xian commented. Ahem, Li Mu, who was drinking water, suddenly choked and began to cough, prompting Su Xiaoqi to burst into laughter. Li Mu, are you all right? Zheng Kai-Xian feigned concern. I'm fine. Li Mu quickly waved his hand. Su Xiaoqi promptly handed him 2 tissues. Witnessing this, Zheng Kai-Xian felt a surge of irritation. By the way, Li Mu, we've been chatting for quite a while, yet I still don't know what you do, Zheng Kai-Xian suddenly inquired. I am the heartless boss you speak of. Chapter 37. Meeting Luo Yonghao. In truth, Zheng Kai-Xian's salary is quite commendable among his peers, which highlights his exceptional professional capabilities. Coming from a modest background, Zheng Kai-Xian harbored feelings of inferiority during his school days, where his affection for Su Xiaoqi was merely a secret crush. However, at present, Zheng Kai-Xian enjoys a high salary, excellent benefits, and possesses a commendable appearance. He has also gained the confidence and determination to pursue Su Xiaoqi. Initially, Zheng Kai-Xian believed that Su Xiaoqi's initiative to contact him signaled an opportunity. Little did he expect her to bring along a male companion. Furthermore, it was evident to Zheng Kai-Xian that Su Xiaoqi's feelings for this so-called younger brother, Li Mu, were quite extraordinary. Thus, he continuously sought opportunities to showcase himself before Su Xiaoqi, hoping to overshadow Li Mu. After conversing for some time, Zheng Kai-Xian inquired with a smile, his eyes brimming with sarcasm. By the way, Li Mu, what exactly do you do? Li Mu took a gentle sip of tea and replied, I am, as you just mentioned, that so-called heartless boss. Zheng Kai-Xian was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to grasp Li Mu's meaning. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoqi stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. All right, senior, I won't tease you anymore, Su Xiaoqi chuckled. Li Mu may be younger than me, but he is indeed my boss. A boss? Zheng Kai-Xian stared at Li Mu in disbelief. How is that possible? He is so young and already a boss. He thought to himself. He must be a rich second generation, relying on his family's wealth to start a company and deceive Xiaoqi. In Zheng Kai-Xian's eyes, it was evident that Li Mu's youthfulness and position as a boss were due to his advantageous family background. Apologies, brother. I was merely venting to Xiaoqi earlier. Please do not take it to heart, Zheng Kai-Xian said with a smile. No worries, Li Mu replied nonchalantly. Ah, it truly is vexing to compare oneself to others. Zheng Kaixian lamented. We, who come from ordinary families, have parents who toil in the fields, relying solely on our own efforts to forge our paths. Unlike you, Li Mu, who was born into privilege and has become a boss at such a young age. You misunderstand. I am just like you, from an ordinary family. And my parents are also farmers, Li Mu clarified. Moreover, not long ago, I returned home to harvest the corn. Upon hearing Li Mu's words, Zheng Kaixian wore an expression of disbelief. How can this be possible? Coming from an ordinary family, with farming parents. And yet you managed to run a company at such a young age? It's true. On October 1st, he gave us a holiday. And then he went back home to harvest corn, Su Xiaoqi interjected. Zheng Kaixian was momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say. Eventually, he sighed, genuinely impressed by Li Mu. Realizing that he could not even begin to compare with him, nor did he have the qualifications to compete with Li Mu for Su Xiaoqi's affection. The confidence Zheng Kaixian had just built up was swiftly shattered by Li Mu's words. Before long, the dishes arrived at the table. Upon seeing the 6 dishes, Zheng Kaixian felt a profound sense of despair. For 3 people, 6 dishes would undoubtedly cost nearly 1,000. Don't worry about it. This meal is on me, Li Mu stated calmly. Zheng Kaixian offered an awkward smile. The 3 of them chatted and dined, and the atmosphere lightened a bit. By the way, did you come to Kyoto for business, or Zheng Kaixian began, recalling that Su Xiaoqi had only mentioned her trip to Kyoto and asked him to host her. Without elaborating further, in an effort to perform admirably, Zheng Kaixian refrained from asking any questions and even mentioned that he would take care of everything in Kyoto. However, this initial meal left Zheng Kaixian feeling rather disheartened. Su Xiaoqi briefly revealed the purpose of their visit to Kyoto, inquiring whether they were to discuss collaboration with teacher Luo. Zheng Kaixian expressed his surprise, questioning the nature of this collaboration. Su Xiaoqi shrugged her shoulders, indicating her own uncertainty. Noticing the puzzled expression on Zheng Kaixian's face, Li Mu chuckled. Since it involves collaboration, it naturally falls under the realm of commercial confidentiality. Yes, indeed, it's a commercial secret. Clearly, I lack professionalism. Zheng Kaixian replied with a sheepish smile. Despite having previously targeted Li Mu, Zheng Kaixian now found himself somewhat fond of him, even contemplating the possibility of aligning himself with Li Mu. Are you also from Lake City, brother Zheng? Li Mu suddenly inquired. Yes, I hail from Wuxian, Zheng Kaixian responded. Would you be interested in developing your career in our good county? Li Mu proposed, implying working alongside him. Of course, the salary may not match your current one, but the cost of living in a small county is proportionally lower. Zheng Kaixian hesitated at the prospect of declining, casting a glance at Su Xiaoqi as if he were torn. Rest assured, once you join us, you will work closely with Xiaoqi, Li Mu reassured him. However, you will initially be under her leadership, as she established the marketing department and is currently the manager. Hearing Li Mu's words, Zheng Kaixian felt a flicker of temptation. After all, this arrangement would allow him to spend time with the girl he admired. Yet, the salaries and benefits in Kyoto made it difficult for him to let go. You need not rush your decision. We will be in Kyoto for 3 to 5 days, Li Mu added. Moreover, even if we return, you can still discuss it with Xiaoqi if you wish to go. All right, I will think it over, Zheng Kaixian replied. The dilemma between love and career certainly posed a challenge for him to make an immediate choice. After dining, Su Xiaoqi called Luo Yonghao to confirm the time and location for their evening meeting. With the afternoon free, Su Xiaoqi, having visited Kyoto for the 2nd time, urged Li Mu to explore the city with Zheng Kaixian driving. Li Mu was preoccupied and uninterested in sightseeing, his thoughts consumed with how to approach the upcoming conversation with Luo Yonghao. At 6 o'clock, Li Mu, Su Xiaoqi, and Zheng Kaixian arrived at a modest private dining establishment near Zhongkai Village Tower. With half an hour remaining before their scheduled meeting, the duo entered the restaurant early and reserved a private room. As 6:30 approached, Su Xiaoqi dialed Luo Yonghao's number and activated the speakerphone. Hello, teacher Luo. We have arrived at the private dining establishment. Have you reached yet? Su Xiaoqi inquired. Oh, you're already there? Then come right in. I'm in room 202. Luo Yonghao replied. Room 202? Li Mu and Su Xiaoqi exchanged glances, realizing their reservation was for room 201, which was adjacent. Without hesitation, Li Mu stood up and moved to the wall, pressing his ear against it. Teacher Luo, we have also reserved a room. It is room 201, Su Xiaoqi announced. You've reserved a room as well? Let us move to box 202, suggested Luo Yonghao. Just then, the door to the box swung open, and a bespectacled, portly man with small eyes entered. Chapter 38. The First Encounter with Luo Yonghao. In box 202, Li Mu, along with 2 companions, joined Luo Yonghao and his associates, making a total of 6 individuals seated together. Li Mu sat with an air of confidence and composure, while Su Xiaoqi and Zheng Kaixian appeared somewhat anxious and tense. I've been quite busy lately, and initially didn't intend to meet you, Luo Yonghao said with a smile, but Director Wang insisted, claiming he would bring you all personally if I didn't agree to meet. Well, since it's just a meal, I suppose we can meet. Thank you, Teacher Luo, for giving us this opportunity, Su Xiaoqi expressed with a hint of excitement. The notion of opportunity is trivial. Let us simply regard this as a chance to make friends. I genuinely enjoy mingling with young people like you, Luo Yonghao replied. After a few casual exchanges, Su Xiaoqi and Zheng Kaixian relaxed significantly. Li Mu remained silent, which piqued Luo Yonghao's curiosity about him. You seem a few years younger than them, yet you carry yourself with remarkable poise. Quite impressive, Luo Yonghao remarked. Many university students become flustered in my presence, but you remain composed. Li Mu smiled faintly and inquired, Teacher Luo, what are your thoughts on the company Pinghua? Upon hearing this, the other 5 individuals were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. The Pinghua company had only begun to gain prominence in Xia country in 2009. And aside from those in the electronic sector and enthusiasts of electronic products, most were unfamiliar with the firm. Su Xiaoqi was puzzled as to why Li Mu would suddenly pose such a question and what exactly Pinghua did. She discreetly took out her phone to search for information about the company. I have a great fondness for them. They are a high-tech company, particularly with their production of the 3 phone, which I admire greatly, Luo Yonghao stated. Have you ever considered acquiring this company? Li Mu asked. What? The group was once again stunned, gazing at Li Mu in astonishment. Su Xiaoqi and Zheng Kaixian were taken aback by Li Mu's manner of speaking, while Luo Yonghao and his friends understood the significance of Pinghua, a company valued at over $100 billion. A mere 20-year-old youth inquiring about acquiring Pinghua. Was he boasting or being serious? I have indeed contemplated it, Luo Yonghao replied after a brief pause, smiling. Technology transforms the world. I have aspired to develop a smartphone and establish a company akin to Pinghua, ultimately acquiring it. Then let us collaborate, Li Mu said with a sincere smile. Sure, Luo Yonghao responded. Now it was Li Mu's turn to be astonished. He hadn't expected Luo Yonghao to agree so readily. Teacher Luo, are you speaking truthfully? Li Mu asked, astonished. As long as what you say is genuine, then so is my response, Luo Yonghao chuckled. Li Mu was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and extended his right hand to Luo Yonghao, who reciprocated the gesture, and they shook hands. So, shall we consider this a preliminary intention for cooperation? When shall we discuss the specifics? Li Mu inquired with a smile. After dinner, you can come to my house, and we can have a proper conversation. Luo Yonghao replied with a grin. If Li Mu were a woman, she would undoubtedly question Luo Yonghao's true intentions after hearing his words. All right, Li Mu responded with a smile. However, Su Xiaoqi and Zheng Kaixian, who were nearby, felt that the discussion about cooperation seemed rather frivolous. The meal was enjoyable for everyone. After dining, Li Mu and Luo Yonghao departed, leaving Su Xiaoqi and Zheng Kaixian to their own devices. I initially thought Li Mu was quite capable, but now I find him rather unreliable, Zheng Kaixian remarked as he drove. I truly am quite unreliable, Su Xiaoqi replied with a blank expression. You've been working with him for a while, don't you know anything about him? Zheng Kaixian asked. When I first went to his company and learned it was in software, I thought it was somewhat dubious. If it weren't for Kursen's sake, I would have left right then, Su Xiaoqi said. However, after some time, I discovered he does have a decent work ethic and possesses remarkably advanced insights and awareness regarding internet marketing, which has earned my admiration. Yet, the things he said tonight felt like mere bravado. What do you mean? Zheng Kaixian inquired. Are you familiar with the company Pinghua? Su Xiaoqi asked. Not really. But I believe it's a mobile phone company, similar to Nokia, right? Zheng Kaixian replied. Do you know what Nokia's market value was at its peak? Su Xiaoqi questioned. I've seen information on that. If I'm not mistaken, Nokia's market value was over $100 billion, Zheng Kaixian stated. Pinghua is on par with Nokia, Su Xiaoqi asserted. What? Zheng Kaixian exclaimed in shock. Are you saying Pinghua is on par with Nokia? Does that mean Pinghua's market value is also over $100 billion? Su Xiaoqi nodded. Goodness. Zheng Kaixian couldn't help but exclaim, "Is Li Mu out of his mind? He actually wants to acquire a company worth over $100 billion? Haha, out of his mind. He is not the only one." At Luo Yonghao's residence, Li Mu and Luo Yonghao sat on the floor, leaning against the sofa, with a plate of peanuts placed before them, each holding a glass of white liquor. "You have quite the audacity," Luo Yonghao remarked. After speaking, he tossed a couple of peanuts into his mouth. "Fortune favors the bold, the timid starve," Li Mu replied nonchalantly. Luo Yonghao paused in the act of drinking, turned to glance at Li Mu, and then took a sip of his drink. "I have considered venturing into the mobile phone industry," Luo Yonghao confessed, "but after consulting friends, I found that the investment required is astronomical, at least over $1 billion. When I heard such a hefty sum, I nearly lost my composure." "Money is not an issue," Li Mu stated. Luo Yonghao turned to Li Mu, astonished, and inquired, "How much money do you have?" "I have none," Li Mu replied. "What nonsense are you spouting if you lack funds?" Luo Yonghao jested with a laugh. Li Mu chuckled, and then retrieved a notebook from his bag, handing it to Luo Yonghao. Confused, Luo Yonghao accepted the notebook and began to examine it closely. After reading, he gazed at Li Mu with wide eyes. "You have such a detailed plan. Why seek my collaboration?" Luo Yonghao asked. "Because I admire you." Chapter 39. A pleasant collaboration. Firstly, he would invest 1 million under the auspices of the Zhongheng Sihai Company to partner with Luo Yonghao in establishing a mobile phone company. Secondly, they would design a mobile phone with a striking exterior, equipped with the best hardware available, temporarily referred to as the phone. Thirdly, they would leverage this phone as a marketing gimmick to capture the attention of investors. As long as the buzz is sufficient, they could launch it when the entrepreneurial board opens. Fourthly, they would seek upstream hardware suppliers and manufacturing plants to transform this phone from concept to tangible product. Fifthly, they would devise a specific sales model. "I believe with your capabilities, Mr. Luo. Executing the first 3 steps will pose no challenge," Li Mu remarked with a smile. "Once those are accomplished, financing will not be an issue." Luo Yonghao stared at Li Mu in disbelief. Could this truly be just a 20-year-old lad? His ideas were audacious. However, Luo Yonghao was aware that the crux lay in the second step. As long as the phone's appeal was robust, everything else would follow naturally. "With such a detailed plan, why seek my partnership? You could easily find a more formidable collaborator," Luo Yonghao queried, puzzled. "Because I admire you," Li Mu repeated, grinning. Luo Yonghao paused, then laughed, saying, "I find myself growing increasingly fond of you as well." Li Mu shrugged, spreading his hands. "What shall we name this mobile company?" Luo Yonghao asked. "What name do you propose for our venture?" Li Mu countered. After sipping his drink and pondering, Luo Yonghao suggested, "Let us call it Hammer." Li Mu was taken aback, wondering why this hefty fellow had such a penchant for hammers. "My vision is to create the strongest and finest domestic mobile phone," Li Mu stated. "How about we name it Xiangxiao phone?" Luo Yonghao repeated the name Xiangxiao a few times, then excitedly proclaimed, "Creating the strongest and finest domestic phone is a fantastic premise. Let us call it Xiangxiao phone." "This is no mere gimmick," Li Mu insisted earnestly, "but rather a sentiment and an ideal." "Sentiment and ideal," Luo Yonghao echoed, nodding seriously. Subsequently, the two engaged in a detailed discussion about various specifics. They continued until the early hours of the morning, around 2 o'clock, having finished their drinks and succumbing to weariness. They fell asleep on the sofa. The next morning, after washing up, they descended together to enjoy breakfast. "I must admit, I'm quite curious," Luo Yonghao remarked. "You showed me your detailed plan. Aren't you afraid I might kick you aside and seek another partner?" "I trust my judgment. You are not that kind of person," Li Mu replied. Luo Yonghao was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, inquiring, "I am quite curious about what kind of phone you are referring to." "Rest assured, it will undoubtedly exceed your expectations," Li Mu confidently replied. After their meal, Luo Yonghao and Li Mu parted ways, each needing to prepare their respective agreements. These agreements were legal documents, which Li Mu did not comprehend. Hence, he decided to seek out Su Xiaoqi to see if she could enlist some professionals to assist. "I can help," Zheng Kaixian declared, patting his chest. "You?" Li Mu looked at Zheng Kaixian with a hint of skepticism, as if questioning his capability. "Indeed. I graduated with a degree in law, and I currently work in the legal department of a foreign enterprise. This is my area of expertise," Zheng Kaixian explained. Yesterday, Li Mu had overheard a conversation between Su Xiaoqi and Zheng Kaixian. learning only that Zheng Kaixian worked for a foreign company with excellent salary and benefits. But he was unaware of his legal background. Li Mu was astonished to discover that Zheng Kaixian had indeed graduated in law. Li Mu, do you truly intend to collaborate with teacher Luo on the phone project? Su Xiaoqi asked gravely. Li Mu nodded affirmatively. Have you thought it through? Su Xiaoqi cautioned. After all, producing a phone is no trivial matter. The investment is substantial, and the risks are considerable. Do not worry. Luo Fatty has reviewed my proposal and found no issues. You need not be concerned, Li Mu reassured her. Originally, Su Xiaoqi had more to say. But upon hearing that Luo Yonghao had agreed to the collaboration, she felt the situation might not be as dire and chose to remain silent. Zheng, I would appreciate your assistance with these legal documents, Li Mu requested. That should be manageable, but I fear it may be a bit challenging for me alone. Zheng Kaixian replied. Let me reach out to a classmate. He is currently pursuing a Master's degree. I will have him recruit a couple more people. The more hands we have, the more thorough our work will be. Very well, proceed as you see fit. I will ensure that you are compensated fairly. Li Mu declared with a wave of his hand. Zheng Kaixian nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Zheng Kaixian drove Li Mu and Su Xiaoqi directly to Kyoto University of Law. Upon arriving, Zheng Kaixian found his classmate and explained the situation. His classmate then gathered 3 additional peers, and with Zheng Kaixian, they formed a team of 5 to diligently draft the legal documents. By noon, they had completed all the necessary paperwork, and they meticulously reviewed everything 3 times before finalizing the documents. After printing and binding the files, Li Mu took the group out for lunch. During the meal, he rewarded each individual with 2,000 yuan as remuneration. For Zheng Kaixian and his companions, this amount was quite generous. Considering Zheng Kaixian's monthly salary was merely 8,000 yuan, they were somewhat hesitant to accept such compensation for what seemed like a simple task, given their limited experience in the professional world. Ultimately, after some insistence, Zheng Kaixian and the others reluctantly accepted the payment. After dining, Li Mu and his companions took a brief respite before heading to Luo Yonghao's company at 4 in the afternoon. Luo Yonghao had also enlisted the help of legal professionals who meticulously reviewed all of Li Mu's documents, confirming their accuracy. Only then did Li Mu and Luo Yonghao sign the agreement, their excitement palpable as they shook hands enthusiastically. A photograph capturing their jubilant handshake marked the official commencement of the era of the Qianxia smartphone. As the clock approached 6, Li Mu and his party sought out a restaurant to celebrate. I can hardly contain my curiosity. I am eager to see what your phone looks like, exclaimed Luo Yonghao with fervor. Li Mu smiled, retrieved his phone, located an image, and handed it to Luo Yonghao. Stunning, absolutely stunning. Now this is what a smartphone should look like. The image displayed a device that, viewed from the front, resembled a sleek tablet. Its side frame was striking, and the back was impeccably smooth and refined. This was an image of the iPhone 4, which had debuted in the summer of 2011. In his previous life, Li Mu had spent considerable time studying and ultimately designing this very image. It was undoubtedly a classic smartphone, a true king of its generation. Witnessing Luo Yonghao's reaction, the others present were filled with curiosity, eager to see the phone that had stirred such excitement within him. As someone approached to take a look, Li Mu promptly reclaimed his phone, leaving the individual disappointed. If we manage to produce this model, it will undoubtedly dominate the entire smartphone industry, Luo Yonghao declared excitedly. What a behemoth Nokia was, and what high-tech marvels the iPhone represents. None of it compares to this device. While the exterior may attract attention, the true essence lies within the phone's operating system, Li Mu remarked with a hint of nonchalance. Thus, our immediate priority is to assemble a team to develop a mobile operating system. A mobile operating system? That might be exceedingly challenging. Someone interjected. Indeed, the development of a mobile operating system is a complex endeavor, requiring extensive manpower, resources, and time. Luo Yonghao concurred, expressing concern that it could take 3 to 5 years and billions of dollars to achieve. Developing our own domestic system is essential, Li Mu stated. However, given our current timeline for producing the phone, creating a proprietary system may not be feasible. We may have to initially utilize an existing system as a stopgap. What about Symbian? Someone suggested, noting Nokia's long-standing dominance and substantial market share. If not for the presence of so many people, Li Mu might have been tempted to deliver a sharp retort, dismissing the notion of relying on Symbian as folly. Let's consider Android, Li Mu proposed. This open-source system can be optimized and tailored to align with the preferences of our market. Luo Yonghao nodded in agreement. Yes, that idea has merit. Once the design of the phone is finalized and reported, the rest will depend on you, Teacher Luo. Rest assured, boasting is my forte. Luo Yonghao laughed heartily, exclaiming that it wasn't mere boasting, but rather a testament to genuine prowess. The following day, he sought out a reputable designer to reimagine the mobile phone design images according to Li Mu's specifications. Concurrently, Luo Yonghao proceeded to register a company and submitted the newly designed mobile images for official approval. Li Zong, I wish to discuss something with you, Zheng Kaixian said, his voice tinged with excitement and a hint of nervousness. Go ahead, what is it? Li Mu replied with a smile. I want to work alongside you, Zheng Kaixian declared fervently. Over the past few days, he had been accompanying Li Mu on various errands, finding the experience exhilarating and invigorating. He was also deeply impressed by Li Mu's boldness and decisive nature. Moreover, considering the generous compensation Li Mu had offered recently, Zheng felt that aligning himself with Li Mu would be no less rewarding than his previous position in Kyoto. Additionally, the prospect of spending time with the girl he admired was another compelling reason for his decision. Have you made up your mind? Li Mu inquired with a grin. Indeed, Zheng Kaixian affirmed earnestly. Then I wholeheartedly welcome you aboard, Li Mu responded warmly. Thank you, Li Zong, Zheng Kaixian replied, brimming with enthusiasm. However, upon your arrival, you may have to endure a bit of hardship as you'll need to work alongside Xiaoqi for a while. Once the company expands, we will establish our own legal department, and you shall become the legal director. Rest assured, I won't keep you in that role for too long, Li Mu assured him. Thank you, Li Zong, Zheng Kaixian exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Li Mu was confident that the company would one day reach the heights of Penguin, if not surpass it. When that time came, a legal department would naturally be essential to address relevant matters. Reflecting on his past life, where Penguin's legal department was famously dubbed Nanshan Pizza Hut, Li Mu felt a strong desire to take on that challenge. Given that Zheng Kaixian's company was a large foreign enterprise, the process of resigning was somewhat cumbersome, preventing him from immediately returning to Guda County with Li Mu. Understanding this, Li Mu reassured Zheng Kaixian that he could join whenever he was ready. As they conversed, Li Mu's phone rang, revealing a call from Zhang Lanjun, Shi Xiaoping's mother. Instantly, Li Mu furrowed his brow. What could she want? Was something amiss with Shi Xiaoping? With these thoughts in mind, he promptly answered the call. Li Mu, where are you? Do you have a moment? I would like to talk, came Zhang Lanjun's voice. Is something wrong with Shi Xiaoping? Li Mu inquired. She's perfectly fine. There's nothing to worry about. I simply wish to have a conversation with you, Zhang Lanjun replied. What do you wish to discuss? Li Mu asked directly. Let's talk in person. Can you spare some time to meet? Zhang Lanjun suggested. I am currently in Kyoto. Let us discuss it after I return, Li Mu responded. What are you doing in Kyoto? Zhang Lanjun pressed. All right, I must hang up. I have matters to attend to, Li Mu stated, and promptly ended the call. Zhang Lanjun stared at her phone in disbelief, rolling her eyes in exasperation. Mom, what did he say? Shi Shanyan inquired. Do I need to spell it out? It's definitely that scoundrel Li Mu, who surely had nothing pleasant to say. Shi Shanmei retorted irritably. Last time, Shi Shanmei received a slap from Li Mu. Although he ultimately settled the matter with 1,000 yuan, such a humiliating incident cannot simply be brushed aside with money. Zhang Lanjun remained silent, evidently acquiescing to Shi Shanmei's words. I say, just ignore him, Shi Shanmei exclaimed angrily. In a month, let Li Mu produce 100,000 yuan. Or else have Xiaoping deal with the child. Once Li Mu pays up, let Xiaoping handle the child again, and then find a better one. Shanmei, how can you say such things? Shi Shanyan interjected. Though Li Mu is no good, he is still the child's father. To use his child as leverage is rather unkind. Unkind? When he struck me, was he being kind? Shi Shanmei retorted, her indignation flaring up. Shi Shanyan wished to counter, but was silenced by Zhang Lanjun's admonition. Enough. Let's not bicker, Zhang Lanjun said irritably. However, Shanmei's words have reminded me. I can afford to wait before negotiating with Li Mu. Chapter 41. Who is chasing after young beauties? Li Mu chose to collaborate with Luo Yonghao not merely for his reputation, but also because, without a proper introduction, Li Mu would likely struggle to meet other influential figures. Despite Luo Yonghao's later reputation as a stalwart in the industry, with Li Mu acting as a guiding beacon, their chances of success became considerably enhanced. With the general direction already established, Li Mu realized that remaining in Kyoto was of little utility, prompting his decision to return home. Time was of the essence, and the task at hand was substantial. Thus, only Zheng Kaixian came to bid farewell to Li Mu and Su Xiaoqi. With a heavy heart, Li Mu and Su Xiaoqi ultimately boarded the return bus. Once aboard, Su Xiaoqi leaned against Li Mu's shoulder and drifted into slumber. Li Mu initially contemplated waking her, unwilling to let her brazenly take advantage of him. However, he recalled that since the signing of the contract, they had both been tirelessly working. With neither having had a restful night, they were both occupied with finalizing contracts and specific details of their collaboration. The later Li Mu worked. The later Su Xiaoqi accompanied him. As the bus started and rocked gently, Li Mu too began to feel drowsy. They leaned against each other and succumbed to sleep. As dusk approached, the bus finally rumbled into the Guda County station. Upon disembarking, they hailed a taxi to their rental apartment. As they entered, Meng Kersen looked at them in astonishment. "What is going on?" she exclaimed. "Li Mu, should I be calling Xiaoqi's sister-in-law now?" It dawned on Li Mu that Su Xiaoqi was still intertwined with his arm. "No, that is not the case." He quickly pushed her away and insisted. Instantly, a wave of disappointment washed over Su Xiaoqi as she lowered her head and slowly retreated to Meng Kersen's bedroom. Meng Kersen glared at Li Mu, pointing a finger at him, reproaching him for being too blunt and hurting Su Xiaoqi's feelings. Li Mu wished to explain, yet found himself at a loss for words. Without further comment, Meng Kersen hurried into the bedroom to comfort Su Xiaoqi. Just then, Li Mu's phone chimed with a notification from QQ. He quickly retrieved his phone to find a message from Chen Xiuqing. Instantaneously, excitement surged within him, and he disregarded both Su Xiaoqi and Meng Kersen, retreating to his own room to engage in conversation with Chen Xiuqing. Before long, Meng Kersen entered his room. Upon noticing her presence, Li Mu hastily concealed his phone, adopting a facade of nonchalance. "What is the matter, Kersen?" he inquired. "What are you up to?" she asked. "Nothing much," Li Mu replied casually. "Regardless of what you're doing, you should go comfort Xiaoqi," Meng Kersen insisted. "She's in there crying, and in all the time I've known her, I've never seen her so heartbroken. I'm not her boyfriend, so why should I comfort her?" Li Mu replied, as if it were self-evident. Meng Kersen, somewhat irritated, retorted, "Don't you think your earlier actions were truly hurtful?" Li Mu let out a sigh and said, "I've already told her that I am divorced with a child and that my heart belongs to someone else. Yet, she refuses to listen and remains persistently attached. What can I do?" Sigh, Xiaoqi has that kind of temperament. Once she sets her mind on something, it's hard to change it. Meng Kersen, feeling helpless, remarked, "I wonder what kind of person you truly like. You must know that Xiaoqi was considered a campus beauty in college, with countless admirers, many of whom are more attractive and come from better backgrounds than you. I truly don't understand what she sees in you." Just then, Su Xiaoqi stormed in, exclaiming, "I won't allow you to speak of the person I like in such a manner." Li Mu and Meng Kersen were taken aback. "Forget it, I can't be bothered." "Do as you please," Meng Kersen said, turning to leave the bedroom. Su Xiaoqi, tear-streaked, fixed her gaze on Li Mu and asked, "You say you have someone you like? Can I see her? I want to know where I stand." "There's no need for that," Li Mu replied awkwardly. "Besides, matters of the heart are unpredictable. As Kersen said, there are plenty of people who are more attractive, wealthier, and of better character than I am. Yet you haven't chosen them, have you?" With determination, Su Xiaoqi insisted, "I just want to know what your ideal person is like." Faced with her persistence, Li Mu reluctantly took out his phone and messaged Chen Xiuqing. "Could you send me a photo of yourself?" Chen Xiuqing replied, "Why?" "Li Mu, it's important." Chen Xiuqing, "All right. Just wait a moment." Subsequently, Li Mu glanced at Su Xiaoqi and said, "Wait a moment. Once she sends the photo, I'll show it to you." "Li Mu, you're actually engaging in an online romance?" Su Xiaoqi exclaimed in shock. "Aren't you afraid of being deceived?" "I am not in an online romance," Li Mu clarified. With a shout from Su Xiaoqi, Meng Kersen was summoned as well. "Xiao Mu, is the girl you have feelings for someone you met online?" Meng Kersen furrowed her brow. "I truly did not engage in online dating." Li Mu defended himself. "If she were indeed the one you admire, how could you possibly lack a photo of her?" Su Xiaoqi questioned. "What you say holds merit," Meng Kersen added. "You wouldn't be harboring unrequited feelings for her, would you? Where is this girl from? How did you two meet?" "Not from Anhui. Are you two meddling too much?" Li Mu replied, exasperated. "I'm your sister. I'm just concerned you might be deceived by someone," Meng Kersen said with a serious expression. Li Mu was utterly speechless. "Sister, I have lived 2 lifetimes. Who could possibly deceive me? Moreover, you're only in your 20s. You are the child here." Just then, Li Mu's phone chimed. and he quickly opened it to find that Chen Xiaocheng had sent a photo. "Let me see what she looks like," Meng Kersen exclaimed, snatching the phone from Li Mu, as she and Su Xiaoqi closely examined the image. Chen Xiaocheng sported bangs and had her long hair cascading down, exuding an aura of innocence. Her fair complexion, coupled with a playful gesture of a peace sign, added a touch of mischief. "Is this girl of age?" Su Xiaoqi inquired. "She has just turned 18, Li Mu replied. "And you've already charmed someone so young. You are truly a case of an old bull after tender grass." "An old bull? Shouldn't you reflect on your own pursuits as well?" Chapter 42. Release of the mobile design blueprint. Ever since it became known that Li Mu was engaged in an online relationship with a girl who had just turned 18, he had been subjected to disdain from both Meng Kersen and Su Xiaoqi. Li Mu found himself at a loss for words, but felt unable to explain his situation to them. "Never mind. A misunderstanding is a misunderstanding. Let them look down upon me. It spares Su Xiaoqi from harboring any other fantasies about me." Sitting before his computer, Li Mu closed the stock market overview, took a deep breath, and stretched comfortably. At that moment, his phone rang. It was WeChat calling. Li Mu promptly answered. "I have received confirmed news that the Chinext board will officially launch in Shuntown on October 30th, WeChat announced excitedly. "How did you find out?" Li Mu asked, astonished. "Hee, don't forget, I am currently in Guangdong province," WeChat replied proudly. As the regional manager of Tianta Group in Guangdong, WeChat was quite close to Shuntown. Given his capabilities, uncovering insider information was likely within his reach. "Thank you, Brother Wu, for this insider knowledge," Li Mu said. "Once the Chinext board opens, remember to invest in Xiangxia Technologies shares." "Xiangxia Technology? What do they do?" WeChat questioned, puzzled. "That is not your concern. Just remember it," Li Mu instructed. "Is this another short-term investment?" WeChat asked. "No, this time it's a long-term investment," Li Mu clarified. "All right, I understand." After exchanging a few words, Li Mu hung up the phone, glancing at the time. It was October 18th, with just 12 days remaining. Subsequently, he dialed Luo Yonghao's mobile number, imparting the imperative that the company must secure an IPO on the growth enterprise market. Only then would they have sufficient funds to further develop their mobile phone venture. "Oh, your information is a tad delayed. I received word yesterday and have already begun to orchestrate this matter," Luo Yonghao replied with a chuckle. Taken aback by Luo's words, Li Mu realized that, given Luo's capabilities and connections, acquiring such information was undoubtedly within his reach. The strength of connections truly is formidable. Luo then outlined his forthcoming action steps to Li Mu. "All right, no problem. You handle it," Li Mu affirmed. After ending the call, Li Mu exuberantly clenched his fist. Luo Yonghao's debut in the mobile industry had been remarkably advanced by 3 years, courtesy of Li Mu's rebirth. He was filled with anticipation. What could possibly go wrong with your entry into the market alongside Meager? 3 days later, Luo Yonghao convened a press conference in Kyoto, announcing his foray into the mobile industry and proclaiming his ambition to create the strongest and finest domestic mobile phone, unveiling the device's design blueprint. Following his tour of speeches, he was at the height of his popularity. Coupled with the declaration to manufacture the best domestic phone and the breathtaking design blueprint, the news sent shockwaves across the globe. Luo Yonghao venturing into the mobile phone domain to produce the finest domestic device? Surely, he was indulging in boastful fantasies. Entering a completely unfamiliar industry while claiming to create the best domestic phone, was he truly being serious? Yet, one must acknowledge that the phone's design was indeed stunning. However, the mobile phone industry is notoriously capital-intensive. Did he possess the necessary funds? This was the dialogue among the elite at a banquet in Kyoto, where few held faith in Luo Yonghao's mobile aspirations. Undeniably, the phone's design was exceptionally beautiful, yet the realization of such a product posed significant challenges. With regards to the aesthetic and hardware components, there existed no precedent within the industry. One could only wonder which visionary could conceive such a magnificent phone. "We must urgently identify the designer and offer a lucrative contract." This was the reaction of various leading domestic mobile brands. "Wow, this phone is absolutely gorgeous. Once it hits the market, I must buy one. No, I shall buy two." Indeed, it was quite stunning, though uncertainties lingered about whether the final product would resemble the concept design. If it truly materializes as depicted, I too would be compelled to purchase one. After all, this is merely a concept illustration. Whether it can be brought to fruition remains to be seen. Yet, if it does come to life, I shall undoubtedly make a purchase. Enthusiasts of electronic products expressed their eagerness to buy, albeit with concerns that the final mobile phone might significantly deviate from the design blueprint. Li Mu observed the plethora of advertisements and discussions online regarding the Qianxia phone. Although opinions varied widely and the majority remained skeptical of Luo Yonghao's venture into mobile phones, this was inconsequential. What truly mattered was that the Qianxia phone had ignited a firestorm of interest even before its creation. Meng Kersen and Su Xiaoqi rushed into Li Mu's office with great enthusiasm. "Is this the phone you designed?" Meng Kersen inquired, astonished. "It's stunning, absolutely stunning," Su Xiaoqi exclaimed, glancing at her own phone and feeling as though what she held was not a phone, but mere refuse. "Calm down, everyone. Once the phone is released, each of you will receive one," Li Mu assured them. "Really?" Meng Kersen responded, her excitement palpable. "You're so kind." Su Xiaoqi joyfully approached and planted a quick kiss on Li Mu's cheek. Li Mu pretended to be annoyed. Wiping the cheek, she kissed with a look of disdain. Seeing his reaction, Su Xiaoqi rolled her eyes in mock irritation. Meanwhile, in the United States, the CEO of Apple, Joe, sat with his hands cradling his forehead, deep in thought about what the next generation of Apple products should resemble. Just then, his blonde secretary entered the room. "I've told you not to disturb me while I'm contemplating," Joe barked without lifting his gaze. "Boss, I think you should take a look at this," the secretary timidly suggested. "What is it?" Joe replied, finally looking up with a furrowed brow. The secretary placed a freshly printed sheet of paper in front of him. "This is news from Xia Country. Someone has released a concept image of a new phone, and everyone at the company is raving about it," she explained. Upon seeing the image of the phone on the paper, Joe sprang to his feet, eyes wide in disbelief. "Is this a new phone design from Xia Country?" he asked. Bewildered. "Yes," the secretary confirmed. Joe scrutinized the paper for a long moment before placing it back on the desk and pacing the office. "The design that just flashed through my mind is exactly like this. My God, are you toying with me?" Chapter 43. Meager lay to invest. 3 days had passed since Luo Yonghao's press conference. What began as fervent discussions among mobile industry enthusiasts and electronics aficionados gradually evolved into a nationwide sensation. "This phone is truly magnificent. I wonder when it will be available. I want to buy 2. No, 10. One for my girlfriend, one for my parents, one for my brother, and even for my girlfriend's parents and her sister. Even if this phone were merely a functional device, I would still want it. It's simply too beautiful, and it stands out so distinctly in hand." The fact that a mere design sketch could generate such fervor was entirely unexpected for Li Mu. There was no denying that the design of the iPhone 4 was exceedingly successful and iconic, setting it apart from all contemporary smartphones. At that moment, Luo Yonghao brought Li Mu an astonishing piece of news. "Have numerous investors approached us?" Li Mu inquired with a smile. "Indeed, quite a few. But one investor stands out as particularly noteworthy," Luo Yonghao replied. "Who is it?" Li Mu asked casually. "Meager Lei," Luo Yonghao stated. "Meager Lei? How could it be him?" At this juncture, why is Meager Lei not engaging in a mutual admiration with Huang Dazhong of the Mei clan, but instead seeking to invest in my Qianxia mobile phone? Li Mu had anticipated that the unveiling of the mobile phone would undoubtedly ignite considerable interest, attracting numerous investors. However, he never expected that in April 2010, after enjoying a bowl of rice porridge and establishing the Dami mobile phone brand, Meager Lei would also be inclined to invest. It is noteworthy that after founding the Dami mobile phone in 2010, Meager Lei had, over a decade of management, elevated its market value to over $600 billion. In his previous life, Li Mu had contemplated purchasing a Dami mobile phone, but despite enlisting the help of several individuals to secure one, he was ultimately unsuccessful. In the end, he could only exclaim in frustration, "Who on earth buys Dami phones?" Although Li Mu harbored a strong aversion to Meager Lei's aggressive marketing tactics, the success of the Dami mobile phone was undeniable. Luo Yonghao remarked on Meager Lei's uniqueness, attributing it to his status as a pioneer in the industry and a seasoned investor. Both his connections and technological prowess were formidable assets. "What did he say?" Li Mu inquired solemnly. "He values our company at $1 billion, seeking to invest 30%, which amounts to $300 million. Granting him 5% equity," Luo Yonghao replied. Li Mu furrowed his brow. Had he not heard similar sentiments from Huang Dazhong? "How did you respond?" Li Mu pressed. "I indicated that I could not make that decision unilaterally and would need to discuss it with the higher-ups," Luo Yonghao answered, adding that he had arranged to meet with Meager Lei the following afternoon. The purpose of the call was to summon Li Mu to Kyoto. All right. I shall board a train to Kyoto immediately, Li Mu affirmed. After ending the call, Li Mu fell into deep contemplation. In his recollection, the animosity between Mi Zhou and Huang Dazhong was widely debated. Nevertheless, it remained a fact that the Dami mobile phone had triumphed over the Mei mobile phone. This time around, Mi Zhou was not pursuing Huang Dazhong, but rather approaching Li Mu's Changxia mobile phone, prompting Li Mu to exercise extra caution. Li Mu summoned Meng Kersen into his office. Sister Kersen, your expertise is about to come into play, Li Mu remarked with a smile. What do you mean? Meng Kersen asked, puzzled. We must establish a finance department without delay, Li Mu stated. Establish a finance department? Our company currently has no income. I could manage it alone. What need have we for a finance department? Meng Kersen retorted. Rest assured, income will soon materialize, Li Mu assured her. You must prioritize the establishment of the finance department. What about human resources and the front desk? Meng Kersen inquired. Is that even a question? Of course, we need to hire staff. Li Mu replied matter-of-factly. Come on. Are you aware of our current situation? Meng Kersen replied with exasperation. What situation? Li Mu asked, taken aback. You truly are a hands-off manager. Meng Kersen rolled her eyes and continued. The WeChat team has brought in 2 new members, and the marketing department over at Xiaoqi has also expanded. If I were to re-establish the finance department, along with the human resources department, in such a modest space, where would we accommodate the new arrivals? We cannot possibly expect them to work in the corridors, can we? Li Mu inquired with a hint of bewilderment. Subsequently, he rose and strolled around the external office area, only to discover that the company had indeed reached full capacity. Recently, Li Mu had been preoccupied with stock trading and coordinating mobile business matters with Luo Yonghao, leaving him oblivious to the changes within the company. A wry smile crept across his face as he realized his miscalculation. He should have opted for a larger venue from the outset, and it seemed expansion was imperative. Upon returning to his office, Li Mu contemplated for a moment and suggested, let us explore this floor for any available space to segregate the technical department, providing them with a distinct office area. It must be spacious, as we anticipate an influx of additional technical personnel. Very well, I shall search for options, Meng Kersen replied. Is there anything else? I must make a trip to Kyoto shortly, and I cannot specify my return time. Please keep an eye on the house for me, Li Mu stated. Xiao Mu, you took Xiaoqi last time. This time, take me along. Meng Kersen pleaded. Absolutely not. Li Mu flatly rejected. You are the chief administrator, with so many matters at home. If you accompany me, the company will descend into chaos. You're just being obstinate. I want to go if you don't want me to, Meng Kersen pouted. With that, she turned to leave. When I return, if you have successfully established the finance department, I shall grant you a raise, Li Mu declared. Just as Meng Kersen was about to exit, she pivoted back, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Really? How much of a raise? I could offer you 20,000. Would you dare accept? Li Mu exclaimed, widening his eyes. If you truly offer it, I would gladly accept. Meng Kersen retorted, her lips pursed. As Li Mu busied himself packing, he urged, all right, hurry along with your tasks. We shall discuss it further upon my return. Meng Kersen rolled her eyes and, with a slight pout, exited the office. After organizing his belongings, Li Mu departed the company, hailing a cab that whisked him directly to the Lake City Railway Station. Upon arriving at Changxia Technology, located in the Zhongkai Village building, Luo Yonghao greeted Li Mu with astonishing news that would leave him utterly astounded. Chapter 44. When Li Mu arrived at the Zhongkai Village building, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. As soon as he entered, Luo Yonghao enveloped him in a bear hug. Hey, at your age, keep your distance. Li Mu retorted with irritation. I am simply overwhelmed with excitement, Luo Yonghao exclaimed. It's evident. Look at you, shaking with all that excess weight, Li Mu scoffed. Is it really worth this level of enthusiasm over a mere rice porridge? It's not just about the rice porridge, Luo Yonghao insisted, brimming with enthusiasm. What else could it possibly be? Li Mu inquired, puzzled. Do you know who called just before you walked in? Luo Yonghao asked, feigning mystery. Spit it out already, Li Mu urged impatiently. All right, I will. Luo Yonghao adjusted his expression and stated, just now, before you entered, I had just spoken with the esteemed founder of Apple, Mr. Chiao. Who? Li Mu exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. The founder of the American Apple, Mr. Chiao, Luo Yonghao reiterated. At once, Li Mu was even more astonished. Although he was unaware of the details of the conversation between Mr. Chiao and Luo Yonghao, The fact that Mr. Chow had called was undoubtedly linked to the mobile phone design blueprint. He never anticipated that a mere design could attract the attention of such a technological giant. What did he say? Li Mu asked, his voice trembling. He wishes to purchase your mobile phone design blueprint, Luo Yonghao replied excitedly. Li Mu swallowed hard. And after a moment, he inquired, what is the offer? He has offered $100 million. Luo Yonghao exclaimed. He also has one condition. The design can only be used by Apple. Li Mu took a deep breath, calming his exhilarated heart, and then hurried to the water dispenser, drinking greedily from a cup. The design blueprint was originally Mr. Chow's masterpiece, but due to Li Mu's rebirth, he had managed to seize it first. Li Mu was well aware of the depth and strength of Apple. If he chose not to sell the design to them, Mr. Chow could easily create an alternative, which would undoubtedly be impressive as well. However, Li Mu understood that the appearance of the iPhone 4 was truly iconic and extraordinarily successful, a veritable king of its generation. Without this design blueprint, the new generation of iPhones would undoubtedly lack luster and soul. Mr. Chow's call to acquire the blueprint indicated that he had no superior design plans. Selling the blueprint to Mr. Chow, combined with the strength of their system, would certainly have a significant impact on rival companies. To sell or not to sell? Noticing Li Mu lost in thought, Luo Yonghao approached him, asking, are we selling or not? Li Mu glanced at Luo Yonghao and smiled. Of course we will sell. Why not? Selling will bring us wealth. Immediately, Luo Yonghao grew anxious and said, if we sell, what will we use? We can authorize him to use it while retaining our own rights, Li Mu replied with a smile. Moreover, granting Apple the rights will undoubtedly enhance our reputation. But his system is incredibly powerful. This will certainly place considerable pressure on our mobile phones, Luo Yonghao remarked. Surpassing Apple is still a long journey ahead, Li Mu chuckled. However, if Apple utilizes this design, combined with their system, the new generation of iPhones will undoubtedly become a hit, Luo Yonghao noted. What if we release our phone before the new generation of iPhones? Li Mu suggested. That seems improbable, Luo Yonghao frowned. After all, our technology team is still not mature enough. It will take a considerable amount of time to meet your expectations. Have no worries. We will soon have a competent technology team, Li Mu assured. Who? Luo Yonghao asked, puzzled. Meager. Li Mu replied with a knowing smile. Upon hearing Li Mu's words, Luo Yonghao was momentarily taken aback, but soon burst into laughter. The following afternoon, Meager arrived as promised, clad in white sneakers, blue jeans, and a long-sleeved shirt. His sleeves were rolled up, the collar unbuttoned, and his hair meticulously styled. Upon seeing Meager, Li Mu was struck by a peculiar thought. After so many years as a programmer, why had this fellow not experienced hair loss? After introductions, Meager expressed his astonishment, stating he never expected the designer of the Qiangxiao phone to be such a youthful individual. Upon hearing Meager's rather unrefined Mandarin, Li Mu humorously interjected, causing everyone present to pause momentarily, staring at him in disbelief. Just a joke, Li Mu stifled his laughter. Please, everyone, have a seat. With puzzled expressions, the group complied and took their places. Once seated, Li Mu propped his chin on his hand, fixing his gaze on Meager, who appeared somewhat bewildered and glanced at his attire, wondering if something was amiss. Noticing nothing wrong, Meager smiled and said, Mr. Li, I believe Mr. Luo has conveyed my intentions. I am curious about your thoughts. Mr. Mi, I've observed that many programmers experience hair loss. How is it that your hair remains so lush? Is it real? Li Mu inquired. Instantly, Meager realized that Li Mu's scrutiny was due to his hair. He chuckled and replied, you are correct, Mr. Li. Many programmers indeed face baldness. However, I constantly remind myself that hair transplants are quite costly. Each strand of a programmer's hair represents a villa, and I must safeguard my own villa at all times. Li Mu smiled and said, I apologize, Mr. Mi. My words were perhaps a bit excessive. Not at all, Meager responded. I genuinely enjoy collaborating with young individuals. It keeps me feeling youthful. Li Mu nodded slightly in agreement. Then I concur with what I mentioned yesterday. Meager's sentence was cut short as Li Mu readily affirmed. This left Meager momentarily stunned, uncertain how to react. Are you agreeing to my investment of $300 million for 5% equity in Qiangxiao Technology? Meager sought confirmation. Indeed, we are in need of funds. Why would I decline? Li Mu replied with a smile. That is splendid news. I wish us a fruitful collaboration. Wait. Just as Meager was about to express his well wishes, Li Mu interrupted, casting a perplexed look at him. I have one condition. Chapter 45. The new receptionist Li Mu's prompt agreement took Mijole by surprise. However, as Li Mu proposed a condition, Mijole grew curious about what it might entail. Xiangxia Technology is a nascent company with a weak technological foundation. As an esteemed senior with robust technical expertise, we require the support of your technical team, Li Mu stated. If we need to provide technical assistance, we must renegotiate our equity stake, Mijole replied. 5% is all we can offer, and no more, Li Mu asserted firmly. If you maintain this stance, then we have nothing further to discuss, Mijole retorted, visibly displeased. Li Mu shrugged indifferently, revealing his nonchalance. Observing Li Mu's demeanor, Mijole felt a surge of anger and abruptly stood up, towering over Li Mu. Aren't you in need of funds? Do you believe that if I were to make a few calls, no one would invest in you? Mijole threatened. It matters not, Li Mu replied with a smile. Instantly, Mijole furrowed his brow, perplexed by the audacity of this young man. Did he possess some hidden leverage? Gradually, Mijole resumed his seat, fixing his gaze on Li Mu. I am well aware of the circumstances surrounding your company. You only have 1 million in startup capital. Without further financial input, your endurance will be fleeting. Even if your Xiangxia mobile phone is currently trending, seeking a listing on the growth enterprise market would prove quite challenging. He stated bluntly. Li Mu remained silent. Noticing Li Mu's unwavering calmness, Mijole's frown deepened. What exactly is your trump card? Mijole inquired with curiosity. Boss Chow, Li Mu replied nonchalantly. The Boss Chow of Apple Incorporated? Mijole's eyes widened in astonishment. To speak candidly, Boss Chow is interested in our design blueprint and wishes to purchase it, Li Mu added with a smile. He has offered $100 million. Mijole was taken aback, stunned that even Boss Chow held such admiration for his design. He turned to Luo Yonghao, who proceeded to recount the events of the previous day to Mijole. After hearing Luo Yonghao's account, Mijole fell into contemplation. Could this truly be factual? If so, it would be evident just how appealing this mobile phone's design is. Once it hits the market, its popularity would be undeniable. But what if it were a fabrication? Could this merely be a smokescreen, a bargaining chip in negotiations with him? I need to deliberate further, Mijole stated. Are you doubting the veracity of my words? Li Mu countered, Mr. Luo, why not call Boss Chow directly in front of Mr. Me? This was a plan Li Mu and Luo Yonghao had arranged the previous day, leveraging Boss Chow's influence to stage a performance for Mijole. Subsequently, Luo Yonghao retrieved his phone and dialed Boss Chow, activating the speakerphone. Although Luo Yonghao's academic credentials were modest, his eagerness to learn had enabled him to become an English teacher at the Eastern School. Thus, his communication with Boss Chow flowed smoothly. However, Li Mu, with his high school education, struggled to grasp their conversation. Yet, from Mijole's expression, it was clear that he understood. After Luo Yonghao ended the call, Mijole could not contain his excitement. Is this truly real? And you only authorized them to use it, while retaining the right to use it yourselves? He actually agreed. Indeed, hence why I suggest you cease your deliberations, Li Mu asserted. If you choose to leave and return once you have confirmed the information, the equity distribution will no longer be the same. Thank you, Mijole expressed gratefully, feeling that Li Mu was indeed a person of integrity. Moreover, your technical team must comply with our coordination and arrangements, and all must sign a confidentiality agreement, Li Mu added. Mijole was momentarily taken aback, then pondered for a moment before acquiescing. With the overarching direction settled, the remaining task was for Luo Yonghao and Mijole to engage in detailed discussions. Presently, Xiangxia Technology Company, having authorized Pingwu to utilize its design blueprints, recorded an impressive revenue of $100 million, which translates to approximately 700 million xia yuan. Once Mijole's 300 million is credited, Xiangxia's total capital will surge to a staggering 1 billion. With this substantial sum, coupled with Mijole's formidable technical team, the creation of a smartphone deemed the strongest and finest of domestic origin became a more attainable reality, instilling greater confidence in Li Mu. That evening, a celebratory dinner was held to mark the successful collaboration. The following day, Li Mu returned to Good County. Before departing, he instructed Luo Yonghao to allocate 8 to 10 members from Mijole's technical team to assist him with software development in Good County. Curiosity piqued, Luo Yonghao inquired about the nature of the software being developed. Haha, you shall soon discover, Li Mu replied enigmatically. Very well, Luo Yonghao conceded, albeit reluctantly. Li Mu refrained from divulging too much, as he preferred to unveil his plans dramatically. Additionally, once the funds are received, please transfer 200 million to my company, Li Mu requested. Luo Yonghao nodded in acknowledgement. We must not be careless with financial matters, Li Mu cautioned. Rest assured, we shall not engage in any illicit activities, Luo Yonghao affirmed. Having completed all necessary arrangements, Li Mu promptly returned to good accounting. Upon entering the office, he was taken aback to find Meng Kersen absent from the reception desk, replaced by another girl. To his surprise, this girl was none other than Ho Linghua, the cousin of Shi Shanping. Both girls were of the same age, with only a few months' difference in their birthdays. Their shared age had fostered a close relationship since childhood. Yet Li Mu distinctly remembered that Ho Linghua had always looked down upon him, often ridiculing him whenever she visited Shi Shanping's home and he was present. Li Mu was bewildered. Could it be that Ho Linghua was the new receptionist hired by Meng Kersen? Are you the new receptionist? He inquired, astonished. Yes, what of it? Ho Linghua responded, her disdain evident. What are you, a gatecrasher, doing here? Li Mu began to respond, but was abruptly interrupted by Ho Linghua. Oh, I see. Manager Meng mentioned there would be an interview this afternoon. You must be here for that, she remarked, rolling her eyes. Let me be clear. As long as I am here, you shall not be employed. Li Mu frowned but chose to disregard Ho Linghua, striding past her. Hey, stop right there. Ho Linghua stepped in front of him, indignantly asserting, Do you think this is your home? You can't just waltz in. This is indeed my home, Li Mu replied flatly. Humph, you are merely here for an interview. The company has not yet decided on you, so be gone. Chapter 46. The receptionist is my ex-sister-in-law. Ho Linghua possessed a secondary vocational school diploma, having studied computer science. In Li Mu's memories from his past life, ever since his marriage to Shi Shanping, Ho Linghua had held him in contempt. Each holiday, she would visit Shi Shanping, and upon encountering Li Mu, her demeanor would always be haughty, accompanied by her characteristic mockery. Subsequently, Li Mu and Shi Shanping divorced, and Ho Linghua expressed her disdain for Li Mu in various ways, nearly resorting to outright insults. After the divorce, Li Mu had not encountered Ho Linghua again, nor had he received any news of her. However, he could hardly have anticipated that upon his rebirth and his premature divorce from Shi Shanping, he would establish a company, only for Ho Linghua to apply for a position there. I must inform you, you are merely here for an interview. The company has not yet decided to hire you. I suggest you leave immediately, Ho Linghua declared contemptuously. Instantly, Li Mu furrowed his brows, about to unleash his anger, when Meng Kersen and Su Xiaoqi hastily entered the room. We heard you shouting outside. What is the matter? Meng Kersen inquired. Manager Meng, this individual is here for an interview, but is exceedingly arrogant. I refused him entry, and he insisted on barging in, Ho Linghua replied angrily. Upon hearing Ho Linghua's words, Meng Kersen and Su Xiaoqi exchanged puzzled glances before bursting into laughter. Li Mu, with a stormy expression, shot a glare at Meng Kersen and Su Xiaoqi. Meanwhile, Ho Linghua was taken aback. It seemed that Li Mu was acquainted with these two managers. But how could this interloper possibly know them? Dismiss her, Li Mu said with an icy demeanor. Having spoken, he turned to stride further inside. Meng Kersen and Su Xiaoqi were about to intervene when Ho Linghua grew incensed. Humph, you interloper, on what grounds do you think you can dismiss me? Who do you think you are? I warn you, if I lose my job because of you, I will ensure that Sister Shanping deals with you appropriately. Ho Linghua shouted furiously. Meng Kersen and Su Xiaoqi were also taken aback. You know Li Mu? Su Xiaoqi asked in disbelief. Humph, he is merely Sister Shanping's interloper, Ho Linghua replied disdainfully. Brother-in-law? Both Meng Kersen and Su Xiaoqi exclaimed simultaneously in shock. Li Mu was genuinely angry now. He approached Ho Linghua and, pointing at her, exclaimed, Ho Linghua, I must inform you that I have divorced Shi Shanping. Do not use my status as an interloper against me. Ho Linghua was momentarily rendered speechless. She had never seen Li Mu so enraged. Wasn't he previously docile and compliant? How dare he raise his voice at her? The most perplexing part was, when had he divorced Sister Shanping? She was completely unaware of it. Moreover, you have been dismissed. Leave this instant, Li Mu bellowed. After saying this, he turned to walk away. Ho Linghua, even more irate, stepped forward and seized Li Mu's arm. Humph, you say I am dismissed, and therefore I am? Who do you think you are to dismiss me? Humph, I'm the owner of this company, and here, my word is final, Li Mu stated coldly. You are merely an interloper. How dare you shamelessly claim to be the owner of this company? Why not claim you are the head of Tianta Group while you're at it? Ho Linghua taunted. Seeing the two embroiled in an argument, Meng Kersen and Su Xiaoqi quickly intervened to separate them. Li Mu was pushed into the office by Meng Kersen, while Su Xiaoqi pulled Ho Linghua aside. Humph. Do you think you are someone of significance? You are nothing but a mere interloper. Ho Linghua exclaimed. Silence. Su Xiaoqi retorted with a frigid expression. Instantly, Ho Linghua fell silent, for Su Xiaoqi was the manager. Ho Linghua, I hereby officially inform you that you are dismissed. Please leave immediately, Su Xiaoqi stated solemnly. Why? Ho Linghua asked incredulously. Because it is the boss's command, Su Xiaoqi replied. The boss? Ho Linghua was momentarily taken aback, and then she pointed towards Li Mu's office, saying, You mean Li Mu, that interloper? He is the owner of this company? How is that possible? He is merely— Silence. Su Xiaoqi interrupted, clearly displeased with anyone disparaging Li Mu in her presence. Still in shock, Ho Linghua could hardly believe that Li Mu, the interloper, could possibly be the owner of a company with dozens of employees. Very well, you may leave, Su Xiaoqi said coldly. With that, she turned and walked towards Li Mu's office. Li Mu is the boss. How is that possible? Ho Linghua murmured to herself. If he has the financial means to run a company, why did I ever agree to become a son-in-law to Sister Shomping's family? Inside the office, Li Mu sat in his executive chair, seething with frustration, having completely lost any semblance of the good spirits he shared with Qiao Bangzhu and Mijole. Calm down, Meng Kersen advised. Who would have thought that the person we casually hired would turn out to be your former sister-in-law? Former sister-in-law, Li Mu corrected. All right, former sister-in-law. Meng Kersen chuckled. Now please, do not be angry. Taking a deep breath, Li Mu attempted to compose himself. In truth, considering Ho Linghua's performance over the past few days, I believe she has potential. After all, we are merely a small county, and hiring someone is quite challenging. From the company's perspective, perhaps you should reconsider your prior biases? Humph, reconsider my biases? Did you not hear her incessantly referring to me as an interloper just now? Li Mu replied, somewhat irritated. At that moment, Su Xiaoqi entered the room. I have dismissed her, she announced. You truly went ahead and dismissed her? Meng Kersen asked. She disrespects the boss and looks down upon him. What use is there in retaining such an employee? Su Xiaoqi remarked disdainfully. However, if you think about it carefully, if it weren't for her prior acquaintance with Xiao Mu, she was quite polite towards others, Meng Kersen pointed out. Disrespecting Li Mu is unacceptable, Su Xiaoqi insisted. Meng Kersen was left speechless. Su Xiaoqi was clearly exhibiting blind loyalty to her superior. Immediately, Meng Kersen turned and exited the office. As Ho Linghua packed her belongings and prepared to leave, Meng Kersen called out to her. Is there something else? Ho Linghua replied glumly. Do not leave just yet. I need to discuss this with the boss, Meng Kersen stated. Will the boss listen to you? Ho Linghua questioned. Even if he disregards others, he will heed my words, Meng Kersen asserted with authority. Why is that? Ho Linghua inquired in surprise. That is not for you to worry about, Meng Kersen replied. Let me ask you this. Do you wish to continue working at this company? Ho Linghua nodded. If you wish to remain here, then you must heed my advice. Chapter 47. The apology from the former sister-in-law in the obscure county of Gouda. A mere 18-line town, finding a suitable candidate for a position is exceedingly challenging. Meng Kersen is acutely aware of this, which is why she is determined to retain Ho Linghua. If you wish to stay, you must heed my advice, Meng Kersen stated. After a moment of contemplation, Ho Linghua nodded in agreement. All right, I shall follow Manager Meng's arrangements, regardless of any past grievances or biases you may harbor towards the boss. He is ultimately your superior now, Meng Kersen continued. I hope you can set aside any previous animosities and apologize to him. What? You want me to apologize to him? Ho Linghua responded, somewhat displeased. Do you not believe an apology is warranted? Meng Kersen queried. I witnessed your attitude towards him earlier. No matter his past, he is now your boss, and you should take responsibility for your actions. With gritted teeth, Ho Linghua relented. Fine, I will apologize. But if he refuses to accept it or threatens to dismiss me, I won't hesitate to confront him. Rest assured, as long as you apologize, I will ensure he does not terminate your employment, Meng Kersen assured her. Ho Linghua looked at Meng Kersen with confusion, pondering the nature of her relationship with Li Mu, given her assertive demeanor. Shortly thereafter, Meng Kersen led Ho Linghua to Li Mu's office. Li Mu did not lift his gaze, fixated on his computer screen. Meng Kersen signaled to Ho Linghua, who appeared hesitant. Mr. Li, Ho Linghua is here to apologize, Meng Curson announced cheerfully, nudging Ho Lingyue forward. With a clenched jaw, Ho Lingyue murmured, "I'm sorry for my earlier demeanor. Please forgive me." Li Mu took a deep breath without acknowledging her presence, simply responding, "Leave." As Ho Lingyue prepared to protest, Meng Curson interjected, preventing her from speaking. "Thank you, Mr. Li." Meng Curson smiled and promptly escorted Ho Lingyue out of the office. "Manager Meng, did you see his attitude just now?" Ho Lingyue exclaimed, visibly upset. "It's all right. He didn't say anything objectionable," Meng Curson replied with a smile. "Now, stop overthinking and get back to work." After sending Ho Lingyue on her way, Meng Curson turned and re-entered Li Mu's office. "Sister Curson, it seems you are deliberately trying to vex me," Li Mu remarked tersely. "Please, you have no idea how difficult it is to recruit talent," Meng Curson retorted candidly. "The marketing personnel Xiaoqi hired were all referrals from acquaintances. The finance personnel I brought on board include a former colleague from the agency and a relative of hers. This is Guda County, not a bustling metropolis like Kyoto, where one can easily find candidates." Li Mu sighed deeply, conceding, "Very well, let us conclude this matter." Meng Curson was indifferent to the details. As long as she could secure the necessary personnel, she was amenable to whatever Li Mu decided. "I have been away for a few days. How has the company been faring?" Li Mu inquired. "As per your request, we found a new location for the technical department on this floor that can accommodate 40 to 50 individuals," Meng Curson replied earnestly. "2 new members have also joined my finance department, so we are effectively established now. What remains is the establishment of the human resources department, which is still in the process of recruitment." Li Mu nodded, a hint of a smile gracing his face as he remarked, "Indeed, Coexion's efficiency is truly commendable. No need for pleasantries. We agreed that upon your return, I would receive a salary increase." "How much will it be?" Meng Coexion inquired. "Let us set your and Xiao Qi's base salary to 5,000, with bonuses and performance incentives," Li Mu replied. "Goodness, you are indeed generous. I am genuinely curious about how much you have left," Meng Coexion exclaimed in astonishment. "That is not for you to concern yourself with," Li Mu stated. "In a few days, around 10 technical personnel will be coming from Kyoto. Please arrange their accommodation and meals." "So many people are coming?" Meng Coexion expressed her surprise. Li Mu affirmed, adding, "Moreover, there will be a substantial influx of funds soon. Ensure that the accounts are meticulously maintained to avoid any tax discrepancies." How substantial could this influx be? With such a small amount of money, if I were to make another mistake, all my years of studying accounting would be in vain," Meng Coexion retorted. "In any case, the accounts must be flawless," Li Mu insisted earnestly. "Rest assured, it will be fine. I will get back to work now," Meng Coexion replied before turning to exit the office. The following day, as Li Mu entered the office, he noticed Ho Lingyue diligently cleaning. Since her arrival, she had primarily been responsible for front desk reception, running errands, and, each day, cleaning the boss's office first. Their eyes met, and an awkward silence ensued, neither uttering a word. After taking his seat, Li Mu opened his computer and began his work. Once Ho Lingyue finished tidying up, she hesitated before approaching Li Mu's desk. "Do you have something to discuss?" Li Mu asked, puzzled. "I am here to pose a question as the cousin of Shan Ping," Ho Lingyue replied. "I may not necessarily answer," Li Mu said, diverting his gaze back to the computer. Though Ho Lingyue felt a surge of anger at his response, she restrained herself. Considering Li Mu's relationship with Shan Ping and her own position with him, "If you can run a company, why did you initially choose to become a son-in-law at Shan Ping's home?" Ho Lingyue inquired, opting for the more palatable term son-in-law instead of the harsher Doran son-in-law. Li Mu remained silent. "Also, why did you and Shan Ping divorce? Was she unkind to you?" She pressed further. Li Mu's expression darkened, and he commanded, "Leave." With her anger barely contained, Ho Lingyue scoffed and turned to exit the office. Back at her front desk, she sat down in a huff, muttering, "Umph. What is there to be so proud of?" Though she felt a pang of resentment. The reality was that Li Mu was now a company owner while she worked under him, leaving her with no choice but to endure. When had Shan Ping and Li Mu divorced? Why had she not heard any mention of it during her visits to Shan Ping's home? No, I must uncover the truth behind this matter. With that thought, Ho Lingyue took out her phone and dialed Shan Ping's number. As soon as the call connected, Ho Lingyue inquired, "Sister Shan Ping, have you divorced Li Mu? When did this happen? I never heard you mention it. How did you find out?" Shan Ping asked, perplexed. "So, you truly have separated?" Chapter 48. Guoxing hospitalized after the divorce of Li Mu and Shan Ping. Ho Lingwei visited Shi Xiangping's home several times. On those occasions, she never encountered Li Mu, which left her perplexed. At that time, Shi Xiangping was evasive, and Ho Lingwei paid little attention. Yesterday, upon hearing from Li Mu that he had divorced Shi Xiangping, Ho Lingwei was utterly astonished. Initially, she intended to inquire further with Shi Xiangping about the matter. However, she reconsidered, realizing that the situation was not yet finalized, and planned to seek Li Mu out for clarification this morning. To her surprise, Li Mu exhibited an unexpected demeanor. With no other choice, Ho Lingwei decided to call Shi Xiangping. How did you learn about our divorce? Who informed you? Shi Xiangping questioned. So, it's true you've separated? I'm finally inclined to believe Li Mu's words, but why would you choose to divorce? Ho Lingwei received no response from Shi Xiangping, only the sound of retching from her end. Sister Xiangping, are you unwell? Is something wrong? Ho Lingwei inquired anxiously. I'm fine, Shi Xiangping replied. As long as you're well, Ho Lingwei said, feeling somewhat reassured. By the way, did you know Li Mu has started a company? Li Mu has opened a company? Shi Xiangping scoffed, dismissing the notion with a derisive snort. That's impossible. If he had the means to start a company, he wouldn't have come to my home as a son-in-law, due to a mere 30,000 yuan hospital bill. No, it's true. How else can I explain this? Ho Lingwei insisted, growing anxious. At that moment, another wave of retching echoed from Shi Xiangping's end. Sister Xiangping, are you really all right? Ho Lingwei asked with concern. I'm fine, Shi Xiangping sighed, finally feeling a bit relieved. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up now. With that, Shi Xiangping abruptly ended the call. Ho Lingwei stared at her phone in astonishment, furrowing her brows. When did they divorce? Why did they part ways? Moreover, it seemed Sister Xiangping was unaware of Li Mu's entrepreneurial endeavors. What had transpired? After hanging up, Shi Xiangping retched once more, feeling slightly better afterward. She gently touched her barely noticeable belly and sighed. Ah, pregnancy is so arduous. Returning to the bed, Shi Xiangping lay down to rest. Yet her mind was filled with questions. How did Lingwei discover the details of her divorce from Li Mu? And what was this about Li Mu starting a company? She remained curious about how Ho Lingwei had come to know of her separation. As for the notion of Li Mu establishing a business, Shi Xiangping found that utterly implausible. She was all too familiar with his family circumstances. As she had stated, if Li Mu were financially capable of launching a company, he would not have sought refuge in her household over a trifling hospital bill. At that moment, Zhang Longjin rushed in, her expression fraught with urgency. Xiangping, your father fell while working and has been taken to the hospital, she said anxiously. What? How could my father have suddenly fallen? Shi Xiangping said with concern. I am not sure. It was your father's colleague who called to inform me, Zhang Longjin replied anxiously. What do we do now? Have you called eldest sister and second sister? Let them know, and we should head over immediately, Shi Xiangping suggested. Zhang Longjin responded with a couple of oas. Then promptly called Shi Shan and Shi Shanmei, only to be informed that both of their husbands had gone out to work 2 days prior and were not at home. What do we do now that both your brother-in-law and second brother-in-law are away? Zhang Longjin was on the verge of tears. I will call Hongyi and uncle to see if they are at home, Shi Xiangping quickly said, retrieving her phone to call Shi Hongyi and uncle. Unfortunately, uncle was also out working, and Shi Hongyi had gone to the city for supplies, leaving them with no one at home. Neither uncle nor Hongyi are home, Shi Xiangping said, her anxiety mounting. There is no one here but us. What can we do? Zhang Longjin wept. Let's not dwell on that. We should head to the hospital, Shi Xiangping urged. With that, the two hastily made their way outside. Just as they reached the door, Shi Xiangping stumbled and fell to the ground. Xiangping, are you all right? Zhang Longjin rushed to her side. Shi Xiangping furrowed her brow, struggling to stand. I am fine. Let us hurry to the hospital and see how my father is doing, she insisted. Zhang Longjin supported her as they moved forward, but after just a few steps, Shi Xiangping felt faint and nearly collapsed again. Xiangping, you are pregnant. You should rest at home while I go to the hospital and check on your father with your sisters, Zhang Longjin advised. With no other option, Shi Xiangping reluctantly returned home to rest while Zhang Longjin hurried off to the hospital. Alone in the house, Shi Xiangping's thoughts were consumed with worry for her father, causing her great distress. Suddenly, she remembered Li Mu and pulled out her phone to call him. Just as she was about to press the dial button, she hesitated, thinking, we are divorced. Would he come to help me? But with her father still in the hospital, she cast aside her doubts and dialed Li Mu's number. Li Mu was preoccupied with stock trading when his phone rang. Upon seeing Shi Xiangping's name on the caller ID, he immediately ended his current transaction and answered the call. Li Mu, Could you come to my house? Shi Xiangping's anxious voice came through as soon as he picked up. What happened? He inquired. My father fell while working and has been taken to the hospital, she explained urgently. I wanted to go, but I fell and don't feel well. Could you help me check on him? My brother-in-law and Hongyi are not at home. You fell? Li Mu frowned. Stay at home. I will come right over. With that, he hung up the phone, grabbed his motorcycle keys, and left the office. Li Mu sped on his motorcycle, racing to Shi Xiangping's house. Without uttering a word, Li Mu swiftly took Shi Xiangping onto the motorcycle and headed directly to the county hospital. Upon arrival, Li Mu accompanied Shi Xiangping for an examination. And only after receiving the reassuring news that the child was unharmed did he finally feel a sense of relief. Subsequently, the duo hurried to the emergency department. There, they found Shi Guoxing lying in the hospital corridor. Shi Shangyun and Shi Shanmei were vociferously arguing with the nurse about something, prompting Li Mu and Shi Xiangping to hasten over. Second sister, what is the matter? Shi Xiangping inquired urgently. They are being utterly unreasonable. Our father has been lying here for ages with no one attending to him. Chapter 49. The unfilial daughter. Why is no one attending to him? Li Mu stepped forward to ask. Upon seeing him, Shi Shanmei rolled her eyes dismissively and ignored him. She had always looked down upon Li Mu, frequently mocking him. Furthermore, the resentment from their last encounter, where Li Mu had struck her, had only deepened her disdain. The doctor said there must be a first-come, first-served policy, Shi Shangyun explained. I will speak with the doctor, Li Mu asserted. With that, he turned and entered the emergency room to seek out the physician. Doctor, we are registered for emergency treatment. Why are the patients in the corridor being attended to before us? Li Mu questioned. Isn't it obvious? Who comes to the emergency department without an emergency? The doctor retorted impatiently. You arrived later, so naturally, you must wait. But some patients are in critical condition. Surely there must be a prioritization based on severity? Li Mu furrowed his brow, pressing for a response. Regardless of the severity, you must wait. Can't you see how busy we are? The doctor replied curtly. Just as Li Mu was about to erupt in anger, Shi Xiangping pulled him back. Humph, do you think knowing the son of a big boss makes you important? This is Guda County, not Tianxiu City, Shi Shanmei said with a sarcastic tone. Instantly, Li Mu frowned and coldly replied, My willingness to assist you is a favor. My refusal is my right. Since you insist on belittling me, I shall no longer concern myself. Previously, when Li Mu was the son-in-law of the Shi family, he tolerated Shi Shanmei's taunts. However, now that he was divorced from Shi Xiangping, he saw no reason to endure such indignities any longer. With that thought, he turned to leave. Shi Xiangping stepped forward to grasp his arm, pleading, Li Mu, please don't stoop to my sister's level. There are no men in the family right now, just us women. If you leave, we will have no one to rely on. Li Mu, maintaining a stoic expression, cast a glance at Shi Shanmei before looking back at Shi Xiangping. For the sake of the child, I will assist you, but only until your father is settled. Li Mu conceded after a deep breath. Humph, do you really think you can manage that? Shi Shanmei scoffed disdainfully. If you could have, you wouldn't have come out just now. Enough, Shanmei, let it go, Shi Shangyun interjected. No, I must speak. Shi Shanmei retorted angrily. Li Mu shot her a cold glance before turning to re-enter the emergency room. Li Mu. At that moment, Li Mu heard someone call his name. Turning around, he was pleasantly surprised to find it was Huang Wenxiang. Brother Huang, what brings you here? Li Mu inquired cheerfully. A relative of mine is in urgent care. I came to help arrange things, Huang Wenxiang replied with a smile. Is there someone in your family who is ill? Li Mu nodded and explained, yes. A relative was injured at work. It's quite serious. However, the doctors are only attending to patients based on their arrival time, disregarding the urgency of the situations. How can they act like this? It's truly outrageous. I shall go and have a look, Huang Wenxiang declared. Subsequently, Li Mu and Huang Wenxiang entered the emergency room. Dr. Lu, what's going on here? There are patients outside in grave condition. Do you not comprehend the urgency? Huang Wenxiang spoke sternly. Secretary Huang, I will attend to it immediately. Dr. Lu responded respectfully. Witnessing this exchange, the Shi family was taken aback. How could this person speak to a doctor in such a manner? The most astonishing part was that the doctor did not react with anger, but instead appeared quite respectful. Who exactly was this individual? How did Li Mu come to know such an influential person? Afterward, Dr. Lu promptly rose and proceeded to the corridor to conduct a brief examination on Shi Guoxing, stating, Nurse, hurry and take the patient into the operating room. Soon after, two nurses arrived and wheeled Shi Guoxing into the operating room. with the Shi family following closely behind. Thank you, Brother Huang, Li Mu expressed his gratitude. We are good friends. There's no need for pleasantries, Huang Wenxiang chuckled. I shall head over first, Li Mu said. Huang Wenxiang nodded in acknowledgement. As Li Mu turned to leave, he was called back by Huang Wenxiang. Li Mu, wait a moment. Huang Wenxiang stepped forward. What is it, Brother Huang? Li Mu inquired. I have some good news to share, and I wonder if you might be interested, Huang Wenxiang replied. Please, go ahead, Li Mu urged. Next month, our Guda County will host a business association meeting, attended by local entrepreneurs, Huang Wenxiang explained. I believe it presents a wonderful opportunity to expand your network and enhance your reputation. I am curious if you would like to participate. If this business meeting were a gathering of leading figures in the country, Li Mu would undoubtedly strive to attend, as that would be a genuine opportunity for networking. However, he felt somewhat dismissive of the connections available in a small county like Guda. Yet, given Huang Wenxiang's invitation, Li Mu felt it would be impolite to decline. He smiled and said, Since you have recommended my participation, it must be for my benefit. I will certainly attend. Great. Once the date approaches, I will inform you so you can prepare accordingly, Huang Wenxiang replied with a grin. Prepare? What is there to prepare for? Li Mu asked, puzzled. I invited you mainly to establish you as a role model, hoping your success will inspire more young people to return to our hometown and contribute to the development of Guda County, Huang Wenxiang articulated. Li Mu and Huang Wenxiang occupied different positions and perspectives, naturally leading to differing modes of thought. All right, then I shall make the necessary preparations. Li Mu responded with a smile. After bidding farewell to Huang Wenxiang, Li Mu finally arrived at the operating room. At that moment, the Shi family stood anxiously outside the operating room, fidgeting like ants on a hot pan. What is happening? Li Mu asked. My father has always had poor health, and after he fell this time, his heart encountered issues that require a stent. With urgency, Shi Xiangping exclaimed, Li Mu, what should we do? Let us proceed with the procedure. What is there to hesitate about? Li Mu replied, perplexed. But a simple stent costs 30,000 yuan, Shi Xiangping lamented. And all the money in the house is managed by my father. We cannot possibly come up with such a sum. What about your elder and second sisters? Li Mu inquired, his brow furrowing. Shi Xiangping glanced at them and sighed. They believe that since Dad left me behind to marry a suitable son-in-law, it is my responsibility to care for him in his old age. Naturally, I should cover this expense. They have no obligation. Li Mu was instantly incensed. Pointing at Shi Shangyun and Shi Shanmei, he exclaimed, the one lying inside is your father. How can you speak such words at this moment? This is a family matter. It has nothing to do with you, Shi Shanmei retorted scornfully. Li Mu, taken aback, realized that he and Shi Xiangping were already divorced. Their affairs were no longer his concern. A cold huff escaped his lips as he turned to Shi Xiangping and asked, What happened to the 80,000 yuan I gave you last time? I gave the money to my father, Shi Xiangping replied, her head bowed. Hearing her words, Li Mu felt a surge of frustration. He was left with not a single cent, and now when trouble arose, they were at a loss. Despite his anger, he recognized that it was not the right moment to confront Shi Xiangping, especially since she was pregnant. All right, I will cover the expenses. You can rest assured about your father's surgery, he declared. Huh, what a boast. Shi Shanmei scoffed. You, the divorced son-in-law, claiming thousands of yuan? Just saying it won't make it happen. If you had the means, you wouldn't have come to our family as a son-in-law for a mere 30,000 yuan in hospital fees. Silence. Li Mu shouted, if you can't provide the money, don't spout nonsense. As Shi Shanmei prepared to retort, she was stopped by Shi Shangyun beside her. Subsequently, Li Mu took out his phone and dialed Meng Kerson's number. Sister Kerson, please bring 50,000 yuan to the hospital, he stated directly once the call connected. What's wrong? Are you sick? Meng Kerson asked with concern. I'm fine. Just hurry and bring it over, Li Mu urged. All right, I'll be there shortly, Meng Kerson responded. Li Mu acknowledged her and ended the call. Humph. What a show, Shi Shanmei muttered disdainfully. Li Mu, however, was disinterested in her remarks and didn't even look her way. Shortly after, Meng Kerson arrived in a hurry, carrying a bag containing 50,000 yuan. Seeing Li Mu standing there unscathed, Meng Kerson finally exhaled in relief. Thank you for your trouble, Kerson Jia, Li Mu said. What happened? Meng Kerson inquired. Xiangping's father has a heart issue and needs a stent, but all the money is under his control, and they can't come up with it at the moment, Li Mu explained. Meng Kerson nodded. Subsequently, Li Mu handed a sum of money to Zhang Lanjin, stating, Here are 50,000 yuan. This should cover the cost of the stent, as well as the surgical and hospitalization fees. Sean Yun and Sean Mei leaned in closer, their eyes widening at the sight of the thick stack of red 100 yuan bills in the bag, utterly astonished. How could this man, who had married into their family, casually produce such a large sum? Where did you get so much money? Shopping asked incredulously, her eyes wide. Let's not dwell on that. Just focus on getting your father the surgery he needs, Li Mu replied. Zhang Lanjin looked at Li Mu with gratitude, saying nothing as she took the money to pay the fees. The 80,000 you lent me last time was borrowed from Wu Yukai, and you haven't repaid it yet. Have you? You didn't borrow money again, did you? Shopping questioned. It doesn't concern you whether it's borrowed or not. That's his issue, Sean Mei interjected. If he borrows 200 or 300,000, it's his responsibility to repay it, not yours. Had it not been for the lesson learned previously, Li Mu would have rushed over to slap Sean Mei across the face, but rationality held him back. You don't need to worry about this. It's my problem, Li Mu asserted. Now, focus on your father's surgery. I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. If anything else arises, just give me a call. With that, Li Mu and Meng Kersen turned to leave. Shopping watched Li Mu's retreating figure, biting her lip, lost in her thoughts. Once outside the hospital, Li Mu sighed in relief, glancing back at the building with a relaxed expression. You two are already divorced. Why do you continue to assist her? Meng Kersen asked, perplexed. Li Mu smiled faintly, but remained silent. The last time I saw Shopping, she seemed to still harbor feelings for you. With your assistance again, it appears a reconciliation might be in order, Meng Kersen noted. Reconciliation? Li Mu shook his head, scoffing. Am I to return to being a live-in son-in-law and endure their family's disdain? I am no masochist. With that, he strode forward, and Meng Kersen hurried to catch up. Before long, Li Mu and Meng Kersen returned to the company. Upon seeing the two return together, Ho Lingyue furrowed her brow. Li Mu and manager Meng seemed quite close. Could his divorce from Shopping be related to her? She pondered. Indeed, it seemed plausible. Otherwise, manager Meng wouldn't have said yesterday that if she simply apologized, she could persuade Li Mu to stay. If they were not involved, why would the company's owner heed a manager's words? When Meng Kersen made that statement yesterday, Ho Lingyue had wondered about the nature of their relationship. Furthermore, when she witnessed Li Mu riding away on his motorcycle with Meng Kersen, they appeared quite intimate, which only fueled her suspicions. If Li Mu and Sister Shan Ping were to divorce due to manager Meng, would Sister Shan Ping be aware of this matter? No. I must seize an opportunity to inquire directly with Li Mu and ascertain the truth. Ho Lingyue's thoughts remained unknown to Li Mu and Meng Kersen as they entered the office without delay. After more than 10 minutes had passed without Meng Kersen emerging from Li Mu's office, Ho Lingyue's imagination ran wild. Could they possibly be engaged in something inappropriate in broad daylight? With this thought, she promptly rose and stealthily approached the door of Li Mu's office, determined to catch them in the act and provide Sister Shan Ping with some justification. Clearly, Ho Lingyue was convinced that Li Mu had strayed before the divorce. Just then, the voice of Su Xiaoqi broke her concentration, startling Ho Lingyue and causing her to yelp. At that moment, she found herself at a loss for words to explain her actions. As fate would have it, the office door swung open, revealing Meng Kersen, who spotted the flustered Ho Lingyue. What is going on? Meng Kersen inquired, puzzled. I came to see General Manager Li and found Ho Lingyue at the door, seemingly eavesdropping. Su Xiaoqi reported. Humph, since I've been discovered, I shall speak plainly. Chapter 51. The Sure family does not believe Li Mu has started a company. Although Ho Lingyue had uncovered nothing, she remained steadfast in her judgment, convinced that there existed some clandestine affair between Li Mu and Meng Kersen. Humph, since you've caught me, I shall be direct, Ho Lingyue declared with an air of arrogance. What is the matter? Li Mu approached and asked. What do you think? Ho Lingyue scoffed, her lips curling in disdain. Li Mu, what is the nature of your relationship with Meng Kersen? And is your divorce from Sister Shan Ping also due to Meng Kersen? Li Mu and the others were momentarily taken aback, their expressions reflecting shock at Ho Lingyue's assertions. Immediately, Li Mu furrowed his brow and retorted angrily, Ho Lingyue, I advise you to refrain from making baseless accusations here, lest you wish to provoke my ire. Humph, provoke your ire? Ho Lingyue mocked. It seems I've struck a nerve, Haven Ti. In my opinion, you share a relationship that must be kept secret. Your divorce from Sister Shan Ping surely stems from this woman. Furthermore, how is it that a man without power or wealth has managed to start a company? Could it be that this woman is financing you? Have you become her kept man? In that instant, Li Mu's temper flared. Had Meng Kersen not intervened, He might have lashed out at Ho Lingwei. Her outburst had drawn the attention of the entire office. Is our boss really a kept man? He doesn't seem to fit the description. Honestly, I've suspected for some time that our boss and manager Meng shared an unusual bond. But I never imagined it to be this kind of relationship. Who would have thought that manager Meng is the true mastermind behind the company, while our boss is merely being supported? A throng of employees gathered, pointing fingers and whispering amongst themselves about Li Mu and his associates. Everyone's silence. Su Xiaoqi turned to the crowd and exclaimed, "Are we not required to work?" Instantly, the crowd dispersed like startled birds. Ho Lingwei, you are tarnishing the reputations of both the boss and manager Meng, and you shall bear legal consequences for your actions, Su Xiaoqi stated solemnly. Am I defaming them? They have yet to speak, so what right do you have to accuse me? Ho Lingwei retorted scornfully. Su Xiaoqi was filled with indignation. Yet she found herself at a loss for words to counter Ho Lingwei. Ho Lingwei, you are terminated. Leave at once. Li Mu declared darkly, his voice laced with anger. I intend to leave anyway to spare myself the sight of you. Ho Lingwei replied, pouting, I shouldn't have apologized to you yesterday. I must have been bewitched. With that, she turned and walked away. I apologize, Sister Curson, for the trouble you endured, Li Mu said apologetically. It's nothing. Meng Curson forced a smile. All right. I must attend to my duties now. After saying this, Meng Curson turned to leave, and Su Xiaoqi hurried after her. Curson, why didn't you clarify your relationship with Li Mu earlier? Su Xiaoqi inquired, puzzled. With so many people present, if I explained to Ho Lingwei, the entire company would know I am Xiao Mu's cousin, Meng Curson replied. Since Xiao Mu wishes to keep our relationship private, I certainly cannot disclose it. Alas, you are truly kind to Li Mu, Su Xiaoqi remarked. Curson, you must assist me in winning over that fellow soon. I understand him well enough. He has expressed feelings for someone else, making it quite difficult for him to accept you, Meng Curson said. Sigh, I finally encounter a boy I like. Yet my path to love seems fraught with challenges, Su Xiaoqi lamented. After leaving the company, Ho Lingwei immediately dialed Shi Shanping's number to recount her supposed accomplishments. Oh dear, Lingwei, you've misunderstood. Meng Curson is Li Mu's cousin, not in the manner you presume, Shi Shanping clarified. What? Meng Curson is Li Mu's cousin? Ho Lingwei was taken aback, never having imagined the nature of their relationship. Is that truly the case? I shall come find you and discuss this in person. Ho Lingwei insisted. I'm at the hospital. Your uncle is undergoing surgery, Shi Shanping informed her. What happened to my uncle? Never mind. I shall head directly to the hospital. After ending the call, Ho Lingwei made her way to the hospital. Within 10 minutes, she arrived at the surgical room and found Shi Shanping and the others. What happened to my uncle? Ho Lingwei inquired anxiously. Shi Shanping recounted the situation concerning Shi Guosheng. Rest assured, your uncle is fine. He will be well after the surgery, Shi Shanping assured her. Hearing this, Ho Lingwei felt relieved. By the way, how did you encounter Li Mu and Meng Curson? Shi Shanping asked curiously. I'm currently employed at Li Mu's company, and his cousin Meng Curson works there as well, Ho Lingwei replied. Li Mu's company? Shi Shanping scoffed. Lingwei, have you made an error? How could that opportunist possibly run a company? Indeed, it seems improbable that Li Mu would ever establish a company, unless the sun were to rise in the west. As Shi Shanyan concurred. Alas, it is true. He has genuinely launched a company, exclaimed Ho Lingwei anxiously. Why do you not believe me? It is not that we doubt your word, but rather that your assertion is difficult to accept, Shi Shanmei remarked disdainfully. If you are skeptical, inquire with Shanping. She is quite acquainted with Li Mu, and you may ascertain her belief in this matter. Li Mu starting a company? Shi Shanping too was perplexed. She could hardly fathom that Li Mu could establish a company, especially considering that at the time of his divorce, he was nothing of note. In just 2 short months, he has ventured into entrepreneurship? At that moment, the operating room door swung open, and the doctor emerged, prompting the Shi family to hasten toward him. Doctor, how is my father? Shi Shanping inquired urgently. Rest assured, the surgery was highly successful. The patient will be out shortly, the doctor assured them. Soon, Shi Guosheng was wheeled out, and the family's attention shifted entirely to him, leaving no one to heed Ho Lingwei's claims about Li Mu's company. Frustrated, Ho Lingwei stamped her foot, declaring, if you refuse to believe that Li Mu has opened a company, then I shall procure evidence to prove it. Her commotion at the company led to widespread awareness of Li Mu's relationship with Meng Curson. Despite some gossip, neither Li Mu nor Meng Curson offered any explanations. Xiao Mu, A substantial sum has been credited to the company account, Meng Kersen exclaimed with excitement. I am aware. This means we are poised to undertake something significant. Chapter 52. A military order or a threat. With 200 million in funding received and technical support personnel already in place, Li Mu convened the inaugural management meeting since the company's establishment. Li Mu occupied the head seat, flanked by Meng Kersen from the finance department, Su Xiaoqi from marketing, and Zhao Chongbin and Qin Tao from the technical department. Now, our company possesses both financial resources and personnel. Thus, all projects must accelerate, Li Mu asserted confidently. If you have any questions, feel free to voice them. General Manager, we have an issue from the technical department, Zhao Chongbin stated. Speak. In accordance with your vision, our WeChat aims to surpass Penguin Chat and become the foremost social software in Xia country, Zhao Chongbin explained. However, to accommodate such an immense user base, we must secure highly capable servers. Please seek out superior servers and report to Manager Meng. I will ultimately sign off on the selections, Li Mu instructed. Upon hearing Li Mu's words, Zhao Chongbin and Qin Tao exchanged excited glances. Previously, due to financial constraints, they had been hesitant in their server choices. Now, armed with Li Mu's endorsement, they felt liberated to pursue their ambitions vigorously. Are there any further concerns? Li Mu inquired with a smile. There is one more issue. Qin Tao interjected. Regarding WeChat's compatibility, are we truly limiting ourselves to Android and iOS? Have we considered the Symbian system? After all, Symbian still commands a substantial market share. Neglecting compatibility with Symbian could significantly impact our download numbers for WeChat. Li Mu waved his hand decisively and proclaimed, I have previously stated that we will only adapt to Android and its system. We shall not consider anything else. Observing Li Mu's resolute stance, Zhao Chongbin and Qin Tao refrained from further discussion. Is there any other issue? Li Mu inquired. Zhao Chongbin and Qin Tao exchanged glances and shook their heads in silence. I have a question, Li Mu asserted sternly. I require WeChat to be launched on January 21st, 2010. In reality, WeChat was launched on January 21st, 2011. Thus, Li Mu had advanced this timeline by a whole year. Can you achieve this? He pressed. Zhao Chongbin and Qin Tao were momentarily taken aback, sharing another glance before silently shaking their heads. Since there are no issues, you shall draft a military order and write it down now, Li Mu commanded. Zhao Chongbin and Qin Tao exchanged looks once more, then took out paper and pen to commence drafting the military order. Subsequently, Li Mu turned to Su Xiaoqi and asked, How is your Weibo operation progressing? The account for in-depth jokes has gained over 15,000 followers, and some small companies have approached us for advertising collaborations, Su Xiaoqi replied. Do not concern yourself with those minor players, Li Mu advised. Have any of those followers offered opinions or suggestions regarding our account? Yes, there have been some. The majority commented that our jokes lack depth and humor, Su Xiaoqi responded. Li Mu pondered for a moment and proposed, How about this? I will compile a selection of in-depth jokes for you. You should post one each day. Additionally, encourage your team to produce more original content. Understood, Su Xiaoqi acknowledged. Moreover, there are issues with your Weibo operation, Li Mu remarked. It is overly conventional. You must devise more innovative strategies. Consider fan appreciation events with gifts, or conduct raffles through retweets and mentions, rather than adhering strictly to traditional operational models. Upon hearing Li Mu's words, Su Xiaoqi's eyes brightened with excitement. President Li, that idea is excellent. It could rapidly increase our followers on the in-depth jokes account. You are truly a marketing genius. Feeling slightly embarrassed by the public praise, Li Mu cleared his throat and stated seriously, I also have a request. By the time WeChat is launched, the in-depth jokes account must have no fewer than 50,000 followers. Can you manage that? Absolutely, Su Xiaoqi replied without hesitation. Good. Then you shall also write a military order, Li Mu instructed. Do I have to write one too? Su Xiaoqi asked playfully. Stop the nonsense and write it quickly, Li Mu retorted, narrowing his eyes. Pouting slightly, Su Xiaoqi took out her paper and pen to draft her military order. Next, Li Mu addressed Meng Kersen, stating, Regardless of whether it is the technical department or the marketing department, all funds they request must be meticulously recorded and submitted to me for approval. Without my signature, not a single penny shall be disbursed. Meng Kersen nodded in agreement, replying, Understood, President Li. At that moment, Zhao Chongbin and Qin Tao completed their military orders and presented them to Li Mu. Both expressed their willingness to forfeit 3 months' wages if WeChat did not launch on schedule. Li Mu nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Indeed, you have demonstrated your determination. I shall express mine as well. If WeChat launches as scheduled, I will host a celebration for your department and additionally grant each member a bonus." "How much?" Zhao Chongbin inquired eagerly. "Since you have accepted a penalty of 3 months' salary, I will reward you with a bonus equivalent to 3 months' salary," Li Mu chuckled. At once, Zhao Chongbin and Qin Tao exchanged excited high fives. "But hold your enthusiasm. My generosity comes with a stipulation," Li Mu cautioned. "You must ensure that WeChat does not encounter any issues post-launch." Upon hearing this, both Zhao Chongbin and Qin Tao's expressions fell. At that moment, Su Xiaoqi submitted her military order. Li Mu glanced at it, momentarily taken aback. If she failed to complete her task, would she cease pursuing him? Implicitly, if she succeeded, would she continue her pursuit? Was this a military order or a veiled threat? "Unsatisfactory, rewrite it," Li Mu stated flatly. "What is unsatisfactory?" Su Xiaoqi sprang to her feet, asserting, "Shall I have Zhao Chongbin and Qin Tao review my writing to determine its adequacy?" Upon hearing her words, Li Mu relented. All right, yours is acceptable. Is that sufficient?" Afterward, he shot her a discontented glance. Su Xiaoqi smugly huffed and returned to her seat with an air of pride. "Very well, remember your military orders." "This meeting is adjourned," Li Mu declared. Subsequently, everyone rose and exited the conference room. Just as Li Mu was about to leave, his phone rang. It was Luo Yonghao. "Tomorrow marks the opening of the Growth Enterprise Board. Will you truly not join us in Shenzhen to witness our bell-ringing ceremony?" Luo Yonghao inquired. "Such trivial matters do not warrant my presence." Chapter 53. Opening with a surge on October 30th, the day the Shenzhen Growth Enterprise Board would be inaugurated. Li Mu recalled that on this date, 28 companies would be listed. However, he could not distinctly remember which specific companies they were, having been reborn. And in collaboration with Luo Yonghao, he founded Changsha Technology, which would also be listed on October 30th, alongside the same 28 companies. This implied that one company originally slated for listing today would be supplanted by Changsha Technology. Which company was replaced by Changsha Technology remained a mystery to Li Mu. Remarkably, Changsha Technology emerged as a dark horse. Having been established for less than a month, it was poised for listing on the Growth Enterprise Board, a veritable miracle. The cornerstone was that groundbreaking mobile phone design, an epoch-defining product unmatched worldwide. Indeed, even before its release, it had ignited nationwide discourse. Chairman Mijole of Jinsen valued Changsha Technology at 10 billion, investing 3 billion for merely a 5% stake, which attested to Changsha Technology's prowess. I remain skeptical of Changsha Technology. Its brief existence and excessive elevation could lead to a severe downfall. That is a valid point. I too harbor reservations about this company. At the scene of the board opening, many were engaged in lively discussions. At precisely 9 o'clock, Luo Yonghao took to the stage to deliver a speech, captivating a substantial audience. It is undeniable that a formidable life truly requires no explanation. Luo Yonghao's eloquence was frequent, and the atmosphere was exceptionally vibrant. Finally, he announced, "I have a significant piece of news to share with everyone." What could be so momentous just before the listing? At such a time, any major news might simply be a gimmick, I thought. Could this announcement possibly lead to a surge in Changsha Technology's stock? Luo Yonghao continued. "Our smartphone design has been acquired by Apple for a staggering 100 million. Instantly, silence enveloped the crowd. Eyes widened and jaws dropped in disbelief. Then, the venue erupted. Wait, what did Luo just say? He mentioned that Apple purchased their smartphone design. That billion-dollar tech giant from the US? Is that really true? Some voiced their skepticism loudly. Luo Yonghao gestured for calm, and the large screen behind him displayed the authorization letter and purchase contract, although it was all in English. The mere act of presenting such documents at this moment signified their authenticity. Incredible. Even Apple has taken interest in Changsha Technology's smartphone design. Truly remarkable. I sensed that Changsha Technology stock would undoubtedly break historical records today. At 9:30, as Luo Yonghao rang the bell to signify the official listing of Changsha Technology on the Growth Enterprise market, the stock soared ahead, leaving the other 27 companies trailing far behind. In less than half an hour after the opening, Changsha Technology's stock hit the ceiling. My heart could hardly withstand the excitement. The increase was simply astronomical. Had I known this would happen, I would have purchased more shares of Changsha Technology. With the stock hitting its limit, the atmosphere reached its zenith. Luo Yonghao, and meager excitedly shook hands. Meanwhile, far away in Tower County, Li Mu felt exhilarated yet maintained a calm exterior. He had anticipated such an outcome, though it had occurred slightly earlier than he had expected. At that moment, Li Mu's phone rang. It was WeChat calling. "Wow, brother. You're truly remarkable. You're even more impressive than the stock gods." The stock hit the ceiling on its very first day. Absolutely extraordinary. WeChat exclaimed excitedly. "Don't get ahead of yourself. This is just the beginning. Wait until the afternoon." Li Mu replied with a smile. "The afternoon? Are we expecting another surge?" WeChat asked in astonishment. "You'll find out soon enough," Li Mu said. Just as he ended the call, Luo Yonghao's phone rang again. Li Mu didn't need to think twice. He knew Luo was calling to share the good news. "Did you see it? Our stocks opened with a surge to the limit," exclaimed Luo Yonghao excitedly. "I witnessed it," replied Li Mu, noting that it has been listed, suggesting that they should not focus on it for the time being. "Since you are in Shenzhen, you should investigate the mobile phone supply chain. Our flagship summer phone must be launched by June next year." "All right, I understand," Luo Yonghao acknowledged. After hanging up the phone, Li Mu tossed it aside and stretched comfortably. At that moment, the office door swung open and Meng Kersen walked in. The only ones who could enter without knocking in this entire company were likely Meng Kersen and Su Xiaoqi. "Is there something you need?" Li Mu asked with a smile. "You seem to be in good spirits," remarked Meng Kersen. "Not bad," Li Mu replied with a faint smile. "If there is something joyful, share it so I can partake in your happiness," Meng Kersen encouraged. As she spoke, Meng Kersen placed a document before Li Mu. "What is this?" Li Mu inquired. "It's the technical department's application for servers," Meng Kersen explained. "They have recommended several server providers, and I've contacted them to gather information, ultimately selecting 3 options, with prices indicated above for your review." "All right, leave it here. I will respond to you as soon as possible," Li Mu said. Meng Kersen acknowledged with a hum, but did not immediately rise to leave. "Is there something else?" Li Mu asked, puzzled. Meng Kersen nodded, appearing hesitant. "Kersen, there is nothing we cannot discuss. Please, speak freely," Li Mu urged. "It concerns Ho Lingyue," Meng Kersen stated. "Ho Lingyue?" Li Mu paused, then said. "Wasn't she already dismissed? What else is there?" "She sought me out, apologized, and wishes to return to work," Meng Kersen disclosed. "Did you agree?" Li Mu inquired, frowning. Meng Kersen nodded, explaining, "In this small county, hiring someone is truly challenging, and Ho Lingyue is reasonably qualified. Hence, I agreed. If she wishes to return, that is acceptable. But I have a condition." Chapter 54. Is reconciliation truly necessary? Ho Lingyue told the Shi family that Li Mu has started a company and become a boss, which they found hard to believe. To validate her claim, Ho Lingyue approached Meng Kersen, apologized, and expressed her hope for forgiveness and a return to the company. Firstly, it is difficult to find personnel. Secondly, Ho Lingyue is quite suited for the front desk position. Based on these 2 reasons, Meng Kersen decided to accept Ho Lingyue back from the company as prospective. "Since you have already agreed, I have nothing further to say," Li Mu remarked. "But I have a condition." "What condition?" "Please share," Meng Kersen asked. "She must publicly apologize to you in front of the entire company," Li Mu stated. "If she can do that, let her return. If not, she may seek other opportunities." "Isn't that a bit too demanding?" Meng Kersen questioned. Li Mu shrugged, hands open, indicating that if she cannot manage it, there is nothing to be done. "Very well, I will speak with her and see if she agrees," Meng Kersen responded. Having concluded her conversation, Meng Kersen rose and returned to her office. Upon her arrival, Ho Lingyue immediately stood up and hurriedly approached her, inquiring, "Sister Kersen, has Li Mu agreed?" Ho Lingyue was already aware that Meng Kersen was Li Mu's cousin. Although Li Mu had divorced Shi Shanping, it was not inappropriate for Ho Lingyue to address Meng Kersen as sister, as it added a sense of warmth to their interaction. "Li Mu has indeed consented, but he has stipulated a condition that I fear you may find difficult to fulfill. Thus, I sought your opinion," Meng Kersen explained. "What condition?" Ho Lingyue asked. "Li Mu has requested that you publicly apologize to me in front of the entire company," Meng Kersen said, her expression troubled. You want me to apologize in front of everyone?" Ho Lingyue exclaimed, astonished. "Kersen, if this makes you uncomfortable, we can disregard it." "I also feel that Li Mu's demand is somewhat excessive," Meng Kersen reassured her. "Sister Kersen, I have no qualms about apologizing to you, as it is indeed my fault. However, to do so in front of the entire company is rather humiliating," Ho Lingyue replied. "I share your sentiments, yet Li Mu has insisted upon this condition. He stated that if you do not agree, you should seek other opportunities, Meng Kersen added, her expression pained. Ho Lingyue fell silent, contemplating the situation before responding. Sister Kersen, I can accept this, as I did misunderstand you and Li Mu in front of so many witnesses. Lingyue, you really need not put yourself through this, Meng Kersen interjected. Let me speak with Li Mu again. He seems to be in good spirits today. I will see if we can avoid this. With that, Meng Kersen turned and made her way back to Li Mu's office. Did she agree? Li Mu asked with a smile. Meng Kersen nodded. She actually agreed? Li Mu said, astonished. Indeed, she did, Meng Kersen confirmed. But is it not somewhat unreasonable to demand that a girl apologize publicly? How can she continue to work here afterward? Meng Kersen's concerns fell on deaf ears as Li Mu pondered why Ho Lingyue would agree. Did she have ulterior motives? Hey, I'm speaking to you, Meng Kersen exclaimed, noticing Li Mu lost in thought. Yes, you make a valid point, Li Mu conceded. Let her return to work. You agree? Meng Kersen asked, surprised. Li Mu nodded. Wonderful. I shall inform Lingyue of this delightful news at once. With that, Meng Kersen stood and left in high spirits. When Ho Lingyue learned that Li Mu was willing to let her off the hook, she too was taken aback. All right, now you can return to work with peace of mind, Meng Kersen said. Sister Kersen, thank you so much, Ho Lingyue replied earnestly. Enough with the gratitude. Just get to work, Meng Kersen urged. Ho Lingyue nodded appreciatively and then turned to leave. Li Mu, holding a collection of his crafted anecdotes, entered Su Xiaoqi's office. Here are some humorous anecdotes I have compiled. Please share them at noon or around 7 or 8 in the evening, Li Mu instructed. Gazing at the 2 pages in her hand, Su Xiaoqi asked in surprise, Did you write these yourself? Indeed, they are my own creations, he affirmed. Li Mu, with an unruffled demeanor, remarked, The jokes I've compiled are rather contemporary, truly befitting the year 2009. Let me see, Su Xiaoqi said, her curiosity piqued. Upon glancing at the first joke, she couldn't suppress a hearty laugh. Her cheeks tinged with crimson as she slyly shot a glance at Li Mu. You certainly possess depth, she exclaimed, her face aglow. Do take it easy with the sharing. I must take my leave now, Li Mu chuckled. With that, he turned and departed from the company, hopping on his motorcycle and heading straight to the county hospital. The previous day, Li Mu had received a call from Shi Shanping, informing him that her father, Shi Guosheng, would be discharged today and requested his assistance. After a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced. Upon arriving at the hospital, Li Mu found the Shi family gathered, including Shi Hongyi and his family. Noticing Li Mu, Shi Hongyi's expression turned somewhat awkward. It was Li Mu who had facilitated Shi Hongyi's previous release. Yet he had never expressed his gratitude. Li Mu, unfazed, promptly set to work. Before long, Shi Guosheng was loaded into the vehicle, with those who could ride accompanying him. While those who could not took electric bikes back home, Li Mu chose not to follow. Shi Hongyi still had to attend to his business, leaving just the 2 of them at the hospital entrance. Thank you for your assistance with the last matter, Shi Hongyi said. I have already spoken to your parents. There is no need for thanks, Li Mu replied, contemplating that he would not have intervened were it not for Shi Shanping's sake. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude. Shi Hongyi insisted. If you encounter any insurmountable troubles in Guda County, do not hesitate to seek my help. I will do my utmost to assist you. Li Mu merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. However, I must convey something else, Shi Hongyi continued, abruptly changing the subject. I must admit, I hold you in contempt regarding your divorce from Shanping, especially considering that she is carrying your child. As a man, if you truly desire this child, you ought to reconcile with Shanping. This is not just a matter of responsibility towards her, but also towards the child. You cannot allow your offspring to enter this world in a fractured family. Please give it some serious thought. With that, Shi Hongyi turned and walked away. Watching his retreating figure, Li Mu found himself lost in contemplation. There was a certain logic to his words. Was reconciliation truly the path ahead? Chapter 55. A cautionary tale. The young nurse exclaimed, I unexpectedly encountered a patient during a blind date today. Her friend replied, Isn't that delightful? At least you are somewhat familiar with one another. The nurse retorted, What a joke. I performed a circumcision on him. Her friend burst into laughter. Huh? Using a weapon you crafted yourself is always the most fitting. The nurse replied, This is truly too profound. Goodness, I nearly sprayed water all over the place while reading this. She sent out, Angel, with all the weapons you've fashioned, surely one must be to your liking? Upon sharing such a quip, the entire Weibo platform erupted with activity. As Su Xiaoqi scrolled through the comments below the post, She found herself in fits of laughter. Manager Sue, what has brought you such joy? You've been laughing all morning. Haha, you can see for yourselves. Sue Xiaoqi laughed without turning back. The members of the marketing department eagerly clicked in, discovering the latest Weibo content. Ha ha ha, who penned this joke? It's absolutely hilarious. I could barely react. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to die laughing. This is so profound. I turned red just reading it. The laughter from the marketing team attracted the finance department, who rushed over to see what was happening. Upon seeing the Weibo post, everyone burst into laughter. Xiaoqi, who wrote this? It's simply unbearable. Meng Kersen chuckled. Who else could it be but our boss? Su Xiaoqi responded with a hearty laugh. No way. Our boss has such a profound side. Haha, I never would have guessed. Our boss is so young yet so full of life. What do you mean by full of life? Your statement is even more profound. Just as everyone was chatting and laughing, Limu suddenly appeared at the doorway, shouting loudly. Instantly, the office fell silent. Quickly, everyone back to work, Meng Kersen urged. Everyone scattered like birds, returning to their respective posts. What's going on? Limu asked, his face stern. I posted the joke you gave me on Weibo, and the reactions from both the comments and our employees have been quite positive, Su Xiaoqi explained. And with just this one joke, we've gained over 10 new followers. Is this your excuse for gathering and chatting instead of working? Limu replied, his expression still stern. Su Xiaoqi lowered her eyelids and fell silent. Limu huffed and then turned to leave. Kersen, has Limu encountered something unpleasant? Su Xiaoqi inquired. He was so cheerful when he left earlier. He must be dealing with something troublesome, Meng Kersen replied. I'll go ask him. With that, Meng Kersen hurriedly followed Limu to his office. Limu slumped in his chair, gazing up at the ceiling, exhaling deeply. What's wrong? Meng Kersen asked. Limu suddenly sat up, looked at her, opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out, and then he slumped back in his chair, looking despondent. Is there anything you can't tell me? Meng Kersen asked with a smile. Limu paused, realizing that this was what he had said to her that morning. It's not that I can't say it. I just don't know how to express it, Limu admitted, feeling agitated. Take your time. You can tell me at your own pace, Meng Kersen encouraged. Limu took a deep breath and recounted to Meng Kersen what Shihongi had told him. Kersen, what do you think I should do now? Limu expressed his frustration. Shihongi is right, Meng Kersen replied. Growing up in a single-parent family can indeed be detrimental to a child's development. I once had a classmate from a single-parent family who was very reclusive and struggled to fit in, always preferring solitude. Moreover, I can discern that Shihongi still harbors feelings for you. Otherwise, she would not have confronted you last time when her sister misunderstood us. Furthermore, after your assistance to her this time, I sense that a reconciliation is inevitable. Yet, I have my own affections for another girl, Limu remarked. You always speak of your admiration for that girl online. I fail to understand why you are so enamored with her. You have merely encountered her once on a train. And is it solely due to her beauty? Meng Kersen retorted with irritation. In my opinion, Xiaoqi is no less charming. Limu found himself momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to elucidate this matter to Meng Kersen. Besides, even if you were to marry that girl from the internet, do you genuinely believe she would willingly become a stepmother to your child? And even if she were agreeable, what about her parents? Meng Kersen queried. Limu was taken aback. Indeed, he desired to have children and to wed Qin Xiuqing, which would make her the stepmother of his child. Would she be amenable to such a role? For so long, Limu had acted according to his own desires. He wished for a divorce, yearned for a child, and sought a life with Qin Xiuqing. However, what were Shihongi and Qin Xiuqing truly thinking? Limu had no inkling whatsoever. In any case, this is ultimately your own affair, regardless of what others may say. The final decision rests with you. Reflect upon it carefully, Meng Kersen advised. With that, Meng Kersen rose and left the office. Ah, Shihongi. Had your family treated me even a little kindly, I would not have resorted to divorce. Limu sighed helplessly before turning on his computer. Over the next 5 days, the stock of Changsha Technologies soared, hitting the limit upon opening. While this should have been a positive development, Limu received a worried call from Luo Yonghao. Isn't it unwise for us to be so ostentatious? Luo Yonghao expressed his concern, and there are already unfavorable rumors circulating online about us. Rest assured, nothing will go awry. Limu reassured him. As long as we can produce the phone by June of next year, all rumors will inevitably crumble. Very well, I understand, Luo Yonghao replied. Are you still in Shenzhen? Limu inquired. I remain here. After all, we are pressed for time and heavy with tasks. Luo Yonghao stated. I am actively seeking supply chains for the hardware, while Mijole has returned to Kyoto, focusing on the optimization and customization of the phone's system. Indeed. Take care with Mijole, Li Mu advised. Luo Yonghao paused momentarily, acknowledged with an "I understand," and then ended the call. Li Mu still felt a tinge of unease regarding Mijole, considering he was the man who had risen to greatness after merely consuming a bowl of rice porridge. Chapter 56. Imitation Phones. Mijole's rice phone was established on March 3, 2010. Originally, Mijole was supposed to be deeply entangled with Huang Dazhong of the Meizu brand. Yet now he found himself intertwined with Li Mu's Qiangxiao phone. Li Mu harbored concerns that what was destined to occur to Huang Dazhong might now unfold upon him. Whether it be the technology of the counterfeit phones or the financial resources and connections that accompany them, they are formidable forces that Li Mu cannot afford to underestimate. Indeed, they are his greatest concern, compelling him to remain vigilant. At this moment, Meng Kersen and Su Xiaoqi burst into Li Mu's office with great fervor. What has transpired to ruffle the composure of these two lovely ladies? Li Mu inquired with a smile. Look, Meng Kersen declared, placing a mobile phone before Li Mu. The device bore an uncanny resemblance to the iPhone 4. Upon seeing it, two words sprang to Li Mu's mind. Counterfeit. Indeed, this was a counterfeit phone. The history of counterfeit phones can be traced back to the 1990s, with their zenith occurring from 2007 onwards, when a plethora of dual-SIM, long-lasting models flooded the streets. Priced at merely a few hundred yuan. By 2009, counterfeit phones reached their pinnacle, even venturing into overseas markets, including the homeland of Nokia. Statistics reveal that in 2009, the total shipment of branded phones reached 1.22 billion units, with Nokia, Samsung, and Apple leading the charge. That year, 120 million branded phones were sold, while counterfeit phones sold an astonishing 145 million units, surpassing the third-place brand by 25 million. It can be said that counterfeit phones were then in the limelight. However, beginning in 2009, changes in policy and market conditions heralded the gradual decline of counterfeit phones. By 2010, with the rising awareness of intellectual property and the advent of smartphones, the demise of counterfeit phones accelerated. Within just over a month of the design release of the iPhone 4, nearly identical counterfeit models appeared in the market. Li Mu could not help but marvel at the formidable counterfeiting capabilities of Xia country. Where did this come from? Li Mu asked, his brow furrowed in concern. This is a new phone purchased by one of my department's employees. Upon seeing it, I immediately brought it to you, Su Xiaoqi replied gravely. Where did she buy it? Li Mu inquired. In our county town, Su Xiaoqi responded. Let us go take a look. Li Mu declared. Gutower County is named after its ancient 1,000-year-old pagoda, with the most bustling area situated directly opposite this historic structure. Shops selling mobile phones, clothing, and elegantly decorated small eateries abound. The Gutower Mobile Store and the Jiayin Mobile Store are the two largest mobile phone retailers in Gutower County, conveniently located next to each other, directly facing the ancient pagoda. The trio first visited the Jiayin Mobile Store, where two customers were examining the very phone Li Mu held. Good day. Are you looking to purchase a phone? Which model catches your eye? I can show it to you, the enthusiastic salesperson offered. Do you have this model available? What brands do you carry? Li Mu inquired, holding up the phone with a smile. Yes, we do, the salesperson replied with a grin. This model is currently the most popular, available from several brands. Which brand would you prefer? What brands do you have? Li Mu remarked. Please show me everything you have. There were numerous brands available, including the Xia, Bai, and Xiaohao. Which brand would you prefer? The mobile phone salesman inquired. Let me see one of each. Li Mu replied. Please wait a moment. Shortly after, the salesman presented several phones from these brands, neatly arranged on the glass counter. Upon inspection, Li Mu noted that the designs of these phones bore an uncanny resemblance to the iPhone 4. When he powered them on, the operating system proved exceedingly simplistic, limited to making calls, sending texts, and featuring a Penguin chat application, rendering it merely a touchscreen feature phone rather than a smart device. Exchanging solemn glances with his companions, they all appeared quite grave. Which brand do you wish to choose? The salesman asked with a smile. I'll take a look first, Li Mu responded. At that moment, Su Xiaoqi's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, she promptly answered. Have you arrived in Guta County? All right, I'll head to the station to pick you up, she said before ending the call. Zheng Kaixian has already reached the station. I'll go fetch him, Su Xiaoqi announced. Yes, please bring him here directly. I have matters to discuss, Li Mu replied. Su Xiaoqi nodded and exited the Jiayin mobile phone store. A couple of days prior, Zheng Kaixian had informed Su Xiaoqi that he had completed his resignation procedures and would be arriving shortly. Li Mu was aware of this as well. And given the emergence of counterfeit phones, Zheng Kaixian's arrival was indeed timely. Guda County is not large, and within a mere 10 minutes, Su Xiaoqi and Zheng Kaixian arrived at Jiayin mobile phone store. Meng Kersen had heard of Zheng Kaixian's name, but was meeting him for the first time. After Su Xiaoqi's introduction, they shook hands and exchanged greetings. Zheng, your timing is impeccable. Come take a look at these phones, Li Mu said. Zheng Kaixian nodded and examined the phones, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Can we file a lawsuit against these brands? Li Mu inquired. That shouldn't be a problem, Zheng Kaixian replied, but it would need to be handled by the legal department of Changsha Technology. Our company lacks the authority to do so. I understand. Let us have Fatty Luo take care of this matter. We should send a unified legal notice to these companies, warning them that if they do not comply, we will proceed with a lawsuit, Li Mu instructed. Understood. I will take care of it, Zheng Kaixian responded with a serious demeanor. The salesman, witnessing the gravity of the situation, was taken aback. What do you mean by sending legal notices and filing lawsuits? He thought. He quickly turned and summoned the owner of Jiayin mobile phone store. The owner, a portly man in his 40s named Sun Xiaobo, approached with caution. What business do you have here? He asked warily. We are merely here to look at phones, Li Mu replied. Looking at phones? Sun Xiaobo scoffed. Then why did my staff mention that you intend to sue me for selling these phones? What is going on? Your phones are involved in infringement. So we will indeed be pursuing legal action, Zheng Kaixian stated. Do you have any idea who I am? How dare you speak to me like that? Sun Xiaobo retorted. Chapter 57. The arrogant Sun Xiaobo in a small county. Business thrives on connections, particularly in the year 2009 in Guda County. Sun Xiaobo's ability to transform Jiayin Mobile Store into one of the largest mobile marketplaces in Guda County speaks volumes about his considerable prowess and extensive network. Li Mu, having spent only a short time in Guda County in both this life and the last, was not well acquainted with the likes of Sun Xiaobo. Witnessing Sun's brazen demeanor, Li Mu discerned that this individual was undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. Zheng Kaixian, having graduated from university, had always conducted himself with propriety in Kyoto and had never encountered someone as unruly and unreasonable as Sun Xiaobo. In an instant, Zheng's face flushed with indignation. Yet he found himself at a loss for words to counter Sun's provocations. Mr. Sun, our warning pertains to these counterfeit brands of mobile phones, not your store. Is such a furious response truly necessary? Li Mu inquired with a furrowed brow. Huh, what do you know, you little brat? Sun Xiaobo retorted arrogantly. Let me tell you. This model has been immensely popular lately. I've only had it for less than a week, and the sales have been substantial. If these brands are taken down, how am I supposed to sell anything? You're cutting off my livelihood. How can I not be furious? While Jiayin Mobile Store is one of the largest in Guda County, its recent fortunes have taken a downer. Numerous reputable brands have introduced several mid-range phones priced over 1,000 yuan, which still seems excessive for the local consumers. In such an environment, counterfeit phones have struggled and Jiayin's sales have dwindled. With the emergence of a particularly popular counterfeit model, Sun Xiaobo had finally reaped some profits. And he was unwilling to see these brands face legal repercussions. What do you propose, then? Li Mu asked, his tone grave. As long as you refrain from suing these counterfeit brands, there won't be any issues, Sun Xiaobo replied dismissively. And if I were to insist on pursuing legal action? Li Mu sneered. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Sun's demeanor shifted to one of cold malice. You little brats better inquire about my reputation. If you provoke me, I assure you, there will be consequences. A blatant threat, indeed. You might want to steer clear of this matter, the mobile salesperson advised in a hushed tone. Our boss is quite well known in the county. You cannot afford to cross him. Thank you for your kind warning, Li Mu replied gratefully, turning his gaze to Sun Xiaobo. However, I am quite curious to know just how you intend to be ruthless. You truly have no idea what you're in for, Sun Xiaobo said, pulling out his phone to make a call. Come to my store. Some little brats are causing trouble. Hurry. After hanging up, Sun pointed menacingly at Li Mu and his companions. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Guda County is not large, and within 10 minutes, a van arrived at the entrance of Jiayin Mobile Store. Li Mu glanced outside and felt that the van looked somewhat familiar. Soon, 5 or 6 individuals emerged from the vehicle, and leading them was none other than Shi Hongyi, who, in their right mind, would dare to cause a ruckus in Sun Ji's establishment. Before they even arrived, Shi Hongyi's brash voice had already penetrated the shop. Upon seeing Shi Hongyi, Li Mu couldn't help but chuckle. He had thought Sun Xiaobo had summoned someone unexpected, but it turned out to be him. Entering the shop, Shi Hongyi paused for a moment upon spotting Li Mu, then approached Sun Xiaobo and inquired, "Sun Gu, is it these few?" "Indeed, it is these little brats. Teach them a proper lesson and toss them out onto the street," Sun Xiaobo declared arrogantly while casting a disdainful glance at Li Mu and the others. Meng Kersen, Su Xiaoqi, and Zheng Kaixian, unaccustomed to such an intimidating atmosphere, were instantly rendered speechless. Particularly, Meng Kersen and Su Xiaoqi, the two girls, clutched each other's hands tightly. While Meng Kersen firmly grasped Li Mu's arm, Li Mu gently patted the back of Meng Kersen's hand, offering her a reassuring look and a confident smile. Sun Xiaobo had anticipated that Shi Hongyi would, as before, launch into a violent assault without hesitation, yet to his surprise, Shi Hongyi pulled him aside instead. "Sun Gu, this person is Li Mu, who has a good relationship with the son of the Tian Tower Group's owner and is acquainted with Huang Wenxiang and the others." Before Shi Hongyi could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Sun Xiaobo's furious outburst. "What the hell do you mean, Shi Hongyi? To be honest, Li Mu is also my former brother-in-law, and he has some connections in the county. We see each other frequently. I believe if it's not a grave matter, we can simply have him apologize," Shi Hongyi suggested. Sun Xiaobo cast a sidelong glance at Li Mu and remarked, "You make a valid point. In that case, as long as he doesn't T-Sue over those branded phones and makes a public apology at Jin Tiange tonight, we can let this matter rest." "Fine. I'll go and discuss it," Shi Hongyi replied. Afterward, he approached Li Mu and pulled him aside. "How did you get entangled with Sun Xiaobo?" Shi Hongyi asked, furrowing his brow and lowering his voice. "It's not a significant issue," Li Mu replied nonchalantly. "Listen, Sun Xiaobo is not someone to be trifled with. He has deep connections in the county," Shi Hongyi warned. "Don't think that just because you know Wu Yukai and Huang Wenxiang, you can act recklessly." Shi Hongyi's words were not intended to intimidate Li Mu, but rather to convey the gravity of the situation. He then relayed Sun Xiaobo's intentions. Before Shi Hongyi could finish, Li Mu waved his hand dismissively. "All right, no need to elaborate. I understand your point," he said. "Then go and apologize to Sun Xiaobo," Shi Hongyi urged. Li Mu shook his head and responded, "I will not comply with any of his demands." Shi Hongyi was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing as he said, "Li Mu, enough. There is no need to discuss it further. It will be as I have stated, as long as you refrain from violence. I will handle the rest myself," Li Mu asserted. Shi Hongyi, somewhat irritated, replied, "If that is the case, then I shall not involve myself any further. You can manage it as you see fit." Upon finishing his words, Shi Hongyi turned and approached Sun Xiaobo, conveying Li Mu's intentions. "How presumptive!" Sun Xiaobo exclaimed angrily, pushing Shi Hongyi aside and striding towards Li Mu. "You've got some nerve. Let's see how I make you regret it, you little brat." Chapter 58. Sun Xiaobo's deadly move. Shi Hongyi chose not to intervene in this matter, allowing Li Mu and his companions to exit the Jiayin mobile store unscathed. "That was truly terrifying," Zheng Kaixian remarked, still shaken. "Humph, and you've supposedly worked in Kyoto," Su Xiaoqi scoffed, casting an admiring glance at Li Mu, who was a few years younger, yet maintained his calm demeanor throughout the ordeal. Zheng Kaixian's face flushed with embarrassment, and he managed a sheepish smile. "We can't fault Zheng Gu," Li Mu interjected. "After all, this is a small county, quite different from the bustling city of Kyoto, where circumstances are incomparable." Indeed. What President Li says is correct," Zheng Kaixian concurred. "Guda County is akin to our Wuxian. Many seasoned ruffians are not ones we ordinary folks dare to provoke. Only someone as bold and capable as President Li would dare to confront them directly." Zheng Kaixian lavished praise on Li Mu, who remained indifferent. As Zheng Kaixian rightly pointed out, individuals like Sun Xiaobo were not to be trifled with by the average person. However, due to the counterfeit phone incident, Li Mu had already crossed paths with Sun Xiaobo, uncertain of what underhanded tactics he might employ. Although counterfeit phones would eventually fade away, some had begun to mimic the design of the upcoming iPhone 4, which could potentially impact the launch of the upcoming flagship phone next year. Li Mu understood that he could not remain idle. "Ku Xian, please arrange for Zheng Gu's accommodation first, and then return to the company," Li Mu instructed. "All right, I'll take care of it," Meng Kersen replied. Subsequently, Meng Kersen and Zheng Kaixian departed, while Li Mu and Su Xiaoqi returned to the office. "Li Mu, are you intentionally creating opportunities for us by sending Kersen to arrange for Zheng Kaixian?" Su Xiaoqi teased. Li Mu shot her an exasperated glance. Su Xiaoqi, as a young lady and a striking beauty, can you not be a bit more reserved? At his remark, Su Xiaoqi playfully leaned closer to him, grinning. Did you just call me a beauty? I did not, Li Mu vehemently denied. Hee, it doesn't matter if you deny it. I heard you, Su Xiaoqi declared triumphantly. Besides, let me tell you, I don't understand the meaning of restraint. I only know that if I like something, I shall pursue it. Li Mu was at a loss for words. Before long, Li Mu and Su Xiaoqi arrived back at the company, and half an hour later, Meng Kersen and Zheng Kaixian returned as well. In Li Mu's office, he said, Zhenggu, since you've just arrived, you'll temporarily handle human resources, and additionally, you'll be tasked with establishing the legal department. Understood, President Li. I will certainly give it my all, Zheng Kaixian replied earnestly. As for your salary, for now, it will be the same as Su Xiaoqi's, and we'll adjust it later based on your performance, Li Mu added. All right, President Li, Zheng Kaixian acknowledged. As Li Mu was speaking, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Huang Wenxiang. All right, let Sister Kersen show you around the company first. You all go ahead and get busy, Li Mu waved his hand. Everyone departed. Brother Huang, Li Mu greeted with a smile as he answered the call. Are you busy these days? Huang Wenxiang's voice came through. Not at all. If there's something on your mind, just speak up, Brother Huang, Li Mu responded. It's about the Chamber of Commerce in Guda County that I mentioned last time, Huang Wenxiang said. The Chamber of Commerce in Guda County? Li Mu paused momentarily. Ah, yes. The matter we discussed in the emergency department of the county hospital, Huang Wenxiang reminded him. Suddenly, Li Mu recalled the incident involving Shi Guoxing's hospitalization and his encounter with Huang Wenxiang in the emergency room. Oh, I remember now, Li Mu chuckled. Is the chamber meeting about to commence? Indeed, it will be held the day after tomorrow at 9 in the morning. In the grand hall on the 3rd floor of the Jintian Pavilion Hotel, Huang Wenxiang informed him. All right, I will be there on time, Li Mu assured him. I have some other matters to discuss with you in person, Huang Wenxiang continued. How about I come to your office tomorrow morning, and we can talk then? Sounds good. I will be waiting for your esteemed presence tomorrow morning, Brother Huang, Li Mu replied with a smile. After hanging up, Li Mu couldn't help but feel curious about what matters Huang Wenxiang, the esteemed secretary, would wish to discuss with him in person the following day. On the 2nd floor of the Jian Mobile store, in Sun Xiaobo's office, he sat before a wooden tea table, sipping tea and fiddling with a bracelet. At that moment, someone knocked on the office door. Come in, Sun Xiaobo called out, and a scruffy-looking man entered. Brother Sun, the man said respectfully as he approached. Sun Xiaobo gestured to a nearby seat, and the man took a seat with a smile. How's it going? Have you found anything? Sun Xiaobo inquired. I just followed that guy, Li Mu, and discovered he entered a company called Zongheng Sihai, the man reported. I spoke with the receptionist there and managed to extract some information. This Li Mu is from Beixiang Lijiazwang and had once been a live-in son-in-law in Shijiazhuang in the west of the city. Over 2 months ago, he divorced, and somehow, he established this company. Sun Xiaobo's expression turned serious. How old is this Li Mu? 20. At just 20, he has started a network company. It seems this Li Mu has some talent, Sun Xiaobo mused aloud. Perhaps he does possess some ability, but compared to you, Brother Sun, he is insignificant, the man flattered. Sun Xiaobo chuckled with pride, and then picked up his phone from the wooden tea table, dialing a number. Brother-in-law, could you help me with something? It's just a small fry who started a company. Please have someone investigate his taxes. There must be something amiss with his accounts. Rest assured, I understand these matters well. All right, that's all. After a brief conversation, he hung up the phone. Truly impressive, Brother Sun. Your moves are decisive, directly sealing off that kid's company, the man praised. Sun Xiaobo smiled with a sense of triumph, declaring, just watch how I make that little brat Li Mu come crawling to me. The following day, Huang Wenxiang arrived punctually at Li Mu's company, only to be halted by the receptionist, Ho Linghua. Please hold on a moment, sir. I need to report to our general manager Li, Ho Linghua stated. It must be noted that she was quite diligent in her duties. Soon, Li Mu hurried out. I apologize, Brother Huang. We have been inundated with salespeople lately, Li Mu said with an awkward smile. No problem, I understand. Huang Wenxiang replied cheerfully. Come in, Brother Huang. Chapter 59. Li Mu's ambition. Once in the office, Li Mu poured Huang Wenxiang a glass of water, and they both settled closely on the sofa. What brings you here? Brother Huang, has it come to the point where you must make a personal visit? Li Mu inquired with a smile. I am no longer a secretary. I have been reassigned to handle investment attraction, Huang Wenxiang replied. Li Mu was taken aback, surprised by the change in Huang Wenxiang's position. I have been with the secretary for 5 years. He seems to value me, hence the reassignment, Huang Wenxiang remarked. Though Huang Wenxiang smiled, Li Mu could discern the forced nature of it. Haha, this job is quite thankless, Li Mu commented. If done well, the credit goes to the leadership. If not, they will deem you ineffective. Huang Wenxiang managed a faint smile, but said nothing, clearly echoing the sentiment in his heart. Considering the situation in Good County, even the largest Tian Tower group has been lured away. What do we have to attract investments? Li Mu continued. That is precisely why I came to seek your assistance, Huang Wenxiang said. To seek my help? Li Mu's expression shifted, and he chuckled. Brother Huang, surely you don't think I can assist you? Good County lacks distinctive features, and I can't conjure up any brilliant strategies. Huang Wenxiang sighed. But you are different, so young, full of ideas, and you've even established a company. Quite impressive. I hope you could lend me your insights. Surely you won't refuse? Haha, Brother Huang, how could I refuse? Li Mu laughed. However, I must ponder it thoroughly. With that, Li Mu stood and paced a few steps before finally taking a seat in the executive chair. Huang Wenxiang also rose and sat opposite Li Mu. There's no rush. I came today for another reason, Huang Wenxiang began, but Li Mu raised his hand, signaling him to remain silent. Taken aback, Huang Wenxiang ceased speaking. A few minutes passed before Li Mu suddenly opened his eyes wide, beaming at Huang Wenxiang. Brother Huang, I actually have an idea, Li Mu exclaimed. However, it is rather grand and will require your support. You are quite quick-witted. Do share your thoughts. Huang Wenxiang inquired eagerly. I aspire to establish a company that designs and manufactures chips, Li Mu stated enthusiastically. Moreover, we will also develop the software used for chip design and the photolithography machines needed for chip production. In summary, the design, production, and manufacturing of chips must be entirely localized. Should this project come to fruition, it could provide tens of thousands, if not over 100,000, job opportunities for our Good County. Furthermore, Good County could emerge as the most renowned and largest high-tech semiconductor design and production hub in Yin Province, and even throughout the entire Xian Nation. Perhaps others remain oblivious, but Li Mu is acutely aware of the pain that Xian Nation has suffered for years due to its lack of chips and the subsequent stranglehold it has faced. In his previous life, Li Mu merely played the role of an online keyboard warrior, engaging in idle chatter on the internet. However, having been reborn, he is determined to prepare in advance and develop a completely domestically produced chip to avert a recurrence of the plight caused by Xian Nation's chip deficiency. Every aspect, from the software utilized in chip design to the lithography machines employed in production, must also be domestically sourced. Only then can the chips produced be truly and entirely indigenous. Yet, achieving this goal is a monumental task, far beyond the capabilities of Li Mu alone. The current situation differs, as Huang Wenxiang is responsible for investment attraction. With government involvement and support, Li Mu's aspirations can indeed be realized. Upon hearing Li Mu's words, Huang Wenxiang sat in stunned silence, momentarily immobilized. Brother Huang, do you comprehend what I am saying? Li Mu inquired. Huang Wenxiang remained unresponsive. Unable to contain himself, Li Mu waved his hand before Huang Wenxiang's eyes, prompting him to regain his composure. Li Mu, you truly have an audacious imagination, Huang Wenxiang remarked with a wry smile. I may not understand much about chips, but I do have some knowledge of software and lithography machines, which are completely monopolized by foreign entities. We, in Xian Nation, lack these resources entirely. The idea of creating a wholly domestic chip is nothing short of a pipe dream. Furthermore, we currently possess the capability to import these items, rendering it unnecessary to invest time and effort into researching them ourselves. Li Mu shook his head and replied, if we were to follow your line of reasoning, we would have had no need to develop atomic and hydrogen bombs either. Huang Wenxiang was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp Li Mu's point. While we can import these items now, what if one day, the United States ceases to supply us with chips? What then? Li Mu's expression grew grave. Huang Wenxiang opened his mouth, eager to counter Li Mu's assertion, yet found himself at a loss for words. After a pause, he finally responded. Such a scenario seems unlikely, doesn't it? You underestimate the malevolence of our adversaries, Li Mu stated earnestly. Those who are not of our kind will inevitably harbor different intentions. Huang Wenxiang's expression froze, staring at Li Mu in astonishment. Brother Huang, If that day arrives, and we have failed to act on what I have mentioned today, we would be considered traitors to Xian Nation, Li Mu declared with solemnity. This project is immense. I need to contemplate this thoroughly. Huang Wenxiang replied somewhat dismissively. Brother Huang, let me be frank with you. Even if you had not come to me today, I would pursue this project regardless. And I am resolute in my commitment to see it succeed, Li Mu asserted with unwavering determination. Upon witnessing Li Mu's unwavering resolve, Huang Wenxiang nodded earnestly and replied, I shall give this project my utmost consideration. Thank you. Li Mu responded with a smile. Huang Wenxiang, momentarily taken aback, chuckled and said, No need for thanks. Just then, the office door was forcefully thrust open, and Ho Lingwei barged in. As Li Mu was about to express his anger, he noticed two men following Ho Lingwei. The man directly behind her was bespectacled and appeared to be in his 30s. Li Mu furrowed his brow and inquired sternly, Who are you? What brings you here? We received a report alleging tax evasion by your company, and we are here to conduct an inspection. Please cooperate with our investigation. Who could possibly have reported us? Huang Wenxiang turned to look, his expression one of disbelief. Clearly, he recognized the bespectacled man. Zhang Kai, Huang Wenxiang called out. Secretary Huang. Zhang Kai was equally startled, not expecting to encounter Huang Wenxiang here. He quickly slapped his forehead and approached, shaking Huang Wenxiang's hand apologetically. My apologies. I should now refer to you as Director Huang. What director? It's all for work, Huang Wenxiang laughed. Meanwhile, Ho Lingwei stood at the doorway, her face a picture of astonishment. Who were these individuals? They seemed rather formidable. How had Li Mu, the newcomer, come to know such influential people? Unbeknownst to Ho Lingwei, Li Mu was preoccupied with contemplating who could have reported his company. After much deliberation, he suspected it could only be Sun Xiaobo, whom he had offended the day prior. Shi Hongyi had mentioned that Sun Xiaobo had deep connections in Guda County and should not be trifled with. Could it truly be Sun Xiaobo? A large question mark loomed in Li Mu's mind. Yes, it's all for work, Zhang Kai said with a smile. Do you know the owner of this company? We are friends, Huang Wenxiang replied. Friends? Zhang Kai was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Huang Wenxiang had so openly declared his relationship with Li Mu. This complicates matters. Zhang Kai had received a call from his superior the previous night, instructing him to investigate allegations of tax evasion by Zongheng Sihai Company. Although his superior had not explicitly stated it, Zhang Kai was astute enough to discern that this was not merely a routine inquiry. It could escalate to the point of seizing the company. Having researched Zongheng Sihai, Zhang Kai discovered that its owner was merely a 20-year-old youth. Could such a young individual truly comprehend the intricacies of running a company or managing accounts? If it came to shutting down the company, it would be a straightforward task. However, Zhang Kai was taken aback to find the former secretary Huang Wenxiang present, who had clearly indicated his friendship with Li Mu. Caught between his superior and a former colleague, Zhang Kai found himself in a precarious position. Well, since he is a friend of Director Huang, that makes things even better. Zhang Kai, possessed of remarkable intelligence, immediately devised a plan and, with a smile, remarked, with Director Huang present, not only will we benefit from his guidance, but he will also witness whether there are indeed any issues with this company. It must be said that Zhang Kai's words were quite agreeable, as they respectfully acknowledged Huang Wenxiang, thus providing a satisfactory explanation for later encounters. I cannot presume to offer guidance, Huang Wenxiang chuckled. Subsequently, Zhang Kai approached Li Mu and requested, Mr. Li, could you kindly assign someone to assist us in our work? Li Mu nodded and then turned to Ho Lingwei, instructing her to summon Manager Meng. Ho Lingwei, taken aback, exclaimed softly and, after a brief moment of hesitation, turned and called for Meng Kersen. After introductions were made, Meng Kersen was tasked with accompanying Zhang Kai to audit the accounts. Soon, the office was left with only Li Mu and Huang Wenxiang. Li Mu, have you offended someone? Huang Wenxiang inquired, his brow furrowed. That seems likely, Li Mu replied with a wry smile, as he had not anticipated the swift retaliation from Sun Xiaobo, nor the cunning manner in which it had manifested, leaving him utterly defenseless. Had Huang Wenxiang not been present, Li Mu would have been at a complete loss. Li Mu then briefly recounted the events that transpired yesterday at the Jiayin mobile phone store to Huang Wenxiang. Now I understand the situation, Huang Wenxiang said, his expression grave. The individual you encountered earlier, Zhang Kai, is the subordinate of Sun Xiaobo's brother-in-law. It is undoubtedly Sun Xiaobo who has sent him to create trouble for you through his connections. Is this issue easily resolved? Li Mu queried. If Sun Xiaobo is truly determined to make your life difficult, it could prove quite challenging, Huang Wenxiang replied, still frowning. Today I'm here, and Zhang Kai has been relatively courteous. However, I won't always be around. He could easily find numerous excuses to trouble you daily, disrupting your company's operations. Upon hearing this, Li Mu grew anxious and implored, Brother Huang, you must help me devise a solution. Rest assured, I will not turn a blind eye to your plight. Huang Wenxiang replied solemnly. As noon approached, at Huang Wenxiang's behest, Li Mu arranged a meal at Jintian Pavilion. As they neared the end of their meal, Huang Wenxiang subtly gestured for Li Mu to step outside. Li Mu excused himself under the pretense of visiting the restroom, then settled the bill before lingering in the restroom for a while. Upon his return to the private room, only Huang Wenxiang remained. Brother Huang, what did that fellow say? Li Mu inquired. He confided in me that the matter must be addressed through Sun Xiaobo. Huang Wenxiang replied with a serious demeanor. Even if I can manage Zhang Kai, Sun Xiaobo will undoubtedly have other means to create difficulties for you. Curse that scoundrel, Li Mu exclaimed in frustration, striking the table with force. One thing I truly cannot fathom, Huang Wenxiang remarked, is why you would warn and threaten to sue those counterfeit brands without cause. Li Mu then shared with Huang Wenxiang the details regarding his involvement with another mobile phone company. My goodness, the recently popular Changxiao mobile phone is actually yours? Huang Wenxiang exclaimed, astonished. Li Mu silently nodded. At that moment, Huang Wenxiang felt that the project Li Mu mentioned regarding domestic chip production might indeed be feasible. To be honest, do you have any other projects or businesses? Huang Wenxiang inquired. All right, Brother Huang, please don't tease me, Li Mu replied with a wry smile. Haha. Well, you seem troubled, Huang Wenxiang chuckled. I have already devised a solution for you. What solution? Li Mu instantly perked up. Reach out to Wu Yukai, share your situation with him, and ask him to connect you with Zhao Dahu, Huang Wenxiang suggested. Although Zhao Dahu and Sun Xiaobo do not have much interaction, Zhao's reputation in the county far surpasses that of Sunday. While Sun Xiaobo might disregard others, he will certainly show respect to Zhao Dahu. Li Mu nodded in agreement, saying, All right, I will contact Wu Gu and see how to proceed with this matter. Huang Wenxiang patted Li Mu on the shoulder, smiling as he said, Don't worry. I trust you will handle it well. Li Mu smiled back in acknowledgement. We haven't finished discussing the matter I needed to consult you about this morning, Huang Wenxiang remarked. Not finished. What else is there? Chapter 61. First encounter with Zhao Dahu. Huang Wenxiang visited Li Mu for two reasons: to seek assistance in enhancing investment attraction efforts and to discuss the upcoming business association meeting. While in Li Mu's office, he pondered the investment attraction strategy. Initially, Huang Wenxiang intended for Li Mu to take his time contemplating, primarily to address the meeting details. However, Li Mu interrupted him. After discussing the domestic chip production issue, Huang Wenxiang was about to elaborate on the meeting when the arrival of Zhang Kai and others interrupted them once more. Regarding the business association meeting tomorrow, Huang Wenxiang continued. I will be attending, and the main agenda will focus on investment attraction, with representatives delivering speeches. I have recommended you as one of the speakers. I have to speak as well, Li Mu exclaimed in surprise. At my age, would anyone listen to me? If you hadn't mentioned that Xiangxiao Mobile was also your company, I would have been somewhat concerned, Huang Wenxiang laughed. However, now that I know Xiangxiao Mobile is yours, I have great confidence in you. Moreover, considering the bold ideas you shared with me this morning, though audacious, they are certainly worth attempting. I will report these to the higher-ups, who I believe will be quite interested. What will be the main content of my speech? Li Mu asked. Just share the ideas you discussed with me this morning, but make sure to be concise and to the point, Huang Wenxiang replied with a smile. You are clever enough to know what the higher-ups wish to hear and what should be said. Li Mu nodded with a smile, fully aware of what those in higher positions desired, a means to achieve political merit. After concluding their discussion, Li Mu and Huang Wenxiang parted ways. Upon returning to the company, Li Mu called Wu Yukai to explain his situation. All right, I will reach out to Zhao Dao. Sun Xiaobo will surely show him respect, Wu Yukai said in a serious tone. Thank you, Wu Gu, I truly appreciate it. Li Mu expressed his gratitude. We are all brothers here. So let us refrain from such formalities, Wu Yukai remarked. I will call Zheng Chao shortly and have him take you to meet Zhao Dahu to discuss the situation. All right, I will await your call, Li Mu replied before hanging up. Just then, a knock sounded at the office door, and Meng Kersen, Su Xiaoqi, and Zheng Kaixin entered. Is it a serious matter? Meng Kersen inquired. Not at all. I have contacted someone. We shall see how things unfold, Li Mu said with an impassive expression. For a moment, silence enveloped the four. By the way, have we received any response from Fat Luo? Li Mu turned to Zheng Kaixian and asked. Teacher Luo has already sent legal notices to those counterfeit brands. Zheng Kaixian replied. We should receive a response by the end of the day or tomorrow at the latest. Li Mu nodded, saying, we must keep a close watch on this matter. It must not interfere with my plans. Understood, Mr. Li, Zheng Kaixian replied earnestly. Do not worry. I will handle this matter well. You may return to your duties, Li Mu assured them. Once Meng Kersen and the others exited the office, Li Mu's phone chimed with a text message from Wu Yukai, advising him to contact Liang Zhengqiao immediately. Li Mu then dialed Liang Zhengqiao's number. Brother Liang, I am afraid we are in a bit of trouble, Li Mu said with a smile. Haha, we are all friends here, always ready to assist one another. Liang Zhengqiao responded. Wu Yukai has already established contact with Zhao Dahu. I am merely the intermediary. We will meet at Jintian Pavilion tonight. And you can discuss matters with Zhao Dahu. There should be no complications. Very well, I understand. I will reserve a private room and reach out to you later. Li Mu replied. Let us proceed with that plan. By 6 o'clock that evening, Li Mu arrived at Jintian Pavilion, secured the private room, and sent Liang Zhengqiao a message with the room number. Half an hour later, the door to the room swung open, and Liang Zhengqiao entered with a jovial, burly man in his 40s, Zhao Dahu. Zhao Dahu was quite renowned in good accounting. Even Li Mu, who had not spent much time there, recognized the name. Li Mu promptly rose and extended his hand to Zhao Dahu. Greetings, Brother Zhao, Li Mu said with a balanced demeanor. Zhao Dahu paused, taken aback, and glanced at Li Mu before turning to Liang Zhengqiao. This young man is quite youthful, isn't he? Indeed, Brother Zhao, Liang Zhengqiao chuckled. Li Mu is only 20. Yet despite his youth, he has established his own company and become a boss through his own capabilities. Remarkable. Truly, youth can breed heroes, Zhao Dahu laughed heartily. You flatter me, Brother Zhao, Li Mu humbly responded. Come, let us sit and converse, Liang Zhengqiao suggested. Yes, indeed, Brother Zhao. Let us take a seat, Li Mu concurred. Thus, Zhao Dahu was ushered to the main seat, and the three took their places. Wu Yukai has informed me about your situation. Zhao Dahua chuckled. You truly possess remarkable talent. At such a young age, you have established your own company and even attracted the attention of someone like Sun Xiaobo. It indeed takes courage and determination. Li Mu replied with a smile. What does courage and determination amount to if, in the end, I still need to trouble Brother Zhao to step in and help resolve matters? Zhao Dahua paused for a moment, then pointed at Li Mu with a grin before turning to Liang Zhengqiao, saying, Your young brother here is truly amusing. I quite like him. He is indeed quite interesting. And he possesses loyalty and a sense of duty. Otherwise, we wouldn't be so inclined to assist Wu Yukai. Liang Zhengqiao chimed in with a laugh. All right. Since you've come to me, I shall lend a hand. Consider it my way of supporting the younger generation, Zhao Dahua responded with a smile. Let me call Sun Xiaobo and invite him over. We can discuss everything face to face. After all, it isn't a significant matter. Then I must thank Brother Zhao. Li Mu said gratefully. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Dahua dialed Sun Xiaobo's number. Xiaobo, what are you up to? Zhao Dahua inquired cheerfully. Huge brother, what could I possibly be doing? Just tending to my little struggling shop, Sun Xiaobo replied with a chuckle. Since you have nothing pressing, come to the private room 206 at Jintian Pavilion. I've set a table for us, Zhao Dahua suggested. Is there something important? Sun Xiaobo asked, puzzled. Must there be a reason to invite you? Zhao Dahua laughed. Not at all. If huge brother is hosting, even if my wife were giving birth, I would still make it over, Sun Xiaobo joked. Good, then hurry up. I'll be waiting for you. Chapter 62. A slap followed by a sweet date. As soon as Sun Xiaobo entered, he spotted Li Mu seated beside Zhao Dahua. Instantly, his brow furrowed, and he halted at the door, not daring to step further. Huge brother, I came here for your sake, Sun Xiaobo said, fixing his gaze on Li Mu with a smirk that was neither warm nor cold. However, if you summon me here due to this young man's issues, I must respectfully decline. With that, Sun Xiaobo turned to leave. Zhao Dahua quickly rose and pulled him back, insistently guiding him to sit beside him at the table. Brother, now that you're here, don't you wish to hear what I have to say? Zhao Dahua asked with a smile. Sun Xiaobo cast a sidelong glance at Li Mu, snorted, and replied, Huge brother, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Very well, I shall be straightforward. Zhao Dahua said with a grin. In truth, I had no intention of involving myself in your matter with this young brother. But it was Wu Dajing who requested my assistance. Upon hearing Zhao Dahua's words, both Li Mu and Sun Xiaobo were taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances at Zhao Dahua. Li Mu had not anticipated that Wu Yukai would directly seek his father's intervention to resolve his conflict with Sun Xiaobo. Sun Xiaobo was equally astonished. He had assumed it was merely Wu Yukai who sought Zhao Dahua's help. Had it been just Wu Yukai, Sun Xiaobo could have easily disregarded Zhao Dahua's standing. However, knowing that Wu Dajing himself had intervened to engage Zhao Dahua, Sun Xiaobo realized he needed to reconsider his position. More than a decade ago, Tianta Group was the largest company in Guda County, and over the years, its influence had only grown stronger. Even though the Tianta Group departed from Guda County over a decade ago, the three foremost figures in Guda County remained steadfastly loyal to Wu Dajin. Sun Xiaobo cast a glance at Li Mu, initially believing that Li Mu and Wu Yukai merely shared a casual friendship. Little did he realize that Wu Yukai had leveraged his father's connections on behalf of this young man named Li Mu. Furthermore, this afternoon, his brother-in-law also made a phone call, and even the former chief aide, Huang Wenxiang, openly expressed his support for Li Mu, declaring him to be a very good friend. What remarkable abilities does Li Mu possess that compel Wu Yukai and Huang Wenxiang to stand up for him? As you know, many years ago, when Wu Dajin was still in Guda County, he had shown me kindness. Zhao Dahu continued, saying that for all these years, he had wished to repay that kindness. But a figure of such stature hardly requires my gratitude. After all this time, it was the first instance of Wu Dajin reaching out to me, asking me to assist him, which I consider a way to repay the favor he once bestowed upon me. As he spoke, Zhao Dahu placed a hand on Sun Xiaobo's shoulder and added, "Brother, for the sake of my face and Mr. Wu's, let us not hold this against this young lad." Sun Xiaobo lowered his head and grumbled, "All right, I'll let it slide for Brother Hu and Mr. Wu's sake. But I want to stoop to the level of this child." Li Mu perceived that Sun Xiaobo was clearly dissatisfied. Moreover, had Zhao Dao not invoked Wu Yukai's father, Wu Dajin, it was highly probable that Sun Xiaobo would not have granted Zhao Dahu this concession. Subsequently, Zhao Dahu smiled at Li Mu and remarked, "Brother Li Mu, you ought to express your thoughts as well." Li Mu chuckled, raised his glass, and stood, saying, "Brother Sun, yesterday you claimed that I had severed your source of income, thus causing you great anger. However, my motivation for suing those counterfeit mobile phone brands was due to the infringement upon my interests." Sun Xiaobo scoffed disdainfully, lowering his head as he retorted, "You, a software company, how could those counterfeit phones have harmed your interests? Brother Sun, do you know which brand those counterfeit phones imitated?" Li Mu inquired. "I run a mobile phone store. Of course I know," Sun Xiaobo replied curtly. "But you claim those counterfeit phones have infringed upon your interests. What interests could they have affected? You have no ties to Qiangxia phones, because the design of Qiangxia phones is my creation. Tell me, do I not have a connection to Qiangxia phones? Have those counterfeit phones not infringed upon my interests?" Li Mu replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing Li Mu's words, both Sun Xiaobo and Liang Zhengqiao looked at him with incredulity. Perhaps Zhao Dahu was not attuned to the mobile phone sector, but Sun Xiaobo owned a phone store, and Liang Zhengqiao had a keen interest in phones. They were well aware of the immense popularity of Qiangxia phone designs. "Are you serious?" Sun Xiaobo exclaimed, eyes wide. "If I have no connection to Qiangxia phones, then how does it concern me if someone imitates their design? Why should I bother warning or even suing those counterfeit phone brands?" Li Mu chuckled. "My goodness, Li Mu, you truly are impressive." Liang Zhengqiao exclaimed excitedly. "I thought you were merely indulging in fanciful dreams of starting a software company, but I never anticipated you would create such a stir in the mobile phone industry." Li Mu smiled faintly, glancing at Sun Xiaobo. "So, Brother Sun, do you believe those counterfeit phones have infringed upon my interests?" Sun Xiaobo responded with a low grunt. Despite his astonishment that the hottest Qiangxia phone design was conceived by Li Mu, he realized that if those counterfeit brands vanished, his own circumstances would not improve either. Li Mu could discern that while Sun Xiaobo acknowledged the infringement on his interests, he was still uncomfortable with the situation, as it involved disrupting someone's livelihood. "Brother Sun, I understand you must feel quite uneasy, as I have undoubtedly obstructed your financial prospects," Li Mu remarked. "However, I can offer you a lucrative opportunity." "Humph, what kind of opportunity could you possibly present?" Sun Xiaobo retorted dismissively. "Brother Sun, if I can establish a software company and design such a successful phone, it certainly indicates my capabilities," Liang Zhengqiao interjected. Upon hearing Liang Zhengqiao's words, Sun Xiaobo looked up at Li Mu. Although this young man was indeed youthful, one had to admit he possessed remarkable talent. All right, do share this opportunity with me. I am curious to know what you have in mind, Sun Xiaobo said. I propose that you become the general agent for Qiangxiao phones in the entire Yin province. Would that qualify as a lucrative opportunity? Li Mu suggested with a smile. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaobo's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you serious? In business, there are no empty words. Chapter 63. Words that startle the unprepared, a sweet reward follows a harsh slap. While Li Mu's actions were primarily to safeguard his own interests, they undeniably impacted Sun Xiaobo's as well. Moreover, today, Li Mu had brought Zhao Dao, who introduced Wu Dezhen, forcefully suppressing Sun Xiaobo's dissatisfaction and rage, which only added to Sun Xiaobo's discomfort. It was possible that if Sun Xiaobo could not overcome this internal conflict, he might create obstacles for Li Mu in the future. Therefore, Li Mu needed to offer some benefits to alleviate Sun Xiaobo's discontent. When the Qiangxiao phone is launched, I want you to be the general agent for Qiangxiao phones in Yin province. Li Mu smiled, questioning whether this would be considered a profitable opportunity. Sun Xiaobo was utterly astounded by Li Mu's words. After running a mobile phone store for over a decade, he had the acumen to discern which phones would be successful. He was confident that the Qiangxiao phone would achieve remarkable sales. Furthermore, he was not the only one who could foresee this. Many would be eager to secure the agency for Qiangxiao phones. Now, with Li Mu directly promising him the agency for Yin province, this undoubtedly represented a lucrative opportunity, leaving Sun Xiaobo utterly shocked. Is this really true? Sun Xiaobo exclaimed with excitement. In business, there are no empty words, Li Mu asserted earnestly. Suddenly, Sun Xiaobo stood up, circumnavigating Zhao Dahu to approach Li Mu, seizing his hand with fervor. Brother, words alone are insufficient, Sun Xiaobo declared. Let us finalize the contract tomorrow, Li Mu replied. Excellent. Sun Xiaobo returned to his seat, raising his glass before approaching Li Mu once more to clink their cups together. Brother Li Mu, I toast to you. With that, Sun Xiaobo downed the contents of his glass in one go. Li Mu, equally spirited, followed suit, draining his own cup. Thus, the enmity between Li Mu and Sun Xiaobo reached a satisfying conclusion. Haha, precisely. Zhao Dahe laughed heartily. It was never a significant matter. Brother Xiaobo has forgiven young brother Li Mu, and in turn, Li Mu has pointed Xiaobo towards a path of prosperity. This is truly commendable. Come, let us all raise a glass together. The four of them then joyously indulged in food and drink. The following morning at 9 o'clock, Li Mu arrived punctually at the third-floor lobby of the Jintian Pavilion Hotel. Upon his arrival, he spotted Huang Wenxiang busily greeting various entrepreneurs from Guda County. Huang Wenxiang, noticing Li Mu, acknowledged those around him before hastily making his way to Li Mu. I was genuinely concerned you might not show, Huang Wenxiang remarked with a smile. I promised brother Huang I would come. How could I not? Li Mu responded with a grin. I was worried you might falter, after all, at your age. Few have encountered such a scene, Huang Wenxiang continued. Moreover, having to speak on stage before such a crowd, I truly feared you might shy away. Not at all, Li Mu assured him. Come, let me introduce you to my boss, Huang Wenxiang offered. Li Mu understood that Huang Wenxiang was referring to the prominent figure of Guda County. Before long, Li Mu followed Huang Wenxiang to a position beside the podium, where a middle-aged man in his 40s, impeccably dressed in a white shirt and wearing glasses, sat with an air of refinement. This is my boss, Mr. Dai Wenhua, Huang Wenxiang introduced. Boss, this is the young and accomplished entrepreneur from Guda County I mentioned. Li Mu. Dai Wenhua rose with a smile, extending his hand, which Li Mu eagerly accepted. Haha, Wenxiang has spoken highly of you, noting your youth and capability. Dai Wenhua said with a warm smile. Now that I finally meet you, you truly are young and remarkably talented. Not only have you established a software company, but you've also invested in a mobile phone enterprise. Truly impressive. Thank you for the kind words, Boss Dai. Li Mu responded with humility. Dai Wenhua nodded in satisfaction, noting how rare it was to find someone so young, yet so composed and capable. All right, go on and attend to your matters. I am eagerly anticipating your speech. Dai Wenhua encouraged. I shall not disappoint you, Boss Dai, Li Mu assured him. Subsequently, Li Mu and Huang Wenxiang took their leave. Not far from their departure, they encountered Liang Jingchao approaching them. Liang Jingchao's presence here was no surprise to Li Mu, whether it was his own company or his family's enterprise. He was indeed qualified to be in attendance. Li Mu, you truly are remarkable, managing to converse with Boss Dai, Liang Jingchao remarked, giving a thumbs up. Haha, I owe it all to brother Huang's introduction, Li Mu replied with a smile. All right, you two carry on. I have other matters to attend to, Huang Wenxiang interjected. Go ahead, busy yourself. Both Li Mu and Liang Zhengqiao responded understandingly. Subsequently, Li Mu and Liang Zhengqiao found a place to sit together. At 9:30, the business association officially commenced. Huang Wenxiang took the stage first to deliver a brief opening statement, followed by Dai Wenhua's speech. Li Mu quickly grasped that the main purpose of this gathering was to pool ideas or share commendable projects. After Dai Wenhua concluded, it was time for the representatives of the entrepreneurs to speak. Good County was not large, and those attending this business gathering were all formidable enterprises and companies within the county. Furthermore, there was a certain familiarity amongst the attendees. However, Li Mu, at merely 20 years of age, was scarcely known to the prominent figures present. Naturally, he recognized few of them as well. When it came time for Li Mu to address the audience, whispers rippled through the crowd. What is this young fellow doing here? Why is he speaking as a representative? Who is he? He seems to be about the same age as my son. So young. I can't fathom why Boss Dai would allow such a fledgling to speak publicly. Li Mu stood confidently on stage, smiling as he surveyed the audience. I know that upon seeing me, you must be wondering who this young man is and why he has the audacity to represent you. He began, his voice clear through the microphone, reaching every ear in attendance. Instantly, the hall fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. However, I must assert that none of you esteemed entrepreneurs possess greater qualifications to stand here and speak than I do. Chapter 64. The meat delivered to one's lips, his words were nothing short of shocking. A ripple of astonishment swept through the hall. You haven't even matured. What gives you the audacity to utter such grandiose statements? What are you anyway? Just leave. The crowd erupted into chaos, akin to a marketplace in disarray. Dai Wenhua, beside them, cast a bewildered glance at Li Mu before turning to Huang Wenxiang. The first impression you gave me of this young man was quite positive. How is it that he takes the stage with such audacity? Huang Wenxiang's face flushed crimson, momentarily at a loss for words to defend Li Mu. Li Mu, what are you attempting to achieve? First, Li Mu continued, and the hall fell silent once more. Let us see what qualifications this young lad possesses to make such bold claims. Our company, Zongheng Sihai, is developing a social application that aims to rival Penguin Chat, set to launch before the year's end. In the future, our social software will undoubtedly surpass Penguin Chat and emerge as the leading social platform in Xia country. Of course, this assertion requires time to be substantiated. At this juncture, Li Mu paused, perceiving disdain, contempt, and mockery in the gazes of the audience. Secondly, the company we have invested in, Xiangxia Technology, has been established for less than a month. Nonetheless, Xiangxia Technology has achieved remarkable success, having been listed on the growth enterprise market on October 30th, and subsequently experiencing 5 consecutive days of trading limits. Currently, the market capitalization of Xiangxia Technology has soared to an astonishing 100 billion. Indeed, their market value has reached 100 billion. Instantly, a wave of astonishment rippled through the hall. To go public in under a month, and for their subsidiary company to attain a valuation of 100 billion? Surely this is mere boastfulness. Upon verification, I discovered that Xiangxia Technology indeed holds a market value of 100 billion, with Zongheng Sihai as its largest shareholder. My word, how young is he to have achieved such feats? He is truly a prodigy. Observing the crowd's reaction, Li Mu raised his hand to quiet them, signaling for silence. Now, do you still think I am unworthy of standing here to speak? He inquired, his tone calm. The hall fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Now, allow me to present my project, the Xiaxing Plan. Li Mu proceeded to elaborate on the intricacies of chip technology and the potential future developments. This is a project that will yield immediate benefits and long-term advantages, Li Mu proclaimed passionately. If successful, this initiative will catalyze rapid development in our entire Good County, surpassing 95% of the counties in Xia country. It will also create tens of thousands, if not over 100,000 job opportunities for our county. Good County will rise to become the most renowned county in the nation, ranking among the top 10 strongest counties. Li Mu's fervent declaration rendered the hall even quieter. Suddenly, someone stood up to applaud. It was Dai Wenhua. Following suit, the attendees rose in unison, fervently applauding for a full 5 minutes. Once the applause subsided, Dai Wenhua delivered a concluding statement, expressing his support for Li Mu's Xiaxing Plan and commending him. After the gathering, Dai Wenhua retained Li Mu and Huang Wenxiang for further discussion. Your opening remarks truly astonished me. Dai Wenhua remarked with a smile. I had no choice. Had I begun with the project itself, few would have listened, Li Mu responded with an awkward smile. Indeed, quite impressive, thoughtful, bold, and resolute. Dai Wenhua nodded in agreement. I have great faith in your project. Please present a detailed plan for discussion with Wenxiang. I will extend my assistance to the best of my abilities, within my capacity. Thank you, Li Mu replied, exhilarated. The Xiaoxin project encompasses a multitude of intricate elements. With Dai Wenhua's affirmation, Li Mu felt a renewed sense of confidence in successfully advancing the Xiaoxin initiative. Subsequently, Dai Wenhua departed. Li Mu and Huang Wenxiang engaged in a brief discussion before returning to the company. Upon arriving at the office, Zheng Kaixian approached Li Mu with a grave expression. Mr. Li, I bear unfortunate news. What is it? Li Mu inquired. Yesterday, General Manager Luo sent a cease and desist letter to those counterfeit mobile phone manufacturers, Zheng Kaixian reported. All the companies, except for one called Daxia, have agreed to halt the production and sale of phones that mimic our design. Daxia? What is the story with this company? Are they not afraid of being sued? Li Mu questioned. The company behind Daxia is called Daxin Technology, Zheng Kaixian explained. Originally, Daxin Technology aimed to go public on the growth enterprise market, but the formidable rise of Changsha Technology thwarted its ambitions. Li Mu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a convoluted backstory. What have they stated? He asked. Daxin Technology has taken a resolute stance. It is rumored that they have engaged the legal team of Penguin at great expense and are prepared for litigation, Zheng Kaixian replied. Penguin's legal team? Upon hearing this, Li Mu immediately thought of the renowned reputation of Penguin's legal counsel, which had achieved an impressive record of 29 consecutive litigation victories in 2013, earning the title of the strongest legal team in the internet industry. Since then, Penguin had only grown bolder, securing over $30 million in compensation solely through their legal advocacy in 2015. Consequently, Penguin's legal team had become a subject of jest online, dubbed Nanshan Pizza Hut. Regardless of whether Daxin Technology had indeed contracted the Nanshan Pizza Hut team, it was evident that they would resist any attempts by Changsha Technology to litigate against them. After all, Changsha Technology was thriving, while Daxin Technology lacked comparable notoriety. A lawsuit would merely elevate Daxin's profile, essentially dressing them in finery at Changsha's expense. This course of action was untenable. The other counterfeit brands were small enterprises, lacking the stature of Daxin Technology, and thus had no inclination to confront the illustrious Changsha Technology. What exactly does Daxin Technology do? Li Mu inquired. Chip design, Zheng Kaixian responded. Chip design. At once, Li Mu perked up. I was just contemplating the creation of entirely domestically produced chips, and now Daxin Technology emerges. This is a fortuitous opportunity. What is Daxin Technology's valuation? Li Mu further probed. Approximately 10 billion, similar to Changsha Technology, Zheng Kaixian answered. Let us not concern ourselves with them for now. Once Daxin Technology goes public, we shall devise a strategy to lower their stock price, allowing our company to acquire them, Li Mu declared with authority. Mr. Li, this company is valued at 10 billion. Lowering their stock price will require considerable financial resources, Zheng Kaixian remarked, visibly troubled. There's no need for haste. We will soon have the funds at our disposal, Li Mu asserted confidently. Zheng Kaixian could not fathom the source of Li Mu's confidence in pursuing the acquisition of a company valued at 10 billion. However, Li Mu possessed his own assurance, for should the Xiaoxin project he proposed at the Good Up Business Conference come to fruition, he would instantly find himself wealthy. Very well. You may attend to your matters, Li Mu remarked. Acknowledging him with a nod, Zheng Kaixian turned and exited the office. Subsequently, Li Mu opened his computer and began drafting the proposal for the Xiaoxin project. He had already commenced this endeavor upon discussing it with Huang Wenxiang. Recognizing the project's vast scope and extensive implications, suddenly, his phone rang, displaying the name Shi Hongyi. What could he want? Li Mu hesitated briefly before answering the call. Li Mu, do you have a moment? Come to my storefront, Shi Hongyi stated directly. Is there something specific you need? Li Mu inquired. Let's discuss it when you arrive. Shi Hongyi replied. After a moment's hesitation, Li Mu agreed. All right, I will be there shortly. I'll be waiting for you at the storefront. Shi Hongyi confirmed before ending the call. Li Mu felt increasingly perplexed about why Shi Hongyi wanted him to visit. Nevertheless, he decided to proceed without overthinking it. Tidying up his proposal before closing his laptop and heading directly to Shi Hongyi's establishment, Shi Hongyi's storefront was a tobacco and alcohol shop, well stocked with a range of products from low to high end, making it one of the more prominent establishments in Guda County. To Li Mu's surprise, Shi Shanmei was also present at the shop. What brings me here? Li Mu asked directly. It concerns your situation with Sun Xiaobo, Shi Hongyi responded. As I mentioned before, Sun Xiaobo has significant connections and should not be trifled with. I assume you have come to understand this over the past few days? Li Mu nodded, uncertain as to why Shi Hongyi was sharing this with him. You previously offered me assistance. Now I wish to return the favor, Shi Hongyi stated. Thank you. But there is no need. I can handle it myself, Li Mu replied. Li Mu had not anticipated that Shi Hongyi had summoned him to address the issue between himself and Sun Xiaobo. Handle it yourself? What arrogance! Shi Shanmei scoffed, her disdain evident. Sun Xiaobo is one of the leading figures in Guda County, even someone of Zhaoda whose stature is hardly acknowledged by him. You, a worthless fool, claim you can manage it? Truly shameless. Instantly, Li Mu furrowed his brow. He could tolerate Shi Shanmei's biting sarcasm, but her previous comments regarding her father, Shi Guoxing's illness, had left a deep impression, filling him with contempt for her. Now, with her derisive remarks resurfacing, Li Mu felt a surge of irritation. Even if I cannot resolve it, what makes you think you can? Li Mu retorted. Li Mu, your predicament with Sun Xiaobo may indeed require Shanmei's intervention, Shi Hongyi asserted. Her intervention? How could she possibly assist? Li Mu scoffed dismissively. Sun Xiaobo is the second uncle of Shanmei's family, though not a blood relative. He is the second uncle of Shanmei's husband, Yi. Shi Hongyi explained that they are all related, and if Shanmei's husband were to intercede, the matter could be resolved with ease. Li Mu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Shanmei's in-laws had such a connection to Sun Xiaobo. Meanwhile, Shanmei wore a smug expression and declared, Li Mu, as long as you plead with me, I will ask my husband to approach Sun Xiaobo to help resolve your issues with him. Thank you, but that's unnecessary. I've already taken care of it. Li Mu replied coolly. Li Mu, if you maintain such an attitude, I shall instruct my husband to confront Sun Xiaobo and ensure he teaches you a lesson. Shanmei retorted angrily. Very well, I shall see whether Sun Xiaobo will heed your husband's request. Li Mu scoffed. Just wait. With that, Shanmei took out her phone and called her husband, instructing him to inform Sun Xiaobo to discipline Li Mu properly. After hanging up, she contemptuously remarked, Li Mu, prepare for your downfall. There's no need for such trouble. I can call Sun Xiaobo myself, and you can explain it to him in person. Li Mu said with a smile. He then retrieved his phone and dialed Sun Xiaobo's number. What are you pretending for? Do you really think you can summon Sun Xiaobo? If a mere phone call could bring him here, I would crawl out of here. Shanmei mocked. Remember your words. Li Mu chuckled. Just as Shanmei was about to retort, Li Mu's call connected. Brother Sun, it's Li Mu, he said. Indeed, we have a remarkable connection. I was just about to call you regarding the contract, Sun Xiaobo replied with a laugh. Great. Why don't you come to Hongyi's tobacco shop? I'll be waiting for you here, Li Mu suggested. Sure, I'll be there shortly, Sun Xiaobo responded readily. Although Sun Xiaobo was puzzled as to why Li Mu had arranged to meet him at Shi Hongyi's place, he chose not to inquire further. You're quite the actor. Let's see how you'll manage if Sun Xiaobo doesn't arrive, Shanmei sneered. Shi Hongyi approached Li Mu and inquired, Li Mu, what are you doing? This was supposed to be a straightforward matter. Why complicate it? Everything will be simple once Sun Xiaobo arrives, Li Mu stated nonchalantly. Shi Hongyi sighed. He had intended to assist Li Mu in resolving this issue, thereby clearing any debts. However, he was unaware of the underlying tensions between Li Mu and Shanmei. Now, with Li Mu at odds with Shanmei, compounded by his conflict with Sun Xiaobo, the situation promised to grow more complicated once Sun Xiaobo arrived, especially with Shanmei fanning the flames. In less than 10 minutes, Sun Xiaobo arrived at Shi Hongyi's tobacco shop. Upon seeing him, both Shanmei and Shi Hongyi were astonished. How could this be possible? Chapter 66. Learning from the blue-green giants. Upon seeing Sun Xiaobo, both Shi Hongyi and Shi Shanmei wore expressions of utter astonishment. It was indeed unfathomable that Li Mu had managed to summon Sun Xiaobo with just a single phone call. Particularly for Shi Shanmei, her shock was unparalleled. Hadn't her brother claimed that there was animosity between Li Mu and Sun Xiaobo? How could he have achieved this feat with merely a phone call? Uncle. Shi Shanmei awkwardly addressed Sun Xiaobo. He glanced at her and replied, You're here as well. Yes, she affirmed. But uncle, weren't you planning to confront Li Mu? How could he have called you here so effortlessly? That was in the past. My brother Li Mu has shown me a lucrative path. And we are now excellent partners, Sun Xiaobo laughed heartily. His words left Shi Shanmei and Shi Hongyi even more astonished. It seemed that Li Mu had indeed resolved the conflict with Sun Xiaobo. Furthermore, the way Sun Xiaobo referred to Li Mu as brother indicated a close relationship that raised many questions. Brother Sun, what exactly is the nature of your relationship with Li Mu? Shi Hongyi inquired, puzzled. Haha, that is a tale for another time. For now, I must discuss our collaboration with brother Li Mu, Sun Xiaobo replied with a smile. Brother Sun, don't rush just yet, Li Mu interjected with a grin. Sun Xiaobo paused, taken aback, yet he refrained from commenting. Li Mu turned his attention to Shi Shanmei, his face adorned with a smile. Shi Shanmei, do you recall what you said earlier? In an instant, Shi Shanmei's face grew even more uncomfortable. Biting her lip, she shot Li Mu a fierce glare but said nothing, turning to leave. Stop! Li Mu called out. She halted abruptly, casting a cold look at him. What do you want now? You mentioned that as long as I brought brother Sun here, you would crawl out of this place. Surely, you haven't forgotten? Li Mu retorted with a smirk. You. Shi Shanmei was at a loss for words. Of course. She remembered her prior statement, but how could she possibly crawl out of here? What on earth is happening? Sun Xiaobo queried, bewildered. Li Mu then recounted Shi Shanmei's earlier words verbatim to Sun Xiaobo. Shi Shanmei, you have gone too far, Sun Xiaobo said with a stern expression. Though my brother Li Mu has divorced your sister, there is no need for such actions. Uncle enough. Just leave. Shi Shanmei bit her lip, tears brimming in her eyes, casting a resentful glare at Li Mu before turning to depart. Brother Li Mu, do not hold it against her, Sun Xiaobo said apologetically. This, in essence, served as an apology on behalf of Shi Shanmei. He feared that Li Mu might reject their collaboration due to the incident involving his niece. It's all right, Brother Sunday. Come, let us discuss matters at my place, Li Mu replied with a smile. Sun Xiaobo nodded in agreement and departed the convenience store. Brother Hongyi, thank you for your kindness, you owe me nothing now. We are even, Li Mu stated. Shi Hongyi opened his mouth, wishing to say something further. But Li Mu had already exited the establishment. Li Mu had arrived on a motorcycle, while Sun Xiaobo drove a BMW 3 Series. Upon witnessing Li Mu mount his motorcycle, Sun Xiaobo expressed his astonishment. Li Mu, with your esteemed company, why are you riding this? Shouldn't you be driving a Mercedes or a BMW to match your stature? Sun Xiaobo remarked. I would love to have one, but I lack a license, Li Mu replied, his expression tinged with embarrassment. Just take the test, it's that simple. Sun Xiaobo chuckled. I need to find the time for that, Li Mu responded. Sun Xiaobo shrugged and said, well, I'll be on my way. Li Mu acknowledged with a sound and revved the motorcycle, speeding off. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the office, just as Sun Xiaobo was arriving at the building. The two of them shared light-hearted banter as they ascended the stairs to the office. In Li Mu's office, he presented his agency proposal to Sun Xiaobo, who took it and began to peruse it intently. As he continued reading, Sun Xiaobo's frown deepened, while Li Mu busied himself with his own summer project proposal, seemingly oblivious to Sun Xiaobo's changing demeanor. Suddenly, Sun Xiaobo slammed the agency proposal onto the table, exclaiming in anger, Li Mu, I genuinely thought you were pointing me toward a path to wealth, but it turns out you are leading me astray. Brother Sun, what is the matter? Did you not comprehend it? Li Mu inquired. I may not have a high degree, but I understand every word you wrote. Sun Xiaobo retorted, glaring at Li Mu with frustration. You expect me to establish exclusive stores throughout the province, from towns to Shirshir? How much would that cost? This is not a path to prosperity. It is clearly a trap. In truth, Li Mu's proposal was rather straightforward. Essentially, he was suggesting that Sun Xiaobo open a strong summer mobile phone store in every township across Yin province. In each county, 3 to 5 stores should be established. In each district of the prefecture-level cities, 6 to 10 stores. And in the provincial capital, Shirshir, at least 10 stores in each district. Li Mu was essentially emulating the expansive offline channel strategy of the blue and green companies. In the future, the online scarcity marketing of rice would prove highly successful. Yet the blue and green companies' avoidance of online channels in favor of a comprehensive offline approach would also yield remarkable success. Brother Sun, it seems you have misunderstood, Li Mu said with a smile. Misunderstood? Pray tell, where have I erred? Sun Xiaobo replied peevishly. I am not suggesting that you personally build the stores. Rather, I am granting you the authority to allow others to franchise. Sun Xiaobo paused momentarily, then quickly picked up the document again, asking, is that what you meant? How did I miss that? He perused the document once more. After finishing, he sheepishly admitted, Sorry brother, it was my misunderstanding. Not a problem. Limu responded with a smile. If brother Sun has no objections to this plan, I will have someone bring in the contract, and we can sign it right away. Very well, I have no objections, Sun Xiaobo agreed. Limu then dialed the intercom to summon Zheng Kaixian. Mr. Li, this contract should be signed by Mr. Luo of Changsha Technology, not by us, Zheng Kaixian reminded. Limu was momentarily taken aback, but soon recalled that Sun Xiaobo's authorization pertained to a collaboration with Changsha Technology, rather than with Zongheng Sihai. The parties involved in the contract should indeed be Changsha Technology and Sun Xiaobo. Surely, it wouldn't be impossible to finalize the agreement. Would it? Chapter 67. Shi Shopping proposes remarriage. Having discovered such a lucrative channel, Sun Xiaobo was naturally cautious, fearing that Li Mu might not grant him the general agency for Yin Province. Rest assured, my brother's son, the general agency for Yin Province is undoubtedly yours. Li Mu contemplated before responding. I will communicate with Changsha Technology, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, you should be able to travel to Kyoto tomorrow to sign a contract with them. Excellent, Sun Xiaobo exclaimed. Li Mu, I have complete faith in you. Please don't let me down. Not a chance, Li Mu chuckled. Subsequently, Li Mu personally escorted Sun Xiaobo out of the company. Upon returning to his office, Li Mu contemplated for a moment before preparing a document regarding Changsha's mobile phone sales model. He emailed it to Luo Yonghao and subsequently called him to explain. You are truly remarkable. With both online and offline channels fully operational, I am confident we can eventually acquire Pinghua. Luo Yonghao expressed with enthusiasm. Haha. We hadn't discussed the sales model previously, and I was concerned that my sudden proposal might displease you, Li Mu remarked with a smile. Why would it? Ideas that benefit the company's development can only bring joy, Luo Yonghao replied. Then let us proceed as I outlined in my email, Li Mu stated. Agreed. We shall follow your lead, Luo Yonghao concurred. This will undoubtedly generate buzz for Changsha Technology, likely causing the stock price to rise once more. Li Mu smiled and said, I will instruct Sun Xiaobo to visit Kyoto tomorrow and provide him with some favorable terms. What are the specific criteria? Luo Yonghao inquired. Just handle it as you see fit, Li Mu replied. Understood. After ending the call, Li Mu directly contacted Sun Xiaobo, instructing him to travel to Kyoto the following day to finalize the contract with Luo Yonghao. Sun Xiaobo made the trip to Kyoto and successfully signed the general agency contract for Yin Province with Changsha Technology. Upon his return, he treated Li Mu to a meal, further solidifying their relationship. Just 3 days after Sun Xiaobo obtained the agency for Changsha's mobile phones in Yin Province, Changsha Technology announced a public recruitment for provincial general agents for their mobile phones. In an instant, mobile sales companies from various provinces flocked to Kyoto, clearly optimistic about the future development of Changsha's mobile phones. On the same day, Changsha Technology's stock reached its limit again, thrilling the investors who had purchased shares. Li Mu had been engrossed in the summer chip project proposal and only learned of the stock surge when Luo Yonghao called to share the good news. By the way, I have been quite busy lately. What has Mijole been up to? Li Mu casually inquired. He hasn't been in the office for the past couple of days. I heard he's over at Jean Sen's place, Luo Yonghao responded. Last time, you advised me to keep an eye on Mijole. Are you concerned he might engage in some questionable activities? Luo Yonghao is not a fool. Li Mu had already offered a word of caution once before. And now he inquired again about Mijole, clearly expressing his unease regarding this individual. We must remain vigilant. I fear he may pose a threat to us in the future, Li Mu remarked. Understood. I will keep a close watch on him, Luo Yonghao replied. After hanging up, Li Mu resumed his efforts on the project proposal for the summer initiative. It was once again the day for Shi Shanping's medical examination. Li Mu hailed a car and picked her up, heading directly to Tiansu City. Throughout the journey, Shi Shanping frequently turned her head to gaze out the window, her demeanor reflecting a certain melancholy. What troubles you? Li Mu could not restrain himself from asking. Shi Shanping sighed softly, remaining silent and lowering her gaze. If you have something on your mind, feel free to share it with me, Li Mu offered. Though we are divorced, you are still the mother of our child, and I will certainly assist you if I can. Shi Shanping cast a glance at Li Mu, seemingly hesitant to speak. Please, just say whatever it is, he encouraged. With a piercing look, Shi Shanping responded, Li Mu, let us remarry. Remarry? Li Mu was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Surely, you jest? At that instant, Shi Shanping lowered her head, fiddling with her fingers, lost in thought. Although Shirshamping had not initially intended to marry Li Mu, she had found joy during their time together and recognized his sense of responsibility. During their separation, especially upon learning of her pregnancy, she had contemplated the possibility of reconciliation. However, she was acutely aware of how her family had treated Li Mu, making the prospect of remarrying seem daunting. Most significantly, during Guoxing's recent hospitalization, Li Mu's unwavering support had deeply touched her, intensifying her desire to rekindle their relationship. Upon arriving in Tianxiu City, Li Mu accompanied Shirshamping for her examination, attentively caring for her needs. If not for the divorce certificate, Shirshamping might have momentarily felt as if they were still together. After the examination, Li Mu escorted her to her doorstep, and twilight was beginning to envelop the sky. Just as they exited the vehicle, Ho Lingyue emerged from the courtyard. Upon seeing Li Mu, she was momentarily stunned. Hadn't Sister Shamping divorced him? How were they together again? Ho Lingyue had just arrived at Shirshamping's home and had not even entered when she heard the car stop outside, prompting her to come out, only to unexpectedly find Li Mu and Shirshamping together. "What are you two doing together?" Ho Lingyue queried, her tone somewhat sharp. Originally, she intended to address him formally as Mr. Li, but realizing they were no longer in a professional setting, she opted for a more casual address. "Why can't we be together?" Li Mu retorted, equally irritated. Ho Lingyue rolled her eyes and stepped closer to Shirshamping, linking her arm with hers. "Sister Shamping, weren't you two divorced? How have you ended up together again?" she whispered. "He accompanied me for my prenatal checkup," Shirshamping remarked. "Prenatal checkup?" Ho Lingyue was momentarily taken aback before quickly realizing the implication. "You're pregnant? When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me? You don't look like you're expecting it all." Shirshamping rolled her eyes in exasperation, while internally bewildered. Previously, Lingyue would always tease Li Mu upon seeing him. Yet this time, when Li Mu had made a remark, Lingyue offered no retort. What was going on between them? Chapter 68. The sudden visit of rice porridge. Though Shirshamping was puzzled as to why Ho Lingyue refrained from teasing Li Mu this time, she chose not to dwell on it. "Let us eat before you leave," Shirshamping said to Li Mu, her tone imbued with tenderness. "No, I've been quite busy lately. I should head back now," Li Mu replied. With that, he hailed a taxi and departed. Watching the taxi drive away, Shirshamping's expression was filled with disappointment. "Sister Shamping, what on earth is happening?" Ho Lingyue inquired with curiosity. "You're pregnant, yet he still wants a divorce? Isn't he a scoundrel?" "Enough, let us not discuss it further," Shirshamping interjected. At that moment, Zhang Longjin's voice echoed, calling for Shirshamping and Ho Lingyue to come for dinner. After a period of recuperation, Guoxing had made significant progress in his recovery. At the dining table, Ho Lingyue broached the subject of Li Mu starting a company once more. However, the Shi family remained skeptical of her claims, for they knew Li Mu too well. They would sooner believe he had won the lottery than entertain the notion of him running a business. In their view, the odds of Li Mu winning the lottery seemed far more plausible than him establishing a company. Faced with their disbelief, Ho Lingyue felt compelled to drop the topic. After dinner, Shirshamping and Ho Lingyue retired to the adjacent new house to rest. Lying on the bed, Ho Lingyue gently caressed Shirshamping's slightly protruding belly and smiled. "Sister Shamping, how many months along are you? Why is it so small?" "It's been a little over 4 months, Shirshamping replied with a smile. "This is my first pregnancy, so I'm not entirely certain. However, my mother mentioned that usually, it becomes apparent around 5 to 6 months. You're pregnant, and that scoundrel Li Mu still wants a divorce. How can he be so heartless?" Ho Lingyue remarked with a pout. "You can't blame him. I didn't even know I was pregnant at the time of the divorce," Shirshamping explained. "So tell me, what really transpired between you two?" Ho Lingyue asked. Consequently, Shirshamping recounted the entire sequence of events leading up to her divorce from Li Mu, including the 8,000 he demanded and the 5,000 he provided when her father was hospitalized. "Sister Shamping, have you never considered that Li Mu's initial demand of 8,000 followed by 5,000 raises questions about where he obtained such funds?" Ho Lingyue pointed out. "Where else could it come from? He must have borrowed it," Shirshamping replied. The 8,000 was something Shirshamping witnessed Li Mu borrow, and naturally, she assumed the 5,000 was also borrowed by him. "Sister Shamping, have you never pondered that perhaps this money actually belongs to Li Mu himself?" Ho Lingyue suggested. "Are you going to mention Li Mu starting a company again?" Shirshamping yawned, inquiring. "He has indeed established a company," Ho Lingyue asserted with conviction. "Pray tell, how did he go about starting this company, and what kind of enterprise is it?" Shopping pressed. Subsequently, Ho Lingyue became animated, recounting her interview experience at Zhongheng Sihai Company, detailing everything from that moment until the present. Sister Shopping, if I were to deceive you, would I be able to articulate it so vividly? Ho Lingyue questioned. The response from Shopping, however, was merely the soft sounds of her slumber. Realizing that Shopping had fallen asleep, Ho Lingyue felt a surge of frustration and contemplated waking her, but restrained herself, considering Shopping's pregnancy. Instead, she pulled the blanket over herself and drifted off to sleep. Li Mu was in his office, engrossed in drafting the project proposal for the Xiaxin initiative. Meng Kersen knocked lightly on the door and, without awaiting his invitation, entered. What have you been busy with lately? You haven't stepped out of the office all day. Meng Kersen inquired with curiosity. A major project, Li Mu stretched and replied with a smile. A major project? Do you even remember what day it is today? Meng Kersen retorted, pursing her lips. Li Mu grabbed his phone, glanced at it, and chuckled. It's December 26th. What's the matter? What do you mean, what's the matter? Don't you realize that New Year's Day is just around the corner? Meng Kersen replied, exasperated. New Year's Day? Li Mu was momentarily taken aback, then sheepishly laughed. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have completely forgotten. Meng Kersen rolled her eyes and said, with New Year's Day approaching, what gifts should we prepare for the employees? Well, 2 stipulations. They shouldn't be too extravagant, yet not too meager either, Li Mu responded. Meng Kersen shook her head in resignation, commenting, you truly are a hands-off manager. Hey, it's only because you, Sister Kersen, are so capable. The competent must bear the greater burden, Li Mu chuckled. Our company's employees are manageable. But what about the technicians from Kyoto? Meng Kersen asked. Initially, meager invested in Xianxia technology, not only providing capital, but also contributing technology as equity. Those technicians are considered employees of Xianxia Technology, now temporarily assigned to Zhongheng Sihai Company under Li Mu's arrangement, with their salaries still disbursed by Xianxia Technology. With New Year's Day approaching, logically, the gifts should also be issued by Xianxia Technology. However, if Zhongheng Sihai distributes gifts, the technicians from Kyoto might feel a sense of imbalance, potentially harboring resentment in their work. It must be said that Meng Kersen's considerations were quite thorough. Then, just as we do for our employees, let's ensure they receive identical gifts, Li Mu suggested. Meng Kersen nodded in agreement, stating, that's exactly my intention. In that case, I will make the necessary arrangements. Li Mu acknowledged her with a nod. At that moment, the office door swung open, and an excited Ho Lingyue burst in. Li Mu immediately frowned, expressing his displeasure. Is there no decorum? Mimi Mijole has arrived. Ho Lingyue exclaimed with enthusiasm. As the conversation unfolded, Mijole cheerfully appeared at the office door. Ho Lingyue, a computer science student, found it unsurprising to recognize Mijole, a prominent figure in the industry and a senior. It was merely that Mijole was unaware of her presence. Upon seeing Mijole, Li Mu was momentarily taken aback. What prompted this unexpected visit? Li, am I not welcome? Mijole inquired playfully in his somewhat unrefined Mandarin. Finally regaining his composure, Li Mu stood up promptly and shook Mijole's hand. How could I not welcome you, Mi? It's just that your sudden arrival took me by surprise. As you did not give any prior notice, Li Mu replied with a smile. As they spoke, Li Mu guided Mijole to the sofa, where they both took a seat. Chapter 69. Truly a technological luminary. Mijole's unexpected visit indeed caught Li Mu off guard. He quickly rose to invite Mijole to sit on the sofa. Meng Kersen brought over 2 cups of water, placing them before Li Mu and Mijole. Please enjoy, Mr. Mi, Meng Kersen said with a smile. Thank you, Mijole acknowledged with a nod. Subsequently, Meng Kersen approached the office door, pulling the still astonished Ho Lingyue along as they exited the office. You were quite flustered just now, which reflects poorly on our company's image, Meng Kersen remarked with displeasure. I apologize, Manager Meng. I was overly excited, Ho Lingyue replied, looking downcast. Be more mindful next time. Now, get back to work, Meng Kersen instructed before departing. Ho Lingyue cast a glance towards Li Mu's office, her mind swirling with astonishment. How could Li Mu, of all people, be sitting with the esteemed Mijole? What was the nature of their connection? Suppressing her curiosity, she returned to her front desk position. In the office, Li Mu expressed his regret. Mr. Mi, your sudden arrival caught me off guard, and I had no preparation whatsoever. If there are any shortcomings in my hospitality, I hope you can be forgiving. It was my impulse to visit. It had nothing to do with you. Li, Mijole waved his hand dismissively. That's reassuring, Li Mu responded. Is there a specific reason for your unexpected visit? Not particularly. I merely wish to meet this prodigious young talent. Meager replied with a smile. Li Mu's expression shifted, astonishment crossing his face as he regarded Meager. To design a mobile phone that even Apple holds in high esteem, alongside owning your own software company at your age, such accomplishments are rare, Meager remarked. Since our last discussion on collaboration, I have been eager to reconnect and deepen our acquaintance. Li Mu chuckled softly, sensing that Meager's visit was far more significant than merely a casual meeting. Furthermore, with New Year's approaching, I thought it would be a good opportunity to extend my regards to my employees, Meager added. Li Mu nodded again, smiling. Mr. Me, you truly are considerate. By the way, I noticed I haven't seen your technical department around here, Meager inquired curiously. Our company has seen a significant influx of new personnel and is expanding rapidly, hence I have decided to separate the technical department, explained Li Mu. Will you not show me around? Chuckled Meager. If it had been someone else, Li Mu might have agreed readily. However, given that the request came from Meager, he had to ponder it. Meager is a senior figure, a technical expert whose skills are renowned throughout the Great Xia Kingdom. The technical department is the core of a software company, and allowing such an esteemed individual to tour it could be akin to inviting a wolf into the fold. Of course, Li Mu replied with a smile. With just over 20 days until WeChat's launch, Li Mu was confident that even someone as skilled as Meager would find it implausible to create a similar software in such a short time. Thus, he acquiesced to Meager's request. Meager gave a thumbs up and remarked, General Manager Li, you truly are magnanimous. Subsequently, Li Mu escorted Meager to the adjacent technical department. Li Mu had been preoccupied with the planning of the Xia Xian project and had not visited the technical department for some time, leaving him somewhat out of the loop regarding the progress of WeChat. When Li Mu and Meager entered the technical department, everyone momentarily froze, followed by expressions of shock and excitement. To the programmers who write code, Meager is nothing short of a paragon, a deity in their eyes. Particularly for those who were part of the technical department from its inception, such as Zhao Chongbin and Qin Tao. Their knowledge of Meager had been limited to information found online. They had never encountered the real Meager. Now, seeing him in person, how could they not be elated? The programmers from Kyoto, who had previously worked alongside Meager, were also familiar with him. Their excitement was tinged with astonishment. None had anticipated that their esteemed Mr. Me would appear here. Meager shook hands with everyone in turn and exchanged a few words with the programmers from Kyoto. Of course, he did not inquire about the WeChat project, as that was confidential information. If he had pressed for details, it would have seemed unprofessional. Moreover, Meager was aware that these individuals had signed non-disclosure agreements, and probing into project matters would have put them in a difficult position. Finally, Meager offered some words of encouragement and extended his early New Year wishes before departing the technical department with Li Mu. Are you developing a chat application? Meager inquired. Li Mu was taken aback. Indeed, Meager proved to be a seasoned expert, able to discern the essence of the project with just a cursory glance. Yes, it is an ordinary social application, Li Mu responded. Oh, social applications are quite challenging to develop. In our country, the social software landscape is dominated by the giant penguin. Competing for a share in Penguin's market is no small feat, Meager remarked. Precisely because it is difficult, I am motivated to pursue it. If there were no challenges, it would lack interest, Li Mu replied with a smile. Meager was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded with a smile, expressing his anticipation for Li Mu's success, which would undoubtedly astonish Xinjiang. Li Mu merely offered a faint smile. In the presence of Meager, both the socialite Xinjiang and the e-commerce mobile Hang Zhoma seemed like mere juniors. Years ago, both Xinjiang and Hang Zhoma had sought Meager's investment, only to be turned down. As the rising stars of the internet realm, they had now become formidable figures, making Meager, as a senior, feel somewhat overshadowed, stirring a sense of discontent within him. Otherwise, he would not have launched Rice Mobile at the age of 41 in 2010, fueled by his passion for rice porridge. When Meager made such remarks to Li Mu, there was a hint of bitterness in his tone, but Li Mu simply smiled in response. As noon approached, Li Mu suggested they head to the reserved location. Meager nodded and followed him downstairs. Although Li Mu intended to hail a taxi, Meager opted to unlock his Porsche Cayenne. Haha, Mr. Li, you really ought to consider purchasing a vehicle. Chapter 70. The true purpose of Meager's visit in later years. Mijole became most renowned for his Maybach. However, around 2009, his vehicle of choice was a Porsche Cayenne. Previously, Sun Xiaobo had remarked that Li Mu should buy a car, otherwise, it would not suit his status. Now, with Mijole echoing similar sentiments, Li Mu felt a tinge of awkwardness. It wasn't that Li Mu lacked a driver's license, but rather that he intended to make a significant investment in a vehicle which would require substantial funds. Currently, he felt somewhat hesitant in his endeavors, as his financial resources were limited, leaving him devoid of confidence. Some might argue that with the valuation of Changsha technology reaching billions, Li Mu could not be considered lacking in funds. Yet, he knew that such value was merely on paper, a reflection of shares rather than liquid cash. Ignoring the comments, Li Mu instructed Meng Kersen and the others to take a taxi while he entered Mijole's Cayenne. Accompanying them were a few members of Li Mu's management team and 2 representatives from Kyoto, all dining with Mijole. After the meal, the others dispersed, leaving only Li Mu and Mijole. "Mr. Mi, your visit must surely entail more than just checking in on me and your employees," Li Mu remarked with a smile. "Indeed, nothing escapes your keen perception," Mijole replied, then sighed gently. "In truth, I hold great admiration and respect for your capabilities. Especially upon learning that you are venturing into social software, my respect for you has only deepened." Li Mu remained silent, wearing a smile as he listened intently. Mijole paused momentarily, then looked at Li Mu with a grin. "At merely 20 years of age, you are not only delving into mobile technology, but also software, while aspiring to carve out a share from Shenzhen's success." Mijole remarked, "Your abilities, charisma, and foresight for the future are unparalleled among those I have encountered. You are indeed a prodigy seldom seen in a century. Mi Zong, you are my senior. Please feel free to speak candidly without such flattery," Li Mu replied indifferently. "I have a modest reputation in the industry, and my experiences can be easily found online." Mijole continued, "Figures like Shen Jinting and Hang Zhoma are indeed rising stars. The younger generation. Yet, as I observe their flourishing careers, I find myself, an elder in this field, seemingly stagnant. Thus, I seek your guidance on my future development direction." Li Mu was taken aback upon hearing Mijole's words. After all, he was a pioneer of the internet era, having founded the Rice Mobile, whose market value had exceeded $600 billion. It was astonishing that such an esteemed individual was now seeking counsel from him. Li Mu sensed a hint of a once great hero now in decline in Mijole's tone. "Your words are rather exaggerated, Mi Zong," Li Mu responded. "However, I am currently engaged in a substantial project, and I wonder if you might be interested." If Mijole were to approach him as he did with Huang Dazong in later times, Li Mu would indeed need to exercise caution. Yet, since Mijole had openly expressed his entrepreneurial aspirations, Li Mu was instantly inspired by the idea of inviting him to join the Xiaxin project, recognizing that Mijole's expertise, financial resources, and connections were precisely what the project required. Should Mijole forego Rice Mobile, it would mean one less competitor for Li Mu. Of course, the future landscape of smartphones would not be dominated solely by Li Mu's Changxiao phone. Other domestic brands would emerge. Even if Mijole were to continue with Rice Mobile, Li Mu did not perceive him as a formidable threat. "What project are you referring to?" "I'm intrigued," Mijole inquired. Li Mu proceeded to briefly outline his Xiaxin project. Upon hearing Li Mu's proposal, Mijole furrowed his brow. "Your ambition is remarkably bold and ahead of its time," he exclaimed in astonishment. "Do you comprehend the challenges we face in executing such an endeavor?" Li Mu nodded in agreement, stating, "If a situation arises where we experience a chip supply disruption, it will become significantly more difficult to pursue this." Mijole acknowledged this, replying, "I understand your concerns. However, the scale of this project is immense, and I must give it considerable thought. Indeed, this project is substantial, and it is only prudent for you to deliberate carefully," Mi Zong, Li Mu remarked. "Nonetheless, regardless of your involvement, I hope that when I find myself in need of assistance in the future, you will lend me your support. After all, this transcends my personal ambitions. It pertains to the interests of our entire nation." Mijole nodded earnestly. After engaging in further light conversation, Li Mu and Mijole returned to the company. As the afternoon approached 3 o'clock, Mijole rose to take his leave, heading back to Beijing. After bidding farewell to Mijole, Li Mu returned to his office and summoned Zhao Chongbin and Qin Tao to discuss the progress of WeChat. Zhao Chongbin informed him that the application had now entered the testing phase. He mentioned that after the new year, they would commence cross-platform testing. barring any unforeseen circumstances. WeChat would launch as scheduled. Qintao nodded in agreement, affirming that there were no issues. Please ensure that everything is secure and on schedule for the launch. Li Mu instructed. Rest assured, Mr. Li, we will make it happen, Zhao Chongbin replied earnestly, with Qintao nodding emphatically in support. All right. You may return to your tasks now. Please ask Su Xiaoqi to come in, Li Mu said. Zhao Chongbin and Qintao acknowledged him and exited the room. Shortly thereafter, Su Xiaoqi entered with a light step. As she was about to close the door, Li Mu interjected, "Leave it open." Su Xiaoqi turned her head, surprised by his request. But then, with a mysterious smile, she shut the door firmly and locked it. "What are you up to?" Li Mu instinctively leaned back, asking warily. "Are you afraid I might harm you?" "You're a grown man," Su Xiaoqi replied with a hint of irritation, taking a seat across from him. "Who said I was afraid?" Li Mu retorted defiantly. Su Xiaoqi gazed at him, a playful smile on her lips. "Let's get down to business," Li Mu stated. Su Xiaoqi pouted in acknowledgement. "With less than a month until WeChat's launch, it's time for the software promotion. It's your turn to shine," Li Mu continued. "I previously mentioned that you should brainstorm some ideas for this aspect. Do you have any plans?" Chapter 71. WeChat promotion is costly initially. When WeChat was launched, it gained traction through QQ Chat, a significant traffic gateway, with QQ Chat providing robust support and the ability to import contacts. It was virtually impossible for WeChat not to succeed. However, now that WeChat was created by Li Mu, he did not have the advantage of QQ Chat to drive traffic. Thus, while developing WeChat was straightforward, the challenge lay in promoting it effectively to encourage widespread downloads and usage. Li Mu had repeatedly urged Su Xiaoqi to devise a strategic plan for WeChat's launch promotion. With less than a month remaining, he needed to ascertain the status of her preparations. "We're already working on it, but the specific plan will only be ready after the new year," Su Xiaoqi replied earnestly. "Could you share some key points from your strategy?" Li Mu inquired. "First, our WeChat will only be compatible with Android and iOS. So we plan to contact the application markets for these two systems to feature WeChat prominently on their homepages," she explained. Li Mu nodded in agreement. "Second, we will reach out to major portal websites to secure advertising space at the top of their homepage," she continued, receiving another nod from Li Mu. "Third, we will host a large-scale product launch event to promote it widely." After WeChat was launched, there were merely 2 weeks left until the Spring Festival. We prepared to reach out to the Spring Festival Gala in hopes of collaboration. "We currently have some proposals," Su Xiaoqi remarked. Li Mu nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed. The plans are quite comprehensive. However, it seems you overlooked one aspect." "What is it?" Su Xiaoqi inquired, taken aback. "The pop-up advertisements from QQ Chat," Li Mu replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing Li Mu's words, Su Xiaoqi's expression turned to one of shock, and she abruptly stood up. "Come on, brother, our WeChat and QQ are rivals. How could they possibly direct traffic to us?" Su Xiaoqi exclaimed. "Where their SA will, their SA way. How would we know unless we try?" Li Mu chuckled. Su Xiaoqi rolled her eyes and retorted, "Fine, I'll give it a shot. But I cannot guarantee success." Li Mu nodded and then asked, "Based on what you've mentioned, have you prepared a promotional budget? Do you really need to ask?" Su Xiaoqi scoffed. Within the entire company, aside from Meng Kurson, only Su Xiaoqi dared to speak to Li Mu in such a manner. Li Mu chuckled awkwardly and queried, "So, what is the estimated budget for promotion?" "Approximately 150 million. Su Xiaoqi replied. "Specifically, the collaboration with the Spring Festival Gala requires over 60 million for advertising, which is a substantial amount." Li Mu gasped. Realizing the immense financial commitment involved in promotions, he had heard it was costly, but this was beyond his expectations. "After New Year's, please compile a detailed proposal for me," Li Mu instructed. Su Xiaoqi responded with a nonchalant Li Mu echoed her gesture, then shifted his gaze to the computer. However, Su Xiaoqi showed no intention of leaving. "Do you have more to discuss?" Li Mu asked, perplexed. "Is the main topic concluded?" Su Xiaoqi smiled. Li Mu, taken aback, nodded in affirmation. "Then let us talk about us," Su Xiaoqi suggested. Li Mu was momentarily stunned, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. Ever since Su Xiaoqi had confessed her feelings, she had been persistently seeking him out, presenting small gifts and surprises. Li Mu understood her intentions and had rejected her more than once. Nevertheless, Su Xiaoqi was quite determined and showed no signs of letting go. "Sister Xiaoqi, I am not as remarkable as you think," Li Mu stated. "Moreover, you are aware of my circumstances. I am divorced, my ex-wife is pregnant, and and I will soon become a father. Are you willing to step into the role of a stepmother? I also quite like children, and when the baby arrives, you will undoubtedly be too busy to care for them. I could help you with that, Su Xiaoqi replied earnestly. Sister Xiaoqi, marriage is not as simple as you imagine, Li Mu said helplessly. If we were to be together, you would eventually regret it. Furthermore, I have made it clear that I have someone I care for. At that moment, there was a knock on the office door, and Meng Kersen entered. Upon seeing her, Li Mu felt a wave of gratitude and relief wash over him. Humph, I will not give up, Su Xiaoqi declared. Having spoken, Su Xiaoqi turned and exited the office. Meng Kersen gazed in astonishment at the departing figure of Su Xiaoqi, then took a seat opposite Li Mu. Did Xiaoqi confess to you again? Meng Kersen inquired. Li Mu offered a wry smile and nodded. Alas, Xiaoqi is simply too persistent. Meng Kersen remarked. I had advised her before, but she refused to listen. I believe that unless you marry her, she will not relent. Enough about her, Li Mu interjected. What did you summon me for? As we approach the end of the month, I wanted to update you on the accounts, Meng Kersen replied. Li Mu nodded. Regarding the WeChat server room, including design and construction, it will require over 10 million. Meng Kersen stated. Li Mu was already aware of this expense and had approved it. Is there anything else? He asked. That's the major expense. The rest are minor accounts, Meng Kersen clarified. Li Mu replied with a sound of acknowledgement and inquired. How much is left in the account? There is still 170 million, Meng Kersen informed him. Before WeChat launches, unless absolutely necessary, we should refrain from using this portion of the funds. We need to reserve some for WeChat's promotion, Li Mu advised. Meng Kersen nodded, then, with a serious expression, said, Xiao Mu, I see no profit potential in this WeChat endeavor. Not just me, but many others are quite skeptical about it. I fail to understand why you are so determined to pursue this. Indeed, this concern had been voiced not only by Meng Kersen, but also by Su Xiaoqi. Meng Kersen raised it again, especially since WeChat was on the verge of launching, and the time for expenditure was imminent, which left her feeling anxious. Sister Kersen, you are worrying unnecessarily, Li Mu chuckled. Consider the early days of QQ Chat. It too launched without a clear revenue model, yet it thrived, did it not? But no buts, Li Mu asserted resolutely. Sister Kersen, trust me, WeChat is destined to be immensely profitable in the future, and it will undoubtedly surpass QQ Chat. Very well then. Chapter 72. The King of Poison is released. Li Mu harbored some concerns regarding WeChat's future, as it had emerged a full year earlier than in later timelines. Moreover, he lacked substantial confidence in WeChat's promotion, given that QQ Chat's marketing had been crucial to its success in subsequent years. Yet, could QQ Chat facilitate the promotion of WeChat? Regardless of Li Mu's worries, he could not allow them to surface. If even the resolute Li Mu, who was wholly committed to WeChat, exhibited doubt, the rest of the company would certainly lack faith in it. Thus, Li Mu had to instill sufficient confidence in everyone, convincing them that WeChat would inevitably flourish. While Li Mu was drafting the project plan for the Xiaxin initiative, a knock sounded at the office door. Come in, he called, and Qin Tao entered. Brother Tao, do you need something? Li Mu asked. Mr. Li, I would like to request a leave of absence, Qin Tao said, somewhat sheepishly. Is there an issue at home? Li Mu inquired with concern. Not exactly, Qin Tao replied. Then what is the reason for your leave request? Li Mu asked, puzzled. Suddenly, Qin Tao's expression turned troubled, and he remained silent. Tao, it's not that I am unwilling to approve your leave. Rather, you must inform me of the reason for your request, Li Mu remarked. Moreover, as you are aware, WeChat is currently in its testing phase, and the deadline is approaching. I have a very important friend being released from prison tomorrow, and I wish to pick him up, Qin Tao replied. Li Mu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Qin Tao's request for leave was solely to greet a friend upon his release. This must be a significant friend to you. I grant you permission, Li Mu said with a smile. Qin Tao looked up in astonishment, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, General Manager Li. Not at all, you may go. Li Mu replied with a warm smile. Qin Tao nodded but did not depart, remaining somewhat at a loss. Is there something else? Li Mu inquired, puzzled. General Manager. I would like to introduce my friend to our company, Qin Tao said, somewhat bashfully. Huh. Tao, we are a software company, aside from your technical department. The other departments require specialized expertise. Can your friend handle that? Li Mu chuckled. Absolutely. He is the one who taught me my skills, Qin Tao asserted. Li Mu was stunned. He had not expected that Qin Tao's technical knowledge originated from this friend about to be released. Suddenly, Li Mu recalled a notorious drug lord who had been released just before New Year's Day in 2010. While he could not precisely remember the date, he was well aware of the infamous figure. Are you referring to Li Jun? Li Mu asked, furrowing his brow. Yes, that's him. The one who created the panda burning incense virus, Qin Tao exclaimed excitedly. I learned my skills from him. He is like a mentor to me. Li Mu was somewhat familiar with the infamous Li Jun. In late 2006, a highly contagious and destructive computer virus emerged, which, upon infection, caused all files to display an icon of a panda burning incense. The notorious panda burning incense virus spread throughout the country in just over a month, affecting no less than 1 million users, and Li Jun was the mastermind behind it. Shortly afterward, he was apprehended and sentenced to 4 years in prison. Due to good behavior, he was released early, roughly around this time. However, in 2013, Li Jun found himself imprisoned once more due to online gambling. Despite Li Jun's checkered past, Li Mu believed that he simply lacked proper guidance and, with the right direction, could become a valuable asset. In that case, purchase 2 tickets. I will accompany you to meet Li Jun, Li Mu declared. Upon hearing Li Mu's words, Qin Tao was momentarily speechless. The general manager intended to personally meet Li Jun? Did this imply that Li Jun would have a job upon his release? General manager, are you serious? You truly wish to meet Li Jun? Qin Tao asked, his excitement palpable. Li Mu nodded with a smile, affirming, of course, he is, after all, a talent, and our company is in dire need of skilled individuals. Great. I will book the tickets right away. Qin Tao exclaimed with enthusiasm. Upon concluding his words, Qin Tao turned to depart, while Li Mu fell into a contemplative state. His acquaintance with Li Jun had been largely confined to online information, leaving Li Mu with limited understanding of the individual. Nonetheless, he held a profound admiration for Li Jun's technical expertise, recognizing that securing him under his banner would undoubtedly prove beneficial in the future. After addressing matters at the company, Li Mu and Qin Tao boarded a train, heading directly to Pinnacle City in Yi Province. Upon their arrival, they discovered that Li Jun had already left, resulting in a futile journey for both. I apologize, Mr. Li, I did not anticipate this outcome, Qin Tao expressed regretfully. It is of no consequence, Li Mu replied calmly. Although he felt a tinge of disappointment at not meeting Li Jun, he was confident that their paths would eventually cross, especially since he recalled that Li Jun would seek employment in Kyoto after the new year. Ultimately, he was successfully hired by Ginseng Company, albeit in a modest role as an internet security officer with a meager salary of 3,000. Once the new year passed, a trip to Kyoto with Qin Tao would suffice. Whether Li Jun would choose to join his company rested solely upon his own volition. When Li Mu and Qin Tao returned to Guda County, it was already December 29th, and New Year's Day loomed just 2 days ahead. Upon his return to the office, Li Mu set aside thoughts of Li Jun and immersed himself once more in the planning of the Xiaxin project. Finally, on the last day of 2009, he completed the project proposal. With a deep sigh of relief, he stretched contentedly. At that moment, Meng Kersen entered the room. I've arranged dinner and karaoke for tonight. Will you join us? She inquired. Of course, why would I decline? After all this hard work, it's time to unwind. Li Mu responded. I thought you were solely focused on work, she retorted with a smirk. Everyone has been busy for so long. After the new year, it will only get busier, Li Mu assured her, suggesting they hold the gathering at Jintian Pavilion and the karaoke at the largest venue in their county. When the boss speaks, everything will be organized clearly, Meng Kersen replied with a smile before exiting the office. Just then, Li Mu's phone rang. It was Zhao Dahu calling. Chapter 73. Zhao Dahu's anger. Since Zhao Dahu had previously intervened to resolve the conflict between Li Mu and Sun Xiaobo, Li Mu had attempted to reach out to express his gratitude on a couple of occasions, but Zhao Dahu had consistently declined, citing a lack of time. Now, receiving a sudden call from Zhao Dahu left Li Mu somewhat perplexed about the purpose of the call. Hello, brother Zhao. Li Mu greeted once the call connected, a smile evident in his voice. Ah, Li Mu, I've been busy, but I've finally found some time and thought to invite you for a chat. Zhao Da's hearty voice resonated. If there is something you need, please feel free to instruct me directly, Li Mu replied with a smile. Let us discuss this in person, Zhao Dahu insisted, his tone leaving no room for argument. Well, let's meet at noon then. I have other arrangements for the evening, Li Mu stated. All right. Noon at Jintian Pavilion. I will await your arrival, Zhao Dahu replied. After hanging up, Li Mu felt increasingly curious about the reason Zhao Dahu sought him out. If it were a matter of ordinary nature, it could easily have been discussed over the phone. There would be no necessity for a face-to-face meeting. The insistence on an in-person conversation surely indicated something of significance. Li Mu was uncertain whether it was good news or bad. So he decided to call Wu Yukai to share the situation. Haha, brother, it seems you are in for some good fortune. Wu Yukai laughed heartily. What good fortune? Li Mu inquired, puzzled. Not long ago, Liang Jingqiao contacted me, mentioning that Zhao Dahu has been inquiring about you. I suspect he might be looking to introduce you to someone. Wu Yukai chuckled. Come on, Wu Gu, don't jest. Li Mu retorted, somewhat vexed. You know my circumstances better than anyone else, he added. Haha, I am merely speculating, Wu Yukai replied with a smile. As for what Zhao Dahu wants, you'll find out once you meet him. Li Mu acknowledged with a thoughtful oh. By the way, I'll be home tomorrow. Let us meet and chat then. Wu Yukai suggested. Sure, when you arrive, I'll treat you, Li Mu responded with a grin. Haha, you're quite the boss now. It's high time you picked up the tab. Wu Yukai laughed heartily. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Li Mu hung up, his mind swirling with questions. Was Zhao Dahu truly seeking to introduce him to a potential partner, as Wu Yukai had surmised? At noon, Li Mu arrived punctually at the Jintian Pavilion Hotel. Upon meeting Zhao Dahu, they exchanged a few casual remarks before settling down. Brother Zhao, what brings you here? Is it something that cannot be discussed over the phone? Li Mu inquired with a smile. Li Mu, I have a general understanding of your situation, Zhao Dahu began. I won't dwell on the past, but I am here to introduce you to a potential match. Li Mu was taken aback. Having not anticipated that Wu Youcai's speculation would prove accurate, Zhao Dahu indeed intended to introduce him to someone. Brother Zhao, given that you are aware of my situation, you must know that with my circumstances, which family would be willing to accept me? Li Mu chuckled awkwardly. Haha, as long as you express your interest. I will make the introduction immediately, Zhao Dahu asserted. Li Mu paused, feeling the words were somewhat familiar. Suddenly, he recalled a popular saying from a later era, Old Sue. Do you want a wife? Just say the word, and I will have one delivered to you post-haste. This phrase originated from the 1982 film The Horseman, which was older than Li Mu himself. Before Li Mu could utter a word, Zhao Dahu continued, However, you must not decline. You surely understand who I am. I do not easily facilitate introductions. If you refuse to even meet, it would be a slight to my reputation. Though Zhao Dahu wore a smile, Li Mu could detect an unyielding tone in his voice. Curiosity piqued, Li Mu wondered which young lady warranted such a favor from Zhao Dahu. It appears that maintaining the status quo is imperative, doesn't it? Haha, brother Zhao, you might not be aware, but my ex-wife recently expressed her desire to rekindle our marriage, and I find myself contemplating this matter. Although curiosity piques within me, I must refrain from seeing her, for my heart belongs to another. However, I conveyed to Zhao Dahu that I can no longer use my affection for someone else as an excuse. Such a rationale pales in comparison to the practicality of remarriage. Remarriage? You intend to become a son-in-law? Zhao Dahu inquired, furrowing his brow. Haha, brother Zhao. While I cannot claim to be thriving, the prospect of becoming a son-in-law is simply out of the question, replied Li Mu. Instantly, Zhao Dahu fell into deep contemplation. Noticing his silence, Li Mu jestingly asked, Whose daughter has captured your attention so thoroughly? If you are unwilling to meet, then cease your inquiries. Zhao Dahu retorted, his expression devoid of emotion. Very well, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave, he declared before rising to depart. Li Mu discerned that Zhao Dahu was indeed perturbed, yet he chose not to dwell on it, for matchmaking is not something that can be forced. After dining, Li Mu exited the private room, only to be halted by the hotel front desk, which informed him that his bill remained unpaid. What an oversight! Zhao Dahu neglected to settle the bill? Li Mu reluctantly paid, his mind swirling with questions. It seemed that Zhao Dahu was genuinely upset, otherwise, he would not have left without settling the account. Surely, he wouldn't harbor ill will over such a trivial matter, plotting vengeance against me? Li Mu, uncertain of Zhao Dahu's temperament, decided to call Wu Yukai to discuss the situation. Oh dear, Li Mu, Zhao Dahu can be rather petty. If you have offended him, it could lead to complications, Wu Yukai cautioned solemnly. Is it possible that he would truly seek retribution for something so trivial? Li Mu sighed. Let us do this. I shall return tomorrow. I will seek out Zhao Dahu and gauge the situation, Wu Yukai suggested. I appreciate your assistance, brother Wu. Oh, no need for such formality, Li Mu chuckled, exchanging a few more pleasantries before ending the call. Just as he hung up, his phone rang again. It was Huang Wenxiang. Li Mu, It's been quite a while. I trust your Xiaxing project hasn't stalled? Huang Wenxiang teased as soon as the call connected. I just wrapped it up and was about to report to you when your call came through, Li Mu replied with a smile. Make your way here promptly, Huang Wenxiang urged. Certainly, I'll be there shortly. Chapter 74. The Harassment of Ho Lingyue. Before long, Li Mu arrived at Huang Wenxiang's office, placing his meticulously prepared project proposal before him. You've been rather silent for some time. I genuinely thought your project was on the verge of collapse, Huang Wenxiang remarked with a smile. Brother Huang, the scale of this project is immense. I must consider every aspect thoroughly, Li Mu responded sheepishly. Allow me to take a look, Huang Wenxiang stated. As he spoke, Huang Wenxiang began to peruse Li Mu's project proposal. In truth, Li Mu's proposal was both simple and complex. It was simple in that it merely required finding a location, constructing a building, acquiring some equipment, and recruiting talent to commence operations. However, it was complex because the most challenging step was indeed the recruitment of skilled personnel. Whether it was software development or the research and development of hardware lithography machines, a plethora of highly specialized talents was essential. These talents were mostly graduates from prestigious domestic double first-class universities. Would they be willing to abandon the allure of metropolitan life to come to the small county of Guda? Additionally, Li Mu meticulously detailed the steps involved in each aspect, including methods for attracting talent, potential collaborations with major companies, strategies for promoting the project, and ways to secure further investment. Huang Wenxiang spent over an hour thoroughly reviewing the proposal. Excellent, Huang Wenxiang exclaimed joyfully. This proposal is remarkable. It not only dazzles the eye but also contains an exceptionally detailed plan and steps. It is nothing short of perfection. Upon hearing Huang Wenxiang's words, Li Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, saying, With your affirmation, Brother Huang, my efforts over the past month have not been in vain. However, do not celebrate too soon, Huang Wenxiang cautioned earnestly. As you mentioned, this project is monumental. Your proposal must not only satisfy me, but also meet Boss Dai's approval. I understand, Li Mu replied. I will deliver this proposal to Boss Dai shortly. Huang Wenxiang responded. If Boss Dai is pleased after reviewing it, he will convene a meeting for discussion and make a final decision. Li Mu nodded and asked, What is the earliest we might expect results? Don't count on 2009. It will at least extend into 2010, Huang Wenxiang chuckled. After the new year, we should have results before year-end. All right. Please inform me as soon as you receive any news, Brother Huang, Li Mu said. Huang Wenxiang nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the company, Li Mu found all the employees eagerly awaiting him. Glancing at the clock, he noticed there were still 10 minutes until the end of the workday, and his expression instantly turned serious. Is it already time to leave? He inquired. Immediately, the employees' previously high spirits plummeted. Observing their expressions, Li Mu's stern demeanor softened, and he smiled, saying, What has 10 minutes? Come on, tonight the boss is treating us. Let us indulge in a night of feasting and merriment. With that proclamation, the employees erupted into cheers and followed Li Mu downstairs in a jubilant throng. Since the company's inception, Li Mu had been perpetually busy and had never truly relaxed. Therefore, tonight he let loose and joined in the revelry with his colleagues. After dinner, some left for home, and by the time they reached the karaoke venue, only about 20 remained. There, Li Mu fully embraced the moment, singing 3 songs solo and joining in whenever others took their turn. Ho Lingyue was present throughout, witnessing a side of Li Mu she had never encountered before. From the very beginning, Ho Lingyue had held Li Mu in disdain. Even though she was currently employed at his company, their interactions were minimal and superficial. Was this truly the real Li Mu? Upon reflection, he appeared rather admirable. Yet, why did Sister Champing choose to divorce him? This puzzled her greatly. As she watched Li Mu sing with unrestrained joy, a sense of confusion washed over her. Li Mu, let us perform Intimate Lover, Su Xiaoqi suddenly exclaimed, microphone in hand. Instantly, the crowd erupted in cheers, clamoring for a performance. Initially, Li Mu intended to decline, but the enthusiastic crowd prevailed, and he joined Su Xiaoqi in a rendition of the song. Not far away, Ho Lingyue felt a twinge of discomfort as she observed the heartfelt duet, prompting her to grab a nearby female colleague and head to the restroom. Upon finishing their song, the audience erupted in applause, demanding an encore. Reluctantly, Li Mu acquiesced, singing yet another piece with Su Xiaoqi. Just as Su Xiaoqi was selecting the next song, the door to the private room burst open, and the female colleague who had accompanied Ho Lingyue rushed in, flustered. Presently, something's wrong. Ho Lingyue has encountered trouble. You must come quickly. The urgency in her voice echoed through Li Mu's microphone, reaching the ears of everyone in the room. Without hesitation, Li Mu exited the private room, accompanied by others. It turned out that while Ho Lingyue and her colleague were in the restroom, they were confronted by a group of men who insisted on dragging her into their private room to sing. As Li Mu and his companions emerged, they witnessed the scene where Ho Lingyue was about to be forcibly pulled into the room by the men. Without a moment's thought, Li Mu rushed forward, swiftly pulling Ho Lingyue back behind him. Standing in his protective shadow, Ho Lingyue felt an inexplicable sense of security. Who the hell are you? What is it to you? One of the young men with earrings sneered arrogantly. You've laid hands on my person, so it's my business, Li Mu replied sternly. Are you looking for trouble? Do you know where you are? The young man with earrings retorted angrily. Yeah, this is Brother Wang Haifeng's territory. We're all under his protection. If you want to live, you better scram. His companions chimed in, brimming with bravado. I don't care who you're with. You need to apologize immediately. Li Mu asserted firmly. What did you say? The young man with earrings asked, a smirk playing on his lips. He said you should apologize. How dare you demand an apology? I'll make you regret it. The young man swung a punch at Li Mu. Li Mu took the blow squarely to his chest. And beside him, Zheng Kaixian retaliated with a swift kick, igniting a chaotic brawl. Li Mu's side consisted of a dozen men, while the group with the young man was outnumbered at 4 or 5. It was a clear mismatch. Before long, a bald man adorned with a gold chain and a protruding belly arrived with his entourage. Everyone, stop this at once. Chapter 75. The Surprise of Returning Home. Wang Haifeng has arrived. This time, a splendid spectacle is about to unfold. To provoke a person like Wang Haifeng for the sake of a woman is truly not worth it. They are utterly unaware of the gravity of their actions. They were warned that he is under Wang Haifeng's protection, yet they dared to resort to violence. This is clearly courting disaster. A crowd had gathered, eager to witness the commotion. Cease at once. Wang Haifeng commanded loudly as he approached. Instantly, Li Mu and his companions halted their actions. Meng Kersen, Su Xiaoqi, and Ho Lingyue hurried to Li Mu's side, expressing their concern for his well-being. I'm fine, Li Mu reassured them. The young man with ear studs rushed over to Wang Haifeng, indignantly pointing at Li Mu and his friends. Brother Wang, I told them we are your brothers. Yet they still dared to strike. This is clearly a lack of respect for you. With a cold expression, Wang Haifeng approached Li Mu. Upon closer inspection, he felt a flicker of familiarity, though he couldn't quite place where he had seen him before. The sight of Wang Haifeng, bald-headed, adorned with a gold chain, and robust in stature, instantly intimidated Meng Kersen and her friends, who dared not utter a sound. Wang Haifeng looked at Li Mu with a puzzled expression. You seem somewhat familiar, he remarked. Indeed, Brother Wang, your memory is quite selective, Li Mu replied with a smile. Not long ago, I was here with Wu Yukai and Liang Zhengqiao, and we had a confrontation with Shi Hongyi, which you intervened to resolve. In an instant, Wang Haifeng recalled that day. He recognized Liang Zhengqiao and his companions. But Li Mu, being the youngest, had particularly caught his attention. Wow, this kid is impressive. He even fought with Shi Hongyi? No wonder he dared to act here. He must have connections. But what of those connections? Wang Haifeng was not one to easily spare Liang Zhengqiao, especially considering his favorable rapport with Shi Hongyi. Old grudges and new resentments would likely be weighed together. The crowd murmured among themselves, yet the next scene left them utterly astonished. I remember now. You were the one present that day, Wang Haifeng said as he extended his hand to Li Mu with a smile. Li Mu. Li Mu responded cheerfully. The young man with ear studs was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Wang Haifeng would voluntarily shake hands with Li Mu. Meanwhile, Ho Lingyue was equally astonished. What on earth was happening? How could someone like Wang Haifeng be so courteous to him? Brother, this kid, silence. Wang Haifeng bellowed, causing the young man to immediately lower his head and fall silent. What is going on? Wang Haifeng inquired. Subsequently, Li Mu recounted the events. Upon hearing the full account, Wang Haifeng frowned deeply and said in a grave tone, apologize. The young man with the ear studs slightly bowed towards Li Mu, muttering an apology. However, Li Mu paid him no mind and turned to bring Ho Lingyue forward. You need not apologize to me. Apologize to my sister, Li Mu asserted. The ear-studded youth was taken aback, clearly reluctant. Let me inform you. Her name is Ho Lingyue, and she is Shi Hongyi's cousin, Li Mu added. The young man gasped, realizing that the girl he had randomly pulled into this was, in fact, Shi Hongyi's cousin. I'm sorry, he stammered. The young man with ear studs repeatedly bowed and apologized. It's fine. It's no big deal, said Ho Lingwa. All right, let us leave it at that, Wang Haifeng chuckled. Brother Li Mu, I'll cover tonight's expenses as a way of making amends. You're too kind, Brother Wang. Li Mu replied with a smile. Subsequently, everyone dispersed, returning to their respective private rooms. After such an incident, none felt inclined to sing, so they all went home. The following day, January 1st, 2010, New Year's Day, Li Mu and Meng Kersen tidied up before riding their motorcycle back home. Upon reaching the entrance of Mengjiazhuang village, Meng Kersen dismounted the motorcycle, stamping her feet to keep warm. I'll head back first, Li Mu said. Xiaomu. Meng Kersen called out to him. What is the matter, Kersen? Do you need something? Li Mu inquired. Meng Kersen opened her mouth, but ultimately said, It's nothing. Just be careful on your way back. Understood, Li Mu replied. Then revved the motorcycle and departed. Watching his retreating figure, Meng Kersen sighed helplessly, thinking, well, telling him is pointless. She then turned and walked towards the village. When Li Mu returned to the village, he noticed a new Jetta parked in front of his house, drawing the attention of several villagers who were gathered around it. Are relatives visiting? Which relative has bought a new car? Li Mu wondered as he approached. He greeted the villagers and then rode his motorcycle into the yard. Mom, I'm back, he called as he parked the motorcycle and entered the house. Upon stepping inside, he was taken aback. How could she be here? Sitting in the living room was none other than Su Xiaoqi. What brings you here? Li Mu asked, astonished. I came to see your uncle and aunt. Su Xiaoqi replied with a smile. Li Mu turned to his parents, noticing they were equally puzzled. He then took Su Xiaoqi to the west room. When did you arrive? He asked in a hushed tone. I've been here for a little while, Su Xiaoqi said, smiling. You didn't say anything inappropriate to my parents, did you? Li Mu pressed. No, I just said I'm your colleague, Su Xiaoqi, and nothing more, she reassured him. Hearing this, Li Mu finally exhaled in relief. Listen, my parents are unaware of my divorce and my business. Please don't mention anything, understood? Li Mu cautioned. Su Xiaoqi was taken aback, exclaiming, You divorced and started a business, and you didn't tell your parents? Just don't say anything, all right? Li Mu insisted. At that moment, the door to the west room was pulled open, revealing Meng Shumin standing awkwardly at the threshold. Xiaomu, she claims to be your friend and came to visit us. What is going on? Meng Shumin inquired. Li Mu smiled and, along with Su Xiaoqi, moved to the east room. Dad, Mom, let me introduce you, he began. Li Mu smiled and said, This is Su Xiaoqi, our company leader. With the new year approaching, she has come to extend her greetings on behalf of the company. After speaking, Li Mu nudged Su Xiaoqi, who quickly responded, Yes, I am the leader of Li Mu's company. Li Mu has performed admirably, and I am here to express our company's regards. Discovering that Su Mu was indeed a leader from the company, the atmosphere turned welcoming. Chapter 76. Who is the strongest? Even though Li Mu's divorce and his ex-wife's pregnancy weighed heavily on his heart, along with feelings for another, Su Xiaoqi remained undeterred. Her unexpected visit to Li Mu's home was an attempt to become familiar with his parents, hoping that should Li Mu seek a partner, he might consider her first. One cannot deny Su Xiaoqi's genuine affection for Li Mu. However, to Su Xiaoqi's astonishment, Li Mu's parents were unaware of his divorce. This lack of knowledge rendered her overtures somewhat inappropriate. After a brief period of sitting, Li Mu seized an opportunity to excuse Su Xiaoqi, claiming she had other visits to make. Child, your leader has come to our home, and you didn't even think to invite her for a meal? Li Jiangwen remarked, displeased. Father, Director Su is quite busy. She isn't here solely for our family. Inviting her to dinner would impede her work, Li Mu replied. Make sure to treat your leader well when you return to work, Li Jiangwen said, his tone still irked. I understand, Dad. Rest assured, Li Mu responded. Indeed, Xiaomu has matured greatly. He will surely surpass you in the future, Meng Shumin added as she set the dishes on the table, her tone sharp. Li Jiangwen chuckled awkwardly. The family enjoyed a delightful lunch together, yet afterward, Li Mu pondered how to inform his parents about his divorce from Shi Shanping when he received a call from Wu Yukai. Li Mu intended to invite Wu Yukai to dinner in the county or Tiansu City. But Wu Yukai informed him he was at Zhao Dahua's house discussing matters and suggested they talk further the next day. Li Mu had no choice but to set that idea aside. Upon returning home, Su Xiaoqi skipped lunch and retreated to her bedroom, where she called Meng Kersen to recount her morning's experiences. Meng Kersen offered some words of comfort but did not elaborate further. Just as Meng Kersen hung up, Zheng Kaixin called, and she reluctantly answered. Hello, Director Zheng. Meng Kersen greeted with a smile. Kersen, Since it's a holiday, there's no need for such formalities between us. Zheng Kaixuan replied, chuckling awkwardly. Meng Kersen was well aware of Zheng Kaixuan's intentions, yet she felt no attraction toward him. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up. I'm quite busy, she stated before ending the call. Afterward, Meng Kersen let out a long sigh, finding Zheng Kaixuan quite bothersome, and understanding why Xiaoqi held no fondness for him. The following day, Li Mu was informed that he was to visit his grandmother's house. Several months have elapsed since Li Jiangwen fell ill and was hospitalized, and I have yet to visit Grandma Li Mu. With the arrival of the new year, Meng Shumin and her sisters have made plans to visit Grandma Li Mu today. Before noon, the Li family, consisting of 3 members, arrived at Meng's village, where Aunt Li Mu had long awaited their arrival. With Grandpa Li no longer present, only Grandma remains, living with Li Mu's uncle, who is also Meng Kersen's father. Naturally, the entire family gathers at Meng Kersen's home. During the midday meal, the family sat together. Xiao Mu, what have you been up to lately? Inquired Zhou Xiaodong, Aunt Li Mu's cousin, with a smile. I am working in the county, Li Mu replied nonchalantly. Working in the county? Zhou Xiaodong raised an eyebrow, dismissively stating. That won't do, the county has limited prospects. You should venture out and seek opportunities elsewhere. His words elicited discontent from both Li Mu and Zhou Xiaodong's aunt. Zheng Shufan, the county is quite good. Our Kersen is also in the county, Zheng Shufan interjected. Kersen now holds a director's position with a base salary of 5,000. And with bonuses, it totals around 8,000. Furthermore, Kersen mentioned that her boss will raise her salary at the end of the year. Meng Kersen's face turned slightly awkward as she glanced at Li Mu and offered a sheepish smile. Li Mu merely smiled in response. Isn't that right, Kersen? Zheng Shufan asked. Yes, Auntie is correct. Given Kersen's capabilities, her boss will surely grant her a salary increase, Li Mu chimed in. Meng Kersen paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Look, Xiao Mu agrees. Zheng Shufan proclaimed proudly. In my opinion, it also depends on the company and the boss. A good company and a good boss can make working in the county just as rewarding as elsewhere. Indeed, Auntie speaks wisely, Li Mu concurred. Zheng Shufan pursed her lips and remarked, even with a good company and boss, you still need qualifications and capabilities. I concur with that sentiment, Zhou Xiaodong laughed. Xiao Mu, your high school education is quite insufficient. Not necessarily, Meng Shumin replied. Just yesterday, Xiao Mu's supervisor came to our home to express appreciation, stating that Xiao Mu's performance at work has been commendable. Meng Kersen cast a discreet glance at Li Mu, who simply smiled. Is that so? It seems Xiao Mu is performing well at the company, Zhou Xiaodong commented. Upon hearing this, Meng Shumin's face radiated with pride. What good is mere praise? Zheng Shufan scoffed. Xiao Mu, I suggest you join your sister Kersen's company. She holds a leadership position and would look out for you, ensuring any benefits also extend to you. Uft. Meng Kersen choked slightly, murmuring an apology before hastily exiting. Li Mu also sought an excuse to leave the room. Oh, you truly amuse me. Meng Kersen laughed. All right. Enough laughter, Li Mu replied, somewhat grumpily. I can only imagine the expressions on my mother and older cousin's faces if they were to discover that I work at your company. Meng Kersen chuckled. Just don't mention it for now, Li Mu advised. He chose initially to remain silent, fearing it would worry his parents. However, at this moment, Li Mu's WeChat was about to go live, and the investment in Xiangsha technology had surpassed 100 billion in market value. The Xiaxing project had succeeded, and he was set to collaborate with Jingfu on the Xiaxing project. Li Mu never anticipated that his company would develop so rapidly. For his parents and aunt, who hailed from a rural background, this news was utterly astonishing. Li Mu and Meng Kersen returned indoors and had barely settled when Zhou Xiaodong spoke up again. Xiao Mu, as a man, you really should venture into the big city. Take my current position at Xiangsha Technology, for example. Although it's a new company, the benefits are exceptional. Once the new year arrives, if you wish to go to Kyoto, just reach out to me, and I shall arrange a job for you. Chapter 77. Seizing orders. Li Mu and Meng Kersen exchanged surprised glances. Brother, you work at Xiangsha Technology? Meng Kersen inquired. I'm merely a programmer, a laborer of sorts. Writing code, Zhou Xiaodong replied with a self-deprecating gesture. And how is the mobile operating system you are currently developing? When will it be released? Li Mu asked. Zhou Xiaodong paused, looking incredulously at Li Mu. You are familiar with this company? I know a bit. Their phone design has been quite popular, Li Mu replied nonchalantly. Finally, someone knowledgeable, Zhou Xiaodong exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. Just think about it. Our company is remarkable. We went public at the end of October and have had 5 consecutive trading limits. In just 2 months, our market value has exceeded 100 billion. My goodness. Xiangxia technology is truly impressive. Zheng Shufan marveled. Although she didn't fully grasp the significance of the market value Zhou Xiaodong mentioned, she understood that surpassing 100 billion was indeed substantial. Wow, Xiaodong, your company must be a major player. Meng Shumin echoed. Well, it's just average. Zhou Xiaodong waved dismissively, basking in his pride. Meng Kursen rolled her eyes. No matter how you boast, the company you work for is merely a subsidiary of Xiaomu's. Your salary must be quite high then? Zheng Shufan asked. Just over 10,000, Zhou Xiaodong replied proudly. Over 10,000? That's quite a sum. Zheng Shufan said. Kursen, you should also consider joining your brother Xiaodong's company. With your skills, you will surely surpass him in the future. I won't go? Meng Kursen retorted. I currently earn 8,000 including bonuses, and the boss plans to raise my salary by the end of the year, so I will reach 10,000 too. You child. Zheng Shufan chided, though her expression was one of delight. Aunt, refrain from criticizing Kursen. Everyone has their own aspirations. Zhou Xiaodong turned to Li Mu. Xiaomu, seriously. I advise you, as a man, you should venture out. A grown man remaining in a small county has little prospect. Just as Li Mu was about to respond, his phone rang. It was Wu Yukai calling. Apologies, I must take this call, Li Mu said apologetically. He then stood up, answered the phone, and stepped outside, greeting Wu Yukai with a smile. Brother Wu, are you back? Yesterday, I returned home, and upon my arrival, I found myself quite occupied. I also paid a visit to Zhao Dahua, as Wu Yukai mentioned. What did Zhao Dahua say? Li Mu inquired. Come to Tianxiu City tonight, and we shall discuss it in person, Wu Yukai replied. Zheng Chao and his wife will be there as well, and I've already called Wenxiang. Just come. All right. Wu Gu, we shall talk more this evening, Li Mu responded. After hanging up, Li Mu settled back into his room, continuing to listen to Zhou Xiaodong boast, while Zheng Shufan chimed in with her playful jabs. Xiaomu, do you have any plans for tonight? Zhou Xiaodong asked. If not, come with me to Tianxiu City. I'll show you a bit of the world. I have other commitments this evening, so I want to be able to join, Li Mu replied. Let us plan to meet after the new year. Very well, we shall arrange it then. That evening, at the finest establishment in Tianxiu City, the Lihua Hotel, Li Mu, along with Wu Yukai, Huang Wenxiang, and Liang Zhengchao and his wife, gathered in a private room. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, Wu Yukai remarked, Li Mu, you need not worry too much about Zhao Dahua's matters. His discontent is merely a fleeting emotion. He will not act against you. Should he dare to, I will enlist my father's assistance to resolve it. Thank you, Wu Gu, Li Mu said, raising his glass. Huang Wenxiang and Liang Zhengchao were already aware of Zhao Dahua's intentions to introduce a potential partner for Li Mu and teased him accordingly. All right, let us not dwell on that topic any longer, Wu Yukai interjected. As for the matter between Li Mu and Zhao Dahua, consider yourselves unaware. Let us keep this under wraps. If Zhao Dahua finds out, it would be quite embarrassing for him. Understood. Huang Wenxiang and Liang Zhengchao echoed in agreement. Subsequently, Wu Yukai lifted his glass and cheerfully declared, Li Mu, I must toast to you. Your recommendation of Xiangxia technology has brought me considerable fortune. An investment of 500,000 has transformed into 50 million in just 2 months. Truly astonishing. Upon hearing Wu Yukai's words, both Huang Wenxiang and Liang Zhengchao expressed their envy. You might not be aware, Huang Wenxiang chimed in, but Xiangxia Technology is a subsidiary of Li Mu's investment. Wu Yukai's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Li Mu, exclaiming, Is that true? With a smile, Li Mu nodded. Initially, when Li Mu advised Wu Yukai to invest in Xiangxia Technology, he had not disclosed their connection. Trusting Li Mu, Wu Yukai had refrained from probing further, thus remaining unaware of the subsidiary's affiliation with Li Mu. So, you all knew about this, and I was the only one left in the dark? Wu Yukai remarked in surprise, eliciting laughter from the group. As the dinner neared its conclusion, Li Mu took the initiative to settle the bill, wishing to avoid any disputes over payments. However, he was taken aback to find his cousin, Zhou Xiaodong, dining there as well, and also at the register. Upon spotting Li Mu, Zhou Xiaodong expressed his astonishment, chuckling, You said you had plans, yet here you are dining. I had arranged to meet some friends. Li Mu replied with a faint smile. Subsequently, Li Mu addressed the front desk. Hello, please charge his bill to me. Ah, how much do you earn? With me here. Can you really settle the bill? Zhou Xiaodong retorted, his displeasure evident. He then insisted to the front desk, "Ignore him. His bill is mine." Unable to contest Zhou Xiaodong's insistence, Li Mu ultimately acquiesced and allowed Zhou Xiaodong to pay. "Thank you, Xiaodong. My friend is still waiting for me. So I shall take my leave now. Next time, it's on me," Li Mu said with a smile. "Go ahead." Zhou Xiaodong waved him off with a grin. Afterward, Li Mu turned and departed. Zhou Xiaodong then inquired at the front desk, "How much for both tables combined?" "Hello, the total is 3,237. I'll charge you 3,002, the front desk attendant replied politely. "What? That is so expensive," Zhou Xiaodong exclaimed in astonishment. "Your table is 523, while that gentleman's is over 2,700. After removing the zero, the total comes to 3,002, the attendant explained. "Did he order dragon meat? How could it cost so much?" Chapter 78. A visit to the Changsha Technology Department. You've been in the restroom for quite a while. You are settling the bill, are you? Wu Yukai remarked. "I had mentioned I would take care of it," Li Mu chuckled. "You rascal." Wu Yukai laughed, shaking his head. After exchanging a few idle words, they rose and exited the private room. Upon arriving at the front desk, Li Mu discovered that Zhou Xiaodong was still there, now accompanied by several friends. It appeared that Zhou Xiaodong was engaged in a dispute with the front desk. "Wu Gu, you all go ahead. I have a friend over there to greet," Li Mu stated. Wu Yukai and the others nodded and proceeded toward the hotel entrance. Li Mu approached the front desk and asked, "Xiaodong, what is going on?" Upon seeing Li Mu, Zhou Xiaodong's expression turned awkward as he replied, "I didn't anticipate your meal would be so costly." Following this, Li Mu said nothing and inquired about the price at the front desk. "Hello. The total is 3,237. I'll charge you 3,002, the attendant reiterated. Li Mu then retrieved 3,200 from his wallet and handed it to the attendant. Zhou Xiaodong watched in astonishment. Over 3,000. And he doesn't even blink? How much does Xiao Mu earn in a month? The memory of boasting earlier at lunch deepened Zhou Xiaodong's embarrassment. "Hello. 3,002 is correct," the attendant confirmed. Li Mu nodded, then smiled at Zhou Xiaodong. "All right, Xiaodong, let us go." Zhou Xiaodong, still visibly uncomfortable, nodded and awkwardly said, "Thank you, Xiao Mu." "Don't mention it," Li Mu replied. "I'll head out now. My friend is waiting." "Sure, you go ahead," Zhou Xiaodong said. Li Mu acknowledged him with a and swiftly made his way to the hotel entrance. Upon reaching the entrance, he found Huang Wenxiang and Liang Zhengqiao had already left. His wife called him, and Zhengqiao needs to return home to look after the children, Wu Yukai elucidated. Li Mu nodded in understanding, choosing not to comment further. Just then, Zhou Xiaodong and his friends emerged. Zhou Xiaodong exchanged a nod with Li Mu before seeing off his friends. Before long, Zhou Xiaodong returned after bidding farewell to his friends. Li Mu introduced Wu Yukai and Zhou Xiaodong to each other, and the two exchanged friendly greetings. "Are you not returning tonight?" Zhou Xiaodong inquired. "I have other plans. You should join us," Li Mu replied. "Is that appropriate?" Zhou Xiaodong said, somewhat awkwardly. "Li Mu and I are brothers, and you are his cousin. We are all part of the same circle. There is no issue in coming together," Wu Yukai asserted. Subsequently, the trio indulged in a lavish evening of bathing and massage, with Wu Yukai covering the entire expense. Li Mu refrained from insisting on paying because he knew Wu Yukai would not allow him to do so, thus avoiding any unnecessary gestures. The three spent several thousand that night, leaving Zhou Xiaodong astonished and pondering the nature of Li Mu's work, which had evidently led him to such affluent acquaintances. Finally, on their journey back to Guda County the following day, Zhou Xiaodong voiced his curiosity. "Xiao Mu, what does Wu Yukai do? He seems quite wealthy," he asked. "He is the son of the owner of Tianta Group," Li Mu replied nonchalantly. "Wow, he is the son of the Tianta Group's owner? No wonder he spends so freely," Zhou Xiaodong exclaimed in surprise. Li Mu merely smiled and said nothing further. "By the way, Xiao Mu, what are you currently doing for work? How much do you earn in a month?" Zhou Xiaodong asked with genuine curiosity. Li Mu glanced at Zhou Xiaodong and replied with a smile, "I'm just working part-time, earning a few thousand." "A few thousand is quite a decent amount in the county," Zhou Xiaodong remarked. "However, now that your aunt's illness has just improved, be mindful of your spending. Unlike last night." Li Mu acknowledged with a sound of agreement. In truth, Zhou Xiaodong was simply one to boast and show off, yet he posed no real trouble. Moreover, before Li Mu's rebirth, Zhou Xiaodong had assisted him on several occasions, leaving Li Mu with a favorable impression of him. Upon arriving in the county, Li Mu opted to ride a motorcycle, while Zhou Xiaodong chose to return by public transport. The next day, January 4th, 2010, everyone officially returned to work. Li Mu arrived at the office to find Ho Lingyue tidying up. Once seated, he focused on his computer. After completing her cleaning, Ho Lingyue approached the office door. But just before exiting, she turned and walked over to Li Mu's desk. "Is there something you need?" Li Mu asked, puzzled. "Thank you for what you did that day," Ho Lingyue expressed with sincere gratitude. Just as Li Mu was about to say it was unnecessary, Ho Lingyue turned and left. Li Mu stared in surprise at her retreating figure, shaking his head with a smile, sensing that her attitude towards him was gradually shifting. Once everyone had gathered, Li Mu convened a meeting with the management team. "I will address 2 points," he declared to the assembly. "First, we need to expedite the development of WeChat. Second, the marketing planning department must swiftly devise a promotional strategy for the WeChat launch, and once approved, it should be implemented without delay." The group nodded in agreement. "Additionally, I will be traveling to Kyoto with Qin Tao for 3 to 5 days. Do not let your work falter in our absence." The team nodded in response and then dispersed. After attending to company matters, Li Mu and Qin Tao boarded a train bound for Kyoto. Li Mu's visit to Kyoto was primarily for 2 purposes: to persuade Li Jun to join his company and to ascertain the progress of the Qianxia mobile phone project. Recently, Li Mu had been preoccupied with the summer chip project proposal and had not kept abreast of developments at Qianxia. With 2010 already upon them, there remained less than 6 months until the scheduled launch of the mobile phone, making it imperative for Li Mu to assess and expedite the project's progress. While Li Mu headed directly to Qianxia Technology, Qin Tao went to engage with Li Jun. Upon arriving at Qianxia Technology, Li Mu, accompanied by Luo Yonghao and Mijole, toured the Mobile System Research and Development Department. It was undeniable that the R&D department at Qianxia Technology was far more impressive than Li Mu's technical department. First and foremost, the size of the technical team was more than double that of Li Mu's department. Additionally, the working environment and hardware were incomparable. Given that they were in Kyoto, a far cry from the small county of Guda, as Li Mu explored, he searched for the figure of Zhou Xiaodong but failed to spot him. It was puzzling. Zhou Xiaodong had mentioned he was working as a programmer at Qianxia. So why was he nowhere to be seen? Could it be that he was merely boasting? After the tour concluded, as Li Mu prepared to leave, he unexpectedly crossed paths with Zhou Xiaodong. Chapter 79. The Poison King. Li Mu was not intentionally putting on a show in front of Zhou Xiaodong. Even if he had not known Zhou Xiaodong was present, he had planned to visit the technical department of Qianxia Technology after the new year, as he had not paid attention to the company's affairs for an extended period. Now, standing face to face with Zhou Xiaodong, with Luo Yonghao and Mijole behind him, Li Mu felt a twinge of awkwardness. Zhou Xiaodong, upon seeing Li Mu, was equally taken aback, especially when he noticed the company's owner and shareholders flanking Li Mu. Why is Xiaomu here at the company? And why are the owner and shareholders accompanying him? What are you standing around for? Get back to work, Luo Yonghao admonished. Zhou Xiaodong wished to speak with Li Mu, but noticed Li Mu signaling him to be quiet. He suppressed his curiosity and hurried to his workstation, feigning productivity while keeping a watchful eye on Li Mu and his companions. Li Mu and Zhou Xiaodong exchanged a glance, saying nothing, before Li Mu departed with Luo Yonghao and the others. Back in the conference room, Li Mu sought a detailed update on the current status of the Qianxia mobile phone. The supply chain had been largely resolved, and the system had undergone preliminary design and optimization. The next step involved integrating the system within the hardware environment for in-depth optimization and calibration. Once the software and hardware were harmonized, they could proceed with trial assembly testing, paving the way for production. Can we ensure the phone will launch before June? Li Mu inquired. If all goes as planned, it should pose no issue, Luo Yonghao replied. Li Mu nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Li Mu and Luo Yonghao Mijula engaged in an in-depth discussion regarding the pre-launch of mobile phones and the associated sales models. Most of the time, Mijula remained a listener, seldom contributing to the conversation. Li Mu speculated that Mijula was contemplating entering the mobile phone industry. His reticence likely indicated that he was absorbing knowledge to lay the groundwork for future entrepreneurial endeavors. In the evening, Li Mu dined with a few acquaintances. During the meal, he received a phone call from Zhou Xiaodong. With a gesture of apology to his companions, he excused himself from the private room to take the call. Xiaomu, what exactly transpired today? Zhou Xiaodong inquired directly. Why did you come to our company? Moreover, why were our boss and shareholders accompanying you? What is the situation? Zhou Xiaodong's tone seemed somewhat agitated. Brother Xiaodong, I'm currently at dinner. I will call you back later, and we can discuss it in person, Li Mu replied. After a brief silence, Zhou Xiaodong acquiesced, saying all right, before ending the call. Glancing at his hung-up phone, Li Mu couldn't help but smile wryly before returning to the private room. After their meal, Luo Yonghao arranged for someone to escort Li Mu to his hotel. On the way, Li Mu called Zhou Xiaodong, inviting him to meet at the hotel. Upon arriving, he found Zhou Xiaodong had just reached the hotel as well. "Xiaomu, what is going on today?" Zhou Xiaodong immediately asked. "It's cold outside. Let us discuss it upstairs," Li Mu suggested. Zhou Xiaodong nodded and followed Li Mu into the hotel. As soon as they entered the room, Li Mu's phone rang. It was Qin Tao. "President Li, I have met with Li Jun and arranged to meet him tomorrow at noon," Qin Tao informed him. "Is he keen on going to Good County?" Li Mu inquired. "Not particularly, which is why I believe it is essential for you to personally engage with Li Jun," Qin Tao replied. "Understood. I will meet him tomorrow at noon." Li Mu confirmed. "All right, I will text you the specific location," Qin Tao concluded. Li Mu acknowledged with an before ending the call. Zhou Xiaodong had settled into a chair, and Li Mu brought over 2 bottles of water, sitting down with a smile directed at Zhou Xiaodong. "Xiaomu, can we talk now?" Zhou Xiaodong prompted. "Xiangxia Technology is a company I have invested in," Li Mu stated plainly. "What?" Zhou Xiaodong exclaimed, rising in shock. "You invested in Xiangxia Technology? Please, remain calm," Li Mu urged. "Let me explain." He then recounted the conversation he had with Meng Kersen to Zhou Xiaodong. After listening, Zhou Xiaodong stood in stunned silence, muttering, "Oh my heavens, you've struck gold." Li Mu suppressed a smile. Suddenly, Zhou Xiaodong recalled the conversation he had with Li Mu at Meng Kersen's home that afternoon. His face flushed with embarrassment as he realized how he had boasted to Li Mu, only to find himself inadvertently working for him. "Xiaomu, that day," Zhou Xiaodong began. But Li Mu promptly interrupted him. "Xiaodong, my situation is still unknown to my parents, so please do not inform them," Li Mu said. "Why?" Zhou Xiaodong replied, perplexed. "You are earning money from your company, which is a good thing. Why shouldn't your aunt and uncle know? I initially kept it from them to avoid causing concern." Li Mu explained. "Now, I fear they may not be able to accept it all at once and would worry. Therefore, please refrain from mentioning it. I will gradually inform them myself." "All right," Zhou Xiaodong said helplessly. That evening, Zhou Xiaodong chose not to leave and stayed with Li Mu, and the 2 brothers conversed extensively. The next morning, Zhou Xiaodong woke early for work, while Li Mu slept in until after 9, then proceeded to wash up and have breakfast. When a message from Qin Tao arrived, Li Mu promptly took a taxi to the agreed location. In a CAF, Li Mu finally met the renowned creator of the infamous poison, the notorious Li Jun. After Qin Tao made the introduction, Li Mu greeted Li Jun warmly with a handshake. But Li Jun responded with a certain coldness. Once seated, Li Jun stated directly, "I already told Qin Tao yesterday that I do not wish to join you. If it were not for his persistent requests, I would not have even agreed to meet you." Perhaps due to his prior fame or a sense of arrogance, Li Jun carried himself with an air of superiority. However, Li Mu remained unfazed, merely smiling faintly. "You are a few years my senior, so I shall call you Brother Jun," Li Mu said. "I believe you have visited several well-known antivirus companies in the country since your emergence. You likely hope to leverage your previous fame to secure a high-paying position within those firms. After these past few days, Brother Jun, you must have arrived at some conclusions." No. In Li Mu's recollection, after Li Jun's emergence, he had approached major antivirus companies such as Jinsan, Qihu, and Rui Xing. However, all had turned him down due to his lack of qualifications. Only Jinsan offered him a mere 3,000 monthly salary for a position as an internet security officer. This was a bitter pill for the renowned Li Jun to swallow, and naturally, he felt a deep sense of resentment. Li Mu's intention in approaching Li Jun at this low point was to extend a helping hand. Yet, to his surprise, Li Jun appeared to be more difficult to engage than he had anticipated. "I suspect, Brother Jun, that you have already been rejected by several major antivirus companies in the country," Li Mu remarked. Li Jun's expression remained inscrutable, devoid of any words. "They cannot provide what you seek, but I can," Li Mu asserted seriously. "Do you know what I desire?" Li Jun scoffed. "Name your conditions, and if I can meet them, I will certainly agree." Li Mu replied, "I desire 1,000,000 annual salary, and I wish to be the technical director." "Can you grant that?" Li Jun said dismissively. "Is that all?" Li Mu responded with a faint smile, rising to extend his right hand toward Li Jun. "Brother Jun, I welcome you to join Zongheng Sihai." Li Jun was taken aback, staring at Li Mu in astonishment and asking, "You agree?" "Brother Jun, Had you not made such a request, I would have willingly provided you with this, Li Mu chuckled. Li Jun slowly rose to his feet, his expression tinged with excitement. While others may fail to appreciate your talents and insist on scrutinizing academic credentials, I do not, Li Mu declared, gazing intently at Li Jun with an air of pride. Others may fear that employing you, the toxic king, could provide grounds for systemic criticism, but I am unafraid. Instantly, Li Jun felt a surge of emotion and grasped Li Mu's hand tightly. Thank you, he exclaimed with fervor. However, Brother Jun, we must establish a clear understanding. Li Mu said with earnestness. Once we arrive at the company, you must refrain from engaging in computer virus creation, otherwise, I shall not spare you. I assure you, that will not happen again, Li Jun promised earnestly. Welcome aboard, Li Mu said sincerely. Thank you, Li Jun responded with heartfelt appreciation. Not long after his departure, many in the internet sphere were closely monitoring Li Jun's movements. At last, a sensational announcement reverberated through the online community. The toxic King Li Jun had joined the company Zongheng Sihai as the technical director with an annual salary of 1 million. Incredible. Other companies have dismissed Li Jun, yet this Zongheng Sihai dares to hire him? I've never even heard of this company. It must be a mere publicity stunt. Jin San offered Li Jun a monthly salary of 3,000, while Zongheng Sihai's $1 million annual salary was a resounding slap in the face to meager. The audacity of this small, relatively unknown company was truly remarkable. In an instant, Zongheng Sihai, previously a nameless entity, found itself thrust into the limelight of the internet. While the recent IPO of Xianxia Technology had garnered some attention for Zongheng Sihai, the focus had predominantly been on Xianxia. However, with Li Jun's entry, Zongheng Sihai had undeniably gained notoriety, regardless of whether it was for good or ill. Upon learning of this news, meager, the chairman of Jin San, was absolutely furious, his face burning as if he had just received a stinging slap. He promptly called Li Mu, his tone decidedly unfriendly. Mr. Li, is this action of yours truly appropriate? Meager questioned. Mr. Mi, please do not take offense, Li Mu replied. Our company is small and located in a modest county. Talent like Li Jun is rare, and I am eager to recruit him. Please do not hold it against me. Very well, meager repeated thrice before abruptly ending the call. Li Mu anticipated meager's anger, yet he remained unfazed, knowing that there was little the latter could do to him. After hanging up, Li Mu wore a nonchalant expression as he tucked away his phone. Meanwhile, Li Jun, feeling a twinge of guilt, remarked, Mr. Li, is my joining the company causing you any trouble? Not at all, Li Mu laughed. However, the subsequent news brought a frown to Li Mu's face. Luo Yonghao called him, urgency evident in his voice. Mr. Li, is it true that Li Jun has indeed joined your company? Yes, what of it? Li Mu inquired. You do realize that Xianxia Technology's stock has plummeted due to Li Jun's joining, right? Luo Yonghao exclaimed. No way, could that really be? Li Mu abruptly straightened his posture, furrowing his brow as he inquired. How could this happen? While it was true that Li Jun possessed formidable skills, he was nonetheless considered a controversial figure. Luo Yonghao responded. His involvement has undoubtedly cast a shadow over the company, leading to a decline in stock prices. Is the drop significant? Li Mu asked. With less than half an hour until market close, it shouldn't be too severe, Luo Yonghao replied. Well, tomorrow and the day after are the 6th. Let's devise a strategy to remedy this, Li Mu suggested. Understood, Luo Yonghao conceded with a hint of resignation. After ending the call, Li Mu couldn't help but frown. He had not anticipated the profound impact Li Jun could wield, particularly in influencing the stock price of Xianxia Technology. Mr. Li, perhaps I should. Li Jun began to propose that if his presence was causing complications for Li Mu's company, he would consider stepping aside. However, before he could finish, Li Mu interrupted him. Rest assured, it's nothing to worry about. I can manage this, Li Mu declared with confident assurance. Seeing Li Mu's unwavering resolve, Li Jun chose to refrain from further discussion, internally affirming his commitment to work diligently alongside Li Mu. Upon returning to the office, Li Mu promptly escorted Li Jun to the technical department and introduced him to the team. My goodness, the boss has brought in the coding maestro, exclaimed one team member. A true technical genius. My idol. With this tech prodigy on board, our WeChat project will undoubtedly launch on schedule. Another added, their excitement palpable. Mr. Li, your timing in bringing Li Jun aboard is impeccable. Zhao Chongbin expressed enthusiastically. What is the situation? Li Mu inquired. Currently, We are encountering some difficulties with cross-platform compatibility, and our progress has stagnated over the past few days, Xiao Chongbin explained. I'll take a look. Chapter 81. Get WeChat installed immediately. It must be said that Li Jun approached coding with a commendable seriousness. He did not allow his recent arrival to manifest as hesitation. Diving straight into the work. Noticing everyone engrossed in their tasks, and aware of his own limitations in coding, Li Mu quietly exited the technical department. Upon returning to his office, he summoned Meng Kersen and Su Xiaoqi to discuss Li Jun's integration and the subsequent effects on Xianxia Technology's stock market performance. What shall we do now? Su Xiaoqi asked. Here's the plan. Utilize all available resources for WeChat promotion and commence the pre-launch preparations immediately, Li Mu instructed. Is that feasible? Meng Kersen queried. It must be done, regardless. Li Mu replied with a grave expression. We need to redirect everyone's focus away from Li Jun's arrival and onto our company's products. This was the singular strategy Li Mu had conceived during his return journey. Though it felt somewhat hasty, it might yield unexpected benefits. By the way, let us phrase our advertisement like this. Li Mu proposed. Are you still communicating with your friends through phone calls and text messages? Join WeChat now. This is an application that revolutionizes your social interactions, allowing you to engage in free conversations with friends. This encapsulates the essence of our message, does it not? Marketing team, please deliberate further on this matter. During these next few days, we must not rest. A proposal must be hastily prepared and rolled out by Monday. If we proceed as you suggest, are we not directly targeting the giant, Penguin? Are we not, in essence, declaring war against them? Su Xiaoqi voiced her concerns. Indeed, I share your apprehension. After all, Penguin is considerably formidable, and we ought to steer clear of their wrath, Meng Kersen concurred. We must take this course of action. Otherwise, the public's attention will remain fixated on Li Jun, Li Mu asserted resolutely. Moreover, our advertisement is not merely a confrontation with Penguin. It also encompasses the competition with China Mobile, China Unicom, and China Telecom, as we are vying for their telecommunications market. Upon hearing Li Mu's words, both Meng Kersen and Su Xiaoqi exchanged astonished glances, sensing that Li Mu might be veering into madness. Very well, this encapsulates our intention, Li Mu stated. Su Xiaoqi, you shall draft the proposal and prepare the budget. Regardless of the cost, Kersen will cover it. Meng Kersen and Su Xiaoqi felt that Li Mu was indeed preparing for a decisive battle. By the way, how is communication with Penguin progressing? Have they agreed to promote us? Li Mu inquired. Initially, they were amenable, but if we follow your approach, it is likely that Penguin will withdraw their support for WeChat. Su Xiaoqi replied helplessly. Never mind. If Penguin is willing to promote us, let it be. If not, it matters not. Li Mu waved his hand dismissively. I refuse to believe that without Penguin's traffic, WeChat cannot thrive. Now, you both may return to your tasks. After sending Meng Kersen and Su Xiaoqi away, Li Mu received a call from Wu Yukai. On the line, Wu Yukai spoke of the plummeting stock price of Xianxia Technology, yet he never mentioned selling his shares. Brother Wu, just hold on to your shares of Xianxia. Wait for me to present you with a grand spectacle, Li Mu confidently declared. Haha. It seems you are quite assured of yourself? Wu Yukai laughed heartily. Very well, I shall await the performance. Wu Youcai's call was essentially to ascertain whether Li Mu had devised a solution. Li Mu's unwavering confidence in instructing Wu Yukai to retain his shares indicates that he has a plan in mind. Wu Yukai holds great trust in Li Mu's abilities. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two concluded their conversation. In the following 2 days, under Li Jun's leadership, the technical department worked tirelessly to resolve cross-platform compatibility issues. In this regard, Li Mu could not lend assistance. His role was to collaborate with the marketing team to devise a concrete promotional strategy. The final proposal was confirmed, embodying the ideas Li Mu had previously articulated. Are you still communicating with your friends via calls and text messages on Penguin? Stop. Join WeChat now. This is an application that transforms your social experience, allowing you to chat with friends for free. Adjacent to this text, a prominent icon of the WeChat application is displayed. Moreover, the promotional resources currently at Li Mu's disposal consist primarily of purchasing the prime advertising slots on high-traffic portal websites, as well as the pop-up advertisements that appear upon opening these sites. In 2010, the internet was still dominated by desktop usage, and portal websites commanded substantial traffic, with platforms like Xinlong and Suhu attracting tens of millions of daily visits. Another resource available was the top promotional positions in the Android and application markets. In January 2010, the market share of Android was still relatively low, rendering the promotional effects quite limited. Nevertheless, WeChat was initially optimized for Android, resulting in remarkably precise promotional outcomes. Have all the major portal websites been contacted? Li Mu inquired. Su Xiaoqi nodded and replied, yes, all have been reached, and promotions will commence at 8 o'clock tonight. How much did it cost in total? Li Mu asked wearily. Over 35 million, Su Xiaoqi said, which exceeds our estimate by 10 million. The promotional costs for the Apple Store were exorbitantly high, double what we had anticipated. Goodness, Apple is truly ruthless. Li Mu muttered, grimacing. Su Xiaoqi was taken aback. In all her time knowing Li Mu, this was the first instance she had heard him curse, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Li Mu glanced at the time and then told Su Xiaoqi, all right, your department's colleagues have worked hard for 2 days. Let them leave early today to rest, and come back tomorrow at 10 in the morning. Understood, Su Xiaoqi replied. Just then, the office door burst open, and Zhao Chongbin and Qin Tao rushed in excitedly. Presently, the WeChat development is complete and ready for internal testing, Zhao Chongbin exclaimed. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Mu sprang to his feet and dashed out of the office towards the technical department, followed closely by Su Xiaoqi, Zhao Chongbin, and Qin Tao. We did it. The development has finally succeeded. They cheered. Yes, after more than 3 months, our efforts were not in vain. Why do I feel like crying? The technical department erupted in cheers. Jungu, quickly, install WeChat for me. Chapter 82. WeChat internal testing. Gazing at the familiar WeChat icon on his phone's home screen, Li Mu was visibly exhilarated. Finally, WeChat is here. Life without it has been dreadfully dull. Not only had Li Mu installed WeChat on his phone, but all employees using Android and Apple devices had also done so. Of course, Li Mu was the sole user of Apple in the company. While only 7 or 8 others used Android, the rest primarily relied on Symbian or counterfeit phones. Li Mu adeptly tapped the WeChat icon, registered an account, and imported his meager list of contacts. Unfortunately, at this time, the market share for Android and Apple was still quite low. Once everyone had applied, Li Mu stepped aside and clicked on Meng Kursen's avatar. Naturally, at this point, nobody had had the chance to set a profile picture, so all appeared with the default gray avatar, as everyone was primarily testing WeChat's functionalities. Li Mu typed a few words. Sister Kursen, it's Xiao Mu. With a swift motion, he sent the message. Meng Kursen immediately received a response, her heart filled with joy as she opened WeChat. Seeing Li Mu's message, she too was thrilled. Subsequently, Li Mu pressed the intercom function and said, gorgeous beauty, shall we dine together tonight? With a quick tap, the message was sent successfully. Upon receiving the message, Meng Kursen eagerly clicked on the voice playback, and Li Mu's voice emerged, remarkably clear. Cheers erupted among the crowd at the sight of Li Mu and Meng Kursen's test. Although Su Xiaoqi felt elated, a twinge of dissatisfaction lingered in her heart. For she was using a Nokia. Tonight, I shall purchase a new phone, she resolved. Soon after, everyone began testing among themselves. Brother Jun, could you set up one for my friends in Guangdong province to see how it performs over long distances? Li Mu inquired. No problem, Li Jun replied. Just have your friend download it from our WeChat official site and provide them with an invitation code. Li Mu promptly called Wei Yukai to share the news of WeChat's successful development, advising him to download the software from the official website. And he sent the invitation code via text. In no time, Wei Yukai successfully registered and became friends with Li Mu. Brother Wu, my WeChat has been successfully developed. Li Mu sent a voice message without delay. Shortly after, a notification chimed on Li Mu's WeChat, and he quickly activated the speaker. Haha, congratulations. My brother is incredible. Achieving this in such a short time, came Wu Yotsai's voice. The clarity of the message from Guangdong province ignited another wave of excitement among the crowd. Suddenly, Li Mu had an idea and turned to Su Xiaoqi, saying, you should immediately contact major portal websites and have them modify it so that clicking our advertisement redirects to the WeChat official site. With a random selection of 100,000 users to participate in the beta test, everyone participating will receive a cash reward of 100 yuan. That is a brilliant idea, Su Xiaoqi exclaimed. I'll reach out to them right away. Wait, Meng Kursen interjected. Su Xiaoqi paused, looking at Meng Kursen with curiosity. This idea is indeed great, but do you realize how much this will cost? Meng Kursen stated, 10 million, a staggering 10 million. Never mind, Consider it a promotional expense. Li Mu waved his hand dismissively. Su Xiaoqi hesitated, acknowledging that Li Mu's idea was indeed excellent, yet questioning the necessity of spending such a sum. All right, it's settled then. 100,000 beta users, each receiving a cash reward of 100 yuan. Li Mu declared assertively. Meng Kersen wished to voice her concerns, but in the presence of so many, she feared embarrassing Li Mu and chose to remain silent. Su Xiaoqi furrowed her brow and turned to leave. Well, everyone has worked hard lately, especially these past few days. Li Mu addressed the tech team. Tonight, I'll treat you all to a feast at Jintian Pavilion. Let's indulge. What about us? Are we not working hard as well? Voices of dissent arose immediately from other departments. Everyone, let us go, Li Mu declared. Subsequently, Meng Kersen went to reserve a private room while the others began to gather their belongings in preparation for the end of the workday. Although it was neither a holiday nor a festive occasion necessitating a reservation, it was prudent to inform in advance, given that there were approximately 40 to 50 individuals at Li Mu's company. Once everything was tidied up, the group collectively made their way to the Jintian Pavilion Hotel. Shortly after 8 o'clock in the evening, a colossal advertisement appeared at the top of various major news websites. Are you still texting and calling your friends on your phone? Join WeChat now. This is a revolutionary application that transforms your social interactions, allowing you to chat with friends for free. What on earth is this? Free chatting? Is this for real? A cash reward of 100 yuan for participating in the beta test? If I don't receive it, I'll report you. What does it mean by only supporting Android? Are you looking down on us Nokia users? Many individuals, upon seeing such an advertisement, harbored a sense of skepticism. However, a considerable number were intrigued by the notion of a free trial and decided to give it a shot. Additionally, many were motivated by the allure of the 100 yuan cash incentive and proceeded to download the application. Upon downloading WeChat, they received an invitation code and clicked to register. After a successful registration, they set their usernames, chose preferred avatars, and imported their contacts. Yet, they soon realized that their contact lists contained a meager 3 to 5 friends. After all, it was a beta test with only 100,000 users. And given that only Android users could participate, the number of WeChat users was consequently diminished. In 2010, Nokia still reigned supreme, boasting a market share of approximately 13% despite a notable decline from 2009. The limited number of friends did not deter users from engaging with the WeChat beta. You've downloaded WeChat too? What do you think? I just set it up. It's quite simple, though my friends list is a bit sparse. Indeed. However, considering it's a beta test, it's understandable. I imagine once it officially launches, the friend count will increase. It doesn't matter. I'm here solely for that 100 yuan red envelope. Haha, I thought the same but hesitated to admit it. Users who downloaded WeChat found the application user-friendly, genuinely free of charge, and exceptionally convenient. The launch of WeChat sent ripples through the internet community, leaving many restless that night, particularly the distant boss of Tencent, Shen Jinting. Chapter 83. Reactions from various tycoons. So this is aimed at me? Shen Jinting noticed the promotional advertisement for WeChat, squinting his eyes and adjusting his glasses before clicking on the ad with a smile. However, as he read the introduction to WeChat, his smile faded, replaced by a grave expression. This endeavor appeared quite promising. The scale of the promotion was substantial as well. Spending 10 million on a mere beta test was impressive. He then proceeded to download WeChat, received an invitation code, and successfully registered. Upon importing his contacts, Shen Jinting was astonished to discover several friends within his list, one of whom was Zhang Xiaolong. Subsequently, Shen Jinting sent a friend request, which Zhang Xiaolong quickly accepted. Shen Jinting inquired, "What do you think of this software?" Zhang Xiaolong responded, "It's quite impressive, simple, convenient, and indeed very innovative." Shen Jinting asked, "Could you create something like this?" Zhang Xiaolong assured him, "No problem. The software is fairly straightforward. It merely excels in creativity." Shen Jinting insisted, "Then get started on it right away." After sending the message on WeChat, he tossed his phone aside, thinking, "Humph, you wish to challenge me, Shen Jinting? You're nothing. Watch how I replicate your idea and surpass you." Indeed, Shen Jinting was taken aback by WeChat, sensing that it would soon become immensely popular, potentially threatening his status as the social leader. He was not the only one to notice WeChat. Hang Zhoma also took note. "Well, this software is impressive. It seems little Tung has something to worry about," he mused to himself. Afterward, Hang Zhoma downloaded WeChat, successfully registered, and imported his contacts. To his surprise, He found Shen Jinting's name in the list and eagerly added him as a friend. In the future, WeChat was meant to belong to Shen Jinting. Yet he and Hang Zhoma were locked in a competitive rivalry. Many pondered whether Hang Zhoma would utilize Shen Jinting's WeChat. There was even a humorous online anecdote suggesting that Hang Zhoma sent messages through Ding Ding to Shen Jinting, who replied via WeChat. As for whether Hang Zhoma truly possessed Shen Jinting's WeChat in later years, who could know outside their circle? Currently, WeChat was created by Li Mu, triumphantly resolving a conundrum of the future. There should be no doubt. Both of them were now utilizing WeChat. Shortly after, Shen Jinting accepted the friend request. Hang Zhoma teased, "Little Tung Tung, are you feeling troubled?" Shen Jinting retorted, "What do you want? If you have something to say, I might just delete you." Hang Zhoma provocatively asked, "What if I were to purchase WeChat? What do you think would happen?" Upon sending the message, a red exclamation mark appeared, followed by a gray line of text stating, "Sorry, you are not yet friends. Please send a friend request." Wow, this little Tung Tung is rather petty. Hang Zhoma chuckled to himself. Fortunately, he deleted me. Otherwise, I would have lost out significantly. Hang Zhoma then called Zhang Yong, requesting him to reach out to the company behind WeChat, as he intended to acquire it. Hang Zhoma aimed to leverage WeChat to shatter Alibaba's social media void. Meanwhile, Zhang Yong, who had just successfully managed his first Double 11 event at Taobao Mall, was in high spirits, realizing that this was a remarkable opportunity for Alibaba. Both Shen Jinting and Hang Zhoma had noticed WeChat, and with its proximity, how could the search giant in Kyoto possibly overlook it? Indeed, this software is simple and practical, yet it lacks any technical sophistication. Sichong remarked with a pout. Let's wait until tomorrow. Who would care about such a trivial piece of software, especially one that is only compatible with Android? Although Sichong had noticed WeChat, he was currently filled with ambition, eagerly anticipating the arrival of tomorrow, which would undoubtedly be a momentous occasion for him. Late into the night, around 11 o'clock, Li Mu, Meng Kersen, and Su Xiaoqi returned to their rented accommodation. Li Mu had consumed some alcohol, but fortunately, he remained quite lucid. "Xiaomu, I have something to discuss with you," Meng Kersen said earnestly. "What is it, Kersen?" Li Mu replied, plopping down onto the sofa with a smile. WeChat has been successfully developed and is now in the warm-up and internal testing phase. You will finally be able to use WeChat. Li Mu was ecstatic. However, this is regarding the promotion of WeChat's internal testing. Meng Kersen continued seriously. While it is indeed a joyful occasion that WeChat has come to fruition, there is a budget for promotion that must be adhered to. We cannot simply spend impulsively. Hee, Kersen, I understand, Li Mu chuckled. My actions are also for the benefit of Changsha technology. Moreover, I aim to attract the attention of the bigwigs in the internet industry. Rest assured, I am well aware of what I am doing. Li Mu, I believe Kersen is right. It would be prudent for you to approach such decisions with caution. Su Xiaoqi added. Just as Li Mu was about to further explain, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number with the area code for Suzhou and Hangzhou. He immediately gestured for silence and answered the call, switching to speaker mode. "Hello, who is this?" Li Mu inquired. "Hello, Mr. Li, this is Zhang Yong." A deep voice resonated from the other end. Perhaps due to the alcohol, Li Mu's mind took a moment to respond. However, it soon dawned on him that this name belonged to Zhang Yong from Suzhou and Hangzhou, the top lieutenant under Hang Zhoma, and a likely successor to him. "Hello," Li Mu replied coolly. "I am an internal user of your WeChat, and am quite interested in what you have developed," Zhang Yong stated. Meng Kersen and Su Xiaoqi exchanged puzzled glances. Who was this Zhang Yong, and how did he obtain Li Mu's phone number? "Thank you," Li Mu replied. "I called at this late hour to inquire if you would consider selling your WeChat," Zhang Yong asked. "Selling?" Meng Kersen and Su Xiaoqi were even more astonished. The internal advertisement had just gone live 3 hours ago, and someone was already seeking to purchase WeChat. Did he truly have such faith in it? "What price can you offer?" Li Mu inquired with a smile. Zhang Yong was momentarily taken aback. He anticipated Li Mu's swift response, catching him off guard. "Aren't you going to ask who I am?" Zhang Yong chuckled. "Apart from being Hang Zhoma's foremost general, I cannot think of anyone else from Suzhou and Hangzhou with such foresight." Chapter 84. Meager lay to withdraw investment. Hang Zhoma, the e-commerce tycoon, Hang Zhoma, Meng Kersen, and Su Xiaoqi were once again taken aback. They never anticipated that a call would come from a representative of Hangzhou Ma, expressing interest in acquiring WeChat. Haha. Mr. Li certainly has a way with words, Zhang Yong chuckled heartily. "How much can you offer?" Li Mu inquired directly. 1 million. Zhang Yong replied. Li Mu was momentarily stunned, then abruptly hung up the phone, scoffing, 1 million? Humph, utterly unimpressive. Why did you hang up? Meng Kersen exclaimed anxiously. His offer is clearly an attempt to bargain. I never intended to sell WeChat, Li Mu stated firmly. Moreover, an offer of 1 million is clearly a jest. Why would I engage further? Li Mu's point was valid. Su Xiaoqi concurred. Even if it were a negotiation tactic, that price is simply outrageous. I stand with Li Mu on this. All right, it's getting late. We should all get some rest, Li Mu declared, rising to head to his bedroom. Just then, his phone rang again, this time from an unfamiliar number in Kyoto. Holding the phone aloft, he grinned at the two women. This is a Kyoto number. Any guesses on who it might be? Both Meng Kersen and Su Xiaoqi silently shook their heads. Li Mu returned to the sofa and answered the call. Placing it on speaker. Hello, this is Zhou Hongi, came the voice on the other end. Li Mu was taken aback. He had expected a search inquiry, but instead, it was the prominent figure known as the Red Cannon. Mr. Zhou is interested in WeChat as well? Li Mu asked directly. So what is your offer? Hee. It seems someone has beaten me to it. Zhou Hongi chuckled. I just hung up from Hangzhou Ma. Ah, as I expected, Zhou Hongi continued. Let me make an offer, 1 billion. Upon hearing Zhou Hongi's proposal, Meng Kersen and Su Xiaoqi gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief. Mr. Zhou is quite straightforward. Li Mu laughed. However, I will not sell WeChat. If you wish to invest in shares, that could be arranged. There was a moment of silence on Zhou Hongi's end before he replied, let me think it over. Li Mu acknowledged with a simple all right, and ended the call. Yay. As soon as Li Mu hung up, Meng Kersen and Su Xiaoqi erupted in excitement. First Hangzhou Ma, and now Zhou Hongi. Xiao Mu, many people are optimistic about WeChat. It seems we are on the brink of something big. Meng Kersen exclaimed. Indeed. Su Xiaoqi chimed in. I never imagined that WeChat, which we initially dismissed, would now attract the attention of two industry giants. This is just the beginning, Li Mu remarked with a smirk. Brace yourselves. I will surely be busy in the coming days. With that, he stood up and said, all right, let us all get some rest. Li Mu then made his way to the bedroom, while Meng Kersen and Su Xiaoqi excitedly returned to their rooms. That night, the excitement was not limited to the internet sector. The telecommunications industry buzzed with activity as well. Humph, this WeChat is quite similar to our Feixin. Can it even compete with Feixin? Besides, I want to have to lift a finger. Shun Jinting could easily take down WeChat. Xia Lian Tong, this WeChat is quite impressive. Summer Mobile has acquired Feixin. Should we reach out to WeChat? Perhaps we can leverage WeChat to surpass Summer Mobile and emerge as the leader in the telecommunications industry. Xia Dian Xian, this is indeed a valuable asset. I will promptly notify the team to establish contact with WeChat's representatives. In the annals of history, WeChat was unveiled by Tencent. Its inception disrupted the SMS business within the telecommunications sector, prompting the three major telecommunications giants to grind their teeth in frustration. Yet they found themselves powerless against the tides of market competition. With WeChat's emergence a year ahead of schedule, each competitor's mentality diverged significantly. The following day, January 13, 2010, marked a significant event in the domestic internet sector. Google withdrew from the summer market. This development drew considerable attention and was regarded as a substantial headline. However, when juxtaposed with the advent of WeChat, the news of Google's exit seemed somewhat diminished. Beyond Baidu, the search engine giant, one might ponder how many others truly cared about this shift. After all, Google's departure signified Baidu's unchallenged dominance in the realm of internet search within summer. Baidu's indifference towards WeChat stemmed from Google's impending exit, prompting them to strategize in advance, a time when Baidu felt particularly ambitious. Upon arriving at his office, Li Mu opened his computer and noted the news of Google's withdrawal, yet he had never utilized Google and thus held little interest in it. His primary focus remained on the stock market, particularly on how Changsha Technology would fare when trading commenced at 9:30. As the market opened, Li Mu observed a slight decline in Changsha Technology's stock price. However, after approximately 20 minutes, there was a discernible upward trend. By 11:30, as trading concluded, the stock price remained in a state of fluctuation, notably avoiding the persistent decline seen the previous Friday, which was a positive sign. At that moment, Luo Yonghao called. Mr. Li, your tactic of diverting attention is quite commendable. He chuckled. This is merely the beginning. There are still significant announcements yet to be made, Li Mu replied with pride. What significant announcements? Luo Yonghao inquired, intrigued. My WeChat has entered internal testing. Do you think the industry titans will remain indifferent? Li Mu laughed. They have already reached out to you? Luo Yonghao asked, astonished. Clearly, Luo Yonghao had anticipated that with WeChat's launch, there would be movements from various industry leaders. But he was unprepared for the fact that they had already begun to act. Indeed, both Hangzhou and Ma Huateng have made contact. Li Mu chuckled. Tell me, if I release this news, do you think the stock price will surge? Absolutely. Without a doubt. It might even replicate the 5 consecutive limit ups we saw at the time of the initial public offering. Luo Yonghao exclaimed excitedly. Li Mu smiled and asked, by the way, how is Mi Zhou Lei reacting? Has he expressed any thoughts? Enough about him. Last Friday, Mi Zhou Lei came to see me, and we had quite the argument. Luo Yonghao remarked that Mi Zhou Lei, in a fit of anger, declared his intention to withdraw from the venture, pulling out his investments and his technical team as well. Let him be, Li Mu replied coldly. If he does withdraw, it is likely to impact our stock prices, Luo Yonghao continued. Do not forget, I still have WeChat. Chapter 85. The four-way negotiation. As one of the titans of the internet industry and a senior figure in the field, how could Mi Zhou Lei possibly overlook WeChat? He had previously been aware of Li Mu's endeavor in social networking, and upon truly experiencing WeChat, he regarded it highly. However, following the incident involving Li Jun, Mi Zhou Lei found himself publicly humiliated by Li Mu, and many in their circle mocked him, which incited considerable ire within him. Additionally, the overwhelming success of WeChat's internal testing only deepened his discomfort. In truth, all of this was merely a pretext for Mi Zhou Lei's desire to branch out and pursue his own entrepreneurial aspirations. Immediately after Li Mu's conversation with Luo Yonghao, Mi Zhou Lei announced his decision to withdraw his investment from Changsha Technology, along with his technical team. Did Mi Zhou Lei truly withdraw his investment? With the technical team gone, could Changsha Technology still effectively develop their mobile operating system? It is indeed uncertain. The launch of Changsha's mobile phone may face delays. The foundation of Changsha Technology was still too fragile. Without Mi Zhou Lei's technical team, the prospects for their own team to produce a competent system were dubious. Mi Zhou Lei's withdrawal from Changsha Technology elicited considerable reactions. When the stock market opened that afternoon, Changsha Technology's share prices began to plummet persistently. What are we to do now? The stock price has fallen again. Should I sell and cut my losses? Short-sighted. I refuse to sell. The turmoil in Changsha Technology's stocks went unaddressed, resulting in further declines the following day. However, after the market closed the next morning, a significant news announcement emerged. Various titans of the internet expressed their optimism towards WeChat, with intentions to acquire or invest, with bids soaring to a staggering 10 billion. Good heavens! Have these magnates lost their minds? Such a simple software is fetching 10 billion? Regardless of who invests in WeChat, it serves as a potent tonic for Changsha Technology. Their stock prices are likely to rise. Haha, it seems Changsha Technology's stock will surge when the market opens this afternoon. What I am most curious about is whether the Penguin has any response to WeChat. With this news, it is absolutely predictable that Changsha Technology's stock will rise in the afternoon. Yet, this development left Shen Jinting exceedingly uncomfortable. Fool! Shen Jinting fumed. It appears that creating a software similar to WeChat is no longer feasible. Whoever invests in or acquires WeChat poses a significant threat to my great Penguin. Following this, Shen Jinting called Zhang Xiaolong. Long, hold off on that software for now, Shen Jinting instructed. You should go directly to the owner of WeChat and discuss the acquisition. Brother Tong, I have received word that the owner of WeChat has no intention to sell. He is only amenable to investment, Zhang Xiaolong replied. It would be best to pursue an acquisition. Shen Jinting spoke in a deep voice, stating that if an acquisition proves unfeasible, then investment is the alternative. And it must be under our control. Very well, I shall personally engage in discussions to ascertain the specifics, Zhang Xiaolong replied. With the lunar December fast approaching, the once tranquil and serene Guda County had suddenly become abuzz with activity. Was a prominent figure arriving in Guda County? Why were there so many luxury vehicles? There had been no prior announcement of any significant visitor, yet the convoy was indeed impressive. Indeed, there were Mercedes, Maseratis, and even Bentleys, all parked in front of the United Building. The license plates from Suzhou, Shenzhen, and Kyoto raised questions about the stature of these dignitaries. As the receptionist, Ho Lingwei was utterly taken aback. Representatives from Penguin had arrived, along with Alibaba's patriarch, and even the antivirus magnate Zhou Hongyi had come in person. What could this all mean? Had they lost their minds? Even Meng Kerson, Su Xiaoqi, and Zheng Kaixian were profoundly astonished. No one had anticipated that such influential figures from major corporations would personally visit their company. After all, the renown of these companies was immense. Who hasn't utilized Penguin? Who hasn't purchased anything from Alibaba? Who doesn't have Tiger's antivirus software installed on their computer? Li Mu, who had lived 2 lives, was also surprised, though not to the extent of being at a loss for words or actions. Soon, Zhang Yong, Zhang Xiaolong, and Zhou Hongyi were invited into the conference room. In the presence of these eminent figures, it was left to Meng Kerson and Su Xiaoqi to serve tea and refreshments. Li Mu composed himself before entering the conference room. Upon reaching the forefront, he stood firm, surveying the distinguished guests, and then offered a subtle smile. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to our company, Zongheng Sihai. On behalf of Zongheng Sihai, I sincerely thank you for your presence and extend a warm welcome." Li Mu initiated with a neutral opening statement, to which Zhang Yong and the others responded with smiles and nods. "I understand that your visit today concerns WeChat," Li Mu stated. "First and foremost, I must clarify that my WeChat is not for sale." The 3 nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Furthermore, I will only accept investments in WeChat, not in our company." Li Mu continued, "If this is agreeable, we may proceed with our discussions." This had been Li Mu's plan all along. By securing investments solely in WeChat, he ensured that any future software developed by his company, such as Douyin, would also benefit them. The 3 nodded in agreement. "Now, I shall continue," Li Mu declared. "Hold on," Zhang Xiaolong interjected. "If we are to discuss matters, Mr. Li, please confer with these 2 first. We will speak separately at the end." Li Mu glanced at Zhang Yong and Zhou Hongyi, saw their nods of consent, and shrugged, indicating his indifference. Zhang Xiaolong smiled, offered a nod to Li Mu and the others, and then exited the conference room. "Allow me to delineate my proposed collaboration approach, and we can ascertain whether you both find it acceptable," Li Mu remarked. "Should you agree, we may proceed with our discussions." Zhang Yong and Zhou Hongyi exchanged glances and nodded in affirmation. "I am prepared to offer 30% of WeChat's shares for collaboration among 3 parties. The precise allocation will primarily depend on each party's investment contribution," Li Mu continued. "However, I must clarify that each investment must not fall below 1 billion. Gentlemen, do consider whether this is agreeable to you." Chapter 86. Only one remains. In 2013, Alibaba launched its communication platform, followed by the introduction of DingTalk in 2014. Heng Zhou and Ma sought to penetrate the social networking sphere, yet the formidable and established Tencent proved to be an insurmountable barrier, leaving the latecomers unable to break through. The emergence of WeChat a year earlier further accelerated Heng Zhou and Ma's aspirations to enter the social arena by several years. At the 2002 West Who Soared debate, Zhou Hongyi first encountered Shen Jinting. At that time, Shen was still unmarried, prompting Zhou to jest that he was the most immature among their peers. By 2004, Tencent's chat service was thriving, with nearly every portal eyeing the lucrative instant messaging market, leading to a plethora of chat applications. Zhou Hongyi was among them. However, Tencent's dominance proved overwhelming, and ultimately, all competing software succumbed to Tencent's might. This marked the initial clash between Zhou Hongyi and Shen Jinting in the realm of the internet. Perhaps unwilling to accept defeat, Zhou Hongyi set his sights on WeChat, eager to engage Shen Jinting in another contest. Presently, both Heng Zhou and Zhou Hongyi could be considered as sharing a common adversary. Moreover, there was no significant business overlap between Heng Zhou and Zhou Hongyi, rendering their discussions inconsequential. "I am prepared to allocate 30% of WeChat's shares. The distribution among the 3 parties will correlate with their respective investment amounts," Li Mu stated, reiterating that each investment must not be less than 1 billion. Upon hearing Li Mu's words, Zhang Yong and Zhou Hongyi exchanged astonished looks. "Your demands are quite excessive." Zhou Hongyi shot back, exclaiming, "I initially intended to acquire your WeChat for 1 billion. Yet you are offering such a meager stake while insisting on a 10 billion investment. This is simply outrageous." Zhang Yong nodded slightly in agreement. Li Mu smiled calmly, shaking his mobile phone, and remarked, "Do you not find that mobile devices are becoming increasingly intelligent?" Zhang Yong and Zhou Hongyi were momentarily perplexed by Li Mu's sudden shift to the topic of mobile phones. Currently, with 3G networks, phones are already quite intelligent. Li Mu continued, "But what if we reach 5G? Zhang Yong and Zhou Hongyi remained bewildered by Li Mu's implication. At that point, while mobile devices may not entirely replace computers, they will undoubtedly become significantly more intelligent, Li Mu asserted. My WeChat is specifically designed for mobile applications. It will be the gateway to future traffic. Whoever controls WeChat will command the future's flow of information. Zhang Yong adjusted his glasses and slightly lowered his head, appearing pensive. As for the 45 you mentioned, who knows when it will arrive? Zhou Hongyi scoffed. In my opinion, this investment is utterly unwise, and I fail to see any point of profitability. Li Mu remained silent, merely shrugging in response. Zhou Hongyi, increasingly irked by Li Mu's demeanor, retorted, "Umph. Anyone who invests in your WeChat is a fool." With that, she rose furiously and exited the conference room. Director Su, please see Zhou out, Li Mu requested, inciting further ire in Zhou Hongyi. Arrogant, so very arrogant, she exclaimed, pointing at Li Mu as she stormed out. Li Mu, adopting a nonchalant attitude, turned his gaze towards Zhang Yong. What do you think, General Manager Zhang? He inquired with a smile. I need to report something, Zhang Yong replied. After that, he took out his phone, stood up, and dialed a number, moving towards the door of the conference room. Just as Zhang Yong left, Zhang Xiaolong entered. Li, have you finished the discussion? He asked. Not yet, but we can certainly talk, Li Mu responded. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Xiaolong nodded and took a seat. Li Mu then reiterated his proposed collaboration method to Zhang Xiaolong. No wonder I saw Zhou leave in such a huff, Zhang Xiaolong remarked. Li, your approach is quite excessive. How about I outline our collaboration method? Zhang Xiaolong suggested. Li Mu waved his hand dismissively, asserting, I'm afraid, General Manager Zhang, I will only accept my proposed collaboration method. I will not entertain any alternatives. Immediately, Zhang Xiaolong furrowed his brow, smirking slightly as he said, Li, I acknowledge that your software is impressive, but with our Penguin's capabilities, we could easily create a similar application in no time. Do you believe your WeChat will still have a place to thrive then? General Zhang, I am well aware of the Penguin's strength, and I have faith that you could indeed develop a similar software in an instant, Li Mu confidently replied. However, I stand by my previous statement. I will only accept my own collaboration method. Zhang Xiaolong remained silent, his expression unchanging as he fixed his gaze on Li Mu. I need to report something, Zhang Xiaolong stated. Please, go ahead. Li Mu gestured invitingly. Subsequently, Zhang Xiaolong retrieved his phone and walked out. Li Mu leisurely sipped his tea, quenching his thirst. Nearby, Meng Kersen hurried over, saying, Xiao Mu, those individuals are all influential figures. Your assertiveness might deter them from investing in us. Rest assured. One will remain, Li Mu replied confidently. Which one? Meng Kersen inquired with curiosity. At that moment, Su Xiaoqi entered the room. I just saw General Zhang from Penguin leaving as well, she remarked, puzzled. Li Mu immediately gestured for silence, whispering, lower your voice. Su Xiaoqi quickly covered her mouth, glanced towards the door of the conference room, and tiptoed over to Li Mu's side. So it's just Alibaba left? Su Xiaoqi queried. Li Mu smiled quietly, saying nothing in response. Is it possible that even Alibaba will have to run away? Meng Kersen remarked with exasperation. Is that really the case? Su Xiaoqi responded in disbelief. Of course it is. Meng Kersen rolled her eyes. You weren't here earlier. You didn't see Xiao Mu's attitude. Even I felt like hitting him. Really? That seems a bit extreme. What exactly happened? Su Xiaoqi inquired. In a hushed tone, Meng Kersen recounted the events from the meeting room to Su Xiaoqi. Meanwhile, Li Mu appeared unaffected, leisurely sipping his tea as if nothing were amiss. At that moment, the door to the conference room swung open, and Zhang Yong entered. Having just finished a phone call, I just saw someone from Penguin enter. Where are they? Zhang Yong asked. Like you. They went out to make a phone call to report, Li Mu replied with a smile. Zhang Yong nodded in acknowledgement. Mr. Zhang, how did you respond on your end? Chapter 87. Shun Jinting's headache. Mizhou's bloodshed. Zhang Xiaolong conveyed Li Mu's proposed collaboration method to Shun Jinting. Upon hearing it, Shun Jinting became irate, exclaiming, What kind of cooperation is this? Isn't this just raising the price? Immediately, Shun Jinting instructed Zhang Xiaolong to return, declaring their intention to develop a software akin to WeChat to outdo it. Since they had become rivals, Zhang Xiaolong left without even a farewell. Had it not been for Su Xiaoqi escorting Zhou Hongyi and coincidentally running into him, Li Mu would have been unaware of Zhang Xiaolong's departure. Zhang Yong only noticed that Zhang Xiaolong had entered the conference room and shortly thereafter exited. He was oblivious to Zhang Xiaolong's exit. Furthermore, Li Mu had no intention of informing Zhang Yong that Zhang Xiaolong had already left. If Zhang Yong were to know that Zhang Xiaolong had departed, he would assume a dominant position regarding the collaboration. The manager from Penguin is also out making a phone call to report, Li Mu said with a grin. Zhang Yong nodded slightly, responding with a smile. Then allow me to express our stance. Li Mu inclined his head slightly, inviting Zhang Yong to continue. I have reported Mr. Li's intentions to our general manager in Hangzhou, Zhang Yong stated. He also finds Mr. Li's collaboration approach somewhat excessive. Li Mu refrained from interrupting, aware that Zhang Yong had more to say. However, Mr. Li's analysis of the future perfectly aligns with our general manager's thoughts. Zhang Yong continued after a pause. We are willing to accept Mr. Li's collaboration method, but we have one condition. Please, go ahead, Mr. Zhang, Li Mu said with a faint smile. We want the entirety of your 30% stake in WeChat. Our investment amount is 3 billion, and we request that you do not involve any other parties. Zhang Yong asserted. The implication of this statement was clear. They wanted it all, leaving no room for negotiations with Penguin. Li Mu understood Zhang Yong's intent and felt a sense of amusement. He wished for others to participate, but they had already departed, leaving only Zhang Yong's company. To demonstrate our sincerity, we can sign a preliminary cooperation agreement immediately, Zhang Yong added. Feigning contemplation, Li Mu smiled and said, That sounds agreeable. But we have a request as well. Please, go ahead, Mr. Li, Zhang Yong urged. I require the assistance of your esteemed technical team, which must be explicitly stated in the contract, said Li Mu. This poses no issue. I possess the authority to make such decisions, Zhang Yong replied. However, we have already demonstrated our sincerity, and we hope that President Li can reciprocate with equal earnestness. What must I do? Li Mu inquired. It is quite simple. We hope you can personally visit Suzhou and Hangzhou to discuss the specifics of our collaboration with President Hang, Zhang Yong suggested. No problem. Li Mu readily agreed. Subsequently, Li Mu and Zhang Yong engaged in discussions regarding their cooperative intentions and formalized their agreement. Once everything was settled and Zhang Yong departed, the entire team at Zhongheng Sihai erupted with excitement. 3 billion. Our company has truly struck it rich this time. Just a small software, developed over 3 months, has yielded 30 billion in revenue. Our boss is simply remarkable. Haha, we've hit the jackpot. The boss must reward us with a substantial year-end bonus. In stark contrast to the extravagance of Hangzhou Ma, both Xia Liantong and Xia Dianxin appeared rather frugal. Xia Liantong contacted Li Mu, offering 50 million to acquire WeChat. But Li Mu disregarded the call, hanging up immediately. Xia Dianxin, marginally more generous, proposed 100 million, yet Li Mu remained unresponsive. As for Xia Yidong, with Feixin in hand, they had little interest in WeChat. The following day, Zhongheng Sihai and Alibaba issued a statement regarding their collaborative intentions, which resonated like a thunderclap. Has Alibaba truly gone mad, investing 30 billion in such a venture? With Alibaba's involvement, WeChat is bound to flourish. However, one cannot be too certain. WeChat's incompatibility with Nokia devices ensures that its user base will never rival that of Tencent. Haha, this news is bound to give Shun Jinting a headache. If another investor had backed WeChat, Shun would have been indifferent, but the fact that it was Hangzhou Ma investing posed a significant concern for him. Xiaolong, I give you 3 months to develop this software, Shun Jinting stated sternly. Understood, Brother Tongue, Zhang Xiaolong replied. By the way, what shall we name this software? After a moment of contemplation, Shun Jinting declared, let us call it Tengxin. Very well, I will work tirelessly to bring Tengxin to fruition, Zhang Xiaolong assured him. In contrast to Shun Jinting's worries, meager was nearly driven to the brink of fury. I have just withdrawn my investment from Qiangxia Technology, and now Hangzhou Ma has joined in. It seems Qiangxia Technology's stock price is set to soar again. I am incurring severe losses, meager exclaimed in anger. Indeed. Upon the announcement, Qiangxia Technology's stock surged to its limit at market opening, achieving 3 consecutive price ceilings. This delighted Luo Yonghao, who promptly called Li Mu. Haha, President Li, did you see? Our Qiangxia Technology has reached its limit again. Luo Yonghao exclaimed jubilantly. Lao Luo, your focus is misplaced, Li Mu retorted with annoyance. Shouldn't you be concerned about the mobile operating system? Rest assured, we have recruited numerous high-level talents. Moreover, we are currently in negotiations with a seasoned technological team, and we anticipate a successful outcome before the year's end, remarked Luo Yonghao. At that time, our technological prowess will undoubtedly surpass that of Mi Zhoulei's era. Li Mu acknowledged with a hum and offered a few more words of advice to Luo Yonghao before ending the call. Once Li Mu concluded his dealings with various potential investors for WeChat, there remained less than a week before its official launch. Just as Li Mu prepared to embark on a journey to Suzhou and Hangzhou with Su Xiaoqi and Zheng Kaixian to meet with the Hangzhou team, he received a phone call from Huang Wenxiang. On the line, Huang Wenxiang urged Li Mu to promptly come to his office. Shortly thereafter, Li Mu arrived at Huang Wenxiang's office. "Brother Huang, has there been any news regarding the Xiaxin project?" Li Mu inquired immediately upon entering. Huang Wenxiang had previously informed Li Mu that the Xiaxin project would not yield results until before the upcoming new year. With only a little over 20 days remaining until the festival, one could reasonably expect some news to have surfaced. "There is likely information, but I am uncertain of the final outcome," Huang Wenxiang replied. "I just received a call from Boss Dai, who expressed a desire to meet with you. So I contacted you right away." "Did Boss Dai not disclose the final results?" Li Mu asked. "We must meet with Boss Dai to ascertain the ultimate outcome," Huang Wenxiang responded. Chapter 88. Three Joys arrive in Boss Dai's office. He was engrossed in writing as Li Mu and Huang Wenxiang sat attentively across from him. After a few minutes, Boss Dai set down his pen and looked up at Li Mu with a smile. "I have heard that our county has been rather lively lately, with numerous luxury cars arriving from Kyoto and Suzhou." Boss Dai chuckled. "I had someone look into it and discovered that they were all drawn by your company's newly launched software. I inquired further, and to my surprise, your Zhongheng Sihai company has secured a staggering investment of 3 billion from Alibaba. Truly impressive." At the conclusion of his remarks, Boss Dai gave Li Mu a thumbs up. "Thank you for your kind words," Li Mu replied with modesty. Boss Dai then shifted the conversation, stating, "Regarding your Xiaxin project, I have brought it up several times in meetings, but it has not yet been approved." Upon hearing this, Li Mu's heart sank. "Oh, why is it so difficult to accomplish anything?" However, Boss Dai elongated his words, rekindling Li Mu's hope. "Could there be a twist of fate? Upon learning of Alibaba's investment of 3 billion in you, I brought up the project once more," Boss Dai stated. This time, the results were even more astonishing. Li Mu gazed at Boss Dai, anxious. "Astonishing? So, was it approved or not?" "In the end, the project received unanimous approval," Boss Dai announced. "Approved?" Li Mu was momentarily stunned, then his excitement surged. Thank you, Boss Dai," he exclaimed. "Haha, there is no need for gratitude." Boss Dai laughed. "It is primarily because everyone recognized your capabilities, and your project is indeed commendable. Keep up the good work, young man." Li Mu nodded vigorously. The matters concerning the Xiaxin project had been entrusted to Wenxiang, and the formal appointment would soon be issued. Boss Dai remarked, "You can discuss the specifics of the collaboration with Wenxiang." "Thank you, Boss Dai," Li Mu replied. "Please go ahead. I need to discuss a few matters with Wenxiang," Boss Dai said. Li Mu nodded and rose to leave the office. However, he did not depart entirely, but instead stood in the corridor, awaiting Huang Wenxiang's exit. After approximately 10 minutes, Huang Wenxiang emerged. The two stood together, their hands firmly clasped. "From this moment on, we are partners," Huang Wenxiang declared with a smile. "May our collaboration be fruitful," Li Mu responded, his face radiating joy. "Indeed, may our collaboration be fruitful," Huang Wenxiang echoed. "I must also express my gratitude. Without your project, I wouldn't be in this position. That's due to your exceptional capabilities, Brother Huang. Boss Dai values your talent," Li Mu chuckled. Huang Wenxiang smiled, then changed the subject. "When shall we discuss the project?" "I need to travel to Suzhou and Hangzhou to discuss a collaboration with Hangzhou Ma," Li Mu stated. "Let us talk once I return." Huang Wenxiang nodded in agreement. Li Mu, along with Su Xiaoqi and Zheng Kaixian, flew directly to Suzhou and Hangzhou, their itinerary having been previously communicated with Zhang Yong. Upon their arrival at Suzhou and Hangzhou Airport, they were promptly received by Zhang Yong and escorted to the hotel. After a brief rest, the trio proceeded to the headquarters of Alibaba, where they met the illustrious Hangzhou Ma. Both Li Mu, with his past life experiences, and his companions, Su Xiaoqi and Zheng Kaixian, were well aware of Hangzhou Ma's esteemed reputation. They could scarcely fathom that they would one day sit with such a prominent figure to discuss collaboration. Su Xiaoqi and Zheng Kaixian displayed palpable excitement, while Li Mu maintained a calm demeanor, quite unlike a typical 20-year-old. "I never expected you to be so young," Hangzhou Ma remarked with a chuckle. "They say heroes emerge in youth. My youthfulness is only to be expected," Li Mu replied. Hangzhou Ma paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Ah, a true hero of youth indeed." Li Mu smiled silently. "Previously, Zhang Yong mentioned your analyses regarding the future, which I found quite insightful," Hangzhou Ma continued. I am curious about your belief that WeChat will become the future's traffic portal. Simply because Mr. Hang is willing to invest in my WeChat, Li Mu replied nonchalantly. Hangzhou Ma was taken aback momentarily, then laughed heartily. You, young man, are truly intriguing. Li Mu remained silent with a smile. Now, I have an important meeting to attend, Hangzhou Ma said as he rose. For the specifics of the collaboration, please converse with Zhang Yong. With that, Hangzhou Ma departed. In the subsequent 2 days, Li Mu, Su Xiaoqi, and Zheng Kaixian engaged in detailed negotiations with Zhang Yong regarding their collaboration. Having already established a preliminary intent to collaborate, only minor details remained, resulting in a smooth negotiation process. During the formal signing ceremony, Hangzhou Ma was absent, with Zhang Yong signing on his behalf. Likewise, the agreement was not signed by Li Mu himself, but by Zheng Kaixian as his representative. This is an excellent opportunity for visibility. Why aren't you attending? Su Xiaoqi inquired with curiosity. Humph, I am not on equal footing with Zhang Yong. Why should I take the initiative? Li Mu remarked with a smirk. Su Xiaoqi paused momentarily, then muttered, Humph, petty-minded. Li Mu, as the owner of the company, and Hangzhou Ma, also a company owner, were not of the same caliber. However, with Hangzhou Ma absent, if Li Mu were to personally sign the contract, it would diminish Hangzhou Ma's stature. Thus, Li Mu entrusted Zheng Kaixian with the signing. Due to the formal signing ceremony and the subsequent press conference, the collaboration between Zongheng Sihai and Alibaba stirred considerable excitement within the internet sphere, ensuring that Zongheng Sihai's name became widely recognized. The news inevitably led to a remarkable surge in the stock price of Qianxia Technology. Phone calls of congratulations from Luo Yonghao and others such as Wei Yukai and Huang Wenxiang poured in. With the formal partnership with Hangzhou Ma established, the Xiaoxin project was finally settled, resulting in consecutive rises in Qianxia Technology's stock. It could be said that Li Mu was experiencing a trifecta of good fortune. Upon returning to Guda County, less than 3 days remained until WeChat's official launch. As soon as he arrived at the company, Li Mu convened an emergency meeting with Su Xiaoqi and the marketing department to reaffirm the marketing strategy for WeChat's launch. Have we secured the naming rights for the Spring Festival Gala? Li Mu inquired. Our bid has reached 80 million. No one has offered a higher amount, Su Xiaoqi replied. We are just waiting for your final decision. In that case, it's settled, Li Mu declared decisively. However, I still believe there are issues with this promotion. Chapter 89. Infidelity. What issues? Li Mu raised an eyebrow, asking. Besides our 80 million for the naming rights, you want to allocate 100 million for red envelope distribution. Isn't that promotion cost excessively high? Su Xiaoqi responded. Red envelope distribution refers to WeChat's Shake for red envelopes feature. This function will be launched 3 days prior to the Spring Festival Gala, coinciding with the official rollout of WeChat. In the future, under Shun Jinting's leadership, WeChat employed a similar strategy with great success. Li Mu, inspired by Shun Jinting's marketing methods, aimed to replicate this approach during the Spring Festival Gala. The plan involved distributing 100 million through WeChat's Shake for red envelopes, alongside the 80 million for the naming rights, resulting in nearly 200 million invested for just one Spring Festival Gala. Previously, Li Mu did not possess such funds, but circumstances had changed. Hangzhou Ma had invested 3 billion. Though the investment was phased, the first installment of 1 billion had already arrived, providing Li Mu with ample resources to maneuver. Moreover, we have only adapted for Android. Even if every Android user adopts WeChat, our user base remains limited, Su Xiaoqi argued. Isn't the return on investment unreasonably disproportionate? Do you think Hangzhou Ma is a fool? Li Mu suddenly queried. Su Xiaoqi was taken aback, then shook her head, responding, of course not. Indeed, he is certainly no fool, Li Mu affirmed. However, not only has Hangzhou Ma invested 3 billion into WeChat, but many others are also eager to invest. If everyone else has confidence in WeChat, why should we lack it? Su Xiaoqi stared in astonishment at Li Mu, momentarily at a loss for how to counter his assertions. All right, it's settled then, Li Mu declared decisively before inquiring. How is the product launch meeting coming along? It's confirmed, Su Xiaoqi replied. It will be held at the Kyoto Sports Center. Initially, there weren't many willing to attend, but ever since news of our collaboration with Alibaba spread, many are clamoring to join. Li Mu nodded, smiling as he remarked, at that time, it will be your turn to shine. You must not falter. Su Xiaoqi was to present the product. Originally, Li Jun was slated for the task, but due to his notorious reputation, Li Mu feared it might create a negative impression and thus assigned the role to Su Xiaoqi. After all, she specialized in marketing, and her eloquence was beyond question. Moreover, her striking beauty and poised demeanor were sure to yield unexpectedly favorable results. Rest assured, I will not let you down, Su Xiaoqi replied with a confident smile. Li Mu nodded, about to speak when his phone rang, an incoming call from Shi Shanping. He silenced his phone and placed it on the table, saying, "With all the media and prominent figures present, you must practice diligently. Do not succumb to stage fright. You need not worry about that," Su Xiaoqi assured him. "When I faced tens of thousands of students at school, I was unfazed. A mere 1,000 or 2 at the launch will be no problem for me." "That is good to hear." Li Mu felt reassured at last. Just then, his phone rang again. It was still Shi Shanping. Frowning slightly, he ultimately decided to answer the call. "Hello, I'm here," Li Mu began, intending to explain that he was in a meeting. But he was met with a cacophony of noise and shouting on the other end. "Li Mu, you must come to my house right away. It's a complete mess," Shi Shanping exclaimed. "I'll be there shortly," Li Mu replied, rising to leave. Su Xiaoqi immediately stood as well, saying, "It's freezing outside. Allow me to drive you." "It will be quicker." Li Mu nodded and climbed into Su Xiaoqi's Jetta, heading straight for Shi Shanping's residence. Upon arrival, Li Mu did not allow Su Xiaoqi to exit the car. He stepped out and ventured into the yard. Upon entering, he was taken aback. The Shi household was indeed in disarray. Shi Shanmei and her husband were in a heated altercation, while Zhang Lanjun and Shi Shanyun attempted to mediate. Shi Hongyi's family was also present, along with Sun Xiaobo and several unfamiliar faces. "You shameless woman, I will beat you to death," Sun Hongwei shouted as he struck Shi Shanmei. In tears, she endured his tirade, and had it not been for Zhang Lanjun and Shi Shanyun intervening, she would surely have suffered greatly. Suddenly, Li Mu recalled that, in his past life, at this very moment, he and Shi Shanping were still married. Yet Shi Shanmei had been brutally beaten by Sun Hongwei due to her infidelity. He vaguely remembered the scene, as Sun Hongwei had arrived with Sun Xiaobo and others. Shi Hongyi had come as well, but refrained from intervening out of fear of Sun Xiaobo. At that time, Li Mu was perceived as an insignificant son-in-law, a mere shadow in the eyes of others, and no one took him seriously. He merely observed the unfolding events. Ultimately, Shi Shanmei left her marriage with Sun Hongwei, departing empty-handed. Upon his rebirth, many circumstances had transformed, yet he was astonished to find that the affair involving Shi Shanmei had not changed. The same drama was playing out once more. "Stop it. Please, you all must cease," Shi Shanping cried out. Shi Shanmei and Sun Hongwei were embroiled in a struggle, while Zhang Lanjun and Shi Shanyun attempted to intervene. In the midst of the chaos, Shi Shanping was inadvertently knocked off balance. Li Mu quickly stepped forward to support her. "Are you all right?" he asked with genuine concern. Upon seeing Li Mu, Shi Shanping's face brightened, and she urged, "You must persuade them to stop fighting. You were bumped." "Are you okay?" Li Mu inquired. "I'm fine. Just please, convince them to cease this conflict," Shi Shanping responded anxiously. "Enough. Everyone halt," Li Mu shouted decisively. Instantly, all eyes turned toward him. "Li Mu, I advise you to mind your own business," Sun Hongwei retorted angrily, preparing to continue his assault. "Brother Sun, please make him stop," Li Mu implored Sun Xiaobo. Upon noticing Li Mu's presence, Sun Xiaobo furrowed his brow and directed, "Xiaowei, stand down." With Sun Xiaobo's intervention, Sun Hongwei, in a fit of fury, kicked Shi Shanmei before finally relenting. "Li Mu, you are divorced. You have no ties to the Shi family. I hope you refrain from interfering in this matter," Sun Xiaobo stated. A bitter smile crossed Li Mu's face. He had no desire to meddle. Yet if he did not intervene, it was likely his child would be harmed. "Brother Sun, let us sit down and discuss this calmly. Violence will not resolve our issues," Li Mu suggested. Sun Xiaobo remained silent, casting a glance at Sun Hongwei. "What has transpired?" Li Mu asked, fully aware of the situation, yet feigning ignorance. Chapter 90. The mediator, fully cognizant of the event's intricacies, yet compelled to act oblivious, was a true test of Li Mu's acting prowess. "What on earth is happening here?" Li Mu inquired in a grave tone. "You should ask this wretched woman what unspeakable deeds she has committed," Sun Hongwei exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Shi Shanmei. Li Mu exchanged glances with Shi Hongyi, and together they guided Sun Xiaobo, Sun Hongwei, and the others into the house. Meanwhile, Shi Shanmei was assisted by Zhang Lanjun and Shi Shanyun into the adjacent new room of Shi Shanping. Having gleaned little information from Sun Hongwei, Li Mu turned to Shi Shanmei in the new room. What is the root of this conflict? He asked, his expression devoid of emotion. Sure, Xiaomei. Your sharp tongue and lack of filial piety would have sufficed, yet you have sullied yourself with infidelity. Truly, you are beyond redemption. Humph. Seeing me in this state must bring you joy, does it not? Spare me your feigned benevolence. Sure, Xiaomei retorted, her tone laced with bitterness. At this juncture, Sure Xiaomei's demeanor remained unchanged, and Li Mu, exasperated, contemplated leaving. However, he was pulled into the main room by Sure Xiaoping, who then recounted the affair involving Sure Xiaomei. Li Mu, I heard from Brother Hongyi that you share a good rapport with my second sister's uncle, Sun Xiaobo. Could you please speak to him and persuade my brother-in-law? Sure Xiaoping implored. Li Mu was reluctant to intervene in Sure Xiaomei's affairs, yet feeling compelled by Sure Xiaoping's plea, he reluctantly acquiesced. Very well. I shall give it a try, Li Mu replied. Subsequently, he made his way to the adjacent old house and summoned Sun Xiaobo to the courtyard. Brother Sun, it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to destroy a single marriage, Li Mu stated earnestly. I believe we should encourage them towards a positive resolution. After all, they have been married for several years, and their child is still quite young. A divorce would be detrimental to the child's development. You should also counsel Sun Hongwei to refrain from causing a scene, as it puts him in an unfavorable light. Taking a drag from his cigarette, Sun Xiaobo exhaled deeply. You make a valid point, but we must consider Xiao Wei's perspective as well. I understand, Li Mu responded. As his uncle, your words will undoubtedly resonate with him. If we were to approach him, he might dismiss our counsel entirely. Sun Xiaobo nodded in agreement. I will speak to him and gauge his sentiments. Li Mu acknowledged him with a nod, and Sun Xiaobo turned to enter the house. After about 10 minutes, Sun Xiaobo returned. What did he say? Li Mu inquired. Xiao Wei has calmed down somewhat. After our conversation, he has agreed to postpone the divorce for now, Sun Xiaobo replied. That's excellent news, Li Mu remarked. However, Xiao Wei has put forth several conditions. If Sure Xiaomei can meet them, he will temporarily refrain from pursuing divorce. What are the conditions? Li Mu asked. First, Sure Xiaomei must kneel and apologize to Xiao Wei. Second, she will no longer manage the household finances. Third, she must find employment and contribute financially, rather than remaining idle. Sun Xiaobo explained. These conditions are not unreasonable. I will convey them to her, Li Mu declared. With that, Li Mu proceeded to the new house next door. Sure Xiaomei was still averted, refusing to meet Li Mu's gaze. Sun Hongwei has stipulated several conditions. If Sure Xiaomei complies, he is willing to postpone the divorce. Li Mu informed her. What are the conditions? Zhang Lanjun asked. Li Mu then relayed Sun Hongwei's stipulations to Sure Xiaomei one by one. Xiaomei, you have erred. Hongwei's conditions are not excessive. You should apologize, Zhang Lanjun urged. Indeed, Xiaomei, it was your mistake. Just acknowledge it, and this matter can be resolved, Sure Xiaoyan added. Sure Xiaomei wiped away a tear, shot Li Mu a sidelong glance, and then descended from the Kong. Li Mu, along with Sure Xiaoping and the others, accompanied Sure Xiaomei to the old house next door. Kneeling, Sure Xiaomei offered her apology. Sun Hongwei scoffed, for no man could easily overcome such a betrayal in his heart. Hongwei, Xiaomei has acknowledged her wrongs and assured us that she will not repeat them. Please forgive her, Zhang Lanjun urged. Xiaoping and Shanyan Shi also joined in the persuasion. Let us return home, Sun Hongwei suggested as he stood up, yet he did not assist Xiaomei Shi. After uttering his words, he proceeded towards the exit. Once Xiaomei and Sun Hongwei had departed, Li Mu turned to Xiaoping Shi and inquired, Are you truly all right? I noticed they collided earlier. Prompted by Li Mu's concern, both Zhang Lanjun and Shanyan Shi hurriedly approached to inquire as well. I am genuinely fine, Xiaoping replied with a smile. Thank you, Li Mu. Well then, it's good to hear. If anything arises, do give me a call. I shall take my leave now, Li Mu stated. Having said this, he turned and exited the Shi residence, getting into Su Xiaoqi's car before departing. Li Mu has certainly become more capable lately. He no longer appears as ineffectual as before, Shanyan remarked. Enough of that. Zhang Lanjun interjected with displeasure. If it weren't for your instigation alongside Xiaomei, Xiaoping and Li Mu would not have divorced. Mother, how can you blame me? It was all Xiaomei's idea, Shanyan retorted, feeling discontented. All right, let us hurry home. It is far too cold outside, Xiaoping said. With that, she turned and returned indoors, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Lanjun and Shanyan's dialogue. Later that evening, as Xiaoping prepared to rest, she received a call from Xiaomei. Xiaoping, I heard you mention that Ling Yue's company seems quite promising, with good pay. Could you please inquire if they are still hiring? Xiaomei requested. Isn't it quite satisfactory for you to work at your second brother-in-law's uncle's mobile phone shop? Xiaoping replied. Your second brother-in-law doesn't want me in sales, Xiaomei expressed. Besides, I myself have no fondness for sales work. Very well, I shall ask Linghua for you. Xiaoping agreed. After ending the call, she promptly dialed Linghua. Linghua, is your company still hiring? She inquired. I'll need to check with our manager, Ho Linghua responded. What's up, Sister Xiaoping? Is someone seeking employment? Is it Sister Xiaomei? Yes, she is looking for a job, Ho Linghua exclaimed in surprise. She hasn't worked for so many years since her marriage. What suddenly prompted her to seek employment? That is not for you to question. Just help me find out if your company is hiring, Xiaoping replied. Sure, I'll ask around, Ho Linghua said. After hanging up, Ho Linghua couldn't help but smile to herself. Didn't you all doubt that Li Mu could start a company? If Sister Xiaomei sees Li Mu's company firsthand, I wonder if you will still hold on to your disbelief. Chapter 91, Product Launch, Part 1. The following day, Ho Linghua arrived at the office, tidied up Li Mu's workspace, and immediately sought out Zheng Kaixian to inquire whether the company was hiring. Indeed, we are hiring, Zheng Kaixian replied with a smile. Our company is currently establishing a customer service department, and it is the perfect time to recruit. That is wonderful. I'll have her come in for an interview tomorrow, Ho Linghua exclaimed joyfully. Certainly, no problem. Just bring your friend over when she arrives, and I will interview her, Zheng Kaixian assured her. Thank you, Manager Zheng. Ho Linghua expressed gratefully. Zheng Kaixian nodded with a smile. As Ho Linghua turned to leave, she paused and turned back. Is there anything else? Zheng Kaixian inquired. Manager Zheng. It is unusual not to see President Li arrive early today, remarked Ho Linghua. Haha, tomorrow marks the official launch of our WeChat platform. And President Li has gone to Kyoto for a product launch event, Manager Zheng replied. Nodding in understanding, Ho Linghua turned and exited Zheng Kaixian's office. At the Kyoto Sports Hall, Li Mu had instructed Luo Yonghao to engage a specialized planning company to orchestrate the entire process for tomorrow's launch. Currently, Li Mu and Luo Yonghao, along with others, were present at the venue rehearsing for the event. Do you think Manager Su can handle the product launch tomorrow? Luo Yonghao asked with a hint of concern. Rest assured, Su Xiaoqi will be just fine, Li Mu assured confidently. Li Mu's decision to employ Su Xiaoqi stemmed from a past experience during a product launch by a prominent company, where a beautiful product manager from his own firm had been quite successful. Furthermore, he believed Su Xiaoqi was even more striking than that manager, and he was certain her performance would yield excellent results. Conversely, if an outsider were to be chosen, their understanding of WeChat would undoubtedly be less profound, and their explanations would lack the depth that Su Xiaoqi could provide. Additionally, based on Li Mu's recollections, major companies typically featured their own executives or employees during product launches rather than outsiders. However, the true measure of Su Xiaoqi's performance would only be revealed after this rehearsal. Attention all departments, the rehearsal is about to commence. Please welcome Ms. Su Xiaoqi, product manager of Zongheng Sihai Network Company, announced the director of the planning company through a loudspeaker. Following this, a captivating melody filled the air. As the music played, Su Xiaoqi, clad in a delicate lavender-fitted gown and adorned with a gentle smile, gracefully made her entrance from backstage. The sight of her elegance left Li Mu and Luo Yonghao spellbound. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the product launch event of Zongheng Sihai Network Technology Company. I am Su Xiaoqi, the product manager. Today, I am excited to introduce to you an innovative mobile application that will transform your social interactions, she proclaimed. Su Xiaoqi's poise and charm, coupled with her engaging demeanor, truly astonished Li Mu and Luo Yonghao. After the rehearsal concluded, Su Xiaoqi exhaled deeply and approached the edge of the stage, confidently inquiring, "What do you think, gentlemen?" She held a firm belief in her appearance and stage presence. During her school days, she had been the belle of the campus and had hosted various large-scale events. Thus, she possessed ample experience in this domain. Luo Yonghao, filled with enthusiasm, exclaimed while slapping his thigh, "Excellent. Absolutely fantastic." Turning to Li Mu, he eagerly asked, "What are your thoughts, President Li?" "I am more eager to see her performance tomorrow," Li Mu replied with calm assurance. "It is truly remarkable, far surpassing the esteemed product managers of the renowned tech giants of later generations." Although Li Mu appeared outwardly composed, internally, he was fervently praising Su Xiaoqi. It was not that Li Mu was stingy with his compliments. Rather, he was concerned that showering Su Xiaoqi with accolades might lead her to become complacent. Moreover, He was genuinely eager to witness how she would perform at the official launch event the following day, as well as the atmosphere that would envelop the occasion. Observing Li Mu's calm demeanor, Su Xiaoqi could not help but pout, huffing in mild defiance. "Rest assured, Mr. Li, I will not disappoint you tomorrow," Su Xiaoqi declared confidently. "I hope so," Li Mu replied with a faint smile. The following morning, a rehearsal for the launch event was conducted once more, alongside confirmations from various personnel and adjustments to the equipment. To ensure Su Xiaoqi's optimal state for the afternoon presentation, she opted for a light lunch. After the meal, Li Mu sought her out. "How are you feeling? Everything will be fine this afternoon, right?" he inquired. "Have no worries, it will be flawless," Su Xiaoqi assured him with a confident hand gesture. "Good. Then take a moment to rest. I will notify you when the time comes," Li Mu said before rising to depart. At 1:30 in the afternoon, attendees began to arrive for the launch event. The first to arrive were 1,000 fortunate users selected from the WeChat beta testing group. Not only would they receive a cash reward of 100 yuan, but they were also granted the opportunity to attend the product launch in Kyoto for free, along with exquisite gifts. By 2 o'clock, various media representatives and invited guests began to trickle in. With the connections of the company, the guest list was somewhat limited. However, Luo Yonghao still managed to secure a distinguished array of attendees. Some had even come of their own accord upon hearing that Hang Zhoma would be present. As 2:30 approached, and Hang Zhoma was still absent, Li Mu began to feel a twinge of anxiety. "Why hasn't Mr. Hang arrived yet?" he remarked with a furrowed brow. "I just called. He's stuck in traffic. He should arrive in about 20 minutes. Should we wait?" Luo Yonghao replied. Taking a deep breath, Li Mu declared, "We will commence on time. Let the host warm up the crowd. Is that wise? After all, Mr. Hang is a significant figure. If we don't wait for him, he might feel undervalued, and it could leave him feeling uncomfortable," Luo Yonghao cautioned. "We will proceed as scheduled," Li Mu asserted. His concern for Hang Zhoma's feelings was minimal, as he understood that despite their current collaborative relationship, a significant rivalry loomed on the horizon. At 2:30, the launch event commenced punctually. The host took the stage to initiate the proceedings and engage the audience. Chapter 92, The Product Launch, Part 2, They started without Mr. Hang? This young man seems to disregard Mr. Hang's stature. Is he so fearless as to offend him? I wonder what he is thinking. Does he not fear Mr. Hang pulling out his investment? The guests who had eagerly come to meet Hang Zhoma were taken aback when they saw that he had not yet arrived, and the host had already taken the stage. This unexpected turn of events elicited a mix of astonishment and a hint of schadenfreude among the attendees. Luo Yonghao turned to glance at the guests behind him and leaned closer to Li Mu, whispering, "Mr. Li, it seems that many are rather displeased by President Hang's absence." Li Mu merely smiled in silence. Noticing his reticence, Luo Yonghao sighed in resignation. As the host was nearing the conclusion of the opening segment, Hang Zhoma finally made his entrance, albeit fashionably late. "President Hang, please have a seat. We are about to commence," Li Mu said with a cheerful demeanor. Hang Zhoma regarded Li Mu with a wry smile and remarked, "It appears my presence is optional, is it not? Please, take a seat, President Hang. We wouldn't want to delay the others from enjoying the press conference," Li Mu insisted. Upon hearing Li Mu's words, Luo Yonghao was left dumbfounded. "Mr. Li, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? Not only do you refrain from apologizing to President Hang, but you also seem concerned about his impact on the others' experience at the conference. What are your true intentions?" Immediately, Hang Zhoma's expression darkened, and he coldly replied, "Since I am hindering others from attending the press conference, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Li Mu shrugged indifferently and sat down. Luo Yonghao was utterly baffled by Li Mu's actions. After casting a bewildered glance at him, he hastily pursued Hang Zhoma. "President Hang, please wait," he called out as he rushed outside. What a mess at what should have been a straightforward product launch. What on earth is this young man trying to achieve? Hang Zhoma was genuinely angered, likely contemplating withdrawal of investment. "I find myself puzzled. What is this young man thinking? How dare he show such disrespect to President Hang?" Whispers began to circulate among the attendees, with many criticizing Li Mu for his youthful indiscretion. Meanwhile, various media outlets relished the unfolding drama. We thought it would be just an ordinary product launch, but this unexpected incident has created quite the story. Who would have imagined that the owner of a globally recognized company would so blatantly disregard Hang Zhoma? This is riveting. A sense of intrigue permeated the atmosphere, as if a conspiracy was afoot. Despite the commotion, Li Mu remained unfazed, sitting comfortably as if fishing at a tranquil pond. Next, we invite the once-in-a-millennium super beauty Ms. Su Xiaoqi, the product manager of the company, to present our product. The host announced loudly. What? A once-in-a-millennium super beauty? She must be extraordinarily beautiful to make such a claim. Someone scoffed. A once-in-a-millennium? Does she think she is a mythical creature? They mused that if a less than attractive person were to appear, it would be quite the embarrassment. As the music played, Su Xiaoqi appeared in a flowing light purple gown. My heavens, she truly is stunning. While the claim of being a once-in-a-millennium might be excessive, she is undeniably beautiful, rivaling even the most celebrated starlets. Her figure and grace are indeed extraordinary. Su Xiaoqi's entrance captivated the audience, prompting a chorus of gasps and admiration. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Su Xiaoqi began with a brief opening statement. This undoubtedly is a mobile application that revolutionizes the way you socialize, allowing you to make phone calls and send messages for free. Su Xiaoqi provided an elaborate explanation and demonstration of WeChat. The charm of a beautiful woman, coupled with Su Xiaoqi's witty and humorous commentary, along with interactive demonstrations, ensured that the product launch proceeded quite smoothly. In conclusion, I believe the fortunate users participating in our WeChat beta testing must be eager to know how the 100 yuan cash reward will be distributed. Su Xiaoqi humorously posed and answered her own question, stating that 3 days prior to the Spring Festival, WeChat would unveil a new feature, at which point the beta testers would receive their cash rewards. What kind of feature could this possibly be? Everyone, stay tuned. Thus, our WeChat product launch concludes here. At this moment, WeChat officially goes live. Free calls and messages? I shall see if it is indeed free. If this WeChat dares to charge me even a penny, I will uninstall it immediately. If it truly allows free messaging and calling, I have been using it for quite some time without a dime spent on service fees. Did they not mention that all beta testers would receive a 100 yuan cash reward? Now that it has launched, will that money be given or not? Clearly, you did not pay attention to the launch. They already announced that 3 days before the Spring Festival, a new feature would go live. And that is when the rewards will be distributed. A new feature? What could it possibly be? I timidly inquire. Did no one notice how beautiful that product manager was? Those who did not participate in the beta testing yet have been curious about WeChat rushed to download it as soon as it went live. Suddenly, WeChat's download numbers soared from 100,000 to 11,000, 12,000, 13,000. This WeChat is indeed simple and practical, more convenient than QQ and Feishing. It seems to be genuinely free, and I sincerely hope it remains so in the future. Why can't I use WeChat on my old Nokia? Is it pushing me to change my phone? It seems excessive to switch devices for a single application. I am not concerned about that. I merely wish to know if that beautiful product manager is taken. In an instant, the online discussion surrounding WeChat became fervent. Currently, Nokia still reigns supreme, and the number of Android users is relatively small, which naturally limits the current user base of WeChat. Later that evening, there would be a celebratory banquet following the product launch. Xiaoqi, you've worked hard, Li Mu proclaimed, raising his glass. Are you satisfied now? Su Xiaoqi replied with a smile. Li Mu nodded in agreement. By the way, how is our download count for WeChat doing? Su Xiaoqi inquired. It is climbing steadily. It is undoubtedly one of the fastest growing applications, Li Mu responded. At that moment, Luo Yonghao approached with a glass in hand. Mr. Li, you need to apologize to Mr. Hang for today's incident, Luo Yonghao said with a serious expression. Why is that? Li Mu asked with a smile. Tomorrow, your confrontation with Mr. Hang at the product launch will undoubtedly spark heated discussions online, and that is certainly not a good thing, Luo Yonghao stated solemnly. That may not necessarily be the case. Li Mu chuckled. Ah, my dear Li, I have always believed that despite your youth, you exhibit a remarkable maturity and steadiness in both your character and actions. Yet, why have you acted so irrationally in this instance? Chapter 93. The Foolish Pa and the Obsolete Ao. Many are perplexed by Li Mu's recent collaboration with Hang Zhoma. Why does he show such a blatant disregard for Hang Zhoma? How dare he offer no respect? Is he not fearful that Hang Zhoma might withdraw his investment in a fit of anger? Some even perceive Li Mu's actions as sheer folly. Li Mu, with a jovial pat on Luo Yonghao's shoulder, reassured, General Manager Luo, fret not. The more everyone deems this a misstep, the more I perceive it as a fortuitous event. Luo Yonghao gazed at Li Mu, perplexed, and chuckled helplessly. This is undeniably a blunder. How can you regard it as a boon? Very well. I shall refrain from further comment. Luo Yonghao conceded before turning to attend to other guests. Su Xiaoqi approached Li Mu, expressing, I too believe that your lack of deference toward Hang Zhouma at the press conference was rather excessive. Whether it is excessive or not, tomorrow will reveal the truth. Li Mu replied enigmatically, a smile gracing his lips. Su Xiaoqi regarded him with curiosity, wondering if there was more to this situation than met the eye. The product launch concluded successfully, and despite Hang Zhouma's abrupt departure, the atmosphere of the soiree remained unaffected. Meanwhile, in the online realm, the buzz surrounding Li Mu's gathering was eclipsed by a sensational news story. Major news portals erupted with the headline, at the WeChat product launch. E-commerce mogul Hang Zhouma was publicly humiliated by the very owner of the WeChat platform he had just invested in, storming out in a fit of rage. The audacity of WeChat's owner to disregard Hang Zhouma was astonishing. The spectacle was truly humiliating. Having just invested in WeChat, Hang Zhouma was evidently ignored. One could only ponder, was his pride wounded? What, pray tell, is this WeChat? How could Hang Zhouma invest 30 billion, yet only secure a mere 30% stake? Alas, I attempted to download WeChat, only to be met with a notification of system incompatibility. Incompatibility? What purpose does this serve? It is clear you possess an antiquated Nokia. Meanwhile, my Android functions splendidly, permitting free messaging and calls without a cost. Pure bliss. In the aftermath of this incident, WeChat's download figures surged by several thousand. Observing the online uproar regarding the WeChat product launch and Hang Zhouma's public shaming, Shen Jinting adjusted his glasses and allowed a smug smile to creep across his face as he dialed Hang Zhouma's number. Foolish Pa, having just invested in WeChat. And yet they disregard you. Is your pride aching? Shen Jinting taunted. Previously, Hang Zhouma had encountered the term foolish Pa, but had not comprehended its meaning until he inquired and learned it was a local term for foolishness. Without hesitation, Hang Zhouma retorted, You obsolete AO? And then continued with a chuckle. In any case, I do not feel my pride is wounded. But I am certain your head must be throbbing now. Foolish Pa, watch as I dismantle WeChat. Shen Jinting exclaimed, and promptly ended the call. Upon hearing the foolish remark from Shen Jinting, Hang Zhouma swiftly retorted with an exclamation of "Oh, how absurd." However, Shen Jinting had already terminated the call, inciting a profound irritation within Hang Zhouma. In contrast to Shen Jinting's headache, Hang Zhouma's expression was one of palpable distress. Meanwhile, upon reading the news, meager was filled with delight, reveling in the spectacle. For the sake of a mere increase in downloads, one would dare to offend Hang Zhouma. Meager disdainfully remarked, It seems I have overestimated that lad, Li Mu. He is utterly foolish. Fortunately, I withdrew my investment in time. Otherwise, I would have surely been ensnared by him. The following morning, Li Mu and Su Xiaoqi prepared to depart from Kyoto. Luo Yonghao arrived to bid them farewell, his face still etched with worry. Mr. Li, I still believe you should apologize to Mr. Hang, he suggested. Mr. Luo, fret not about this matter, Li Mu replied with a confident smile. In a couple of days, you will understand the situation. Seeing Li Mu's resolute demeanor, Luo Yonghao refrained from further discussion and escorted them to their vehicle. Li Mu, I think Mr. Luo is right. Your actions yesterday were indeed inappropriate, Su Xiaoqi remarked once they were seated in the car. Rest assured, everything will be fine, Li Mu assured her, still brimming with confidence. Observing his unwavering self-assurance, Su Xiaoqi sighed and chose to remain silent. Upon returning to Good County, Li Mu bypassed the company and took a taxi directly to Shi Xiaoping's residence. He picked her up, and they headed to Tiansu City. The previous day, Shi Xiaoping had called to inform him of her scheduled checkup. Calculating the time, it had been nearly 6 months since her pregnancy began. Despite the thick winter clothing, Li Mu could discern the slight bulge of her abdomen, which brought a smile of joy to his face. Reflecting on his past life, where he remained single in his 30s while his classmates' children were already growing up, he felt a twinge of envy. Now, with the opportunity to relive his life, he would become a father at 20, all while enjoying a flourishing career. The thought alone filled him with happiness. Thank you for your help regarding my sister's situation, Shi Xiaoping expressed. It was nothing, Li Mu replied. By the way, Linghua has mentioned to me twice that you have started a company. Is that true? She inquired. What do you think? Li Mu countered with a beaming smile. I doubt you could start a company, Shi Xiaoping shook her head. Why not? Li Mu asked, amused. Starting a company requires substantial funds. Perhaps you possess the capability, but you lack the financial resources, she stated matter-of-factly. Li Mu merely smiled in response. Upon arriving at the Tianqiu City Hospital for the checkup, the doctor confirmed that the child was developing splendidly and advised Shi Shanping to engage in more physical activity. After the appointment, Li Mu and Shi Shanping returned to Guda County. After escorting Shi Shanping to her home, night had already fallen. It's dark now. You should stay for dinner before leaving, she gently suggested. No, I just returned from Kyoto and haven't even been to the office yet. I need to go back first. Li Mu replied. Very well, but do take care on your way back, Shi Shanping said, her disappointment evident. Li Mu nodded and then boarded a taxi. As Li Mu sat in the taxi, he glanced through the rearview mirror and observed Shi Shanping standing at the doorway, gazing after him as if bidding farewell to her husband departing for work. For reasons unknown, a warm sensation enveloped his heart, prompting him to extend his hand out of the window and wave back, a silent acknowledgement to Shi Shanping. Soon enough, Li Mu returned to the company. The workday had concluded, leaving only a few members of the management team, including Meng Kersen, Zheng Kaixian, and Li Jun. Upon entering the conference room, Li Mu directly inquired, Brother Jun, what is the current download count for WeChat? Over 200,000, Li Jun replied. However, since our WeChat is only compatible with Android, the download numbers aren't particularly high. Li Mu nodded in understanding, then turned his attention to Meng Kersen. Sister Kersen, please reach out to the folks at Alibaba tomorrow to check on when their second phase investment will be deposited. The room fell silent, and everyone exchanged bewildered glances at Li Mu. What is the matter? Why are you all looking at me like that? Li Mu asked, puzzled. Mr. Li, you've already offended Hang Zhoma. Do you really think he will follow through with the second phase investment? Zheng Kaixian said awkwardly. Li Mu surveyed the group and asked, is that what you all believe? The others nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Hang Zhoma's second phase investment will definitely materialize, Li Mu asserted confidently. Then directed his gaze back to Meng Kersen. Sister Kersen, just make the call to Alibaba tomorrow. All right, I'll try to get in touch, Meng Kersen replied resignedly. It was evident that she shared the sentiment that Li Mu had shown no respect to Hang Zhoma, leading to the likelihood that the second phase investment would fall through. Additionally, please reserve the third-floor hall of Jintian Pavilion. We will hold a company-wide meeting the day after tomorrow, Li Mu instructed. What will be the theme of the meeting? Meng Kersen inquired curiously. To celebrate our acquisition of Hang Zhoma's second phase investment. Of course, Li Mu replied matter-of-factly. The others shook their heads in unison, unconvinced that Hang Zhoma's second phase investment would indeed arrive. If it were not forthcoming, then the impending meeting would hold little significance. All right, everyone disperse, Li Mu concluded. The following morning, Li Mu arrived at the office, finding Ho Linghua tidying up. You're back? She exclaimed with excitement. Li Mu was momentarily taken aback, wondering why her enthusiasm was so pronounced. He nodded slightly and settled into the boss's chair, powering on his computer. Soon after, Ho Linghua finished her cleaning and walked out with a light-hearted gait. Observing her retreating figure, Li Mu couldn't help but smirk and mutter, crazy, isn't she? After returning to the front desk, Ho Linghua eagerly dashed off to find Shi Shanmei. Humph, weren't you all skeptical about Li Mu starting a business? Today, I'll drag you to the office to see for yourselves. Then we'll see what you have to say. Ho Linghua had long desired to prove to Shi Shanping's family that Li Mu had indeed launched a company, having reiterated this point numerous times, yet they remained unconvinced. Now, Shi Shanmei has also commenced her employment at Li Mu's company. If she were to see Li Mu in person, she would undoubtedly have nothing to say. Upon arriving at Shi Shanmei's workstation, Ho Linghua found her absent. How peculiar. Why hasn't my sister arrived yet? Ho Linghua mused aloud, then took out her phone and dialed Shi Shanmei's number. Sister, are you not coming to work? She inquired. No, the child is unwell. I am taking him to the hospital, Shi Shanmei replied. Oh, Ho Linghua said, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Is my nephew all right? It's nothing serious. Just a common flu with a fever. A couple of days of intravenous fluids will suffice, Shi Shanmei assured her. Well, as long as he is all right, Ho Linghua responded. After exchanging a few more words with Shi Shanmei, she ended the call and thought, never mind. Sooner or later, you will believe. She then returned to her station. Su Xiaoqi was about to seek out Li Mu when she noticed Meng Kersen approaching briskly. Kersen, what's the hurry? Su Xiaoqi inquired with curiosity. The second phase of the Hangzhou Ma investment has been credited, Meng Kersen exclaimed excitedly. With that, she hastened towards Li Mu's office. The second phase of the Hangzhou Ma investment has been credited? Su Xiaoqi echoed in astonishment, then added to herself, How is that even possible? Following closely, Su Xiaoqi made her way to Li Mu's office. Su Xiaoqi and Meng Kersen nearly entered the office simultaneously. Xiao Mu, the second phase investment from Alibaba has arrived, totaling 1 billion. Meng Kersen jubilantly announced. I am aware, Li Mu replied calmly with a smile. How can this be? Su Xiaoqi exclaimed, bewildered, as if Li Mu had stunned her into disbelief. Upon hearing her words, Li Mu rolled his eyes in mild exasperation. Xiao Mu, what exactly is going on? Meng Kersen asked. Su Xiaoqi, equally perplexed, turned to Li Mu, asking, yes, what is truly happening? In truth, the events at the press conference were merely a performance I directed, with Hangzhou Ma as the lead. Li Mu chuckled. A performance? Meng Kersen did not fully grasp the concept. However, Su Xiaoqi quickly understood, exclaiming, I see. This is event marketing. With a snap of his fingers, Li Mu smiled. Indeed. You are quite the marketing genius. You grasp it immediately. In comparison to you, I am lacking significantly. You are truly a marketing prodigy. Su Xiaoqi said with a pout. Thank you for the compliment. Li Mu laughed. Indeed, this was a performance. At the press conference, I intentionally delayed my meeting with Hangzhou Ma when he finally arrived. I also deliberately disregarded his presence, leading him to storm out. This was all prearranged between us. It was a carefully orchestrated event marketing strategy. As everyone focused on my perceived slight towards Hangzhou Ma at the press conference, those who had previously overlooked WeChat began to take notice, inevitably leading to curiosity about this app touted for free messaging and calls, prompting them to download and try it out. But why would Hangzhou Ma agree to this? Su Xiaoqi questioned. The secrets of the heavens must remain undisclosed. Li Mu feigned profundity with a smile. He was aware that Hangzhou Ma had always aspired to enter the social circle, which was the very reason for his agreement. Li Mu's words elicited a chorus of eye rolls from Meng Kersen and Su Xiaoqi. Sister Kersen, you can now confidently prepare for tomorrow's all-staff meeting, can't you? Li Mu remarked with a grin. Meng Kersen nodded in affirmation. Furthermore, after the all-staff meeting tomorrow, let us announce the news regarding the second phase of investment. Li Mu stated. Understood, Meng Kersen replied with a nod. You truly are remarkable, Su Xiaoqi exclaimed. To turn a single event into a second round of marketing. I am tempted to seek you as my mentor. Let us set aside the notion of mentorship for now, Li Mu interjected. WeChat has launched as scheduled. How is your Weibo faring? Have you reached 50,000 followers yet? Chapter 95. Li Mu cannot be the boss. In August 2009, Weibo began its internal testing. Just as Li Mu had returned from his rebirth. Had he returned any sooner, Weibo might very well have belonged to him. By January 2010, the global registered users of Weibo had surged to 75 million. That year was dubbed the inaugural year of Weibo, marking its ascent as a powerful social tool. Since he could not possess Weibo, Li Mu resolved to utilize it to its fullest potential. So, how is your Weibo progressing? Have you reached 50,000 followers? He inquired. Do you still remember that? I thought you had forgotten, Su Xiaoqi replied with a pout. What do you mean? Li Mu asked. Since you remember. I am here to inform you today, Su Xiaoqi declared. I will continue to pursue you, and you cannot impede me. Li Mu was taken aback, then recalled the military oath he had made Su Xiaoqi take. If she fulfilled the promise of reaching 50,000 followers, he could no longer obstruct her pursuit. So, does this mean you have completed the task of 50,000 followers? Li Mu asked with an awkward smile. Indeed, I have exceeded it. My follower count has reached 80,000, Su Xiaoqi said proudly. That is truly impressive. Li Mu responded. Let me offer you another suggestion. What suggestion? Su Xiaoqi inquired. Transform the anecdotes I provided you into a series titled The Most Profound WeChat Chat Content, Li Mu suggested. Upon hearing his words, Su Xiaoqi pondered for a moment. Then her eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, You are brilliant. This not only attracts followers, but also promotes WeChat. With that, Su Xiaoqi dashed towards Li Mu, attempting to steal a kiss. Li Mu quickly raised his hand, saying, Stop. Don't even think about taking advantage of me. Humph. You promised that as long as I fulfilled my task, you would not prevent me from pursuing you, Su Xiaoqi pouted. I did make that promise. But I never agreed to let you take liberties, Li Mu replied earnestly. Meanwhile, Meng Kersen found the exchange amusing and hurriedly stepped forward to pull Su Xiaoqi away. You're such a miser, not even allowing a kiss, Su Xiaoqi mumbled. Sister Kersen, quickly take her away, please, Li Mu urged. Subsequently, Meng Kersen took Su Xiaoqi by the hand and exited the office. Li Mu finally exhaled a sigh of relief, muttering to himself in resignation. Who would have thought such a beautiful girl could be a rogue? The following morning at 9 o'clock, on the third floor of the Jintian Pavilion Hotel, all employees of the Zongheng Sihai Company who had not taken leave gathered in the hall. The day prior, Ho Linghua had assured Shanmei that, regardless of whether she reported to work, she would be present at the hotel by 9. However, as the employee meeting was about to commence, Shanmei had yet to arrive, causing Ho Linghua to feel anxious. She dialed Shanmei's number once more. "Sister, why haven't you arrived yet?" Ho Linghua inquired. "I'll be there shortly, but I have something to attend to first." "Goodbye," Shanmei replied before hanging up. Ho Linghua had anticipated witnessing Shanmei's astonished reaction upon seeing Li Mu today, but it now seemed that hope was waning. At that moment, Li Mu ascended the stage, and the hall fell silent. Following his opening remarks, he smiled at the audience and said, "I trust everyone is already aware of our WeChat launch at the Kyoto press conference. I imagine you are all concerned about whether our investment from Alibaba will continue. I am here to assure you that the second phase of investment from Alibaba has already been credited to our account as of yesterday." "What? The investment from Alibaba has been credited? My goodness, I cannot believe that Alibaba would continue to invest in us. It is simply astounding. I wonder if it is due to our boss's prowess or Alibaba's generosity." Upon hearing Li Mu's words, the employees were utterly astonished. Li Mu raised his hand to signal for silence and continued, "I firmly believe that our company will continue to thrive. Moreover, we will not solely have WeChat as our product, several other offerings will emerge in the near future. I also intend to allocate a portion of the company's shares to all employees. At that time, each of you will be a stakeholder in Zongheng Sihai, receiving not only a salary but also year-end dividends." Li Mu delivered an impassioned speech, culminating in words that ignited excitement among the employees present. "I now announce several appointments." Li Mu declared, "I appoint Meng Kersen as the director of the finance department at Zongheng Sihai. I appoint Su Xiaoqi as the director of the marketing planning department. I appoint Zheng Kaixian as the director of the legal department. I appoint Li Jun as the director of the technical department." With each appointment announced, the employees erupted into enthusiastic applause. Previously, Li Mu had often mentioned managerial positions for Meng Kersen and her colleagues, but now he formally bestowed the titles in front of all employees. Following this, there would be interactive sessions and a lottery. Ho Linghua stood among the crowd, phone in hand, eagerly capturing photographs, eager to share with Shanping's family that Li Mu had truly established himself as a business owner. At noon, everyone gathered for a meal together. After dinner, as Ho Linghua was preparing to return to the company with her colleagues, Shanmei finally arrived. "Sister, why are you only just arriving?" Ho Linghua said with irritation. "What's the matter? Why did you insist on my presence?" Shanmei inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Of course, I want you to see our boss with your own eyes," Ho Linghua replied. "What's so special about the boss?" Shanmei retorted dismissively. "But our boss is Li Mu. Don't you think that's noteworthy?" Ho Linghua remarked. "Impossible," Shanmei asserted confidently. "If Li Mu were the boss, I would do your laundry and cook for you every day." Ho Linghua understood that no matter what she said, Shanmei would not believe her. Thus, she took out her phone and showed Shanmei a photo she had taken. "Here, see for yourself," Ho Linghua stated. Gazing at the person in the photograph, Shanmei exclaimed, "Is this Li Mu? He is at Zongheng Sihai Company." "Not only is he at Zongheng Sihai Company, but he is also the owner," Ho Linghua confirmed. "Impossible. That is absolutely inconceivable. This photo only indicates that Li Mu is at this company. It does not prove he is the owner." Shanmei scoffed. "Since you don't believe me, let's return to the company, and I will take you to see for yourself. Then you will know," Ho Linghua said, somewhat frustrated. Unable to comprehend why the Shi family refused to accept that Li Mu had started a company. This skepticism is not hard to understand. Primarily due to the Shi family's deep-seated impression of Li Mu, they firmly believed him to be a penniless, powerless, and backgroundless individual. If someone were to suddenly announce that a man of such humble origins had started a thriving business, it would be difficult for anyone to accept. Moreover, considering he was once a son-in-law of the Shi family, disbelief would be even more pronounced. I refuse to believe that Li Mu, a divorced son-in-law, could start a company and become a boss," Shanmei contemptuously declared. Subsequently, Ho Linghua and Shanmei arrived at the company and went directly to Li Mu's office. Ho Linghua knocked on the door, but after a prolonged silence, she pushed it open, only to find no sign of Li Mu. "Where is he?" Ho Linghua muttered to herself in confusion. At that moment, Su Xiaoqi approached and asked, "Are you looking for President Li?" Upon seeing Su Xiaoqi, Ho Lingyue chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, it's nothing. I just wanted to see if the boss's office needs cleaning." Su Xiaoqi acknowledged with a simple "oh," then placed a document on Li Mu's desk. "Director Su, where is President Li?" Ho Lingyue suddenly inquired. Su Xiaoqi paused, casting a puzzled glance at Ho Lingyue, and replied expressionlessly, "Whether or not President Li is occupied is not something you should concern yourself with." "I apologize, Director Su," Ho Lingyue quickly said, then took Shan Mei and left. Last time, Ho Lingyue mistakenly thought that Li Mu was here for an interview, resulting in her dismissal. Su Xiaoqi stood up for Li Mu, which instilled a sense of reverence and fear in Ho Lingyue towards Su Xiaoqi. "Look at you, you nearly provoked the manager just now," Shan Mei lamented. Ho Lingyue, feeling a sense of regret, was relieved that she had left in time. At that moment, Meng Kersen approached. "Lingyue, please make a copy of this document later," Meng Kersen instructed. "Of course, Director Meng," Ho Lingyue replied. "Thank you," said Meng Kersen, turning to leave. "Kersen, wait," Ho Lingyue called out to her. "Lingyue, is there something you need?" Meng Kersen asked with a smile. Ho Lingyue opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately gave up. It seemed futile. Even if Meng Kersen proved her point, her second sister likely would not believe it. "It's nothing," Ho Lingyue said awkwardly with a smile. "Haha, then work hard," Meng Kersen encouraged. "Our customer service department is being established, and we are assessing new talent for the company. Currently, there is no formal leader in the department. You've been here for a while, and I have high hopes for you. If you perform well, I will recommend you for the position of director of the customer service department." Hearing Meng Kersen's words, Ho Lingyue felt a surge of excitement and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Kersen." Meng Kersen nodded and then turned to leave. "Lingyue, who is she? You seem quite close to her," Shan Mei inquired curiously. "She is Li Mu's cousin." "Meng Kersen," Ho Lingyue replied. "See, I told you. How could Li Mu possibly run a company? It's surely due to his cousin's connections that he is here," Shan Mei stated matter-of-factly. Ho Lingyue was utterly speechless and chose not to further prove to Shan Mei that Li Mu was indeed the owner of the Zongheng company. "All right. Second sister, you should get back to work," Ho Lingyue suggested. "Okay, I'll head over now," Shan Mei replied. In Huang Wenxiang's office, he said, "Li Mu, I am aware of the incident at the WeChat press conference, and so is Boss Dai." Huang Wenxiang's expression was grave. Initially, Boss Dai approved the Xiaxin project due to the investment from Ali Dad. With such a financially robust company backing it, the Xiaxin project was greenlit. However, with this recent development, Boss Dai is somewhat displeased. Li Mu remained silent, quietly listening to Huang Wenxiang's admonishments. "Why are you not saying anything?" Huang Wenxiang asked sternly. "Brother Huang, since I sat down, you've been the one talking, and you haven't given me a chance to respond," Li Mu replied with a wry smile. Huang Wenxiang was taken aback and retorted, "Fine, now I give you the chance to explain." Subsequently, Li Mu recounted his partnership with Hang Zhoma to Huang Wenxiang. "You're not trying to pull a fast one on me for the Xiaxin project, are you?" Huang Wenxiang questioned skeptically. "It's genuine. Look, our company has already released the news," Li Mu asserted, showing Huang Wenxiang the online announcement on his phone. Ali Dad has invested 10 billion in the second phase of WeChat funding, which has been credited to Zongheng Company. Huang Wenxiang took the phone and scrutinized the information. "No way is this real. Why am I so skeptical?" he exclaimed. "I don't believe it either. Huang Zhoma has been publicly humiliated by the owner of Zongheng Sihai, and yet he continues to invest? Could it be that Huang Zhoma is truly bewildered by this slap in the face?" Upon seeing the comments online, Huang Wenxiang could not help but chuckle. "I too wish to inquire, is this truth or mere fabrication?" Huang Wenxiang asked. "Brother Huang, if you harbor doubts, I can have my company's financial director present the transaction records for your perusal," Li Mu replied. "Haha, now that you mention it, it must indeed be true." Huang Wenxiang responded with a smile. "Li Mu, I apologize for my earlier demeanor." "Brother Huang, you are being overly dramatic," Li Mu retorted. "Very well, you may return now. I need to report to Boss Dai," Huang Wenxiang stated. "I am sorry for causing you trouble, Brother Huang," Li Mu expressed apologetically. "Haha, I am merely fulfilling my work responsibilities," Huang Wenxiang replied. Subsequently, Li Mu returned to the company, while Huang Wenxiang proceeded to Boss Dai's office. The news of WeChat's second phase investment by Huang Zhoma has caused a significant uproar online. Many individuals have expressed skepticism regarding the veracity of this information, with several demanding that Alibaba's patriarch step forward to verify it. In fact, Alibaba did respond, confirming that they indeed made a second-phase investment in WeChat. I must say, I am seriously inclined to believe that Huang Zhoma has been utterly taken aback. I simply cannot fathom why he would act so recklessly over an application that is only compatible with Android. Haha, I am merely enjoying the spectacle, as I find WeChat quite satisfactory. Meanwhile, Shun Jinting was infuriated upon reading these two messages.